My girlfriend was assaulted, and in a bid to protect her, Chen Ping found himself imprisoned. However, upon his release 3 years later, he discovered that she had married the very man who had perpetrated the violence against her. Filled with indignation and sorrow, Chen Ping took solace in the cultivation of his mind while incarcerated, embarking on a path of immortality. Chapter 1. Release from prison. I'm finally free, Chen Ping exclaimed, inhaling the fresh air outside with fervor. Behind him lay Hongqiang Prison, where he had spent 3 long years, and today he was finally released after serving his sentence. I wonder how my parents are faring? With a tattered canvas bag slung over his shoulder, Chen Ping hurried home, anxious about his parents who had not visited him even once during his imprisonment. As he walked, his gaze frequently fell upon a bronze ring adorning his finger. The ring was intricately carved with a lifelike dragon, its head bearing a significant character. This ring had been gifted to him by an inmate known as Old Dragon Head upon his release. While many regarded the old man as a lunatic and avoided him, Chen Ping had often sought his company, sharing his meager meals with him. Old Dragon Head regaled Chen Ping with tales of the extraordinary stories of the Dragon Temple and Locking Dragon Island, realms of which Chen Ping had never heard. Eventually, the old man encouraged Chen Ping to join him in meditation and practice. Bored and seeking companionship, Chen Ping complied, unwittingly acquiring remarkable skills and medical knowledge over those 3 years. On the day of his release, the old dragon had entrusted a ring to Chen Ping, instructing him to visit the nameless island in the East China Sea on July 15th without fail. He assured Chen Ping that upon revealing the ring upon his arrival, someone would be there to receive him, and great fortune awaited him at that time. Having learned much under the tutelage of the old dragon head, Chen Ping placed great trust in his words and readily agreed, though he realized that several months remained before Yuqi 15th. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ping found himself standing at the threshold of his family home, gazing at the somewhat dilapidated structure before him, a myriad of emotions swirling across his face. He was uncertain of how his parents had fared during the past 3 years. His impulsive actions must have burdened them immensely. Reflecting on the events of 3 years prior, Chen Ping's eyes still burned with indignation. At that time, he and his girlfriend, Geng Shanshan, had reached the stage of discussing marriage, having been college classmates for 2 years. Xiao Lei, a notorious wealthy second-generation heir from Hongqiang, was known for his misdeeds. Upon seeing Geng Shanshan's beauty, he harbored ill intentions and began to inappropriately touch her. As a prominent figure among the affluent, Xiao Lei dismissed Chen Ping entirely, not even deigning to acknowledge him. Witnessing his girlfriend's humiliation drove Chen Ping into a frenzy. He picked up a brick and struck Xiao Lei violently on the head. The outcome was predictable. The influential Xiao Lei, offended by the assault, did not let the matter rest. He promptly reported Chen Ping to the authorities, leading to his arrest. Consequently, Chen Ping was sentenced to 3 years in prison for intentional injury. It is only today that he has finally been released. After a prolonged hesitation, Chen Ping gently rapped on the door. "Who is it?" The door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with a head full of white hair and a hunched back. She reached out with her hand, fumbling as she inquired, "Who is it? Who's knocking?" Her eyes were tightly shut, clearly indicating her blindness. Upon seeing the woman before him, Chen Ping stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, his body trembling slightly. He could scarcely fathom that this frail, wrinkled old woman was his mother, Tang Hongying. How could she have changed so drastically in just 3 short years? "Mom, it's me, Chen Ping." He stepped forward to support his mother, his voice filled with emotion. "Chen Ping? Is it really you?" Tang Hongying's hands explored Chen Ping's face, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Mom, it's me. Chen Ping's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What has happened to you? What on earth is going on?" He was bewildered when he left. His mother had been in good health. How could she have deteriorated in such a brief span? It's a long story. Come in, and he'll explain. Tang Hongying pulled Chen Ping into the modest room. As he surveyed the sparse surroundings, nearly devoid of furnishings, he was left in shock. Though their family was not affluent, his father held a stable job, which should have afforded them a modest living. How had their home fallen into such disarray? "Mom, what on earth has happened here?" Upon witnessing the state of his home, Chen Ping turned to his mother with a sense of urgency. "Alas, Tang Hongying sighed. After you left. Tang Hongying recounted the events in detail. It turned out that after Chen Ping was imprisoned, the Xiao family had no intention of letting them off the hook, demanding a compensation. Ion of 1 million. Ultimately, Chen Ping's parents were left with no choice but to sell his wedding house and borrow a considerable sum of money, yet they still fell short, leaving them with a remaining debt of 300,000, which they could only repay to the Xiao family in installments. This predicament resulted in Chen Ping's father losing his job, forcing him to survive by sweeping the streets, while his mother was perpetually in tears, her eyes swollen from weep. This was also the reason why, during the 3 years of his incarceration, his parents had never visited him even once. Listening to his mother's account, Chen Ping slowly clenched his fists, a torrent of rage igniting in the depths of his gaze. He had not anticipated such mercilessness from the Xiao family, who seemed intent on eradicating them entirely. Mother, did that Geng Shanshan not care for you at all? Chen Ping inquired, bewildered. Geng Shanshan was to be his wife, and he had sacrificed his freedom for her. It was inconceivable that she could remain indifferent to the suffering of his parents. Your father confronted them, only to be violently expelled by their entire family. As Tang Hongying spoke, the bitterness in her heart intensified, and soon her tears flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 2. The Green Hat Turtle. Is the Geng family truly so heartless? Chen Ping's brow furrowed in disbelief, unable to accept that Geng Shanshan could behave in such a manner. At the time of his arrest, Geng Shanshan had cried out, vowing to wait for his release so that they could marry. How had it come to this? Chen Ping resolved to confront Geng Shanshan for clarity. Just then, a sudden and forceful knocking reverberated against the door, nearly shaking it from its hinges. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Hongying's complexion turned ashen, betraying her palpable fear. Mom, who is it? Chen Ping inquired, furrowing his brow at Tang Hongying's expression. Tang Hongying hastily pushed Chen Ping into the room, her anxiety evident as she moved to answer the door. As the door creaked open, a bald man accompanied by 4 or 5 menacingly tattooed individuals stepped inside. Have you prepared the money? The bald man asked, casting a glance at Tang Hongying. Brother Bald, it's already. She stammered, nodding repeatedly as her hand fumbled to retrieve a cloth bag from the corner. At that moment, several neighbors gathered, watching the intimidating figures from a safe distance. These thugs come demanding money every month. They're truly driving us to despair. One neighbor exclaimed. Indeed, there's no semblance of law left. Another added, Shoo, keep your voices down. These guys are from the Xiao family, sent to collect payments regularly, warned another neighbor as they huddled together, indignant yet paralyzed by AR. Meanwhile, the bald man snatched the cloth bag from Tang Hongying's grasp and peered inside. What the hell is this? The bald man frowned as he turned the cloth bag upside down, causing a scattering of tattered banknotes to litter the ground. There were ones, 50s, and a few coins of lesser value. Can these rags possibly amount to 10,000? The bald man raised his voice, directing his accusation at Tang Hongying. Brother Bald, it's exactly 10,000. We've counted it all. If you don't believe me, feel free to count it yourself. Tang Hongying replied with a forced smile, bowing slightly. Bullshit. The bald man kicked Tang Hongying in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground. Count it. I don't have the time for that. Change it all for hundreds. Mom. Chen Ping rushed out from the inner room, quickly helping Tang Hongying to her feet. His gaze, cold as ice, swept over the bald man and his companions, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. The bald man and his associates froze, shivering under Chen Ping's piercing stare. Chen Ping, who told you to come out? Hurry back inside and don't get involved. Tang Hongying desperately pushed Chen Ping back towards the room. Mom, since I've come out, let me handle this. You just sit tight. Chen Ping assisted Tang Hongying into a chair, then turned to face the bald man with a frosty demeanor. The bald man scrutinized Chen Ping, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Isn't this the guy who got sentenced to 3 years for hitting young Master Xiao with a brick? I didn't expect you to be out. Your timing is impeccable. Today is the joyous occasion of your ex-girlfriend marrying young Master Xiao. Aren't you going to attend? Cuckolded fooled, ha ha ha. The bald man, accompanied by several underlings, erupted into laughter. What did you say? Chen Ping furrowed his brow, disbelief evident in his eyes. I said the woman for whom you served time in prison is marrying young Master Xiao today. The wedding is taking place at the luxurious Huhao Grand Hotel. Aren't you curious to see it? The bald man regarded Chen Ping with a mocking expression. Chen Ping's brow knitted even tighter, his fists clenched tightly. Behind him, Tang Hongying's face shifted through various shades, trembling with fury. After all, her son was imprisoned because of that Geng Shanshan, and now, to her astonishment, this woman was marrying her adversary. Kneel before me and apologize to my mother, and I might spare your lives. A glint of cold fury flashed in Chen Ping's eyes, the aura of menace around him intensifying. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and the laughter of the bald man and his companions came to an abrupt halt. After a brief moment, the bald man finally reacted, his face contorted with rage. What did you say? You want me to kneel and apologize? As he spoke, he swung a punch at Chen Ping. Given Chen Ping's slender frame, that punch could easily send him sprawling to the ground. Bang! But to everyone's surprise, just as the bald man lunged forward, Chen Ping delivered a swift kick. The bald man doubled over, clutching his groin, collapsing to the floor, drenched in sweat and moaning in agony. Chen Ping, you mustn't fight anymore. Hearing the bald man's wails, Tang Hongying urgently shouted at Chen Ping. Chen Ping had just been released from prison for fighting. If he were to be incarcerated again for the same reason, what would become of him? Kill him, kill him. The bald man bellowed, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Chen Ping. Several of the bald man's subordinates rushed towards Chen Ping. Glancing at his mother, Chen Ping suddenly flicked his hands and a series of white flashes erupted. The assailants felt a tingling sensation in their legs and collapsed to their knees. This took the bald man by surprise, his face a mask of disbelief as a chill crept into his heart. The neighbors outside, witnessing the scene, widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. Apologize to my mother. Chen Ping's cold voice echoed once more. The bald man hesitated momentarily, but under Chen Ping's frigid gaze, he found himself kneeling on the ground. Sully, the bald man, along with several of his subordinates, began to apologize. Get lost. Chen Ping waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to take a life in front of his neighbors and his mother if he wished to eliminate these petty thugs. It would be a mere snap of his fingers. Supported by his subordinates, the bald man rose, casting a venomous glance at Chen Ping as he limped away, clearly feeling disgruntled. Yet, Chen Ping remained unfazed by the prospect of the bald man's retaliation. Chapter 3. The Collision Mom. Are you all right? Those people have left. After the bald man departed, Chen Ping inquired with concern toward Tang Hongying. Alas, what were you thinking? Provoking him the moment you stepped out? Tang Hongying reproached Chen Ping. Quickly gather the money on the ground. It is all we have painstakingly saved. Mom, from now on, I will earn the money. You and Dad should rest well. I will find a way to take care of your eyes. Chen Ping reassured her as he collected the scattered money and handed the bag to Tang Hongying. Seeing his mother's distressed countenance, Chen Ping's eyes began to redden with fury. Bang! He could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist onto the solitary table, shattering it into pieces. The Xiao family. The Geng family. I shall ensure you pay for this, without fail. The flames of rage blazed fiercely within Chen Ping. Sensing her son's anger, Tang Hongying hastily urged, Chen Ping, please refrain from causing any more trouble. Now that you are out, focus on finding a good job, and everything will improve. Mom, rest assured, I know what to do. I will step out for a moment. As Chen Ping exited the house, he remained engulfed in unrelenting fury. Yet, as he crossed the street, a red Porsche suddenly barreled down the road at an alarming speed, striking Chen Ping and sending him flying. Bang! Chen Ping's body crashed heavily to the ground. Had he not trained with the old dragon head, this encounter might have cost him his life. Who drives without paying attention? Chen Ping was already seething with anger, and upon stepping outside, he was knocked over, intensifying his fury. How can you not watch where you're going? He exclaimed, just as Chen Ping prepared to rise. A sharp voice pierced through the air. A girl emerged from the Porsche, clad in a white dress and high heels. Her beauty overshadowed by the fury etched on her face. Who is blind here? She retorted, glaring at Chen Ping. It was clearly you who bumped into me. You may look charming, but your words reek of foulness. Chen Ping boldly replied. Do you dare insult me? The girl shot back, her eyes blazing with anger as she suddenly lifted her foot to kick Chen Ping. The heels she wore resembled daggers, and should they strike him, they would surely leave a grievous wound. Ichi stopped, just as the girl was about to launch her attack. A middle-aged man opened the car door and stepped out of the back seat. He emanated an aura of authority, unmistakably a person of high stature, though his pallor and labored breathing revealed his distress. After uttering those words, he leaned against the car door, gasping for air. "Father, why did you come out?" The girl rushed to the middle-aged man, supporting him as she inquired with concern. "We must hurry to the hospital. We cannot waste any more time," he urged her. Nodding in agreement, the girl returned to face Chen Ping. Without hesitation, she pulled a wad of cash from her bag and tossed it at him. "Here is 10,000 yuan. Take the money and leave. We have urgent matters to attend to." Chen Ping did not reach for the money. Instead, he rose and cast a glance at the middle-aged man not far away, saying, "There is no need to go to the hospital. It is already too late." After uttering these words, Chen Ping turned to leave, for he could discern that the man was on the brink of death and would not make it to the hospital in time. "Stop." The girl blocked Chen Ping's path, her eyes blazing with anger. "What do you mean? Speak clearly, or you shall not leave." At that moment, the middle-aged man frowned and stepped closer to Chen Ping. "Your father is suffering from a latent illness. He has sustained an injury to his left lung. In less than 5 minutes, he will experience difficulty breathing and suffocate. Do you think you can reach the hospital in that time?" Chen Ping calmly followed the girl's inquiry. "You're talking nonsense. My father merely has a cold." "Yuqi," the middle-aged man called out to the girl, then moved closer to Chen Ping, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Young man, how did you deduce that my left lung has been injured?" "I told you, you wouldn't understand. I have pressing matters to attend to and no time to waste here with you," Chen Ping replied, preparing to turn away. "Young man, cough, cough, cough." The middle-aged man called to Chen Ping, then began to cough violently. Once his coughing subsided, he stepped forward and grasped Chen Ping's arm. "Since you can discern my ailment, you must also possess the ability to heal it. I implore you to save my life. I am willing to pay any price. Here is my business card." The middle-aged man produced a card and extended it towards Chen Ping. Originally, Chen Ping had no intention of accepting or involving himself. But upon seeing the name on the business card, he immediately took it in hand. "You are Su Wenzong, the president of the Su Group?" "Indeed." Su Wenzong nodded. Suddenly, Chen Ping struck, his fingers deftly targeting several vital acupoints on Su Wenzong's body. His speed was such that neither Su Wenzong nor Su Yuqi had time to react. Chapter 4. "My girlfriend is getting married. What do you intend to do?" Su Yuqi hurriedly stepped in front of Su Wenzong, but by then, Chen Ping had already withdrawn his hand. Nonetheless, after Chen Ping had pressed several acupoints, Su Wenzong immediately felt a surge of breath ease through him, his complexion reddening significantly. "I have merely alleviated your ailment temporarily. Full recovery will require time, for your hidden malady, due to its long-standing nature, necessitates gradual care," Chen Ping stated calmly. "Thank you, young brother, for your timely assistance. I am immensely grateful." Su Wenzong stepped forward, excitedly grasping Chen Ping's hand, expressing his gratitude profusely. Su Yuqi, witnessing her father's visibly improved complexion and well-being, felt a deep sense of astonishment. "My intervention was prompted by your reputation for kindness and your generous contributions to numerous primary schools. Out of both sentiment and reason, I felt compelled to act." Chen Ping's decision to aid Su Wenzong stemmed from his awareness of Su Wenzong's benevolent nature. Had their encounter been purely coincidental, with no prior knowledge of each other, Chen Ping might not have chosen to intervene. Moreover, considering that Su Yuqi had previously spoken harshly to him and nearly caused him harm, Chen Ping was not one to indiscriminately offer his help to just anyone. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong felt a hint of embarrassment. "What I have done hardly qualifies as a noble deed. I still have much to learn. You saved my life, so feel free to ask for anything. It is nearly noon. How about I treat you to a meal at the Grand Hotel?" "No, thank you. I have some matters to attend to," Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. He needed to meet with Geng Shanshan for some clarity. Su Wenzong was somewhat taken aback by Chen Ping's refusal. As the wealthiest individual in Hongqing, countless people sought the opportunity to dine with him, yet only a select few could actually share a meal at his table. His unsolicited invitation to Chen Ping was unexpected, and the refusal caught him off guard. "My dear brother, we must at least share a meal together to express my gratitude," Su Wenzong insisted, firmly grasping Chen Ping's arm. Chen Ping discerned that Su Wenzong's eagerness to dine was primarily driven by his desire to inquire about the follow-up treatment concerning his illness. However, recognizing Su Wenzong's sincerity, Chen Ping finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I will attend to my matters first, and then I shall find you at the Grand Hotel. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong released his grip, relieved. Agreed. Once you arrive, just give me a call. Chen Ping nodded and, filled with anticipation, hurriedly departed, heading towards the Geng residence. Where is Geng Shanshan? I must see her, he exclaimed before a slightly aged villa, addressing the middle-aged woman before him. The middle-aged woman, Xiao Lei, is the mother of Geng Shanshan. In the past, Chen Ping would never have dared to address Xiao Lei in such a tone. However, after hearing his mother's grievances, Chen Ping was already seething with anger. That he had not resorted to violence was indeed commendable. Xiao Lei, clad in a qipao, stood with an air of superiority, arms crossed over her chest, gazing disdainfully at Chen Ping. You should leave at once. My daughter is getting married today, and your presence here is nothing but bad luck for us. Married? Chen Ping furrowed his brow. It appeared the bald man had spoken the truth. Where was Geng Shanshan? To whom was she marrying? She must come out and clarify this matter. With a cold expression, Chen Ping charged towards the villa. Hey, you lunatic! How dare you invade someone else's courtyard? Xiao Lei desperately pulled at Chen Ping. However, she was no match for his strength, and he dragged her into the yard effortlessly. Just as Chen Ping was about to storm inside, a girl in a wedding gown emerged with a sullen expression. Upon seeing her, Chen Ping abruptly halted. He glared intently at Geng Shanshan, demanding answers. Chen Ping, you should leave. Do not come looking for me again. I have decided to marry Xiao Lei. Geng Shanshan stated flatly, her expression devoid of emotion. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched tightly. Although he had already suspected this outcome, hearing Geng Shanshan utter, it made his heart lurch painfully. It was Xiao Lei who had caused his imprisonment, and now his girlfriend was choosing to wed him? The irony was overwhelming. Suddenly, Chen Ping let out a self-deprecating bitter laugh, feeling an overwhelming sense of worthlessness. Is this truly your intention? He inquired, casting a glance at Geng Shanshan, his face devoid of anger, his hands slowly relaxing. Indeed, Geng Shanshan nodded. I yearn for a life of affluence, something you are utterly incapable of providing. Moreover, you are a convict. Even if you have been released, I doubt you can sustain yourself, let alone support me. Considering our past, take this few hundred yuan to avoid sleeping on the streets. Upon finishing her words, Geng Shanshan produced several hundred yuan notes from her bag and flung them at Chen Ping's face. In that moment, Chen Ping gazed at Geng Shanshan, his heart entirely shattered. Realizing that the person before him was no longer his girlfriend. You will regret this, Chen Ping declared before turning to leave, refusing to accept Geng Shanshan's money. Pa. Marrying a pauper like you would be the true regret. Xiao Lei spat disdainfully from behind. Chapter 5. Second-hand goods. As Chen Ping approached the door, a procession of wedding cars abruptly obstructed his path. A young man, impeccably dressed in a suit and holding a bouquet of flowers, descended from the bridal car. It was Xiao Lei. Upon spotting Chen Ping, Xiao Lei paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. I completely forgot you were released today. What a delightful coincidence. Would you care to join me at my wedding with Shanshan? Xiao Lei remarked with a mocking glint in his eye. Chen Ping merely shot Xiao Lei a cold glance, turning aside to depart, unwilling to engage in trivial banter with such a person. Don't go. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lei once again intercepted Chen Ping, asking, Is it that you lack the funds to contribute? Not to worry, you need not bring any money. When the time comes, you may feast on the leftover dishes at the luxurious Grand Hotel where the wedding is to be held. If you choose not to attend, it is likely that you shall never have the opportunity to dine there in your lifetime. Xiao Lei mocked Chen Ping, even going so far as to pat his face. Chen Ping forcefully swatted Xiao Lei's hand away, exclaiming, Fool, what is there to boast about in marrying a second-hand item? She is merely a remnant of my past. A cold smile graced Chen Ping's lips. In truth, he had never even touched Geng Shanshan, nor had he held her hand. His words were solely intended to vex Xiao Lei and to give Geng Shanshan a piece of his mind. Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback, hastily glancing at Geng Shanshan. She had previously confided in him that she had never even held hands with Chen Ping. What was this situation now? Seeing Xiao Lei's gaze upon her, Geng Shanshan immediately panicked. Shouting at Chen Ping, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is merely a remnant of your past? With your character, I have never allowed you to touch me. Xiao Lei, equally flustered, directed a torrent of insults at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, do not sour grapes over what you cannot have. With your character, how could my daughter ever allow you to lay a finger on her? Xiao Lei, do not believe his lies. He is merely attempting to disgust you. Xiao Lei clarified to Xiao Lei, as she desperately sought to secure the golden son-in-law she had found. unwilling to let Chen Ping's words disrupt her plans. "Annie, rest assured, I will not be swayed," Xiao Lei replied, not naive enough to take Chen Ping's words at face value. "Believe what you will." Chen Ping, disinterested in Xiao Lei, chose to bypass him and proceeded to exit. "Wait a moment," Xiao Lei called out to Chen Ping. "You would do well to keep your mouth shut and refrain from disparaging my wife. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it." Fearing that Chen Ping's words might tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family, Xiao Lei felt a flicker of trepidation at the icy gaze of Chen Ping. However, this moment of fear quickly dissipated, replaced by indignation as he retorted, "If you're not afraid of death, feel free to try. Just don't come begging on your knees later." With fury etched across his face, Xiao Lei simmered with anger. Had it not been for his wedding that day, he would have dealt with Chen Ping already. "Let us see who ends up on their knees." Chen Ping regarded Xiao Lei with a steady stare. "Xiao Lei, the time has come. Let us ignore this penniless fool." "You imbecile!" Jiao Meili shot a scornful glance at Chen Ping. As Xiao Lei held the bouquet, he and his entourage made their way into the building. Suddenly, Chen Ping snapped his fingers, and a flash of silver light surged into Xiao Lei's body. Xiao Lei noticeably flinched but dismissed it, continuing his stride into the venue. "I am eager to see whether you will indeed beg for mercy." A cold smile crept across Chen Ping's lips as he turned and departed towards the Fortune Grand Hotel. At the entrance of the Fortune Grand Hotel, Su Wenzong awaited Chen Ping, his presence stirring whispers among the attendees entering the establishment. "Isn't that Su, the affluent magnate?" Remarkably, he stands at the entrance of the hotel, seemingly awaiting someone of significance, a figure worthy enough to keep him waiting. "I have heard that the eldest son of the Xiao family is to be wed, with the ceremony taking place here. Could he be anticipating the arrival of someone from the Xiao clan? It is quite plausible, considering the Xiao family is indeed a prominent one, deserving of respect." A multitude of onlookers entered the luxurious hotel, while Su Wenzong continued to linger at the entrance, occasionally glancing at his watch, a hint of impatience etched upon his countenance. "Father, I firmly believe that fellow is merely spouting nonsense. He claims you have sustained an injury to your left lung, and that it is a concealed ailment posing a life-threatening risk. It's sheer fabrication. You merely have a cold and a lung inflammation. You needn't wait any longer. Allow me to accompany you to the hospital." Su Yuqi urged her father. Su Wenzong had already been waiting for half an hour, yet there was still no sign of Chen Ping. Su Yuqi felt increasingly convinced that Chen Ping was speaking untruths, especially since Su Wenzong had never mentioned any prior injury to his left lung, nor had such a condition ever arisen before. "Yuqi, there are matters you do not grasp. This injury of mine, even if I were to reach the hospital, would remain insurmountable. It is a concealed affliction that has lingered for over 20 years. The reason I have not disclosed it to you is to spare you the burden of worry." Su Wenzong sighed, his expression grave. Panic washed over Su Yuqi. Since her earliest memories, she had never encountered her mother, having been solely raised by Su Wenzong. The two were each other's sole support. If anything were to happen to Su Wenzong, she could scarcely fathom how she would navigate life thereafter. "This matter is quite lengthy when the time allows. I shall gradually elucidate it to you." Upon finishing his sentence, Su Wenzong glanced at his watch once more, then anxiously turned his gaze towards the distance. Chapter 6. You are a deceiver. As soon as he caught sight of Chen Ping's figure approaching, Su Wenzong's demeanor transformed instantaneously into one of exhilaration, and he dashed towards Chen Ping. "Young brother, you have finally arrived. Please, come inside." Su Wenzong grasped Chen Ping's hand, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Since I promised you, I certainly would come," Chen Ping replied, aware that Su Wenzong feared he might renege on his word. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su Wenzong's face as he managed a smile. "Young brother, please, after you." Su Wenzong adopted an exceptionally humble posture, which prompted those arriving at the hotel to speculate about Chen Ping's true identity. Su Yuqi, who had harbored reservations about Chen Ping from the outset, was initially astonished by his ability to manage Su Wenzong's condition. She believed that Chen Ping indeed possessed some merit. However, as time passed, Su Wenzong's previously rosy complexion began to deteriorate, leading Su Yuqi to conclude that Chen Ping was merely a charlatan, perhaps even a fraud seeking financial gain. Yuqi ceased this nonsense and promptly apologized to this young brother. Su Wenzong's expression darkened as he shouted at Su Yuqi in anger. "I will not apologize to him. Just look at him. He hasn't even fully matured yet. What kind of miracle worker could he possibly be? I see him as nothing more than a con artist." Su Yuqi remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Ping. She believed that Su Wenzong's refusal to seek medical attention was solely due to Chen Ping's influence. Witnessing Su Yuqi's disobedience, Su Wenzong's face flushed with rage, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wenzong intended to utter something, yet not a single word escaped his lips as he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Dad! Su Yuqi hurriedly rushed over to support Su Wenzong. In that moment, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, leaving Su Yuqi pale with fright. Upon witnessing the black blood, Chen Ping's brows furrowed deeply. It was evident that Su Wenzong's condition was far more critical than he had anticipated. Chen Ping was perplexed as to how Su Wenzong had managed to endure such severe injuries until now. Quickly, assist your father to the room. Chen Ping instructed the already panicked Su Yuqi. However, Su Yuqi hesitated, rooted to the spot, as her trust in Chen Ping was lacking. Noticing her inaction, Chen Ping's expression hardened, and he exclaimed, "Do you wish to stand by and watch your father perish?" Startled by Chen Ping's outburst, Su Yuqi finally helped Su Wenzong into a private room within the hotel. Once inside, Chen Ping took Su Wenzong's pulse, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Just as he was about to begin treatment, the door to the room swung open, and a bespectacled doctor clad in a white coat entered. "Dr. Sun, please, hurry. Take a look at my father. He has just coughed up blood." Su Yuqi exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, as if she had grasped a lifeline. "What? Step aside. Let me see." Dr. Sun gasped, hastily opening his medical kit. "Move aside." Su Yuqi pushed Chen Ping aside and, supporting Su Wenzong, turned to Dr. Sun, pleading, "Dr. Sun, it's all up to you to save my father. You must help him." At this moment, Su Wenzong was nearly unconscious, his breathing faint and weak. "Miss Su, rest assured, I shall exert every effort," Dr. Sun declared, commencing the pulse examination of Su Wenzong. As the duration of the pulse-taking extended, Dr. Sun's brow furrowed deeper with concern. Su Yuqi observed the doctor's demeanor, her face etched with anxiety, too apprehensive to voice her worries. "Miss Su, Su Wenzong has sustained injuries to his spleen and lungs, a hidden ailment that has accumulated over time. Such chronic conditions require gradual recuperation. However, someone has forcibly stimulated Su Wenzong's immune system. While this may seem effective in the short term, it has exacerbated his condition. I fear that Su Wenzong is in a precarious state. Who attended to him prior to my arrival?" Dr. Sun spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi was instantly filled with rage, directing her furious gaze towards Chen Ping, who had treated her father earlier. Indeed, as Dr. Sun had indicated, her father's condition had improved under Chen Ping's care, yet it had ultimately led to this dire situation. "You charlatan! If anything happens to my father, I will not spare you." Su Yuqi shouted at Chen Ping, her face ablaze with fury. Had she not been occupied supporting Su Wenzong, she might have already taken action against him. "On what grounds do you accuse me of being a fraud? What have I deceived your family about? If it weren't for my intervention, your father might have already been a lifeless corpse. This is utterly absurd," Chen Ping retorted with a scoff, harboring disdain for Su Yuqi. A young woman hurling accusations of deceit without a hint of feminine grace was simply intolerable. Su Yuqi was infuriated, yet she realized that arguing with Chen Ping was futile. Saving her father was of utmost importance. "Dr. Sun, I implore you, please think of a solution quickly." Su Yuqi's voice trembled with urgency, on the verge of tears. Dr. Sun opened the medical kit, extracting a black pill which he promptly placed into Su Wenzong's mouth. He then retrieved a set of silver needles and began to skillfully insert them into several acupoints on Su Wenzong's body. "What you are doing is not saving him. It's harming him," Chen Ping remarked calmly, observing Dr. Sun's technique. Dr. Sun furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Are you questioning my abilities? Do you possess knowledge of acupuncture?" Acupuncture is a facet of traditional Chinese medicine, which differs significantly from Western medicine. It cannot be mastered in just 3 to 5 years. Without a decade or more of dedication, one may find it challenging to even grasp the basics, and true mastery could take decades. Some dedicate their entire lives to it without claiming proficiency. Yet, Chen Ping appeared to be no older than 20. What expertise could he possibly have? Even if he had learned acupuncture in the womb? "Stop spouting nonsense. You are unnecessary here. Leave at once," Su Yuqi shouted in frustration, fearful that Chen Ping might disrupt Dr. Sun's treatment. Following his statement, Chen Ping exited the room without a glance back. After his departure, no one paid him any mind. Dr. Sun then proceeded cautiously with the acupuncture, soon breaking into a sweat. As the final needle was inserted, Su Wenzong gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. "Father! My father has awakened! Dr. Sun, my father has awakened! How wonderful!" Upon witnessing Su Wenzong's revival, Su Yuqi exclaimed joyfully, her eyes brimming with tears. She had truly been engulfed by fear, fearing that her father might never awaken again. Dr. Sun, seeing Su Wenzong conscious, let out a long sigh of relief. He, too, had harbored uncertainties. Yet, just as Su Yuqi and Dr. Sun began to relax, Su Wenzong, who had already opened his eyes, suddenly began to tremble violently. His expression contorted with agony, struggling to breathe, his face turning a deep shade of purple. At this moment, Dr. Sun found himself in a state of panic, appearing utterly helpless as he stammered, I don't know. How could this happen? How could this happen? Who are you asking? You're the doctor. Su Yuqi shouted in desperation at Dr. Sunday gradually. Su Wenzong's convulsions diminished until he finally lay still, devoid of any movement. Even his breath had become imperceptible. In that instant, Dr. Sun grew increasingly frantic. If anything were to befall Su Wenzong, his own fate would be bleak. Father, please don't scare me. Don't scare me. Su Yuqi wept. Miss Su, we must take Mr. Su to the hospital. I am out of options. Dr. Sun declared anxiously. His decision to transfer Su Wenzong to the hospital at this moment was merely an attempt to evade responsibility should Su Wenzong perish in the hospital. It would no longer be his concern. Do you think I am foolish? Given my father's current condition, can he even endure the journey to the hospital? Please, hurry and save him. If you can't bring my father back to life, then you shouldn't live either. Su Yuqi, consumed by rage, exclaimed. The Su family was the wealthiest in Jiangxing. Dealing with a mere doctor would be an effortless task. This declaration left Dr. Sun utterly terrified. Yet he found himself at a loss. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly thought of Chen Ping. Miss Su, the young man who just left might actually have a solution. I noticed he possesses considerable skill, Dr. Sun asserted. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi recalled Chen Ping. But she remembered that Dr. Sun had previously dismissed him. His newfound praise seemed merely a tactic to shift the burden onto Chen Ping. If Chen Ping were to take action, even if Su Wenzong were to perish, the blame would solely rest upon him. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuqi placed her father onto a chair and dashed out of the private room. At that moment, Chen Ping sat calmly on a chair in the corridor, fully aware that Su Yuqi would soon seek him out. Spotting him still present, she rushed over, but as she opened her mouth to speak, she realized she didn't even know how to address him. Please, help me save my father. Su Yuqi pleaded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Ping slowly raised his gaze to meet hers, but Su Yuqi could not bear to look him in the eye, recalling her earlier outburst directed at him. Do you now believe that I can save your father? Do you trust that I am not a fraud? Chen Ping inquired. Observing Su Yuqi's demeanor, Chen Ping smiled gently, choosing not to press her further, and instead rose to head towards the private room. Su Yuqi hurriedly followed him inside, where Dr. Sun was pacing anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Upon seeing Chen Ping arrive, Dr. Sun appeared as though he had spotted a savior. Regardless of whether Chen Ping could indeed cure Su Wenzong, his own responsibility would be alleviated as long as Chen Ping took action. My young friend, I admit my shortcomings earlier. I implore you to save President Su. Dr. Sun humbly beseeched, lowering his pride. In comparison to his own life, uttering a few flattering words seemed trivial. Chen Ping glanced at Su Wenzong, letting out a sigh. It appears I must take a gamble. After speaking, he turned to Dr. Sun and inquired, do you have silver needles? Yes, they are in the medical kit. Dr. Sun quickly retrieved a packet of silver needles and handed them to Chen Ping. Not enough. Chen Ping shook his head. Not enough. Dr. Sun was taken aback. This packet contains over 30 needles. Surely that must suffice. Typically in acupuncture, using a dozen needles is already quite impressive. Even the esteemed president of the Chinese Medicine Association, Zhou Jiming, could only manage around 20 needles. 30 plus silver needles should be ample. Not enough. I require many more. Chen Ping insisted. How many? Dr. Sun asked cautiously. 9 times 9, 81 needles. As soon as Chen Ping uttered these words, Dr. Sun was left in a stupor, completely taken aback. Moments later, a flicker of terror appeared in Dr. Sun's eyes, yet no words escaped his lips as he retrieved all the silver needles from the medical kit. Chen Ping accepted the silver needles, placing Su Wenzong's body flat upon the ground. With deft movements of his hands, he began to insert the needles into Su Wenzong's body. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Chen Ping's forehead, and he appeared to struggle immensely, his clothes drenched. Once the final silver needle was inserted, Chen Ping exhaled deeply, his body seemingly drained of all vigor, and he collapsed onto the ground. Throughout this ordeal, Su Yuqi sat restlessly, her gaze fixed on the scene. Though she yearned to inquire about the acupuncture, she hesitated, fearing to disturb Chen Ping. Meanwhile, Dr. Sun stood frozen in astonishment. His mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. After a prolonged moment, his shock transformed into exhilaration, and he suddenly knelt before Chen Ping with a thud. This unexpected gesture startled both Chen Ping and Su Yuqi. Chapter 8. The 9 Turns Resurrection Needle. Divine Doctor, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Doctor, Sun implored, bowing his head to Chen Ping. Chen Ping opened his mouth to respond, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. Su Yuqi, stunned, gazed at Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun, what has come over you? My father has yet to awaken. Su Yuqi could not comprehend why Dr. Sun would hail Chen Ping as a divine doctor when her father remained unconscious. Unbeknownst to her, the divine doctor had just employed the 9 Turns Resurrection Needle, a technique so potent that it could revive even the deceased. Surely, Su Wenzong would be unharmed. Dr. Sun clarified to Su Yuqi. Is it truly that formidable? Su Yuqi gazed at Chen Ping, her disbelief palpable. If what that Dr. Sun had said were true, then Chen Ping could truly be regarded as a miraculous healer. I can't believe you even know the 9 Turns Soul Revival Needle, Chen Ping exclaimed, catching his breath, somewhat astonished. The 9 Turns Soul Revival Needle was an ancient technique long thought to be lost, a skill he had learned from the venerable old dragon head, leaving him puzzled as to how Dr. Sun had come to know of it. Miraculous healer, I am Sun Song, vice president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Hongqing. I once encountered this technique in an ancient tome, and I never expected to witness a master performing it today. I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple, Sun Song declared, bowing before Chen Ping. Sun Song's actions left Chen Ping at a loss, and just then, a series of coughs broke the silence. Su Wenzong had awakened. Dad! Su Yuqi reacted swiftly, rushing forward to assist her father, only to be halted by Chen Ping's firm grasp. Miss Su, we cannot move him just yet. I must first remove the silver needles from your father. Chen Ping held Su Yuqi's delicate hand, its softness and warmth stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Seemingly aware of his touch, Su Yuqi blushed and replied, Thank you for your help. Quickly releasing her hand to steady his own nerves, Chen Ping stood before Su Wenzong, gracefully waving his arms. In an instant, 81 silver needles were drawn into his palm. It's done, Chen Ping announced, returning the needles to Sun Song and addressing Su Yuqi. At this moment, Su Yuqi dared not harbor any doubts about Chen Ping. After expressing her gratitude, she stepped forward to help Su Wenzong, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Dad, how are you feeling? Su Yuqi asked as she supported Su Wenzong. I'm fine. Quite well, he replied. Su Yuqi recounted how Chen Ping had saved him with the 9 Turns Resurrection Needle. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong was taken aback. He sensed that Chen Ping had an extraordinary ability to diagnose his ailments, but he never expected such prowess. Even Sun Song, the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Association, had to kneel in reverence. Young man, this is the second time you have saved my life. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as a benefactor of the Su family. Whatever you ask, I, Su Wenzong, shall never refuse, he declared with fervor. Mr. Su, you are too kind. It was merely a small effort on my part, and besides, your long-standing good deeds have brought you this fortune, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. However, he then shifted his tone. While I have temporarily preserved your life with the 9 Turns Resurrection Needle, if this illness remains untreated, you may not survive beyond 3 months. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Su Wenzong fell to his knees before him, pleading, I implore you, sir, save my life, and I am willing to offer my entire fortune. Fear gripped Su Wenzong. He no longer addressed Chen Ping as young brother, but instead referred to him with the utmost respect as sir. He was genuinely terrified that Chen Ping might refuse to assist him. In a desperate bid for survival, he was prepared to relinquish all his wealth to Chen Ping. As the wealthiest man in Hongqing, Su Wenzong possessed considerable assets, and the thought of giving it all to Chen Ping would surely incite envy in anyone who bore witness. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Su. Since fate has brought us together, I shall certainly assist you. However, I require some rare herbs, and thus, I need you to gather them accordingly. Chen Ping possesses no funds to procure medicine for Su Wenzong, and the herbs he desires are of immense value, far beyond the reach of the average individual. Sir, please state your needs without hesitation. Su Wenzong promptly nodded and then turned to Su Yuqi, instructing her, Yuqi, quickly prepare paper and ink to record this. Chen Ping felt a twinge of discomfort at being addressed as sir by Su Wenzong, so he replied, Mr. Su, I am called Chen Ping. You may refer to me by my name. That is out of the question. Mr. Chen is my savior, and my family shall never forget this kindness. Seeing Su Wenzong's steadfastness, Chen Ping relented and proceeded to jot down a comprehensive list of herbs for Su Yuqi. Mr. Su, this list primarily contains the herbs you require. However, a small portion is intended for my mother. She is blind, and to restore her sight, certain medicinal ingredients are necessary. Chen Ping candidly shared this with Su Wenzong. His mother, Tang Hongying, had lost her sight due to prolonged weeping, and while the cure was not insurmountable for Chen Ping, gathering the necessary herbs posed a challenge under his current circumstances. Thus, he deemed it prudent to enlist the Su family's assistance. However, there were two specific items he worried they might struggle to procure, one being a brush imbued with a certain spirit, akin to those used by literary masters over the years, which had acquired a form of sentience. Alternatively, brushes crafted from the fur of spiritually significant animals may also be utilized. These brushes embody just one aspect of the process. Additionally, vermilion is required. Although vermilion is quite common nowadays, the type that Chen Ping seeks must be derived from over a century-old small-leaf red sandalwood or old mountain sandalwood. When combined with the spiritually significant brush, a few gentle touches upon Tang Hongying's eyes will likely reveal the hidden visions. While Chen Ping has indeed noted these two items on his list, he does not harbor expectations that the Su family will procure them, for such items are fortuitous finds. Elusive and rare, discernible only by those with understanding. Chapter 9. A gift of a house. Mr. Chen, please feel free to express your needs. I shall not decline whatever is within my power to fulfill. Su Wenzong hurriedly proclaimed. Mr. Chen, what purpose do the brush and vermilion serve? Su Yuqi inquired. For brushes and vermilion do not seem to be conventional remedies, and such items are ubiquitous in the marketplace. Yuqi, since Mr. Chen has included them, there must be a reason. Do not speak out of turn. Su Wenzong admonished her with a stern glare. It is of no consequence. Chen Ping chuckled. These two items serve a medicinal purpose, albeit they are not ordinary brushes and vermilion. They must possess spiritual significance. Spiritual significance? At this, Su Yuqi was taken aback, as was Su Wenzong, for they were utterly unfamiliar with the concept of spiritual attributes. Observing the perplexity of the two individuals, Chen Ping elucidated. All things in the world possess a cycle of life and demise, and everything, even what appears to be inanimate, harbors a certain spirit. For instance, this table and chair before us could embody such essence, albeit under exceptionally stringent conditions and fortuitous moments. Consider this chair upon which I sit. If I were to practice diligently upon it for years, be it a decade, 5 decades, or even a century, it would gradually acquire its own spirit. Fearing that his companions might not grasp his meaning, Chen Ping opted for a more straightforward explanation. Ah, I comprehend, exclaimed Su Yuqi with sudden astonishment. Mr. Chen, you mean it's akin to the trees in celestial abodes depicted on television, which over time can attain sentience and even transform into human forms. Yuqi, do not indulge in fanciful nonsense. Su Wenzong interjected, his expression one of disbelief. To him, the notion of deities was utterly absurd in this age. Miss Su's interpretation is indeed correct. That is precisely the essence of what I mean, Chen Ping remarked with a subtle smile. In his earlier days, Chen Ping shared the skepticism of Su Wenzong. However, after 3 years of following the old dragon head, he came to realize that this world is rife with phenomena beyond his prior comprehension. Just as the heart concentration technique imparted to him by the old dragon head represented a path to transcendence, mastering it could indeed render him akin to a celestial being. Su Wenzong, feeling somewhat awkward, was surprised to find Yuqi's explanation to be accurate. Had anyone else spoken of spirits or deities, he would have dismissed them outright. Yet, when articulated by Chen Ping, it stirred a semblance of doubt within him. Chen Ping and Su Wenzong engaged in conversation, completely disregarding Sun Song, who knelt on the ground. Although Sun Song was not inherently malevolent, he lacked the capacity to shoulder responsibility, and Chen Ping had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. Furthermore, without the consent of the old dragon head, Chen Ping would not casually take on apprentices. After approximately 10 minutes of discussion, Chen Ping learned how Su Wenzong had sustained his injuries. It turned out that in his youth, Su Wenzong had been struck by a rival in business. Since there were no external wounds and subsequent examinations revealed no issues, he had brushed it off. However, it was not long before Su Wenzong began to feel his health deteriorating, often experiencing difficulty in breathing. He had relied on various potent tonics to sustain himself until now. Yet, fearing that his family would worry, he had kept his condition concealed, which was also why Su Yuqi was unaware of her father's hidden ailment. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping understood that the one who had harmed Su Wenzong was undoubtedly a martial artist. one who had cultivated inner strength and seemingly intended to bring harm to Su Wenzong. However, due to Su Wenzong's wealth, he had managed to survive thus far, relying on the expensive tonics he had purchased. Had he not encountered Chen Ping, Su Wenzong might not have survived at all. Please, Mr. Chen, take me as your disciple. Sun Song pleaded once more from his kneeling position. By this time, his legs had grown numb, accompanied by a painful sensation that made Sun Song extremely uncomfortable. Chen Ping glanced at Sun Song and said, "You may rise. I do not take on disciples. However, I am willing to offer guidance if you have questions." Acknowledging the sincerity in Sun Song's prolonged kneeling, Chen Ping agreed to provide some pointers, but he remained resolute in his decision not to accept any apprentices. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Sun Song felt a surge of joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, thanking Mr. Chen profusely. Slowly, Sun Song attempted to rise, yet the numbness and pain in his legs rendered him unable to stand. Observing Sun Song's predicament, Chen Ping gently touched his leg, and in an instant, the discomfort vanished, leaving Sun Song astounded. Chen Ping then rose with deliberation, expressing his concern for his mother, who was home alone. "Mr. Chen, may I inquire where you currently reside?" Su Wenzong asked. "I live in the Xingfuli community." "Why do you ask?" Chen Ping replied, a look of curiosity on his face. "Oh, it's nothing. I happen to have a property that has been lying unused, and I would like to offer it to you, Mr. Chen. That location is particularly well suited for recuperation, and I hope it proves beneficial to you." As Su Wenzong spoke, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket. "Thank you, Mr. Su," Chen Ping responded. However, when the keys were placed in his hand, he was taken aback, for they belonged to the prestigious Panlong Bay Villa area. Chapter 10. Attending a wedding. The Panlong Bay Villa area is the finest community in Hong City, situated atop the only mountain in the region. The landscape is picturesque, and the air quality is exceptionally good. Residents here are either affluent or of high social standing. Ordinary individuals cannot even afford the property fees, let alone reside in such a prestigious community. "Mr. Chen, please do not decline. Is my life not worth a house?" Su Wenzong remarked with a slight smile. Faced with Su Wenzong's insistence, Chen Ping had no choice but to accept the offer. Su Wenzong then produced a bank card and handed it to Chen Ping, revealing a sum of 10 million within. Chen Ping realized he could not evade the situation and reluctantly tucked his bank card into his pocket. Just as he was about to take his leave, a cacophony of noise erupted from downstairs, loud enough to cause him to furrow his brow slightly. Observing Chen Ping's expression, Su Wenzong promptly summoned the hotel manager. The manager explained, "Mr. Su, today is the wedding of young Master Xiao from the Xiao family, taking place in the banquet hall on the second floor, which accounts for the commotion." Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong acquiesced, acknowledging the nature of the business. It was only natural for such celebrations to be accompanied by a certain level of noise. "Mr. Su, I take my leave," Chen Ping said, offering a slight bow before exiting the private room. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Lei, who was carrying the bride, Geng Shanshan, into the hotel. Upon spotting Chen Ping, Xiao Lei momentarily froze, then burst into laughter. "Chen Ping, I never expected you to actually attend our wedding. Are you here to mooch off the food and drinks?" Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Xiao Lei, choosing silence as he attempted to sidestep him. "Don't leave just yet." Xiao Lei blocked Chen Ping's path, a mocking smile plastered on his face. "Take a look at your ex-girlfriend. Doesn't she look stunning now? Don't you have anything to say to her?" Xiao Lei was clearly intent on humiliating Chen Ping. "Brother Lei, let's not bother with him. The time is drawing near." Geng Shanshan, nestled in Xiao Lei's embrace, did not even spare Chen Ping a glance as she coyly addressed Xiao Lei. "Xiao Lei, ignore this useless man. We mustn't delay. You two head into the hall first. I'll take care of this waste." Jia Meili urged Xiao Lei, then turned to Chen Ping and said, "How long will you persist in this folly? Have you no shame, pursuing my daughter to a hotel? With that toad-like appearance of yours? Do you really think she could ever be interested in you? Take a good look at yourself and get lost. Do not dare cause a scene here." Her words were sharp and biting, piercing through the air like daggers. Surrounding relatives and friends exchanged whispers, mocking Chen Ping, who stood there like a mere clown, the subject of their ridicule. "One day, you shall all kneel before me, begging for my mercy." Chen Ping suppressed the fury boiling within him, forcefully pushing past the obstructive Xiao Lei as he attempted to leave. "Stop him." Xiao Lei's brows furrowed. "Today, whether you wish to participate or not, you will witness your girlfriend marry me. I will ensure you see it with your own eyes." As soon as Xiao Lei spoke, several burly men quickly blocked Chen Ping's path. They had grievances from the beating they received at Chen Ping's home, and saw this as the perfect opportunity for revenge. Indeed, I want you to see it all. Let it be known that you are unworthy to challenge me. Xiao Lei sneered coldly. Well then, should I choose to attend, rest assured your wedding shall not proceed. Chen Ping retorted before turning and striding into the second-floor banquet hall, where over 100 tables awaited. Fear not, young Master Xiao, this matter is in my capable hands. One of the bald men nodded, his eyes glinting with malice, eager to exact revenge on Chen Ping. In the grand banquet hall, Chen Ping settled into a corner, acutely aware that the attendees of the Xiao family's wedding were either affluent or of notable status. They were all prominent figures in Hongqing. An ordinary individual like Chen Ping had no business being there, and thus, his presence elicited curious and disparaging glances from many guests. The opulent setting felt somewhat incongruous with the sudden appearance of a young man clad in simplicity. However, it wasn't long before Chen Ping's identity circulated among the attendees, drawing even more scrutiny, most of it laced with mockery, while some gazes reflected sympathy. Yet, Chen Ping remained unfazed by their stares, seated alone in his corner, nonchalantly nibbling on the dried fruits laid before him, his expression devoid of any emotion. Behind him, a bald man accompanied by a dozen others fixed their eyes on Chen Ping, ready to act should he show any signs of movement. Oh, isn't that Chen Ping? When did he get out of prison? Came a voice dripping with derision. Chen Ping looked up to see a flamboyantly dressed woman, heavily made up, striding towards him, accompanied by a young man. Her words immediately captured the attention of the surrounding guests. They initially assumed Chen Ping was merely the ex-boyfriend of the bride, come to bid farewell to his former love. However, the revelation of his prison background piqued their interest even further. Chapter 11. Personal Vendetta. Chen Ping gazed at the heavily adorned woman, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. The woman is named Jiang Wenjing, a fellow classmate of Chen Ping, who once pursued him during their school days. At that time, Chen Ping's father held a stable job, a veritable iron rice bowl, hence many sought after him. However, Chen Ping harbored no affection for Jiang Wenjing, ultimately choosing to be with Geng Shanshan, whom he deemed superior to the vain Jiang Wenjing in both beauty and character. Yet, in retrospect, both women seemed to share similar traits, leading Chen Ping to realize he had misjudged. Chen Ping, why are you silent upon seeing your old classmates? Have you lost your voice? You were quite the figure in school, even serving as the student council president. Imagine how the principal and teachers would react if they learned that their esteemed student council president, known for his exemplary character and academic prowess, has become a convict after graduation. What do you suppose they would think? Spoke a young man beside Jiang Wenjing, named Fu Wei. He was once Chen Ping's roommate, and they had shared a strong camaraderie. However, Fu Wei secretly harbored feelings for Geng Shanshan. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's relationship with her, he nurtured resentment and attempted to sabotage their bond, though his efforts were in vain. Their connection deteriorated, and they lost touch after university. Now, with Jiang Wenjing and Fu Wei both present, it is likely they were invited by Geng Shanshan, as they would otherwise lack the standing to attend. Chen Ping merely cast a fleeting glance at them before lowering his head, sipping tea in silence, disinterested in engaging with either. Observing Chen Ping's demeanor, Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing felt a surge of triumph, convinced that Chen Ping was intimidated by their presence. Chen Ping, having just emerged from prison, has yet to secure employment. Would you like me to recommend a job cleaning toilets? Though it may be dirty and exhausting, at least it would provide enough to eat. Your father has lost his job, and relying on him seems futile. Fu Wei's face bore a smug expression, reveling in the opportunity to belittle Chen Ping. During their school days, had it not been for Chen Ping's father's stable position, Fu Wei would never have found himself overshadowed by Chen Ping. Fu Wei, do not speak such nonsense. As the esteemed president of the student council, how could you stoop to cleaning toilets? Perhaps you should consider sweeping the streets instead? Jiang Wenjing chuckled, covering her mouth with amusement. Their mockery elicited laughter from Baldi and the numerous guests present. At this moment, Chen Ping slowly raised his head. If you too wish to avoid calamity, I suggest you depart from this place immediately. His expression was impassive, his tone devoid of anger. Yet, his words sent a shiver down the spines of Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing, particularly Jiang Wenjing, who felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her body chilled, and she could not even bear to meet Chen Ping's gaze. The taunts she had prepared evaporated in an instant. After a prolonged silence, Fu Wei, seemingly deeply insulted, bared his teeth and shouted at Chen Ping, "You, a convict? What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Your girlfriend has married someone else, and you dare not utter a word. What grandiose claims can you make to us? Indeed, you know the Xiao family is wealthy and powerful, and you dare not provoke them. So you choose to take your frustrations out on us? We are not to be trifled with. At this moment, Jiang Wenjing regained her composure and pointed an accusing finger at Chen Ping. Do not provoke me. Chen Ping responded, lowering his head once more. Damn it. I have provoked you. What will you do about it? This is the wedding banquet of young Master Xiao. Fu Wei angrily cursed as he stepped forward, grabbing Chen Ping by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Their hostility towards Chen Ping stemmed entirely from their desire to curry favor with Xiao Lei. Pleasing him would pave the way for their future careers. As Fu Wei hoisted Chen Ping, he was about to strike when suddenly, Chen Ping retaliated with a swift slap. The resounding crack of the slap echoed throughout the banquet hall, sending Fu Wei flying across the room to crash heavily onto a table. The table shattered into pieces, dishes and teacups scattering to the floor in a cacophony of destruction. All the guests turned their attention to the commotion and the bride and groom. Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan were momentarily forgotten. Even they found themselves glancing towards the source of the uproar. Damn it, you are courting death. The bald man, witnessing Chen Ping's boldness, became exhilarated and shouted, Everyone, go after him. Take this brat down. Now, he could openly seek revenge, knowing Chen Ping possessed some skill. He refrained from joining the fray himself, instead urging over a dozen of his lackeys to swarm forward. You dare to cause a ruckus at young Master Xiao's wedding? You are asking for trouble. The group of thugs armed with clubs charged toward Chen Ping. As numerous guests witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads, knowing that Chen Ping was doomed. Chapter 12. The length of life. Kill him, kill him. Fu Wei, who had been sent flying by Chen Ping's slap, stood up while clutching his face, roaring in fury. On the wedding stage, Xiao Lei smirked, revealing a cruel smile. Everyone was watching Chen Ping's humiliation. No one felt pity for him, and certainly, no one would come to his aid. Facing the onslaught of over a dozen individuals, Chen Ping wore a mocking expression and suddenly stepped forward. Boom. With that single step, it felt as though an earthquake had struck. The entire hall seemed to tremble. The assailants cried out in agony, only to be sent flying, crashing into tables and chairs, leaving the scene in utter chaos. At this moment, all the guests were rendered speechless. The bald man stared at his fallen subordinates, a chill surging from his feet. Meanwhile, to the side of the wedding stage, a well-dressed middle-aged man furrowed his brow tightly. This man was Xiao Yan, the head of the Xiao family and Xiao Lei's father. Naturally, he had to be present at his son's wedding. Having just witnessed Chen Ping repel the assailants, Xiao Yan observed with keen interest, recognizing that Chen Ping possessed extraordinary strength. On the wedding stage, Xiao Lei, noticing this, frowned. Damn it, they are all useless. In a fit of rage, he charged down. Husband. Geng Shanshan followed closely behind. Liar, do not act rashly. At this moment, on one side of the wedding stage, Xiao Yan, who had remained motionless until now, rushed forward, fearing for the safety of his son. A dozen security guards from the hotel, wielding rubber batons, surged in. The rich hotel had been in operation for 5 or 6 years, yet never had anyone dared to cause trouble here. After all, this establishment belonged to the wealthiest family in Hong City, the Su family. On the 3rd floor, in a private room, Su Wenzong listened to the commotion below, his brow furrowing deeply. The hotel manager hurried in, drenched in cold sweat. Su Wenzong, somewhat displeased, inquired, Mr. Su, there is a disturbance at the Xiao family wedding. Someone has been assaulted, and property has been damaged. The manager hurriedly explained. Someone dares to create a ruckus here? Su Wenzong's face darkened with anger. What are you all doing? Useless. Quickly send the security to resolve this. We cannot allow our hotel's reputation to be tarnished. They have already been dispatched. The manager replied. Then why are you still here? Go and handle the situation instead of waiting for the storm to come. Su Wenzong bellowed, sending the manager scurrying away in fear. Father, your health is not well. Do not let anger consume you. I will go and take a look. Su Yuqi comforted Su Wenzong before also exiting the private room. Currently, many affairs of the Su family were being managed by Su Yuqi, as she was the only daughter. And with Su Wenzong's deteriorating health, the burden now rested squarely on her shoulders. In the wedding hall on the 2nd floor, a dozen security guards encircled Chen Ping, while the hotel manager hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping before Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that someone so reckless would dare to cause a disturbance at the Xiao family's wedding. I shall have the troublemaker removed at once. After speaking, he turned to the security personnel, instructing, Why are you still standing there? Throw this troublemaker out. Wait. Just as the guards prepared to act, Xiao Yan interjected. To disrupt my son's wedding and disturb my guests cannot simply be overlooked. What would that say about the Xiao family? Today, even if it costs him his life. We must ensure he leaves here with broken limbs. The hotel manager found himself in a predicament. The threat of dismemberment could lead to future animosity toward the hotel, resulting in further disturbances. Sensing the manager's hesitation, Xiaoyan scoffed. We, the Xiao family, will handle this matter ourselves. You may leave. Very well. We shall take our leave at once. The hotel manager nodded eagerly, relieved to avoid any further involvement. Dad, I don't want him just maimed. I want him dead. Anyone who dares to disrupt my wedding deserves no mercy, Xiao Lei declared, glaring fiercely at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you must die today, and I shall show you the consequences of provoking me. I warned you that if I attended the wedding, it would not proceed. Did you not believe me? Do you believe now? Chen Ping met Xiao Lei's gaze with unwavering defiance, a smile gracing his lips. I believe your mother. With that, Xiao Lei swung a powerful fist toward Chen Ping. A resounding crack echoed through the air, followed by a sharp snap. Inexplicably, Xiao Lei's arm twisted grotesquely, unmistakably broken. A surge of excruciating pain compelled Xiao Lei to emit a heart-wrenching scream. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. To think that Chen Ping would dare to lay hands on Xiao Lei was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 13. An exaggeration lay air. Xiaoyan rushed forward, supporting Xiao Lei as he conducted a quick examination, only to discover the grim reality of his son's fractured arm. It would take several months for him to recover. You bastard, how dare you strike my son? I will see you dead initially. Xiaoyan had only intended to teach Chen Ping a lesson, a reminder to be more cautious, especially with the wedding approaching. However, at this moment, his singular thought was to eliminate Chen Ping. Otherwise, he would suffer a humiliating disgrace in front of the multitude of merchants gathered in Hong City. Xiaoyan retrieved his phone and summoned the bodyguards from his residence, all of whom had been procured at great expense. Each one was a martial artist, vastly superior to that bald thug who merely lurked around, ingratiating himself with Xiao Lei, the wealthy heir. Father, have him killed. I want him dead. Xiao Lei, with his arm broken, shouted with a face twisted in rage. Rest assured, Lei heir, I shall ensure this scoundrel is tossed into the river to feed the fish. Xiaoyan vowed, his heart aching for his son. Sensing that Chen Ping possessed some skill, Xiaoyan refrained from immediate action, opting instead to await the arrival of his bodyguards. At that moment, the door to the wedding banquet hall on the second floor was pushed open, and Su Yuqi hurriedly entered, eager to discover who was causing a commotion. Uncle Xiao, what is happening? Upon entering, Su Yuqi directed her inquiry at Xiaoyan. This rascal dares to disrupt my son's wedding and even lay hands on him. I intend to make a scene at your hotel today. Xiaoyan pointed at Chen Ping, who was seated at the table sipping tea. When Su Yuqi turned to look, she was taken aback. She never anticipated that the troublemaker would be Chen Ping, who had not left. Mr. Chen? Su Yuqi asked, her face filled with confusion. Is it really you? Miss Su, are you surprised? Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. Yuqi, do you know this person? Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. Uncle Xiao, this may be a misunderstanding. Mr. Chen was invited to treat my father. It is certainly a mistake. Su Yuqi explained. Treating? Xiaoyan's frown deepened. Who are you? Spouting nonsense. This fellow can't possibly heal anyone. He was just released from prison today. What could he possibly know about medicine? I've known him for many years and have never seen him treat anyone. Are you sure you haven't been deceived by him? Geng Shanshan shouted at Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi's expression turned icy in an instant, but upon noticing Geng Shanshan's wedding gown, she realized that she was the bride of the Xiao family. With restraint, Su Yuqi replied, whether Mr. Chen can treat illnesses is for me to determine. Your lack of acquaintance with him does not imply he is incapable. Come off it. With his limited skills, I know exactly what he is. During our 4 years at university, my classmate and I were in a relationship for several years. When I fell ill with a cold, he rushed me to the hospital, and once, in the pouring rain, he carried me there on his back. If he were capable of treating ailments, would there be a need for a hospital visit? Geng Shanshan looked at me with disdain, as if in her eyes. Chen Ping had become utterly worthless. Upon hearing Geng Shanshan's remarks, Su Yuqi glanced at Chen Ping, seemingly grasping the reasons behind his disruptive behavior at the wedding. Yuqi, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have arranged for a specialist from abroad to attend to your father's illness. This scoundrel must face dire consequences today, Xiaoyan declared in an authoritative tone, his seniority over Su Yuqi granting him a lack of formality. No, you absolutely cannot harm Mr. Chen, Su Yuqi interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Ping. She could not bear the thought of anything happening to him, especially when her father's life depended on his assistance. Xiaoyan's expression turned icy. Yuqi, are you forcing my hand? His eyes glinted with menace, and as his words fell, dozens of imposing bodyguards from the Xiao family surged into the room. With the arrival of his men, Xiao Yan's gaze towards Chen Ping grew even more frigid. Uncle Xiao, no matter the circumstances, I cannot allow you to harm Mr. Chen, Su Yuqi declared resolutely. Almost simultaneously, several hotel security personnel rushed in, forming a protective barrier around her. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became palpably tense, prompting many guests to retreat, fearful of being caught in an impending altercation. Little girl, if it weren't for your father's presence, I could easily crush you in an instant. Now, be gone at once. Do you truly believe that your meager security can stand in my way? Xiao Yan, filled with rage, spared no courtesy towards Su Yuqi. As his words echoed through the air, dozens of bodyguards from the Xiao family exuded an intimidating aura, rendering the handful of security guards pale with fear. Su Yuqi's expression soured, yet she resolutely stood in front of Chen Ping, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Old Xiao at your age, isn't it a bit excessive to intimidate a child? Just then, the door to the banquet hall swung open once more, revealing Su Wenzong, whose face bore a hint of displeasure. Seeing Su Wenzong's arrival, Xiao Yan smirked coldly. Old Su, your timing is impeccable. Take your daughter away, today. I shall ensure this brat meets his end. Su Wenzong disregarded Xiao Yan and turned his gaze to Chen Ping, saying, Mr. Chen, I apologize for the disturbance. His obsequious demeanor astonished everyone present. Fear not, the Xiao family is but a trifling matter. They cannot harm me, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. Chen Ping's words further incited Xiao Yan's fury. Brat, if I do not kill you today, how will the Xiao family maintain its standing in Hong City? With that, Xiao Yan addressed his cadre of bodyguards. Whoever takes down this brat shall be rewarded with a bounty of 1 million. Upon hearing the promise of such a reward, the bodyguards' eyes gleamed with greed, eagerly preparing for action. I challenge any of you to make a move. Su Wenzong bellowed, do not forget, this is my territory, my hotel. As Su Wenzong's words fell, dozens of security personnel hurriedly arrived, and the old butler of the Su family, drenched in sweat, also made his way over. Master, I have conveyed your instructions. All security personnel from the Su family and its enterprises are en route to this location, and the bodyguards of the Su family will arrive shortly, reported the old butler to Su Wenzong. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Wenzong dismissed the butler. Listening to the old butler's report, Xiao Yan's brows furrowed tightly. Su Wenzong, are you truly prepared to engage in a deadly confrontation for the sake of this insignificant individual? Xiao Yan, if you persist in your intent to kill Mr. Chen, what does it matter if we clash with your Xiao family? Do you believe I fear you? Su Wenzong replied, unperturbed. The Xiao and Su families were evenly matched. Should a battle ensue, it would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction. At this moment, all the guests had distanced themselves, calculating their own interests. If the Su and Xiao families were to engage in warfare, it would surely benefit other families. Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson with fury, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Su Wenzong, you are forcing my hand. Do not blame me for being impolite. You seem to have forgotten one crucial matter. Lord Tiger owes our Xiao family a favor. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Su Wenzong's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Even the surrounding guests trembled at the mention of Lord Tiger, chills running down their spines. This Lord Tiger, known as Lin Tianhu, was the leader of the Brotherhood, the true emperor of the underworld in Hongcheng. There is a saying in Hongcheng, better to provoke the king of hell than to cross the Brotherhood. This phrase alone underscores the formidable power of the Brotherhood in Hongcheng. As the esteemed leader of the Alliance Hall, Lin Tianhu's mere stomp could send tremors throughout Hongcheng. Observing the fearful expression on Su Wenzong's face, Xiao Yan erupted into laughter. Su Wenzong, if you choose to depart with your men now, I shall pretend that nothing has transpired. Do not compel me to call Master Hu. The muscles around Su Wenzong's eyes twitched incessantly. He hesitated, for Lin Tianhu's reputation was indeed formidable, and the Su family could not afford to provoke him. Mr. Su, allow me to handle my own affairs. You should take your leave, Chen Ping interjected. Sensing Su Wenzong's indecision, gritting his teeth, Su Wenzong replied, Mr. Chen, you saved my life. If you speak like this, aren't you slapping me in the face? If a conflict arises, I will ensure that Yuqi takes Mr. Chen to safety. Neither Lin Tianhu nor Xiao Yan would dare to harm me then. Dad. Su Yuqi clutched her father's sleeve tightly. Yuqi, once you escort Mr. Chen away, head to the secret chamber of the Su family. You know the way. Wait until the storm has passed before you emerge. Su Wenzong instructed his daughter earnestly. Su Wenzong, have you come to a decision? Shall I trouble Master Hu? Xiaoyan pressed, noticing Su Wenzong's continued silence. Xiaoyan, Mr. Chun, I am resolute. Su Wenzong declared with unwavering determination. Very well, you've got some nerve. Xiaoyan, filled with frustration, promptly dialed Lin Tianhu's number. In truth, Xiaoyan was reluctant to invoke this favor, for it was a matter of life and death for the Xiao family. Years ago, Xiaoyan's father had permitted Lin Tianhu to seek shelter for a night during a downpour. At that time, the young Lin Tianhu had vowed to repay the Xiao family whenever they called upon him for this debt of gratitude. The Xiao family had intended to reserve this favor for a time of dire need, yet under the present circumstances, Xiaoyan found himself unwilling to let Chen Ping escape. Not only would it leave him unsatisfied, but it would also render the Xiao family a subject of ridicule. Thus, he resolved to summon this favor and invite Lin Tianhu. Shortly after making the call, a resounding rumble echoed, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Many gazed out through the windows, their expressions turning to shock. A throng of men clad in black suits, wielding machetes, had encircled the entire Fortune Hotel, numbering in the hundreds, each exuding an aura of menace. Witnessing this scene, Su Wenzong felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed that Chen Ping would not escape this day. With a creak, the banquet hall doors swung open, and over 20 imposing figures, each standing nearly 6.5 feet tall, rushed in. These muscular men, clad in suits with stern expressions, formed two neat rows, standing tall and proud, as they proclaimed in unison, "Welcome, Lord Hu." Their voices reverberated so powerfully that the lights overhead trembled. Such an impressive display. Truly befitting of Lord Hu. Silence. Be mindful of your lives, the crowd murmured, but soon fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a middle-aged man, nearly 50, attired in a tailored suit and polished leather shoes, entered the room. His shoes gleamed with such brilliance that they reflected the very shadows around him. This individual was none other than Lin Tianhu, the underground emperor of Hanqing and the master of the gathering hall. Master Hu. Xiaoyan hurried forward, his expression imbued with respect. I'm busy. Who do you wish to kill? Lin Tianhu inquired bluntly. Xiaoyan pointed at Chen Ping, declaring, it is he. Lin Tianhu's gaze swept over Chen Ping, who wore plain attire and appeared somewhat frail, lacking any remarkable attributes. He was puzzled as to why Xiaoyan sought to end this man's life. Lin Tianhu approached Chen Ping, but Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi stood protectively in front of him, trembling at the sight of the advancing Lin Tianhu. Step aside. Lin Tianhu's brow furrowed as he addressed the Su father and daughter. With those two simple words, an overwhelming aura emanated from Lin Tianhu, causing Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi to struggle for breath under the pressure. Observing this, Chen Ping placed his hands on the shoulders of the Su duo, saying, Mr. Su. Miss Su, please step back. This is my affair. I shall handle it myself. He gently pushed the Su pair aside and took a step forward, confronting Lin Tianhu directly. Master Hu, do not kill him outright. Take your time to torment him. Upon seeing Lin Tianhu's arrival, Xiao Lei immediately began to shout. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Lin Tianhu's brow knitted as he cast a glance at Xiao Lei. With just a glance, Xiao Lei was so frightened that he nearly wet his pants, retreating repeatedly while stammering, I dare not. How dare you speak to Lord Hu in such a manner? Xiaoyan stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Lei, then with a face full of contrition, he said, Lord Hu, my son is ignorant. I hope you will not take offense. Xiaoyan, I must inform you that I, Lin Tianhu, owe your Xiao family a favor, but I am not your servant. I trust you understand. Lin Tianhu's voice was cold and commanding. Understood, understood. Lord Hu is a distinguished guest of our Xiao family. How could he possibly be a servant? Xiaoyan exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, casting a fierce glare at his son. Xiao Lei, already in pain from a broken arm and having just been struck by Xiaoyan, lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Lin Tianhu, noticing Xiaoyan's relatively agreeable demeanor, shifted his gaze back to Chen Ping. Lord Hu, Mr. Chen acted out of impulse. The bride was his girlfriend, but she was taken away by Xiao Lei, which has caused him some grievances. Su Wenzong hurriedly interjected, wearing a fawning smile as he explained to Lin Tianhu. Oh, Lin Tianhu nodded, finally comprehending why this seemingly ordinary fellow would dare to cause a disturbance at the Xiao family wedding. It was due to his girlfriend being snatched away. However, Lin Tianhu quickly processed this information and suddenly paused, addressing Su Wenzong. What did you call him? Su Wenzong, being the wealthiest man in Hanqing, could not possibly refer to a young man in his 20s as Mr. without a significant reason behind it. Mr. Chen. Su Wenzong appeared bewildered, but soon grasped Lin Tianhu's intent. He elucidated, Mr. Chen saved my life, so I must protect him today, come what may. This trivial matter, just look at how your families have escalated it. You both hold esteemed positions in Hongqing. Consider the repercussions. Since that young man caused a disturbance at the wedding and struck a member of the Xiao family, he cannot be let off too easily. Yet his crime does not warrant death. Let him sever a limb and publicly apologize, acknowledging his mistake and departing in shame. Lin Tianhu admonished both Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan, yet neither dared to retort. Having established himself as the underground emperor of Hongqing, Lin Tianhu relied not solely on brute strength, but also on intellect. In this matter, he could easily make Chen Ping vanish, but doing so would offend the Su family. Although he was unperturbed by their power, weighing the pros and cons revealed it was simply not worth it. The Xiao family merely sought face. Allowing Chen Ping to publicly apologize while sacrificing a limb would satisfy their pride and provide Xiao Lei an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Thus, the Xiao family would retain their dignity, and the Su family would not be offended, an ideal resolution for Lin Tianhu. Do you both find my proposal agreeable? He inquired again. Noticing the silence from Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan, he refrained from addressing Chen Ping, for in his eyes, Chen Ping was merely a pawn to be maneuvered as he saw fit. All shall he lord whose command. Who among Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan would dare to oppose? Was this not the simplest solution? Why complicate matters and make it seem as if the situation were grave? Lin Tianhu chuckled softly before turning to Chen Ping and said, Young man, you have caused a ruckus at someone else's wedding, assaulted their son, and now, in a desperate act, you sever your own arm to apologize. And I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to leave here today. Chen Ping glanced at the smug expression on Xiao Lei's face, who eagerly awaited Chen Ping's self-mutilation and subsequent apology. They're unworthy. Chen Ping calmly uttered 4 words. Chapter 16. The cancellation of the wedding in an instant. Everyone present was rendered speechless. It was well known that in Hongqing, no one dared to defy the will of Lord Hu, yet today, this seemingly ordinary Chen Ping showed no regard for such authority. Lin Tianhu's demeanor darkened, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Xiao Lei, standing nearby, was nearly in stitches, internally urging, eliminate him, eliminate him. Mr. Chen Yu, you must apologize to Lord Hu. Su Yuqi urgently tugged at Chen Ping's sleeve, beads of nervous sweat forming on her brow. You dare defy Lord Hu? You seek death. One of Lin Tianhu's subordinates roared, launching a punch towards Chen Ping. Lord Hu, I apologize on behalf of Mr. Chen. Seeing Lin Tianhu's subordinate take action, Su Wenzong was thrown into a state of panic. Nevertheless, he dared not command his own men to retaliate, even if he were to risk his life. The few dozen security personnel at his disposal would stand no chance against the hundreds of subordinates under Lin Tianhu's command. The outcome would be the same, only dragging the Su family down with them. Lin Tianhu remained silent, ignoring Su Wenzong entirely, and did not intervene to stop his subordinate. It is essential to note that Lin Tianhu's subordinate is tall and robust, towering over Chen Ping by a considerable height, with muscles bulging prominently. Should he strike, Chen Ping would likely meet a fate worse than death, potentially becoming a cripple. Both Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan observed Chen Ping with cold smirks, eagerly anticipating his impending misfortune, while Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing also awaited the spectacle, particularly Fu Wei, who had just been sent flying by a slap from Chen Ping and was still in considerable pain. He yearned to witness Chen Ping's downfall. However, as the formidable punch from Lin Tianhu's subordinate approached Chen Ping, he extended his hand and grasped the massive fist with ease. No matter how forcefully Lin Tianhu's subordinate attempted to move, he found himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, everyone fell silent, including Lin Tianhu, who couldn't help but regard Chen Ping with newfound respect. Yet, upon closer inspection, Lin Tianhu's scalp nearly erupted in shock. He noticed the ancient bronze ring adorning Chen Ping's hand, emblazoned with a significant character, Tianlong Ling. This was the Tianlong Ling, to where the Tianlong Ling signifies one is the master of the Tianlong Hall. Following a furious roar, he kicked his subordinate away with great force. Mr. Chen, my subordinate was ignorant and has offended you. Lin Tianhu hastily apologized, never imagining that the master of the Tianlong Hall would grace the humble Hongqing with his presence. The Tianlong Hall is known as the most enigmatic organization in the world. Its mere stamp of a foot could cause tremors across the globe. The gathering hall of Lin Tianhu belongs to the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, which comprises a total of 13 halls throughout the vast Xia dynasty. The gathering hall is merely one among them, and in the absence of the pavilion master S summons, these halls operate independently, concealing their identities. Thus, in this circumstance, Lin Tianhu can only address Chen Ping as Mr. Chen. Witnessing Lin Tianhu's sudden shift in demeanor towards Chen Ping left everyone bewildered, unable to comprehend the motives behind Lin Tianhu's actions. Even Chen Ping himself seemed somewhat taken aback. Am I not to apologize? Chen Ping inquired tentatively, observing Lin Tianhu. Dare I? How could I ever ask Mr. Chen to apologize? If Mr. Chen has any demands, please do not hesitate to voice them. Lin Tianhu exclaimed. Shaking his head in trepidation, he would never dare to request an apology from the pavilion master of the Heavenly Dragon. I have stated that my presence at the wedding would render their ceremony impossible, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Lin Tianhu nodded in agreement, then turned and proclaimed loudly. Today's wedding is hereby cancelled. Everyone, leave at once. Master Hu Xiaoyin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Tianhu. If the wedding were to be cancelled, the Xiao family would become the subject of ridicule throughout Hong City. Chapter 17. Forever unable to find a bride, clear the venue. Lin Tianhu paid no heed to Xiao Yin's concerns. Following his command, hundreds of subordinates surged into the hall. The guests, filled with fear, scrambled towards the exits. Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing, who had initially anticipated witnessing Chen Ping's embarrassment, found themselves unceremoniously ejected as well. At this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was exceedingly grim, and Xiao Lei, with eyes wide open and a countenance twisted with rage, appeared as though he wished to devour Chen Ping. The Xiao family had suffered a significant humiliation today. How could they possibly face others in the future? Chen Ping, you wretched frog. Even though Shanshan's wedding did not take place today, with your disposition, do not even dream of finding a wife. You shall remain forever alone. Jia Meili shouted furiously at Chen Ping. Their family had painstakingly climbed the ranks by allying with the Xiao family, only for Chen Ping to disrupt the wedding, pushing Jia Meili to the brink of apoplexy. Chen Ping, do you think you can prevent me from marrying Xiao Lei? Dream on. I have severed all ties with you. So cease your entanglements. Geng Shanshan glared at Chen Ping, her eyes filled solely with animosity, devoid of any affection. Entangle you. Chen Ping replied with a cold smile. I seem to recall that it was you who insisted I attend. I warned you that my presence would spell the doom of your wedding. You. Geng Shanshan gritted her teeth in fury, fixing Chen Ping with an intense glare. Shanshan, ignore him. This wretched frog is merely trying to provoke you. Speaking to you with that obsequious demeanor. Look at him, a mere labor reform convict, destined to remain a bachelor. Jia Meili tugged at Geng Shanshan, hurling venomous curses at Chen Ping. Just as Jia Meili was cursing Chen Ping to a lifetime of solitude, Su Yuqi stepped forward and earnestly inquired, Mr. Chen, if you do not mind, may I be your girlfriend? In that moment, Chen Ping stood frozen, utterly astonished by Su Yuqi's audacious declaration in public. It was unexpected, for she was the esteemed young lady of the Su family, destined to be its future leader. Geng Shanshan and Jia Meili, upon hearing Su Yuqi's words, turned ashen, their expressions a clear indication of humiliation, particularly Jia Meili, who had just disparaged Chen Ping as a toad destined to remain alone forever. Now, she was confronted with the unexpected confession from the Su family's heiress. Geng Shanshan clenched her fists tightly, her face burning with indignation. Just moments ago, she had insisted that Chen Ping should not pursue her, yet in the blink of an eye, he was being openly courted by the young lady of the Su family. In comparison to Su Yuqi, what was Geng Shanshan worth? Miss Su, may I take a couple of days to consider? I am not quite prepared yet. Chen Ping replied with a grateful smile towards Su Yuqi. He understood that her declaration was a means to extricate him from an awkward situation and to publicly shame Geng Shanshan and her mother. It was no small sacrifice for a young woman to risk her reputation for his sake, and Chen Ping felt deeply appreciative. Mr. Chen, I will strive with all my might to earn your acceptance, Su Yuqi replied softly with a smile. With the departure of the Xiao family and Geng Shanshan's clan, only Chen Ping and the members of the Ju Yi Hall remained in the expansive banquet hall. Come what may, I am ready, Chen Ping thought, aware that Lin Tianhu's sudden intervention to clear the room was not without ulterior motives. What Chen Ping did not anticipate was that, just as he finished speaking, Lin Tianhu suddenly knelt before him, followed by hundreds of members from the gathering of heroes, all of whom promptly dropped to their knees. This unexpected turn of events left Chen Ping in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether Lin Tianhu had perhaps lost his senses. Chapter 18. A father knows his daughter best. My subordinate, Lin Tianhu, pays his respects to the hall master. All hail the hall master, echoed the voices of the gathering of heroes in unison. This proclamation startled Chen Ping, as he himself was unaware of being a hall master. You must be mistaken. I am not a hall master. Chen Ping hastily shook his head. The bearer of the dragon token is indeed the hall master of the dragon hall. There can be no mistake. Lin Tianhu insisted. In an instant, Lin Tianhu's words ignited a memory within Chen Ping. During his time in prison, the old dragon head had often proclaimed himself the hall master of the dragon hall and had subsequently bestowed upon Chen Ping a ring. It appeared that this very ring had led Lin Tianhu to mistakenly identify him as the hall master of the dragon hall. Are you implying that it is due to this ring that you recognize me as such? Chen Ping inquired, removing the ring and directing his question at Lin Tianhu. Indeed. That is the dragon token of the dragon hall. According to the ancestral teachings of the dragon hall, the bearer is the hall master. Lin Tianhu replied, gazing at the ring in Chen Ping's hand with reverence. Please, rise. Chen Ping said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he noticed Lin Tianhu and the others still kneeling. He gestured for them to stand. Thank you, hall master. Lin Tianhu and the members of the gathering of heroes all stood up in unison. I assure you, I am not the hall master. This ring was a gift from another, and you have mistaken the person. Chen Ping clarified. We only recognize the dragon order, not individuals. Since the dragon order is in your possession, you are our hall master, Lin Tianhu respectfully replied. Chen Ping was speechless. It appeared that the old dragon head had deliberately bestowed this hall master position upon him. Are you also members of the dragon hall? Chen Ping inquired. Indeed. The dragon hall comprises 13 factions, and our brotherhood is but one among them. However, I am not well acquainted with the brothers from other factions. As we seldom interact unless summoned by the hall master, we must not expose ourselves lightly, Lin Tianhu elucidated. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was astounded. A single brotherhood could cause tremors in Hongcheng. If there were 13 such factions, the power of the dragon hall was indeed formidable. Hall master. In addition to the 13 factions in Daxia, we have branches around the world. As for specific information, my position is too low for me to access such details. Lin Tianhu concluded. Chen Ping was even more shocked. Branches across the globe were truly impressive. He found it hard to comprehend how the disheveled old dragon head could wield such influence. Now, Chen Ping felt a burgeoning anticipation for the arrival of July 15th. Hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the dragon hall. At your command, Lin Tianhu slightly bowed. After Lin Tianhu and his companions departed, Chen Ping remained still. His mind tumultuous. He struggled to accept this sudden new identity. At this moment, in the opulent office located atop the luxurious hotel, Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi had not taken their leave. Instead, they found themselves in the manager's office on the top floor, a property of the Su family, affording them the freedom to roam as they pleased. Yuqi, were you serious in your conversation with Mr. Chen earlier? Su Wenzong inquired, gazing intently at Su Yuqi. What conversation? She feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand. Do not pretend, my dear. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Su Wenzong smiled faintly. Dad, I merely intervened to assist Mr. Chen. We have only just met. How could I possibly harbor feelings for him? Su Yuqi retorted, casting a sideways glance at her father, though her cheeks flushed with color. Mr. Chen is indeed a commendable individual, possessing a decent appearance and remarkable medical skills. However, I remain uncertain about other aspects. Su Wenzong held a favorable opinion of Chen Ping. Yet he understood that mere medical expertise was insufficient to qualify him as a suitable son-in-law. After all, Su Wenzong had only one daughter, and the vast family enterprise was to be entrusted to Su Yuqi. It was imperative to find someone capable of aiding her in managing the company. Chapter 19. Family Education. Dad, please cease your fanciful speculations. Su Yuqi turned her head away, no longer engaging with Su Wenzong. In truth, Su Yuqi had developed a considerable fondness for Chen Ping, particularly after he had stepped forward to protect her from Lin Tianhu, endowing her with an inexplicable sense of security. Mr. Su, Lin Tianhu has departed with his men, and Mr. Chen has also taken his leave, the hotel manager announced as he entered the office. Indeed, understood. Su Wenzong nodded and then addressed Su Yuqi. Yuqi, you must expedite the procurement of the herbs that Mr. Chen requires. Additionally, arrange for someone to discreetly protect him. I suspect the Xiao family will not relent easily. Understood. Su Yuqi nodded and went to make arrangements. Is that you, Chen Ping? Upon hearing the sound of the door, Tang Hongying inquired anxiously. Mom, it's me. Chen Ping hurried forward, supporting Tang Hongying as he spoke. Tang Hongying expressed her grievances to Chen Ping, yet her face radiated with smiles. Mom, I just went out to take care of some matters, Chen Ping explained, before turning to see his father, Chen Baohua, emerging from the kitchen. At that moment, Chen Bao's hair was completely white, and his face was lined with deep wrinkles, clearly bearing the marks of time. Chen Ping nodded, feeling a surge of emotion as his eyes began to redden. His father had once been a civil servant, a position that commanded respect and envy, always impeccably dressed and spirited. However, now, in just 3 short years, he appeared to have aged significantly, losing the vitality he once possessed. Let's eat. It will get cold soon, Chen Baoguo declared, placing a bowl of rice in front of Chen Ping. It is worth noting that Chen Baoguo was notoriously strict in his upbringing and maintained an imposing presence at home. He had never served Chen Ping food nor stepped into the kitchen. Yet now, everything had changed, illustrating how circumstances can indeed transform one's reality. As the family dined in silence, Chen Baoguo refrained from speaking, and Chen Ping mirrored his father's quietude, feeling a persistent sense of trepidation in his presence. While Tang Hongying continued to chatter away, your father, despite his humble occupation as a street cleaner, can still save some money. When the time comes, I shall have your Aunt Lu introduce you to a suitable partner. We shall not disdain a second marriage. Once you are wed and blessed with children, everything will fall into place. Do not pursue that Geng Shanshan any longer. She is now the young mistress of the Xiao family, a status we cannot contend with. So it is best to keep our distance. Remember this time, do not act foolishly again. Should you find yourself in trouble once more, I fear for my very life. Tang Hongying incessantly chattered, while Chen Ping could only nod in agreement. After the meal, Chen Ping took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Chen Baoguo donned his sanitation worker's uniform in preparation for work. Chen Ping then revealed a key. A friend has kindly lent me an unused property. Let us tidy it up and move away from here. This dwelling is exceedingly dilapidated, and the environment leaves much to be desired. Chen Ping wished to relocate his parents to Panlong Bay, but he dared not speak the truth, opting instead to claim it as a favor from a friend. Chapter 20. Daydreams. As for the 10 million yuan bank card, Chen Ping was reluctant to disclose its existence to his parents, for he could not explain the source of such wealth. How could he possibly tell them that during his 3 years in prison, he had cultivated mystical skills and ascended to the position of the Dragon Hall's leader? Surely, they would deem him insane and have him committed. What friend's house? Where is your friend's house located? Tang Hongying inquired with curiosity. In Panlong Bay, Chen Ping replied, striving to maintain his composure. What? Both Tang Hongying and Chen Baoguo exclaimed in unison. To know that Panlong Bay is the most expensive community in the entire Hong City, where the residents are either wealthy or of noble status. Even if Chen Baoguo retained his job, working for 100 years, it is unlikely he could purchase a single residence in Panlong Bay. What kind of friend do you have who possesses a property there and is willing to lend it to you? Chen Baoguo questioned Chen Ping with a stern expression. It's just a friend of mine. Chen Ping replied vaguely. Humph. Chen Baoguo scoffed. Do you think your mother and I are foolish? How could you possibly have such a friend, and who would lend you a property in Panlong Bay? Instead of learning anything valuable in prison, you've mastered the art of boasting. From now on, focus on finding a steady job and cease your daydreaming. After saying this, Chen Baoguo changed into his work attire and prepared to leave, as he could not believe that Chen Ping could obtain a residence in Panlong Bay. Father, you haven't even seen it yet. How can you claim that I'm boasting? Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge me just once in my life? Today, I insist on moving you both there. Chen Ping shouted, having never received praise from Chen Baoguo throughout his life, despite excelling in university and becoming the president of the student council. This might very well be Chen Baoguo's method of education. All right. Tang Hongying hurriedly intervened. Old man, you really could be kinder. The child has just been released. Couldn't you offer a few encouraging words? Tang Hongying reproached Chen Baoguo briefly before turning to Chen Ping, saying, Chen Ping, I trust your words. Take me to Panlong Bay for a visit. I have never been there before. Mother, I will go out to hail a taxi and tidy up the house in the meantime. Chen Ping replied, and as he made his way outside, he quietly remarked to his father, Dad, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You will understand once you accompany me. After Chen Ping departed, Chen Baoguo hesitated for a moment but ultimately removed his work uniform. At Panlong Bay Villa District, the security guards stood proudly. For serving in such a prestigious place was an honor beyond measure. Without connections, one would find it impossible to gain entry. A taxi came to a steady stop at the entrance of Panlong Bay, prompting one of the guards to rush forward and block the vehicle. What is your business here? The guard inquired, puzzled. Having worked as a security guard for 3 years, he had never encountered anyone arriving in a taxi to Panlong Bay. The residents here were typically affluent merchants, possessing multiple vehicles and several drivers. "We are homeowners here," Chen Ping said politely as he exited the front passenger seat. "Homeowners?" The guard scrutinized Chen Ping before glancing at Chen Ping's parents in the taxi. Suddenly, he let out a derisive laugh, saying, "I have encountered many like you. If you wish to tour Panlong Bay, you may do so from outside. Entry is prohibited." The guard's implication was unmistakable. He did not believe Chen Ping was a legitimate homeowner, regardless of Chen Ping's attire or the demeanor of his parents in the vehicle. They do not resemble individuals capable of affording a residence in Panlong Bay. Given the picturesque nature of Panlong Bay, many individuals feign ownership in order to meander through its grounds, treating it as a mere excursion. The security guard mistook Chen Ping for one of these interlopers. Chapter 21. The acquired key. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. "I am indeed a proprietor here. I possess the key to the residence," he declared, producing the key. This key, a gift from Su Wenzong, was adorned with the golden emblem of Panlong Bay, exquisitely crafted and unmistakably authentic. Upon examining the key, the security guard scrutinized Chen Ping once more and inquired, "From whence did this key originate?" "This is the key to the most luxurious villa atop Panlong Bay, acquired by the esteemed Su. How could it possibly have come into your possession?" Taken aback, Chen Ping had not anticipated that the villa bestowed upon him by Su Wenzong was indeed the most opulent in Panlong Bay. What a remarkable gift. "This is a present from Mr. Su," Chen Ping stated candidly. "Nonsense. I am certain you must have stolen this key, or perhaps found it. There is no way it could have been given to you." The security guard barked, raising his hand and summoning 4 or 5 other guards to encircle Chen Ping. "Keep an eye on them. I will make a call," the guard commanded before hastily departing with the car key in hand. Witnessing this, Chen Baogua quickly urged Tang Hongying to exit the taxi, which the startled driver abandoned, hastily fleeing with their belongings. "Chen Ping, what is happening? What has transpired?" Tang Hongying inquired, unable to see the situation before her. "Mother, it's nothing serious. We will be entering shortly. It's merely a routine inspection." "The security at Panlong Bay is exceedingly stringent," Chen Ping reassured Tang Hongying. "Of course, this is the finest villa district in Hongqing, even here. I can scent the fragrance of flowers," Tang Hongying exclaimed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Chen Baogua glowered at Chen Ping, his expression rife with indignation. They had been halted, surrounded by security personnel, and it was evident that something was amiss. He harbored no belief that Chen Ping had acquaintances who would lend him a residence in Panlong Bay. At that moment, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz glided to a stop before Chen Ping and his family. "Oh, is that not Chen Ping? What brings your family here? And with so many belongings? Surely, you aren't moving into Panlong Bay." The car door swung open, and Fu Wei emerged from the passenger seat, his face adorned with mockery as he gazed at Chen Ping. Following him, Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing also alighted from the vehicle. The trio exchanged sardonic glances with Chen Ping's family, having come to Panlong Bay for a leisurely stroll, primarily to showcase the wedding residence that Xiao Lei had purchased. Their arrival coincided perfectly with the unfolding drama, providing them an opportunity to relish the spectacle. Chen Ping cast a cold glance at the three, choosing to ignore them entirely. Geng Shanshan then directed a question towards a security guard. The security guard, upon seeing Geng Shanshan dressed resplendently and arriving in a Mercedes, dared not provoke her. He quietly remarked, "Miss, these individuals claim to be owners of the Panlong Bay properties and have presented a key to one of the villas. Our captain suspects that the key may have been either found or stolen, hence he is verifying the situation." Upon hearing the guard's words, Geng Shanshan and her companions erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha, Chen Ping, you truly are a remarkable character. To brandish a villa key and assert ownership, are you foolish? Or do you take us for fools?" Fu Wei chuckled, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Do you have any idea how much these villas are worth? Can you afford one? With your father sweeping the streets, it would take him a century to save enough for a property here." Jiang Wenjing could not restrain her mockery either. "Kindly expedite the removal of these individuals, especially this one." Geng Shanshan pointed at Chen Ping. "He is a recently released convict, and allowing him entry would tarnish the community's reputation." Upon hearing this, the security guards grew tense, drawing out their batons. If Chen Ping indeed had just been released from prison, the residents would surely be unsettled, and the guards would find themselves in a precarious position. "Chen Ping, why don't you take your blind mother and your street-sweeping father and get lost? Do you really want the guards to take action?" Fu Wei said. A cold smile etched across his face. "What did you say?" Chen Ping, upon hearing Fu Wei insult his parents, clenched his fists tightly. "What? Do you wish to fight me?" Fu Wei, unperturbed, burst into laughter as he approached Chen Ping. I know you've picked up a few tricks in prison, but do you have any idea where you are? Do you dare to make a move? Believe me, I can send you back inside. His demeanor was one of arrogance as he shoved Chen Ping forcefully. Chen Ping, let us go, please. Tang Hongying pleaded, gripping Chen Ping's arm. She feared that he would stir up trouble again. After all, he had just been released and already had a record. If he were to get into a fight and be sent back, she truly would lose the will to carry on. Hurry up and scram. If I see you again, I will make you pay for that slap. Fu Wei spat venomously at Chen Ping. Enough, let's get in the car. Engaging with such people is beneath our dignity. Geng Shanshan called out to Fu Wei. The three of them then got into the car and drove straight into the Panlong Bay Villa area. Mom, just wait a moment. This villa really belongs to a friend of mine. Chen Ping urged Tang Hongying to remain calm. Wait for what? To be humiliated and thrown out? Chen Bao was shouted at Chen Ping. After that, the head of security barked at the guards wielding batons. Put those batons away and drive Mr. Chen and his family inside. Understood. The guards nodded in a flurry, then fetched a vehicle to load their belongings and escorted Chen Ping's family into Panlong Bay. Inside the car, Chen Bao's expression shifted restlessly. He wanted to speak to Chen Ping but was at a loss for words. Chen Ping, I never imagined it to be true. What kind of friend are you that would dare to lend you such an exquisite villa? Tang Hongying, seated in the car, inhaled the fragrant blossoms of the Panlong Bay Villa area, her excitement palpable. Mom, if the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to this friend of mine. Chen Ping, aware of Tang Hongying's curiosity, planned to find a moment for Su Yuqi to meet his parents. At a villa perched on the hillside of Panlong Bay, Geng Shanshan's car came to a halt, and the three of them alighted. Shanshan, you are truly fortunate. This villa is nothing short of opulent, and the view is breathtaking. If I could possess a house like this, I would gladly forfeit a decade of my life. Jiang Wenjing gazed at the villa before her, her eyes brimming with envy. What's more, the price of the villas in Panlong Bay only escalates as one ascends. The most expensive is that one at the summit. I wonder which magnate has acquired it. Geng Shanshan remarked, her gaze drifting towards the mountain's peak. Chapter 23, a stroke of luck at that moment. A car passed before them, its window rolled down, revealing Chen Ping's face, adorned with a hint of a sardonic smile, as he scrutinized Geng Shanshan and her companions. Chen Ping? ISNT that him in the car? Fu Wei was the first to spot Chen Ping, exclaiming loudly. Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing soon noticed him too. Upon seeing the cold smirk on Chen Ping's face, Geng Shanshan was consumed with indignation. How did this guy manage to get in? Are these security guards utterly incompetent? Geng Shanshan yelled in fury. Could it be that he is indeed a resident here? Did you not see that the driver is also a security guard? They must have allowed him entry. Jiang Wenjing furrowed her brow, her expression one of perplexity. They continued their ascent up the mountain. Could it be that their villa lies above? Fu Wei tilted his head, watching as the vehicles grew increasingly distant and higher. It is impossible. Chen Ping could not possibly purchase a residence here. I am well aware of his family's modest means. Geng Shanshan vehemently denied the notion, convinced that Chen Ping could not afford to buy a house in this locale. Might it be a gift from the Su family? I recall President Su mentioning that Chen Ping had saved his life. Jiang Wenjing speculated thoughtfully. It is plausible. Fu Wei nodded in agreement. This fellow must have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune to have saved President Su. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have met his demise at the affluent hotel today. Geng Shanshan gritted her teeth, then opened the car door, declaring, "We must follow and see." Geng Shanshan was determined to ascertain whether Chen Ping truly possessed a property in this Longon Bay. Her Mercedes trailed closely behind, observing as the car carrying Chen Ping drove further towards the mountaintop. Could it be that Chen Ping's residence is the most expensive one at the summit? Jiang Wenjing exclaimed in shock, gazing at the vehicle ahead as it continued its ascent. How could that be? The house at the peak must be worth at least 100 million. Even if Chen Ping sold his entire family, he could not afford it. Even if it were a gift from the Su family, they could not be so generous as to present a mansion valued at 100 million. Fu Wei expressed his skepticism. However, soon enough, the vehicle ahead indeed reached the mountaintop, while Geng Shanshan's Mercedes was halted. "Hello, miss, you cannot proceed any further, as the area above is private property." A security guard halted Geng Shanshan's vehicle. Chen Ping had long noticed that Geng Shanshan and her companions were trailing behind, and upon seeing them intercepted, a cold smirk crept across his face. Upon reaching the mountain summit, they were enveloped in a mist that rendered the landscape ethereal, akin to a fairyland. Chen Baohua and Chen Ping were both awestruck by the breathtaking scenery, while Tang Hongying, though unable to see, reveled in the refreshing air that surrounded her, her face alight with ecstasy. Several security personnel diligently transported Chen Ping's belongings into the house. And after the captain of the security team offered his apologies once more, he took his leave. Mom, from now on, you and Dad will reside here. The air is exceptionally pure, ideal for your recuperation, Chen Ping said, grasping Tang Hongying's hand as they ventured into the villa. Upon entering, Chen Baohua was utterly astonished by the opulence that surrounded him, such grandeur he had never witnessed in his lifetime. At that moment, Chen Baohua opened his mouth, intending to apologize to Chen Ping for the misunderstanding, yet despite his efforts, the words remained unspoken. After a brief tour of the interior, Chen Ping remarked, Dad, Mom, allow me to show you around outside, so you can familiarize yourselves with the area and avoid getting lost later. Very well, very well. Speak kindly to your mother. Though she cannot see, she can certainly feel. Tang Hongying chuckled, her face adorned with wrinkles of joy. Rest assured, I will ensure your eyesight is restored. Chen Ping assured her as he led his parents out of the villa to admire the magnificent views atop the mountain. In Chapter 24, Meeting the Parents, Chen Ping introduced Tang Hongying to the surroundings while savoring the invigorating essence of nature, intermingled with a hint of spiritual vitality. To understand Chen Ping's cultivation, what he requires is spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is evidently more abundant than below, greatly facilitating Chen Ping's practice. This truly is an excellent place for cultivation. Chen Ping couldn't help but exclaim. What did you say? Tang Hongying inquired. Oh, it was nothing. I merely remarked that this is indeed a splendid place for retirement. Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile. As they retraced their steps, they discovered that Geng Shanshan and her companions had not yet departed. Upon seeing Chen Ping's arrival, the three of them focused their attention entirely on him. Chen Ping regarded Geng Shanshan and her friends with a cold smirk, separated by a gate that symbolically represented two distinct identities. Chen Ping looked down upon the trio, his gaze rife with disdain. Geng Shanshan felt her teeth grind in frustration as she struggled to comprehend how Chen Ping had become the master of the villa atop the mountain. Chen Ping, your friend is quite generous to lend you such a magnificent villa. When time permits, you ought to invite him for a meal, Tang Hongying remarked, oblivious to Geng Shanshan's presence. Certainly, Chen Ping nodded in agreement. How intriguing. It turns out it was borrowed. I had assumed it was his, Geng Shanshan thought. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her, I inquired with a friend, and it appears this villa belongs to the Su family. It seems Chen Ping has borrowed it to flaunt, Fu Wei stated as he glanced at his phone, reading the information. This fellow saved Su Wenzong's life. He intends to bask in the Su family's favor for a lifetime, even borrowing a villa to show off. Jiang Wenjing scoffed. The three individuals regarded Chen Ping with disdain, no longer feeling the previous sense of superiority. Even if the villa was borrowed, it surpassed their own circumstances. If they had the capability, they could confront him. Listening to their sour mockery, Chen Ping beckoned them with a casual gesture. Don't be so smug, Chen Ping. I don't believe the Su family will protect you for life. Geng Shanshan spat vehemently before turning away. They disliked the notion of looking up at Chen Ping in such a manner. Chen Ping, you should sever all ties with Geng Shanshan from now on. That kind of woman is as venomous as a viper. Anyone who gets too close will surely be bitten, Tang Hongying advised after hearing Geng Shanshan's words. Mom, I understand. Let's continue to explore, Chen Ping replied, supporting Tang Hongying as they wandered further, while Chen Baohua followed behind with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, Chen Ping noticed Su Yuqi approaching. Miss Su, what brings you here? He inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Please refrain from calling me Miss Su all the time. I have a name. Just call me Yuqi, Su Yuqi responded. I heard the security here on the phone, mentioning they suspected you of stealing the key, so I hurried over to prevent any misunderstandings. Chen Ping felt a wave of gratitude upon realizing that Su Yuqi had come specifically for this matter. It's all resolved now. The misunderstanding has been clarified. But there is one thing I need your assistance with. What is it? Just let me know, Su Yuqi nodded affirmatively. I told my parents that this house is borrowed. Since you're here, just go in and help me out by saying the house is lent by you. There are many things I prefer my parents not to know. Chen Ping whispered. This is easy. Chen Ping fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 25. Hidden meanings. I was just joking. Look how scared you are. Su Yuqi laughed as she stepped into the villa. Chen Ping forced a wry smile and followed her inside. In truth, the moment Su Yuqi mentioned meeting the parents, Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat. He was merely an ordinary person, While Su Yuqi was the daughter of the Su family, the disparity in their social standings was daunting. And it made him a bit anxious. Mom, Dad, this is my friend who lent me the house, Su Yuqi. Upon entering the villa, Chen Ping introduced her to Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying. As soon as they heard that the house belonged to her, Tang Hongying and Chen Baohua, who were sitting on the sofa, hurriedly stood up. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. I came in such a rush that I didn't bring any gifts for you. Su Yuqi said graciously. Miss Su, you are too kind. We are truly at a loss for words for your generosity in lending such a splendid house to our Chen Ping. Without you, we might never have the chance to live in such a beautiful home. Tang Hongying said humbly, and then nudged Chen Baohua beside her. Old man. Hurry and pour tea for Miss Su. Oh. Chen Baohua nodded eagerly. Just moments ago, Chen Baohua was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that Chen Ping had such a stunning friend. Judging by Su Yuqi's attire and demeanor, she undoubtedly hailed from an affluent family. Perhaps even a prestigious one, for it was inconceivable that she could afford a villa in Panlong Bay. If Chen Baohua were to learn that Su Yuqi was the daughter of Su Wenzong, the richest man in Hongcheng, he would likely be rendered speechless. Uncle, there's no need to be busy. I can manage on my own. Su Yuqi hurriedly approached and poured herself a cup of tea, subsequently serving Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying each a cup of red date tea. This was Su Yuqi's home, and she was well aware of where everything was kept. Uncle, Auntie, this is red date tea. It has a subtle sweetness, and it is very effective for lowering cholesterol and blood pressure, making it suitable for you seniors. Su Yuqi placed the tea before Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying. Miss Su is exceedingly gracious. Although I cannot see, I can discern from her voice that Miss Su is a remarkable beauty with a kind heart. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry her will undoubtedly have accumulated immense blessings over several lifetimes. Tang Hongying remarked with a hint of meaning in her words. Regardless of Su Yuqi's background, the mere fact that she would lend such an extravagant villa to Chen Ping indicated that she harbored no aversion towards him and perhaps even a fondness. After all, who would lend out such an expensive property to an ordinary friend? Thus, Tang Hongying contemplated how to glean more insight from Su Yuqi. Auntie, I am not as wonderful as you suggest. In truth, I have quite a temper. Chen Ping often complains about it and has even scolded me. Su Yuqi could easily discern the underlying meaning in Tang Hongying's words, and thus she smiled slightly, half-jokingly replying, Is that so? Tang Hongying was momentarily taken aback and promptly gestured to Su Yuqi, saying, Miss Su, please come and sit with me. My son Chen Ping is generally quite honest, though at times he can be as stubborn as a mule, a trait he undoubtedly inherited from his father. If he dares to raise his voice at you again, do inform me, and I shall give him a thorough reprimand. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi burst into laughter. As stubborn as a mule? While laughing, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Ping, who appeared quite embarrassed. Mom, please refrain from making such remarks. She's busy and doesn't have time to chat with you. Chen Ping intended for Su Yuqi to leave, fearing that Tang Hongying might utter more indiscreet comments. Oh, it's quite all right. I enjoy conversing with Auntie. To his surprise, Su Yuqi actually sat down beside Tang Hongying. This delighted Tang Hongying, who beamed widely, grasping Su Yuqi's hand as they engaged in conversation for over 2 hours, continuing until nightfall when Su Yuqi finally took her leave. Chapter 26. Cultivating Chen Ping. Miss Su is truly remarkable. One can tell from her discourse that she hails from a prominent family, yet she carries none of the airs typically associated with such status. You must put in considerable effort. After Su Yuqi's departure, Tang Hongying remarked to Chen Ping, Mom, we are merely ordinary friends. Chen Ping replied, exasperated. Chen Ping, I find Miss Su quite admirable. Heed your mother's advice and strive diligently. Your father has never been mistaken in his judgment of character. At this moment, Chen Baohua also interjected. It is important to note that Chen Baohua would not easily engage in conversation with Chen Ping unless he truly had feelings for Su Yuqi. It appears he has indeed taken a liking to her and has therefore encouraged Chen Ping. Enough of this. You all should refrain from meddling. Chen Ping, feeling somewhat speechless, retreated into his bedroom. Upon entering, he did not immediately lie down to rest, but instead sat cross-legged, gently closing his eyes. With a focused thought, he initiated the condensation technique, allowing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge toward him like a tidal wave. For the past 3 years, Chen Ping had diligently pursued his cultivation, never taking a single day off, as it was the requirement of the old dragonhead. Now that he had been released from prison, although the old dragonhead no longer had authority over him, Chen Ping remained steadfast in his commitment. Soon, the spiritual energy from the mountaintop began to flow into his body in tandem with his breathing, forming a small vortex around him before being absorbed within. Currently, Chen Ping was still at the qi refinement stage, which meant that the amount of spiritual energy he could absorb was limited. Even if he inhaled a substantial quantity, his body could not expend it all at once. He needed to progress gradually to enhance his strength. As time flew by, the sun began to rise on the horizon, prompting Chen Ping to slowly open his eyes. Letting out a long breath, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. The spiritual energy here was far purer and more abundant than that within the confines of the prison. After his cultivation, he felt no hint of fatigue whatsoever. Chen Ping, breakfast is ready, came the voice of Tang Hongying from outside. With that, Chen Ping stretched his limbs and stepped out of the room. Breakfast was prepared by Chen Baohua. A lavish spread indeed. Following the arrival of Su Yuqi yesterday, Chen Baohua's demeanor towards Chen Ping had softened considerably. At the very least, a smile graced his features, dispelling the rigidity that once characterized him. After the meal, Tang Hongying suggested that Chen Baohua accompany her for a stroll, while Chen Ping intended to descend the mountain and explore an antique market, hoping to procure a spiritually resonant brush and vermilion. His desire was to heal his mother's ailment swiftly, restoring her sight to the world. At the mountainside villa of Geng Shanshan, she, Fu Wei, and Jiang Wenjing had chosen to stay overnight. Geng Shanshan simmered with rage, recalling her wedding disrupted by Chen Ping's interference. The mere thought of him residing above her made her blood boil. Fu Wei, when will your friends arrive? She inquired. They'll be here soon. My friends are seasoned fighters. One of them can easily handle Chen Ping, and they all possess a strong sense of loyalty, Fu Wei replied, aware of Geng Shanshan's pent-up frustration. He had summoned a few acquaintances to confront Chen Ping, also seeking to avenge his own grievances. That sounds promising. I refuse to believe that Chen Ping will remain on this mountain forever. Surely the Su family cannot shelter him for a lifetime. Geng Shanshan clenched her teeth, exclaiming, that scoundrel broke Brother Lei's arm and ruined my wedding. He deserves a harsh fate. Once her indignation had been voiced, Geng Shanshan turned to Fu Wei and said, I shall visit Brother Lei in the hospital. The matter concerning Chen Ping is in your hands. Should you succeed, your reward will be substantial. No problem. Await my good news. Fu Wei nodded with joy. Chapter 27. An appetizer before the feast. Chen Ping descended the mountain, but just as he reached the midway point, he was intercepted by 4 or 5 individuals. Chen Ping, I have waited for you for quite some time. You have finally made your appearance. Fu Wei remarked with a disdainful smirk. Behind Fu Wei, several men brandished clubs, their expressions menacing. What do you want from me? Chen Ping replied, casting a cold glance at Fu Wei. If it's a fight you seek, you and your companions are insufficient to contend with me. Yesterday, I easily subdued over 10 members of the Xiao family. Do you truly believe a handful of you can challenge me? Haha, Chen Ping. You are likely unaware of the caliber of individuals I have brought today to speak so boldly. Soon, when you are on your knees begging for mercy, you will understand. Fu Wei laughed heartily, disregarding Chen Ping entirely. He had witnessed the previous day's encounter, where the dozen or so thugs were mere weaklings, easily dispatched by Chen Ping with a single blow each. However, today was different. The individuals he had summoned were seasoned fighters, capable of taking on 10 opponents each. More than sufficient to handle Chen Ping. It seems a slap was indeed too lenient. I should have broken your limbs then, to spare me the sight of your antics before me. Chen Ping retorted with a sidelong glance at Fu Wei. Damn it, you dare to bring up yesterday's incident? If I do not bring you to your knees begging for mercy today, I shall no longer bear the surname Fu. Fei Wei turned to the few individuals behind him and declared, brothers, bring this kid to his knees begging for mercy. There's a reward of 100,000 for the effort. Whether we earn this money depends solely on you. Upon hearing the mention of 100,000, the eyes of several individuals instantly sparkled with excitement. Rest assured, if you want him to cry, we will ensure he does not smile. If you want him on his knees, we will not allow him to stand. Just look at this weakling. With a single kick, I can make him wail. They disdainfully regarded Chen Ping, completely dismissing him as a threat. That 100,000 must be offered by Geng Shanshan, right? Chen Ping inquired of Fei Wei. Indeed. I have no qualms about telling you. Do you dare to provoke her? You've already crossed the son of the Xiao family, and they will not let you off easily. I'm merely giving you a taste of what is to come. Fei Wei nodded unabashedly. Well, it seems I truly should not hold back. Chen Ping replied with a hint of exasperation before suddenly launching a kick towards Fei Wei. With a resounding thud, Fei Wei was sent hurtling backward. The expressions of those who had just moments ago been so contemptuous froze in disbelief at the scene before them. To kick someone away requires tremendous strength. It appears Chen Ping truly possesses remarkable abilities. Coughing violently, Fei Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and then roared menacingly. Kill him, kill him. The 4 or 5 individuals exchanged glances, recalling the enticing reward of 100,000, and with gritted teeth, they charged forward. Indeed, these individuals are evidently well-trained and exhibit remarkable synergy. The noise is unbearable. With a cold snicker, Chen Ping charged forward. In less than half a minute, the martial artists that Fu Wei had summoned lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, their faces contorted in pain. Fu Wei was rendered speechless, swallowing hard. His expression one of utter astonishment. He could scarcely fathom what experiences had transformed Chen Ping into such a formidable opponent during his 3-year incarceration. It is worth noting that the very individuals he recruited hailed from a martial arts academy and had since garnered some renown in the underworld. Yet they were bested by Chen Ping. Are you still going to kill me? Chen Ping taunted, slowly advancing toward the prostrate Fu Wei. What do you intend to do? Fu Wei's face was a mask of terror as he stumbled backward. This was all Geng Shanshan's idea. However, before Fu Wei could finish his sentence, Chen Ping's foot came crashing down, landing directly on Fu Wei's arm. Fu Wei let out a piercing scream, followed by excruciating pain radiating through his entire arm. His arm was broken. Do not ever use Geng Shanshan to pressure me again. Whether it be her or that Xiao Lei, I shall not easily let them go, Chen Ping declared before turning on his heel and walking away, ignoring Fu Wei's anguished cries. Chapter 28. The reckless youth in the ancient artifact street of Hong City. One finds the largest antique market in all of Jiangbei. It attracts numerous enthusiasts of antiquities who come here to hunt for treasures. The streets are lined with stalls displaying an array of gold, silver, jade artifacts, coins, paintings, and various other curiosities. In this place, there is scarcely anything you cannot procure. However, the authenticity of the items relies solely on one's discernment. Even seasoned experts may find themselves taken aback here, for the art of forgery is remarkably advanced. All items are a mix of genuine and counterfeit. And whether one can unearth a treasure depends not only on personal expertise but also on sheer luck. Chen Ping had never set foot in such a locale before. And as he surveyed the dazzling array of goods, curiosity began to stir within him. Noticing Chen Ping's naive demeanor, many stall owners exhibited gleeful expressions. It was evident that he was a novice, a fresh face in this realm, easily duped. Young man, what is it that you seek? I possess everything here. And I assure you it's all authentic, exclaimed a corpulent stall owner, his face beaming with an overly enthusiastic smile. Leaning closer to Chen Ping, he whispered, I assure you, these items were unearthed from the ground, each with a history spanning millennia. If you manage to acquire one, I guarantee the value will double. Chen Ping cast a discerning glance over the stall owner's modest display, which spanned merely 2 meters and showcased a haphazard assortment of a dozen or so items. They appeared quite antiquated, with some bronze artifacts encrusted in verdigris. As Chen Ping focused on the stall, the rotund vendor became even more animated. Young brother, feel free to browse and see which piece captures your fancy. I am eager to sell these items due to a medical emergency at home. Otherwise, I would not part with them. Disregarding the stall owner's chatter, Chen Ping crouched down and picked up a rusted iron lump, scrutinizing it intently. Before me lies a collection of lifeless objects, yet amidst this desolation, an unassuming iron trinket emanates a faint aura of vitality. Young sir, you possess an exquisite eye for detail. This is a guard's waist token from the Qing dynasty. Though it has succumbed to the ravages of water and rust, it remains an artifact of the imperial court. If it piques your interest, I shall part with it for a mere 10,000. The rotund vendor, noticing Chen Ping's fascination with the iron relic, promptly extolled its virtues. This corpulent fellow seems poised to make a tidy profit, unaware of the true worth of this seemingly inconsequential piece of iron. Such naive youth, utterly oblivious, are the easiest to deceive. Surely, this transaction will leave him at the mercy of the vendor. The surrounding merchants exchanged whispers, casting envious glances toward the portly seller. Yet, there is indeed something remarkable about this item. Chen Ping nodded in agreement, feeling a growing resonance of energy within the relic. Upon observing his reaction, the vendor smirked discreetly before adopting a solemn demeanor. Of course, my goods are of the highest quality. I would never stoop to deception. Were it not for my family's illness, I would never relinquish this treasure for 10,000. It is my most cherished possession. As he spoke, the vendor's eyes glistened with tears, a feigned display of emotion. Chen Ping, witnessing the vendor's lackluster performance, could not help but smirk inwardly. 10,000 it is. I shall transfer the funds to you. Without hesitation, he produced his phone, ready to complete the transaction. Upon hearing this, the plump vendor burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Young man, you are indeed forthright. However, I must clarify one thing. Once this item is in your possession, it cannot be returned. Do not come seeking a refund later, for I shall not entertain such requests. Rest assured, since I have purchased it, I shall not seek a return. If it turns out poorly, I shall accept my misfortune." Chen Ping replied with a smile, promptly transferring 10,000 yuan to the vendor. Upon receiving the notification of the funds, the vendor's laughter grew even more pronounced. At this moment, a number of onlookers had already noticed Chen Ping's extravagant purchase of the rusted iron trinket for 10,000 yuan, and they began to murmur amongst themselves, pointing and smirking. They found it quite absurd that someone as youthful as Chen Ping would venture into the antique street, clearly a target for exploitation. Ignoring the whispers and the vendor's delighted chuckles, Chen Ping grasped the rusted iron piece and applied a slight pressure, causing the rust to flake off. With a soft crack, the iron trinket split open in Chen Ping's hands, the fissure widening rapidly. My word, this fellow possesses quite a grip. Did he spend 10,000 just to hone his strength? Observers noted his appearance did not suggest wealth. How audacious to damage something immediately after purchase. The crowd was left in disbelief. Even the plump vendor stared intently at Chen Ping, curious as to his next move. In no time, the iron trinket fractured completely, and a brilliant light emanated from within. A gem, no larger than a thumb, yet exquisitely translucent and a vibrant emerald green, revealed itself from inside. Chen Ping retrieved a piece of jade, discarding the rusted shell, and the ethereal aura emanated from this very jade. Imperial green. This is imperial green. I am fortunate. How fortunate. Is it possible that this lad knows the treasure concealed within? The crowd was rendered speechless, with the rotund vendor's eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Chen Ping examined the jade briefly before tucking it into his pocket, envisioning crafting a jade pendant for his mother, which would ward off the chill, repel evil, and nourish her health. Just as he prepared to depart, the stout vendor abruptly obstructed his path. "Young brother, let us negotiate. Sell me that stone," the vendor implored, his face beaming with a disingenuous smile. "Not for sale," Chen Ping replied, shaking his head as he attempted to sidestep the vendor and leave. Seeing Chen Ping's refusal and his determination to depart, the vendor's demeanor shifted abruptly. The warmth faded, replaced by a menacing glare. "Young brother, are you mistaken? That jade belongs to me. You cannot simply walk away with it." "Yours?" Chen Ping was taken aback. "I just purchased it. How can it be yours? There are so many witnesses. I sold you only that lump of iron on the ground. I did not sell you this jade. You may take the iron lump, but the jade must remain," the stout vendor declared, and at that moment, 5 or 6 burly men charged out from behind the building, each displaying a menacing demeanor. This was a dire predicament. The coveted treasure was slipping away, with the imperial green worth at least 1 million. In fact, it could easily exceed that value. The surrounding individuals expressed their pity for Chen Ping, yet none stepped forward to offer a word of support. Chen Ping glanced at the burly men before him, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. "Is this a black market? You openly rob people. Spare me your nonsense. Hand over the jade, and I shall let you leave. Otherwise, you shall not escape." The portly vendor had completely abandoned pretense, revealing his true nature. Having heard tales of the antique street being rife with deceit and trickery, he was now witnessing it firsthand. Today, he was eager to see what they would do if he refused to surrender the jade. Chen Ping merely chuckled coldly, displaying no trace of fear. His words had effectively offended the entire antique street, inciting numerous vendors to curse at him, urging the portly vendor to take action and teach Chen Ping a lesson. "You are courting death," the vendor bellowed, launching a punch towards Chen Ping. The wind whistled as the blow approached, indicating that the vendor had some training. Such speed and force could not be achieved without it. It was reasonable to assume that one would not dare to deceive others in their establishment without some skills to back it up. With a disdainful grunt, Chen Ping extended his hand, striking first with a swift palm that landed forcefully against the vendor's greasy face, sending him spinning before finally coming to a halt. One side of the vendor's face swelled, resembling that of a pig's, accentuated by his already round visage. "Get him! End him!" the vendor roared in fury. Several imposing figures charged at Chen Ping, their shouts echoing with rage. Bang! The sudden sound left everyone in shock. The previously boisterous vendors fell silent, with some even sneaking away, acutely aware that they had encountered someone formidable today. After a brief moment of astonishment, The rotund vendor, with a menacing expression, exclaimed, "You dare to cause a ruckus in the antique street? Do you know who protects this place? This is the territory of the Brotherhood, under the aegis of Master Hu. You might as well prepare for your demise." The vendor knew that uttering the name of the Brotherhood would make even the mightiest tremble. Many had caused disturbances in the antique street, including patrol leaders and other eminent figures. Yet when the Brotherhood was invoked, who would not obediently retreat? The Brotherhood? Chen Ping replied with a cold smile. "What if I say I am unafraid of the Brotherhood? What can you do about it? Who wouldn't fear the Brotherhood?" Just as Chen Ping's words hung in the air, a sharp voice pierced through the tension, and the crowd quickly parted to make way for a man with a scar running down the left side of his face. Following him were a dozen men, each exuding an air of menace. The vendors and onlookers displayed unmistakable signs of fear upon seeing them. The rotund vendor, upon sighting the man, immediately approached him, saying, "Scarface, this kid is causing trouble here and has snatched the jade I intended to present to Master Hu. It is Imperial Green, his favorite." The vendor's ability to adapt to the situation was truly remarkable. Imperial Green? Scarface's eyes lit up. "Kid, show me the jade. Are you one of Lin Tianhu's people?" Chen Ping inquired, directing his gaze towards Scarface. "How dare you utter the name of Lord Tiger?" exclaimed the portly vendor, his voice rising as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Ping. "This is none other than Scarface, the foremost general under Lord Tiger. The security of this antique street is managed by him." Ignoring the vendor's outburst, Chen Ping turned his gaze towards Scarface and revealed his ring. "Do you recognize this ring?" Scarface scrutinized the ring for a moment before scoffing. "What is there to recognize about a mere piece of copper? Hand over the jade, and I might overlook your disrespect towards Lord Tiger." Chen Ping produced a piece of jade, its emerald hue glimmering with radiance, capturing the attention of Scarface, whose eyes sparkled with greed. "Hurry, give it to me." Scarface beckoned eagerly. Playing with the jade, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly, "Since you do not recognize my ring, let us summon Lin Tianhu. If he wishes for this jade, I shall gladly part with it." "What did you say?" Scarface seethed with anger. "Do you think you can simply meet Lord Tiger at your whim? Who do you think you are? You are a fool who is courting danger, and it seems I must resort to violence. If you do not call him, I will," Chen Ping declared, pulling out his phone. "You have Lord Tiger's number?" Scarface's brow furrowed in disbelief. It was common knowledge that Lin Tianhu was not someone whose contact details were easily obtained. The fact that Chen Ping possessed such a number suggested he was no ordinary individual. 139,322. Chen Ping stated Lin Tianhu's number directly, looking at Scarface with an unwavering gaze. "Will you call, or shall I?" Chapter 31. A leisurely stroll. Scarface paused for a moment, then slowly retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Tianhu's number. Unfamiliar with Chen Ping's identity, he dared not allow him to contact Lin Tianhu. The call was soon connected, and Lin Tianhu's languid voice came through, indicating he had yet to rise at this hour. "Master Hu, there is a disturbance on Antique Street. Someone claims to know you and insisted I call you," Scarface said cautiously. "Who is it? What is his name?" Lin Tianhu inquired. "I'm not certain of his name, but he wears a bronze ring adorned with a dragon and appears to have a character for command inscribed upon it. He asked if I recognized him," Scarface replied. "Damn." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhu sprang from his bed in a panic. "Scarface, listen closely. You must treat this individual with utmost respect. Should you dare to displease him, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. Remember this well." With that, Lin Tianhu abruptly ended the call, hastily dressing before making his way to Antique Street. Scarface, hearing the busy signal on the other end, felt his complexion drain of color. Having followed Lin Tianhu for over a decade, he had never witnessed such alarm in him. Setting the phone down, he turned to Chen Ping, trembling as if he were a leaf in a tempest. Meanwhile, the rotund vendor remained oblivious to Scarface's distress, regarding Chen Ping with disdain. Just as he finished speaking, Scarface delivered a resounding slap to the vendor's face. "You insolent fool! What nonsense are you spouting? It is you who engages in coercive dealings. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. I can see you wish to vacate this place." The portly vendor was struck by the scar-faced man, leaving him utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, some astute individuals seemed to discern the underlying truth, realizing that Chen Ping must possess formidable backing. "My apologies, sir. Please take a moment to rest. Our esteemed master who will arrive shortly," the scar-faced man said obsequiously. Following Chen Ping, he was unaware that Chen Ping was the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. In fact, many members of the Brotherhood of Valor were oblivious to their affiliation with the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Such secrets were known only to a select few insiders. Upon hearing that Lin Tianhu was on his way, Chen Ping decided to wait. Wandering aimlessly would yield no results in locating the spirit brush and vermilion. Since Lin Tianhu was well acquainted with the antique street, Chen Ping intended to console them. Hurry and fetch a chair for the gentleman. The scar-faced man kicked the portly vendor with force. The vendor, stunned, hurriedly retrieved a chair from within the room for Chen Ping to sit. After approximately 10 minutes, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air, and Lin Tianhu leapt from his car, rushing over. As he approached, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Lin Tianhu, breathless, reached Chen Ping and exclaimed, "Sir, Mr. Chen, had you informed me of your visit to the antique street beforehand, I could have accompanied you. I am quite familiar with this area. I am merely browsing," Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. "How dare they exploit my name to deceive others here? It is utterly disgraceful." Lin Tianhu cursed vehemently. "Smash the stall, break this fellow's limbs, and throw him out. He shall never set foot in the antique street again." The portly stall owner, upon hearing this, was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. "Master Hu, please spare me," he pleaded desperately. However, his entreaties fell on deaf ears. Soon, anguished cries echoed as the portly stall owner was carried away. The onlookers turned pale with terror, especially those stall owners nearby who had just yelled at Chen Ping, some of whom were so frightened they nearly soiled themselves. Chapter 32. Ancient Inquiry. Scarface. "Tell these people to leave. What is there to see?" Lin Tianhu directed Scarface. "Leave. All of you. What is there to see? If anyone dares to engage in coercive buying and selling again, this will be your fate," Scarface bellowed, sending everyone fleeing in panic. "Mr. Chen, may I inquire what kind of items you are interested in? There is nothing of value here, merely trinkets. The genuine treasures lie deeper within," Lin Tianhu said to Chen Ping. "I am seeking a spiritual brush and vermilion. I wonder if you have any here," Chen Ping replied. Lin Tianhu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what a spiritual brush was, and believed vermilion was ubiquitous. Yet, he dared not question further and respectfully responded, "Mr. Chen, allow me to lead you to several antique shops. You may find what you seek. I am not very knowledgeable in this field." "Very well, lead the way." Chen Ping nodded. Lin Tianhu took the lead, as the proprietors of the antique shops eagerly displayed their prized possessions, yet not a single item caught Chen Ping's eye. At this moment, Lin Tianhu found himself in a quandary. "Mr. Chen, the antique street is quite limited, and nearly all the exquisite items are here. Yet it appears we have yet to find what you seek. Shall I send my brothers to search elsewhere?" "No need," Chen Ping interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Such items are serendipitous finds. Even if you were to stumble upon them, it would be of no avail if you lack the discerning eye." Lin Tianhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the futility of the suggestion. Since nothing was available, Chen Ping had no desire to linger. However, just as he was about to depart, Lin Tianhu seemed to recollect something and called out, "Mr. Chen, wait a moment. Is there something else?" Chen Ping inquired. "Indeed. I just remembered a place that may possess what you need," Lin Tianhu replied. Upon finishing his statement, he summoned a vehicle and invited Chen Ping to join him. During their ride, Lin Tianhu elaborated on their destination. It turned out to be a residence owned by a gentleman named Gu Wentian, a former high-ranking official who had retired from provincial government service. After his retirement, Gu Wentian constructed a home in a picturesque area of Hongcheng, where he now enjoys his twilight years. However, Gu Wentian harbors a particular passion collecting antiques. His residence is a veritable treasure trove filled with artifacts, some of which have been sourced from abroad. In comparison, the antique street pales in significance to Gu Wentian's estate. Chen Ping was astonished to learn that such a prominent figure resided in the modest city of Hongcheng. Had it not been for his 3 years of tutelage under the old dragon head, an ordinary individual like Chen Ping would have never encountered such illustrious personalities. Soon, an elderly man with a gray beard and a cane emerged. Upon seeing Lin Tianhu, he laughed heartily and said, "It is indeed a rare occasion for you, Master Hu, to grace us with your presence." "Old sir, you flatter me. Just call me Xiao Hu or Lin Tianhu, in your presence." "How could I dare to claim such a title?" Lin Tianhu quickly stepped forward, his face adorned with polite smiles. Though he had retired, the provincial official still wielded considerable influence, and thus Lin Tianhu was careful not to offend him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Tianhu, Gu Wentian turned his gaze towards Chen Ping, scrutinizing him before asking, "Master Hu, this young man seems somewhat unfamiliar. Is he—" "Oh, this is Mr. Chen. I have brought Mr. Chen along to trouble you, and I hope you will not take offense," Lin Tianhu hastily clarified. Upon hearing Lin Tianhu refer to the barely 20-year-old Chen Ping as Mr., Gu Wentian's eyes flickered with a moment of surprise, though it quickly vanished. Chapter 33. The Dragon Throne, please. Both of you, come in. Gu Wentian nodded slightly to Chen Ping, acknowledging him. In his view, a young man in his 20s, referred to as Mr. by Lin Tianhu, must come from a wealthy and influential family, warranting such respect, not due to personal prowess. As Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping entered Gu Wentian's residence, Chen Ping was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The courtyard was adorned with several trees as thick as one could embrace, casting vast shadows over the sunlit ground. As they continued forward, the sight of rockeries and flowing water, along with pavilions and corridors, exuded a profound antiquity. These ancient trees, they must possess considerable age, right? Chen Ping inquired, gazing at the majestic trees. The abundant spiritual energy emanates from these venerable giants. Indeed, Mr. Chen, Lin Tianhu elucidated, these ancient trees all boast histories spanning several hundred years. It is precisely because of their presence that this time-honored courtyard was established here. Chen Ping nodded slightly, beginning to comprehend why Gu Wentian, a distinguished official of the provincial government, chose this small city of Hongcheng to spend his twilight years. This locale is suffused with rich spiritual energy, making it an ideal sanctuary for retirement. Moreover, prolonged residence here, nourished by such vitality, would undoubtedly rejuvenate one's physique. After traversing a corridor, Gu Wentian led Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping into the grand hall. The space was adorned with antique furnishings, each piece steeped in history, some over a century old. At the center of the hall stood a magnificent dragon chair, intricately carved with 9 mighty dragons. A golden yellow cushion rested atop the chair, suggesting it was frequently occupied. Chen Ping observed the dragon chair, a hint of perplexity crossing his brow. Please, take a seat. Gu Wentian gestured casually before settling himself into the dragon chair. Once Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping were seated, Gu Wentian signaled for tea to be served. Master Hu, it is said that one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Gu Wentian was well aware that Lin Tianhu had come with a matter of significance. Lin Tianhu glanced at Chen Ping, who then spoke. We understand that the Ancient One is fond of collecting, so we would like to inquire if there are any spiritual brushes here, those esteemed writing instruments used by illustrious scholars of antiquity, as well as vermilion made from the blood of animals. Spiritual brushes? Gu Wentian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Of course, we would not take anything from the Ancient One without due compensation. Whatever the price may be, Lin Tianhu shall not bargain. Lin Tianhu hastily added, wishing to alleviate any concerns Gu Wentian might have. Master Hu, such remarks are unnecessary. Gu Wentian replied with a serene smile. If I possess such items, I would not hesitate to gift them to you. What significance does wealth hold for me? Indeed, the Ancient One regards wealth as trifling. Lin Tianhu nodded vigorously. However, brushes are consumables, and it is nearly impossible to preserve those that have been used. As for the vermilion made from animal blood, I have never even heard of it. Gu Wentian shook his head, but then continued. However, you may find more of such items in the Taoist temple, as those priests require brushes for talisman drawing and exorcising spirits. Their brushes might possess a certain spiritual essence. Upon hearing Gu Wentian's words, Chen Ping's heart leaped with joy. He had completely overlooked this. The brushes used by those priests for exorcism and talisman drawing would surely have spiritual significance, along with the vermilion they employed. He could simply visit the Taoist temple to seek these items, rather than scouring the antique street. Thank you for your wise guidance, Ancient One. Chen Ping rose and bowed respectfully to Gu Wentian. Ha ha ha. No need for such formality, I merely mentioned it in passing. Gu Wentian chuckled heartily. Ancient One, may I inquire about the origin of the dragon throne upon which you sit? Chen Ping inquired. Gu Wentian gently caressed the dragon throne beneath him, clearly showing his fondness for it. Chapter 34. Nightmare. The dragon throne is a symbol of status, imbuing its occupant with an imposing presence. While Gu Wentian possessed many treasures, this throne was his most cherished possession, and he would often sit upon it to bask in the grandeur of an emperor's authority from yesteryears. Ancient One, I advise you to burn the dragon throne. Perhaps it would allow you to prolong your life. Chen Ping urged Gu Wentian. What do you mean? Gu Wentian furrowed his brow. In your youthful arrogance, are you cursing my demise? Anger flared within him, had it not been for Lin Tianhu's favor. Chen Ping would never have been granted entry to his courtyard. The audacity of Chen Ping's words incensed Gu Wentian. Ancient One, please temper your wrath. Mr. Chen's words surely carry weight, Lin Tianhu hastily interjected, turning to Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, if you have disowned something, I implore you to disclose it. For the Ancient One is not an outsider. Lin Tianhu was well aware of Chen Ping's capabilities, after all. It was his prowess that had earned him the position of the Dragon Hall's leader. Young man, should you fail to articulate your reasoning today, none shall come to your aid. Gu Wentian scoffed, rising from the dragon throne. Chen Ping remained unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this dragon throne is a genuine relic of an emperor belonging to the Ming dynasty. Yet, it is steeped in malevolence. If I am not mistaken, a former emperor perished upon this very throne, which would explain the overwhelming aura of resentment that surrounds it. The reason why Gu, seated upon the dragon throne, felt no particular sensation was due to the abundance of spiritual energy in this place, a land of exceptional merit, which temporarily suppressed the malevolent aura residing upon the throne. However, now the 9 dragons upon the throne were entirely engulfed in resentment. If one were to remain here any longer, their life would surely be at stake. Did you not notice that the dragon heads upon the throne have subtly darkened? Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Gu's body involuntarily trembled, and he hastily glanced at his dragon throne, only to discover that the 9 dragon heads indeed bore a color distinct from the rest, appearing somewhat ashen and darkened. Do not frighten me with your words. The darkening of the dragon heads is merely a consequence of age and oxidation. The notion of a vengeful aura is utter nonsense. Gu exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table. If you choose not to believe, so be it. Chen Ping scoffed with disdain. I had intended to spare your life out of gratitude for your warning, yet you remain ungrateful. Perhaps this is your fate. Do not be deceived by your current state of well-being. Every night you are plagued by nightmares of being ensnared by a serpent, awakening in a state of suffocation. You have endured such dreams for at least a month. With that, Chen Ping turned to leave. Mr. Chen, Lin Tianhu called out awkwardly, hastily following after him. At this moment, Gu stood frozen, his mind in turmoil, for he had never confided in anyone about his dreams. How could Chen Ping possibly know, and with such precision? Wait. Gu hurriedly chased after Chen Ping, calling out to him. What is it? Have I struck a chord? Chen Ping inquired, turning to face Gu. Gu Wantian's face was suffused with embarrassment as he finally nodded and said, Mr. Chen is correct. I have been plagued by nightmares recently, and I find myself trapped in the same dream repeatedly. It has troubled me for quite some time. In that dream, the serpents represent the 9 dragons on this throne. Currently, the 9 dragons are filled with resentment, and they have yet to turn completely black. If these 9 dragons were to transform entirely into darkness, even a celestial being would be powerless to save you. Chen replied in a calm manner. Then what shall I do now? At this moment, Yu Wentian had begun to trust Chen. You must incinerate the throne. It cannot be destroyed by ordinary flames. Instead, you must ignite it with paper money. Ensuring that it is utterly consumed, Chen instructed. But Gu Wentian gazed at the throne, his eyes filled with regret. He knew that this throne had been acquired with great effort from abroad, and the thought of burning it made him reluctant. Thus, he turned to Chen and asked, Mr. Chen, is there no alternative to destroying the throne? Chapter 35, The Resentful Dragon. Indeed, there is. Chen nodded affirmatively. I can absorb the resentment from the throne and eliminate these vengeful dragons. Upon hearing this, Gu Wentian was filled with immense joy. Then I implore you, Mr. Chen, to take action. Why should I assist you? In your eyes, am I not merely a charlatan? Chen scoffed coldly. Hearing this, Gu Wentian was instantly filled with shame. Mr. Chen, it was my folly and ignorance that led me to offend you. I sincerely hope you can overlook my transgressions and grant me the chance to save my life. Gu Wentian's demeanor was earnest, his face a portrait of genuine supplication directed towards Chen. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianhu addressed Chen Ping, saying, Mr. Chen, Gu Lao did not intend to offend. I hope you can assist him. In the future, we may still have need of Gu Lao's services. Lin Tianhu's meaning was quite clear. As the Brotherhood Hall develops in Hongqing, there will be situations where they will require Gu Wantian's assistance. By aiding Gu Wentian now, Chen Ping would essentially be supporting the Heavenly Dragon Hall as well. As long as Mr. Chen finds use for me, I will not hesitate to lend my aid. Gu Wentian quickly expressed his agreement. Observing this, Chen Ping nodded and remarked, I shall help you vanquish these resentful dragons. With that, Chen Ping approached the dragon throne, placing a hand upon one of the dragon heads. Suddenly, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The intricately carved giant dragon began to emanate a faint golden glow. Following this, a series of mournful dragon roars echoed through the space. Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian were both taken aback, witnessing the 9 dragons stirring beneath the golden light. They ascended into the air, enveloped in dark mist, their expressions filled with fury as they glared at Chen Ping, as though he had disrupted their nefarious plans. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in this ominous aura, leaving Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian gasping for breath. The ancient trees in the courtyard seemed to sense the disturbance, swaying of their own accord, their leaves rustling in a cacophony. Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian stood in stunned silence before the imposing dragons, particularly Gu Wentian, who was drenched in sweat. This was the very throne he sat upon daily. And to discover such malevolent entities within it sent chills down his spine. The phantoms of vengeful dragons dared to wreak havoc. Chen Ping maintained a demeanor of indifference as he flicked his fingers, causing streams of golden light to swiftly penetrate the bodies of the colossal dragons. In the wake of this, resonant dragon roars echoed through the air, and the once mighty dragons vanished, transforming into swirling clouds of dark mist that enveloped Chen Ping. With a sudden inhalation, he drew all the dark mist into his being, restoring tranquility to the hall in an instant. The ancient technique of the old dragon had truly proved to be a remarkable treasure, capable of refining vengeful energy. Chen Ping felt a surge of joy. This technique not only refined spiritual energy, but could also transmute resentment and anger into his own strength. He could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his power after assimilating the vengeful energy. After a considerable moment, Gu Wentian emerged from his stupor and hurriedly bowed to Chen Ping, expressing, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your life-saving grace. It shall remain etched in my memory forever." "There's no need for such formality. We merely seek mutual benefit," Chen Ping replied, dismissing the gesture with a wave of his hand. The absorption and refinement of this vengeful energy proved far more effective than months of arduous training. Gu Wentian appeared momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend Chen Ping's meaning. Yet he refrained from probing further, recognizing that the existence of someone like Chen Ping, akin to an immortal, encompassed many facets beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. "Mr. Chen, what about this dragon chair?" Gu Wentian inquired cautiously, glancing at the now transformed dragon chair, which had reverted to an ordinary seat devoid of purpose beyond psychological satisfaction. "However, the ancient trees in the courtyard require your diligent care. They are the true essence of longevity and vitality," Chen Ping remarked, directing his gaze towards the few venerable trees outside. "Regrettably, these ancient trees cannot be transplanted, otherwise Chen Ping would certainly wish to procure a few to adorn the summit of Panlong Bay. The ethereal energy emitted by these ancient trees would perfectly assist him in his cultivation." Chapter 36. Is it impossible? Very well. I shall ensure that someone is assigned to meticulously care for those ancient trees. Furthermore, I will procure the spirit brush and vermilion that Mr. Chen requires. I am well acquainted with Taoist Master Xu from Lamingguan, Gu Wentian remarked. "If Mr. Chen does not mind, I shall have my servants prepare a meal right here," Gu Wentian inquired cautiously. At this moment, Gu Wentian held an immense admiration for Chen Ping, seeking every opportunity to curry favor with him. Seeing Gu Wentian's demeanor, Chen Ping nodded. "Then I shall impose upon you, esteemed elder." "Not at all, not at all," Gu Wentian exclaimed with great delight, promptly commanding his servants to begin preparations for the meal. Meanwhile, at Hongqing Hospital, Xiao Lei's arm had been expertly bandaged, with Geng Shanshan attending to him. "That Chen Ping. Once I recover, I shall undoubtedly make him pay," Xiao Lei bellowed, venting his pent-up fury. The fracture of his arm had disrupted his wedding, rendering the Xiao family a laughingstock in Hongqing, a grievance he could not swallow. "Brother Lei, please do not be angry. I have instructed Fu Wei to find someone to deal with Chen Ping. This time, we have enlisted skilled practitioners who will surely be able to severely injure him," Geng Shanshan said while peeling an orange. If it weren't for the Su family intervening, Chen Ping would have been dead long ago. Xiao Lei gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with a cold glint as he seized the orange Geng Shanshan had peeled and tossed it into his mouth. At that moment, Geng Shanshan's phone rang. Upon answering, her expression swiftly changed, and she promptly hung up the call. "Who was it?" Xiao Lei inquired. "It was Fu Wei," she replied. "He said that they were all beaten by Chen Ping, and Fu Wei's arm has been broken." Geng Shanshan furrowed her brows and remarked, "What has Chen Ping learned in prison for 3 years? How has he become so formidable?" "Useless. It is your classmates who are worthless. What capable fighters could they possibly find? Such trash. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Xiao Lei's anger surged even more. He gazed at Geng Shanshan and abruptly pulled her toward him, tearing her clothing apart. "Ah, Lei go!" Geng Shanshan exclaimed, startled. After all, they were in a hospital room. Yet, Xiao Lei was beyond caring. He needed to vent his fury. However, as he prepared to unleash his wrath, he discovered that he was unable to proceed. Panic set in. He could not comprehend his predicament. Could a broken arm affect other areas as well? Lei Gu, are you perhaps too tense? Geng Shanshan inquired cautiously. Tense your head. Just lie down properly. Xiao Lei shoved Geng Shanshan away and began to fidget. Yet no matter how hard he tried, nothing seemed to work. At that moment, Xiaoyan entered the room. Upon seeing his son in such a compromising situation with Geng Shanshan, his face flushed red, and he cleared his throat twice. Xiao Lei was startled, and Geng Shanshan hastily donned her clothes. This is simply outrageous. Your arm is broken. Can you behave like this? Xiaoyan scolded Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei lowered his head, his eyes brimming with fury as he declared, Father, I want Chen Ping dead. I will ensure his demise. At this moment, he attributed his own failures to Chen Ping, blaming him for the injury that had incapacitated his arm. In truth, it was indeed Chen Ping's doing, but not through the breaking of his arm. Rather, it was during the incident at the Geng family estate when Chen Ping had effectively stripped Xiao Lei of his manhood. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on your recovery. I intend to investigate Chen Ping. The fact that even Lin Tianhu refrains from taking action against him intrigues me. I shall ascertain whether this boy possesses some hidden power. Although Xiaoyan was equally incensed, he remained clear-headed, understanding that Lin Tianhu's inaction regarding Chen Ping was surely for a reason. Chapter 37. The flattery is well executed. Father, that scoundrel. Silence. Before Xiao Lei could finish, Xiaoyan shot him a fierce glare, rendering him speechless. Uncle Xiao, I know Chen Ping all too well. He lacks any substantial background or influence. We have been together since university. His father was merely a civil servant who has long since been dismissed and is now sweeping the streets. Do not let him intimidate you. Geng Shanshan, having arranged her attire, addressed Xiaoyan. You know nothing. Xiaoyan retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Geng Shanshan. Your narrow-mindedness is astounding. Had it not been for you, Lei would not have ended up in this situation. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. With that, Xiaoyan departed. In truth, he opposed the marriage between Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan, as the two families were ill-suited for one another. Yet, it remained a mystery how Geng Shanshan had bewitched Xiao Lei to the extent that he insisted on marrying her. Geng Shanshan's face flushed with a blend of crimson and pallor as she endured Xiaoyan's scathing remarks, yet she dared not utter a word of rebuttal. If she aspired to wed into affluence, such was the price to pay. That wretched Chen Ping, I shall not spare him. Geng Shanshan seethed after Xiaoyan's departure. Unable to confront Xiaoyan and Xiao Lei, she could only vent her frustrations upon Chen Ping. In the Gu family estate, Gu Wentian, Lin Tianhu, and Chen Ping reveled in their camaraderie over drinks, the atmosphere of their meal quite jovial. The servants, observing the young Chen Ping engaging in light-hearted banter with two prominent figures of Hong City, were filled with envy. Mr. Chen, today is merely a casual meal. Tomorrow, I shall host a grand banquet at the Rich Hotel, inviting dignitaries from both the political and business realms of Hong City to attend. I intend to formally introduce Mr. Chen, Gu Wentian declared with a flourish. His intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to pave a path for Chen Ping, ensuring that after this banquet, no one in Hong City would dare to provoke him. Chen Ping wished to decline, preferring to keep a low profile and focus solely on his cultivation, awaiting the arrival of July 15th. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lin Tianhu interjected, in that case, I must extend my gratitude to the elder Gu on behalf of Mr. Chen. With this introduction, Mr. Chen shall find it much easier to navigate Hong City. Seeing Lin Tianhu speak on his behalf, Chen Ping refrained from further objections and simply nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, Elder Gu is too kind. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Ping and Lin Tianhu took their leave. Master, I have just accepted an invitation on your behalf, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Although our Tianlong Hall's gathering hall is rapidly developing and expanding its influence, we find ourselves at a standstill outside Hong City, where numerous factions are eyeing our territory with keen interest. Therefore, we must continually strengthen our network of relationships. Lin Tianhu explained softly to Chen Ping in the car. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Are you the local emperor in Hong City? Is there anyone bold enough to oppose you? Chen Ping could not comprehend why Lin Tianhu, who was akin to a deity in Hong City, would face opposition. Aside from political figures, who would dare provoke him? Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Lin Tianhu replied, Master, that is merely the flattery of ordinary folk. Beyond our gathering hall in Hong City, there are also the Red Dragon Gang and the Star and Moon sect, among countless smaller factions. Our gathering hall is a sworn enemy of the Red Dragon Gang, and we engage in conflicts every year, each side suffering losses. However, the leader of the Red Dragon Gang, Feng Sihai, has mastered some formidable skills from an unknown source, and I fear I may not stand a chance against him now. Observing Lin Tianhu, Chen Ping could discern that his years had not been particularly kind. The glamour seen by outsiders was but fade, as individuals of their ilk constantly faced life-threatening dangers. If anyone troubles you, simply direct them to me. Chen Ping stated calmly. Since the gathering hall was under his command, he could not remain indifferent. Lin Tianhu's spirits lifted at this assurance. With your words, master, I fear nothing. If you intervene, even the most formidable spirits must yield, let alone a mere Feng Sihai. Today, Lin Tianhu was profoundly shaken upon witnessing Chen Ping vanquish the 9 vengeful dragons, his admiration reaching an almost reverential level. Chen Ping smiled, taken aback by Lin Tianhu's unexpected flattery. Chapter 38. Breakthrough uninterrupted. Chen Ping immersed himself in meditation within his chamber. He was acutely aware of the limited time available for cultivation, for the uncertainties of what awaited him on the 15th of July loomed large. Although the old dragon head had promised a significant opportunity on that day, who could ascertain whether this fortune would be accompanied by peril? Seated in a lotus position, he silently recited the heart-focusing technique, feeling the energies within his dantian begin to swirl. Gradually, the surrounding spiritual essence was drawn into his being. He neglected even his evening meal, dedicating the entire night to his practice. When Chen Ping finally opened his eyes, he exhaled a cloud of turbid energy. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the vengeful dragons. Clenching his fist gently, he sensed the robust strength surging within him. He had achieved a breakthrough. Now, he had ascended to the 5th level of Qi training. It was a remarkable feat, considering that during his 3 years in captivity, even with the guidance of the old dragon head, he had only managed to reach the 4th level. Yet, after absorbing the energy of the 9 vengeful dragons just yesterday, he had surged forward to the 5th level, a development that filled him with elation. Chen Ping seemed to have discovered a method for accelerated cultivation. By absorbing negativity and hatred, his progress would multiply exponentially. Unfortunately, such energies were rare and elusive, leaving him to ponder where he might procure an abundance of such vengeful remnants. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping rose from his bed and tidied his attire. Is it Miss Su? Although I cannot see, I can certainly discern your movements by sound. At that moment, the voice of Tang Hongying resonated from the living room. Aunt, you truly are remarkable. Su Yuqi smiled and said, please refrain from calling me Miss all the time. Let us be more familiar. Just call me Yuqi. Indeed. My apologies for being too formal. I shall call you Yuqi from now on. Tang Hongying replied with a beaming smile, nodding repeatedly. You must be here to see Chen Ping, right? He is still in his bedroom. Chen Ping, hurry up. Yuqi is here for you. Tang Hongying shouted towards Chen Ping's room. Aunt, there's no need to shout. I'll go call him. Su Yuqi said, striding directly toward Chen Ping's bedroom. As Tang Hongying listened to Su Yuqi's footsteps, she felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping with joy. This boy has been deceiving me. Claiming she was merely a friend, would a mere friend venture directly to the bedroom? I am eager to see what my future daughter-in-law looks like. Tang Hongying murmured to herself. Dear, let me tell you, Miss Su's beauty is unparalleled in the entirety of Hongqing. Qin Baoguo whispered into Tang Hongying's ear. Is that so? Tang Hongying replied, somewhat surprised. She knew that Qin Baoguo had very discerning tastes. He had staunchly opposed Chen Ping's previous relationship with Geng Shanshan. If he could say such a thing now, then Su Yuqi must indeed be exquisite. My son is incredibly capable. Right after emerging from his previous relationship, he found such a girlfriend, and he kept it from us. Tang Hongying's face radiated pride. Of course. Just look at whom our son takes after. With me leading the way, he can't go wrong. At this moment, Chen Baoguo was exceedingly pleased with Chen Ping. The formerly sullen expression on his face now constantly bore a smile. All right, enough of the chatter. Take me out for a stroll. Let the children enjoy their time alone. Tang Hongying declared, pulling Chen Baoguo out of the villa. Meanwhile, Su Yuqi entered Chen Ping's bedroom. Upon seeing Chen Ping fully dressed and standing by the bed, Su Yuqi was momentarily taken aback. Haven't you already gotten up? What? Do you not want me to rise and wish to see me undress instead? Chen Ping jested. Pfft, who would want to see you undress? Su Yuqi shot him a glare, though inwardly she felt a surge of excitement. Chen Ping's playful banter indicated a significant improvement in their relationship. I need to discuss something with you. Come with me. Without giving him a chance to respond, Su Yuqi took Chen Ping by the hand and led him away. Chen Ping was about to inquire where they were going, but Su Yuqi swiftly ushered him into the car. Noticing the time, he realized there was still ample time before the banquet hosted by Gu Wentian, so he allowed Su Yuqi to lead him wherever she wished. Chapter 39. Shopping for clothes. Tianyuan Mall, a renowned shopping destination in Hongqing, home to nearly every major brand. Chen Ping was somewhat astonished that Su Yuqi had brought him here. "Are you asking me to accompany you shopping?" he asked timidly. Accompanying a girl to the mall could indeed be a daunting experience. Chen Ping had felt this dread before when he once spent an entire day shopping with Geng Shanshan, which had left him with a lasting psychological scar. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to accompany me?" Su Yuqi inquired, turning her gaze towards Chen Ping. "Not at all." Chen Ping shook his head. In truth, he felt a sense of pride accompanying Su Yuqi through the mall. After all, her identity and beauty were unparalleled. How many would envy him for being with such a girl? However, Chen Ping had matters to attend to at noon and had already made a promise to Gu Wentian. He couldn't possibly leave him hanging. "I have some business to attend to at noon. I fear it might delay us," Chen Ping stated candidly. "I don't care about your affairs. Your primary task now is to accompany me shopping," Su Yuqi declared, tugging Chen Ping into the mall. Amidst the dazzling array of goods, Su Yuqi led Chen Ping directly to the men's clothing section, eagerly selecting garments to hold against him. "Are you planning to buy me clothes?" Chen Ping inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Who else would I buy for? My wardrobe is already overflowing," Su Yuqi replied, her hands busily sifting through the selections. Ultimately, she chose a suit and handed it to Chen Ping, insisting, "Go try this on." Chen Ping stood momentarily still, holding the suit, while Su Yuqi urged, "What? Do you want me to go in there with you?" "No need." Chen Ping quickly shook his head and hastened into the fitting room. Seeing Chen Ping's flustered demeanor, Su Yuqi couldn't help but chuckle, her gaze softening with affection. When Chen Ping emerged in the suit, Su Yuqi's eyes sparkled with delight as she appraised him from head to toe, visibly astonished. "I never imagined you had such potential. In this suit, you look remarkably handsome." Observing Su Yuqi's infatuated expression, Chen Ping could not help but glance at his reflection in the mirror, discovering that he had indeed become quite handsome. Since his imprisonment, where he had trained under the esteemed old dragon, Chen Ping's desires for material possessions had waned significantly. Now that he had been released, although he possessed wealth, he still donned his old attire and had never contemplated acquiring new garments. He believed that time spent shopping would be better spent on further cultivation. "What exactly do you intend to take me for? To a wedding?" Chen Ping inquired of Su Yuqi. "Do not concern yourself. This is far more important than a wedding," Su Yuqi exclaimed, dragging Chen Ping along to purchase new shoes and a watch, transforming him into an image of a wealthy and handsome gentleman. Resigned to his fate, Chen Ping found himself being led about by Su Yuqi, accumulating an increasing array of possessions, ties, belts, and even a lighter. Su Yuqi had extravagantly spent tens of thousands to adorn Chen Ping with these items. The total cost of his ensemble surely exceeded several hundred thousand. Was this not a tad excessive? Dressed in such finery, Chen Ping felt a sense of trepidation in walking. He struggled to comprehend the mindset of affluent individuals like Su Yuqi, spending over 100,000 on a single outfit and thousands on a lighter. What significance did this hold? The extravagance lies in the fact that you previously dressed so modestly. From now on, I shall not allow you to appear thus, otherwise I would be the subject of ridicule, Su Yuqi stated nonchalantly. Yet, upon uttering these words, she immediately felt she had misspoken, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chen Ping, having overheard, smiled faintly. "If I dress modestly, why would anyone mock you?" As Chen Ping posed a question, Su Yuqi's face flushed deeper, and she could only glare at him, saying, "I have publicly declared my intention to be your girlfriend, so naturally, others take it seriously. Your shabby attire is nothing but a slap in my face. I shan't converse with you any longer. I am heading to the restroom. Please wait for me here." Finding an excuse, Su Yuqi hurriedly departed. Chapter 40. An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend. Chen Ping chuckled and remained in place, awaiting Su Yuqi's return. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mall, Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing had also arrived for a shopping excursion. Yesterday, Geng Shanshan had been scolded, and today she resolved to indulge in retail therapy to uplift her spirits. "Shanshan, look quickly. There's a handsome guy standing across from us. Just his silhouette is utterly captivating," Jiang Wenjing exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing Jiang Wenjing's words, Geng Shanshan promptly looked up and indeed spotted a tall young man clad in a suit, standing upright across the way. Even from behind, One could perceive the noble aura that emanated from him. Could he possibly be a backview killer? Geng Shanshan whispered. Impossible. I can sense it. He must surely be a striking gentleman. Shanshan, you are already with young Master Xiao, so this handsome fellow is all mine, Jiang Wenjing declared, eagerly striding forward. Intrigued, Geng Shanshan hastily followed suit. Excuse me, are you waiting for someone? Jiang Wenjing approached and gently tapped the young man's shoulder. However, when he turned around, both Jiang Wenjing and Geng Shanshan were left utterly speechless. Chen Ping, is that really you? Jiang Wenjing exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Geng Shanshan was utterly astonished. Having been with Chen Ping for several years, she had never witnessed this side of him. It seemed that one's appearance could indeed deceive perception. Why can't it be me? Upon seeing Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing, Chen Ping couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, saying, What brings you to this mall? The items here are quite expensive. Jiang Wenjing, looking perplexed, replied, The goods in this mall are exceedingly costly. Ordinary individuals have no means to come here. In her eyes, Chen Ping's family background barely qualified as ordinary. So how could he possibly be at this mall? Moreover, his attire seemed rather lavish. Is this mall owned by your family? You can come and go as you please. Chen Ping retorted sharply, leaving Jiang Wenjing speechless. With your demeanor, you're like a toad dressed in a dragon's robe. No matter how you try, you cannot become a dragon. I wonder where you procured such cheap garments to flaunt and attract attention. Geng Shanshan spat disdainfully at Chen Ping. Whether he could transform into a dragon was not for a mere chicken like you to declare. Before Chen Ping could respond, Yuqi approached, her expression radiating a hint of iciness. Wipe off the filth you've dragged in. She pointed at the spittle Geng Shanshan had spat on Chen Ping's clothing. Upon seeing Yuqi, Geng Shanshan felt a twinge of retreat. Compared to Yuqi, she felt insignificant, as the latter was the daughter of the wealthiest family in Hanqing. However, with so many people in the mall, being insulted and told to clean Chen Ping's clothes was something Geng Shanshan could not tolerate. You please refrain from being so harsh. Do not bully others simply because you are the daughter of the Su family. Geng Shanshan endeavored to maintain her composure. I told you to wipe it away. Do you not hear me? She questioned. If I were to slap you twice, would Xiao Lei dare confront me? Yuqi's commanding presence evidently subdued Geng Shanshan, causing her body to tremble slightly. Geng Shanshan understood that Yuqi's strike would be in vain. Xiao Lei would not jeopardize his relationship with the Su family on her behalf. Chen Ping observed Geng Shanshan's predicament, a smirk playing on his lips, silent yet mocking. Let me take care of that, Jiang Wenjing interjected, hastily producing a tissue, eager to assist Geng Shanshan in wiping away the mess. Who do you think you are? Can you touch my boyfriend? Yuqi retorted, forcefully pushing Jiang Wenjing aside. Jiang Wenjing's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she dared not utter a word. Knowing that provoking Yuqi was unwise, Geng Shanshan, too, felt intimidated, further amplifying her hesitation. Chapter 41. Unspoken understanding. You are too oppressive, taking advantage of your wealth and power to bully us ordinary people. Come and witness this. The daughter of the Su family is bullying others. Geng Shanshan was resolute in her refusal to wipe Chen Ping's clothes, unable to cross that internal barrier. For so long, Chen Ping had catered to her every whim, behaving like a sycophant. Now, the thought of bowing to him was insurmountable. In that moment, Geng Shanshan feigned vulnerability, hoping to elicit sympathy and assistance from those around her. However, just as she sought help, Yuqi stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap, leaving Geng Shanshan momentarily stunned. Enough of the chatter. I command you to wipe it away now. In an unwavering tone, Yuqi addressed Geng Shanshan. Geng Shanshan, covering her face, cast her gaze upon the surrounding crowd. Yet not a single person dared to speak in her defense. Some, even timidly, hastily departed, unable to endure the situation any longer. Helplessly, Geng Shanshan observed Yuqi's icy demeanor and could only retrieve a tissue, slowly approaching Chen Ping, crouching down to wipe the saliva from his clothes. Chen Ping looked down at Geng Shanshan, his face adorned with a mocking smile, but just as she was about to clean him, he sidestepped her. Geng Shanshan was taken aback and raised her eyes to Chen Ping. I fear your hands will soil my attire, he remarked, before wiping it away himself. You. Geng Shanshan's chest heaved with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words to retort. Let us depart, Chen Ping asserted, taking Yuqi's hand and striding out of the mall. Geng Shanshan watched their retreating figures, her body trembling with rage, gritting her teeth and muttering, Chen Ping, you scoundrel. I shall not let you off easily. Yet, Chen Ping had long exited the mall, oblivious to her fury. You were quite audacious today. It hardly befits your status as the young lady of the Su family. Should word of this spread, it could tarnish your reputation, Chen Ping remarked, turning to Su Yuqi as they left the mall. I care not for her reputation. Seeing Geng Shanshan incites my anger, Su Yuqi retorted through clenched teeth, still harboring rage on her countenance. However, she then glanced at Chen Ping and inquired, Were you frightened by me? Not at all. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. When you assert your dominance, it is quite captivating. Since you enjoy it, I shall unleash my wrath upon you every day. Su Yuqi's eyes darted as she replied, Wait. Chen Ping hastily waved his hands, swiftly diverting the conversation. Why have you dressed me this way? Where are you taking me? Today, an extravagant banquet is being hosted at our family's Fortune Hotel, attended by the prominent figures of Hongqing. It is said that the criteria for attendance are exceedingly stringent, and guests are not permitted to bring their families. However, since it is at our own hotel, I can bypass the invitation and bring you along, allowing you to mingle with the esteemed individuals of Hongqing. Without any pretense, Su Yuqi candidly explained to Chen Ping. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This grand banquet hosted by Gu Wentian was indeed for him. And now Su Yuqi intended to sneak him in. What are you laughing about? I'm speaking the truth. This banquet is supposedly to introduce a friend of Gu Lao to the influential figures of Hongqing. Everyone is speculating about the identity of this friend. Do you have any idea how many people wish to attend this gathering yet lack the qualifications or opportunity? Were it not for the event being held at the Fortune Hotel, I wouldn't have the chance to bring you in. So you must make a good impression. Su Yuqi earnestly advised Chen Ping. All right, I will certainly give it my all. Chen Ping chuckled, choosing not to reveal the truth to Su Yuqi, wishing instead to surprise her. Unbeknownst to him, he too sensed a shift in his feelings towards Su Yuqi, although neither had voiced their sentiments. There existed an unspoken understanding between them. Chapter 42. Cutting off your pocket money. Hongqing Hospital. Xiaoyan hurriedly arrived and tossed a suit at Xiao Lei, commanding, Change into this attire and come with me. Dad, I'm currently recuperating from an injury. Where are we going? Xiao Lei inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. We're going to attend a banquet. Xiaoyan replied, I'm not going. My arm is broken, and I'm in recovery. What banquet could I possibly attend? Xiao Lei exclaimed, immediately losing interest. He had attended numerous banquets before, which merely involved feasting, flattery, and the discomfort of wearing formal attire. He had no desire to participate. You foolish child. Do you have any idea who is hosting this banquet? It is organized by the Gu family, and all the prominent figures of Hong City will be in attendance. You must perform well, as the future of the Xiao family's enterprise will rest in your hands. Do not disgrace us, Xiaoyan scolded, delivering a sharp slap to Xiao Lei's head. Upon hearing it was the Gu family's event, Xiao Lei dared not protest further and hurried to change. However, with one arm incapacitated, he found it quite challenging to dress himself. Where is your girlfriend? Isn't she here to take care of you? Where has she gone? Have her assist you in changing. Be at the rich hotel by 11 o'clock sharp. Do not be late. I have other matters to attend to. Xiaoyan instructed before departing. By 10:30 that day, the front of the rich hotel was already filled with luxury vehicles. As notable figures from both political and business spheres had arrived early, they exchanged pleasantries and, clutching their invitations, began to enter the hotel in succession. Meanwhile, their attendants and family members were left to wait outside. The reason Gu Wentian chose to invite only the heads of various families or departments to this banquet was to minimize the number of attendees. He feared that an excessive crowd would create chaos, which was something Chen Ping found quite vexing. Xiao Lei arrived, his arm linked with Geng Shanshan, who was supporting him. Upon witnessing the assembly of influential figures, Geng Shanshan's heart raced with excitement. You stand here quietly and do not cause any trouble. Those who have come are not ordinary individuals. Xiaoyan admonished Xiao Lei. Dad, am I not allowed inside? Xiao Lei asked, bewildered that he had been summoned, yet barred from entry. Of course not. This banquet is exclusively for the heads of families or leaders at various levels. What right do you have to enter? Xiaoyan retorted with a glare at Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei's mood darkened as he protested, if I'm not allowed in, then why was I called here? I'm going to roast in the sun. Hearing his words, Xiaoyan felt an urge to kick him. Did he think the crowd outside were fools? This was a rare opportunity to network and foster relationships that could benefit his company's growth, regrettably. Xiao Lei only cared for indulgence and revelry, oblivious to other considerations. Remember this, if I come out and do not see you, I will cut off your allowance for 6 months. At the mention of such a consequence, Xiao Lei shuddered in fear and nodded vigorously. I want to leave. I'll stay right here. With that, Xiaoyan confidently entered the hotel, leaving Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan to bask in the sunlight at the entrance. At that moment, Chen Ping and Su Yuqi also arrived. Wait for me here. I'll make some arrangements. Then we can sneak in through the back door. After disembarking, Su Yuqi addressed Chen Ping, who nodded in response. While Su Yuqi went about her arrangements, Chen Ping stood idly, feeling somewhat bored among the elite attendees, none of whom he recognized, and he could only fidget with his phone. The observant Geng Shanshan quickly spotted Chen Ping and, seeing him engrossed in his device without any interaction, she could not help but smirk. Brother Lei, isn't that Chen Ping? What makes him think he is worthy of attending such a gathering? Geng Shanshan whispered to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei glanced over, and, indeed, it was Chen Ping. A glint of cold disdain flickered in his eyes as he approached. Observing this, Geng Shanshan hurried to follow. Her gaze filled with animosity as she recalled the earlier incident in the shopping mall. Chen Ping, do you truly believe you belong here? Do you have any idea of the caliber of individuals present? Xiao Lei remarked arrogantly. Just because you're dressed in new clothes doesn't mean you are part of the upper crust. Chen Ping shot Xiao Lei a frosty glare, choosing to disregard him. Where is the arrogant Chen Ping from the mall? And what of the beautiful Miss Su? Why didn't she bring you in? Perhaps she couldn't gain entry herself? Geng Shanshan spat at Chen Ping, emboldened by Xiao Lei's presence, believing he wouldn't allow her to be reprimanded. Chen Ping's expression turned slightly icy as he retorted, remember this. Soon I will make you beg like a dog. Ha ha ha. Geng Shanshan laughed heartily and spat again. Who do you think you are? You expect me to lick it off for you? Aren't you just a convict? What makes you so special? She exclaimed, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Chen Ping wore an expression of indifference, quietly observing Geng Shanshan's exaggerated performance. Xiao Lei, who is that person? He looks unfamiliar, inquired a young man of similar age to Xiao Lei. It is known that those who frequent this place are prominent figures of Hongqing or their families, all of whom are acquainted or have crossed paths. Yet, Chen Ping appeared utterly unfamiliar, not resembling someone from high society, prompting curiosity from the crowd directed at Xiao Lei. Ah, he is my girlfriend's former boyfriend. A devoted sycophant for 3 years without even holding her hand. Subsequently, I had him imprisoned for 3 years, and he just got out a few days ago. Xiao Lei explained with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals cast disdainful glances at Chen Ping, as those of their esteemed status held no respect for someone like him. They distanced themselves from Chen Ping, whispering and mocking, while he maintained an air of tranquility, seemingly oblivious to their remarks. Chen Ping, it seems your time in prison has indeed toughened your skin. Given your current state, do you still have the audacity to linger here? Geng Shanshan remarked icily, noticing Chen Ping's apparent indifference. At that moment, Su Yuqi had already made arrangements and approached them. Upon seeing Geng Shanshan and Xiao Lei, her brows furrowed. What are you two doing here? Of course, we are here to attend the banquet. Geng Shanshan replied haughtily. With Xiao Lei by her side for support, she felt no fear towards Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi chuckled upon hearing this. If you are here for the banquet, why aren't you inside? Is it because you lack an invitation and are thus denied entry? Geng Shanshan opened her mouth, but remained silent, for indeed, they had no invitation to enter. Observing Geng Shanshan's discomfiture, Su Yuqi's lips curled slightly as she took Chen Ping's hand and said, Come on, let us go in. Upon seeing Su Yuqi and Chen Ping heading towards the back entrance, Geng Shanshan was momentarily taken aback. Do you have an invitation? I'm not telling you. Su Yuqi retorted with a smug smile. Geng Shanshan was infuriated, but when she noticed Su Yuqi and Chen Ping attempting to sneak in through the back, she quickly reacted. Lei go, they plan to sneak in from the back. They don't have invitations. Xiao Lei also realized this and hurriedly stepped forward to block Chen Ping and Su Yuqi. You two cannot sneak in through the back without invitations. I will report you. Xiao Lei, are you foolish? This luxury hotel belongs to my family. I can enter from wherever I please. If I decide to jump in through the window, what business is it of yours? Su Yuqi scrutinized Xiao Lei with a disdainful gaze. Xiao Lei was instantly left speechless, unable to retort. Ensure that you keep a close watch on those two. If they dare to enter through the back door, expel them immediately. Su Yuqi instructed a few security personnel. Understood. Miss. They promptly fixed their gaze upon Geng Shanshan and Xiao Lei. Su Yuqi grasped Chen Ping's hand as they entered the hotel through the back entrance, while Geng Shanshan and Xiao Lei fumed in frustration, stomping their feet in anger. Chapter 44, Why hide upon entering the hotel? Chen Ping sent a message to Lin Tianhu, requesting him to dismiss Xiao Yan. He had no desire to dine alongside the Xiao family and wished to keep his identity concealed from them. He was curious to see how long Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan could maintain their composure. Inside the hotel, guests surrounded Gu Wentian, their faces adorned with reverence. Some were aware of his fondness for collecting antiques and scoured the venue, presenting him with various items. Beside Gu Wentian stood a burly, stern-faced middle-aged man, perpetually vigilant. This was Tang Long, Gu Wentian's bodyguard, a retired member of the Dragon Combat Team. Tang Long had protected Gu Wentian during his tenure and continued to do so even after his retirement, ensuring Gu Wentian's safety. Esteemed guests, I have gathered you here today not to receive gifts or discuss matters of business, but simply to introduce a new friend. Please, do not feel overly constrained. Gu Wentian declared, gesturing for quiet as he spoke with authority. Indeed, many had heard whispers of this before, yet the moment those words escaped Gu Wentian's lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. One could only speculate about the formidable background of the individual he was about to introduce. After all, such grandiosity could not arise without reason. Where is Mr. Chen? Gu Wentian inquired, glancing at the time and turning to Lin Tianhu beside him. Perhaps he is on his way, Lin Tianhu replied, equally puzzled by Chen Ping's tardiness, having had a pleasant conversation just the day before. No sooner had Lin Tianhu spoken than his phone chimed with a message. Upon seeing it was from Chen Ping, he shared the information with Gu Wentian. Having concluded his conversation, Gu Wentian cast a glance at the distance, where Xiao Yan was also eagerly awaiting the arrival of the young man Gu Wentian had spoken of. Clearly, someone of such significance could not be an ordinary individual. If one were to align with him, the Xiao family might just surpass the Su family in prominence. As Xiao Yan pondered this, Gu Wentian turned his gaze towards him and addressed him directly. Boss Xiao. Gu Lao. Xiao Yan, upon hearing this, hurriedly approached. What instructions do you have? In front of the gathered assembly, Gu Wentian audaciously issued an eviction to Xiao Yan. Stunned, Xiao Yan stood in disbelief, gazing at Gu Wentian. Gu Lao. But Gu Wentian, not permitting him to finish, merely waved his hand. See him out. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Xiao Yan, though bewildered, recognized he could not linger. With a heavy heart, he turned to leave. This prompted a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. Had the Xiao family offended Gu Lao? Meanwhile, Su Yuqi had stealthily entered with Chen Ping, both concealed in a corner. Observing the unfolding scene, let us conceal ourselves for a moment. Once the banquet commences, we shall emerge, thus making it less likely for us to be discovered. Su Yuqi whispered as she cautiously peered out. Why must we hide? Since we are already here, it would be far more agreeable to step out boldly. Chen Ping replied, striding forward without hesitation. Su Yuqi was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to grasp Chen Ping, but her efforts were in vain. He's here, Lin Tianhu exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Chen Ping. Gu Wentian, noticing Chen Ping's arrival, instantly brightened and hastened toward him. Meanwhile, Su Wenzong, hidden among the crowd, felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Chen Ping exposed and Gu Wentian approaching him. This was the very scheme he had orchestrated to have Su Yuqi discreetly bring Chen Ping in. If Gu Wentian were to discover this, it would spell disaster. Chapter 45. An unparalleled match. Su Wenzong rushed forward, desperately signaling to Chen Ping to leave at once. He then interposed himself before Gu Wentian, stating, Old Gu, this individual is merely a service staff member from our hotel. He must have taken a wrong turn and wandered in here by mistake. At that moment, Su Yuqi caught up with Chen Ping and, taking his arm, remarked, how careless. One should always pay attention while working, yet here he is. Wait, Gu Wentian called out, halting Su Yuqi in her tracks, prompting her to release Chen Ping. Old Gu, I apologize for the oversight. I will ensure that this matter is addressed appropriately. Su Wenzong said, drenched in cold sweat, anxious about Gu Wentian's potential ire. Gu Wentian paused, astonished. Are you saying that Mr. Chen is one of your household staff? Indeed. Su Wenzong nodded, but soon he was taken aback. Mr. Chen? He was puzzled as to how Gu Wentian knew that Chen Ping's surname was Chen and why he addressed him as Mr. Indeed. My primary purpose for this banquet was to invite Mr. Chen. The rest of you are merely accompanying guests. Gu Wentian nodded in agreement. Old Gu, I hope I am not late. Chen Ping stepped forward, smiling faintly. You have arrived just in time, Mr. Chen. I wonder who this is. Gu Wentian pointed towards Su Yuqi, who stood behind Chen Ping. Old Gu, this is my daughter. She is a friend of Mr. Chen. Su Wenzong, a seasoned veteran of the business world, quickly grasped the situation. Upon hearing this, Gu Wentian burst into hearty laughter. A hero matched with a beauty, a perfect pair indeed. His words prompted others to shower praises upon Chen Ping and Su Yuqi, causing the latter to blush deeply, unable to lift her gaze. "Mr. Chen, please take your seat. We have been waiting for you." Lin Tianhu stepped forward, gesturing for Chen Ping to sit. Chen Ping, not one to be overly polite, walked directly to the main table, followed by a throng of admirers. Though they were unaware of Chen Ping's true identity, they sensed that he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in Hong City. With Gu Wentian and Lin Tianhu showing such deference, and being the son-in-law of the wealthy Su family, who would dare to offend such a person? Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi exchanged glances and followed suit. After Chen Ping took his seat, Gu Wentian sat beside him, leaving the other side empty, as no one dared to occupy that space. "Miss Su, this seat has been reserved for you. You two should sit together." Gu Wentian beamed as he waved to Su Yuqi. Blushing, Su Yuqi shyly took her place beside Chen Ping. To her left sat Su Wenzong, a position originally meant for Lin Tianhu. However, now that Chen Ping and Su Yuqi were presumably in a romantic relationship, Su Wenzong became Chen Ping's future father-in-law, and Lin Tianhu dared not sit in the honored seat beside him. Once everyone was seated, Gu Wentian raised his glass and addressed Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, I would like to propose a toast with this first glass." Gu Wentian understood well that after this initial toast, he need not concern himself with the ensuing events. None of those present were foolish and would know how to proceed. Such courtesy from the elder, Chen Ping replied, lifting his glass and consuming its contents nonchalantly. Just as he set the glass down, Gu Wentian suddenly froze, for he noticed the fresh suit Chen Ping wore was marred by what appeared to be spittle. "Mr. Chen, your attire." Gu Wentian pointed at the saliva on Chen Ping's clothing, visibly astonished. "I was spat upon by an uncouth individual while I was outside." Chen Ping replied matter-of-factly. "Who would be so audacious as to spit on Mr. Chen?" Gu Wentian's expression darkened as he scanned the crowd. It was important to note that the people outside were the family members of those present, which is why Gu Wentian turned his gaze toward everyone in attendance. At that moment, a wave of anxiety surged through the crowd, each silently hoping that it was not their own family responsible for such a disgraceful act. Chapter 46. Ignoring you. The elderly gentleman was an acquaintance of the Xiao family's young master, Xiao Lei, whose girlfriend had once been Mr. Chen's partner. Now, having attached herself to the Xiao family, she felt superior and spat a few words at Mr. Chen. Su Yuqi remarked, "The audacity of the Xiao family is astounding. I shall summon Xiao Yan immediately to inquire further." Old Gu furrowed his brow and slammed his hand on the table, his displeasure palpable. The others present swiftly comprehended the implications, realizing that the Xiao family was in for a misfortune. It seemed prudent to sever any business ties with them at once. "Calm yourself, old Gu. Such trifles are within my purview," Chen replied with a serene smile, utterly unfazed. At that moment, Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan appeared to him as insignificant as ants. Outside the hotel, the scorching sun weighed heavily on Xiao Lei's spirits. "Brother Lei, have some water," Geng Shanshan offered, extending a bottle to him. Xiao Lei took a large gulp, wiping the sweat from his brow and muttering, "What are we even waiting for? This is absurd." Despite his complaints, Xiao Lei dared not leave, fearing his father would curtail his allowance for the next 6 months. Just as he was sipping his water, he spotted his father emerging from the hotel. A surge of joy filled him as he exclaimed, "Dad's out. We must be able to go in now." Xiao Lei hurriedly approached him, accompanied by Geng Shanshan. "Dad, why are you out? Does this mean we can go in?" he eagerly inquired. "Go in? Nonsense. I've been thrown out," Xiao Yan retorted, irritation evident in his tone. The banquet had commenced, and after more than 2 hours, it was drawing to a close. Everyone's faces were flushed from the drinks, and the atmosphere was filled with lively conversation. "Chen Ping, when did you become acquainted with Gu Lao? And why is Gu Lao being so courteous to you? You are the star of this gathering, yet you failed to inform me." Su Yuqi finally seized the opportunity to pull Chen Ping aside, clearly displeased. "You hurriedly whisked me away without mentioning that we were attending a banquet together. Once I discovered it, I thought to surprise you." Chen Ping replied with a smile. "That surprise was quite overwhelming. I nearly had a heart attack. You are incorrigible. In the future, do not keep things from me." Su Yuqi playfully punched Chen Ping in the chest, her touch light and flirtatious. However, Chen Ping seized her hand, and their eyes locked in a silent exchange, devoid of words yet rich with meaning. Slowly, Chen Ping leaned in closer to Su Yuqi. She contemplated retreating, but remained still, her heart a tumultuous storm of emotions. As Chen Ping moved in for a kiss, Su Yuqi closed her eyes, bracing for the moment to arrive. You have something on your face. Just as Su Yuqi was anxiously anticipating that moment, Chen Ping unexpectedly blurted out this remark. She opened her eyes to find him grinning mischievously at her. You scoundrel! I shan't pay you any heed. Su Yuqi retaliated with a playful punch before blushing and darting away. At that moment, Su Wenzong observed his daughter fleeing with a flushed face, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, what are your plans for the future? Do you wish to start your own company? Su Wenzong inquired, casting a glance at Chen Ping. Chen Ping promptly shook his head, exclaiming, not at all. At this moment, Chen Ping's sole desire was to cultivate his skills and enhance his abilities as swiftly as possible. The idea of engaging in business ventures held no appeal for him. Nor was it his forte. Chapter 47. Seeking vengeance upon witnessing Chen Ping's decisive refusal, Su Wenzong was momentarily taken aback. Yet a faint smile soon graced his lips as he remarked, that is of no consequence. Although Ichi is a girl, she is quite adept at running a business. With her at the helm, all will be well. After uttering these words, Su Wenzong took his leave. Chen Ping watched the retreating figure of Su Wenzong with a wry smile, understanding his thoughts. After all, he had only one daughter, Su Ichi, and the vast family enterprise would eventually be entrusted to her. If he were to pursue a relationship with Su Ichi, it was essential that someone be there to support such a considerable undertaking. However, Chen Ping had little inclination towards commercial endeavors. Before long, the guests had indulged in their repast and were preparing to depart, exchanging farewells. Suddenly, the doors of the banquet hall were thrust open, and a throng of dozens stormed in, each wielding weapons. Leading the charge was a fierce-looking individual, exuding an unmistakable aura of prowess that signified a master of combat. The sudden intrusion astonished all present, and Gu Wantian's expression turned cold. His bodyguard, Tang Long, swiftly drew a short blade from his waist, positioning it protectively in front of Gu Wantian. Where are the security personnel? Su Wenzong bellowed, but no guard emerged to respond. Mr. Su, there is no need to shout. Not a single one of your security staff will be coming in. A voice, cold and unyielding, spoke. Feng Sihai, your sudden intrusion raises questions about your intentions. Be aware that this gathering is a prestigious ancient banquet. Su Wenzong's voice resounded with authority. It became clear that the intruders were members of the Red Dragon Gang, with Feng Sihai as their leader. Feng Sihai swiftly approached Gu Wantian, bowing respectfully as he stated, Elder, I mean no disruption. I am merely seeking Lin Tianhu. At that moment, Lin Tianhu clenched his fists tightly, fully aware that Feng Sihai had come specifically for him. The Alliance Hall and the Red Dragon Gang were sworn enemies, and the two men were bitter rivals, yet neither could easily overpower the other at present. Typically, Lin Tianhu would bring numerous brothers to gatherings, but this time, having been invited by Gu Wantian, he had become somewhat complacent and arrived without his subordinates. Another reason for his confidence was the presence of Chen Ping, which reassured him. Feng Sihai must have received word of his whereabouts, prompting this aggressive visit. If he were to eliminate Lin Tianhu, the Alliance Hall would soon find itself leaderless and vulnerable to absorption by the Red Dragon Gang. I have no concern for whom you seek. But do you truly believe you can barge in uninvited to my banquet? Gu Wantian inquired, his expression icy. Elder, as I mentioned, I am here solely to settle matters with Lin Tianhu. My intrusion is regrettable but unavoidable. Feng Sihai replied, his tone respectful yet firm. How dare you? Gu Wantian suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Are you challenging me? Elder, I have no desire for conflict with you, yet I cannot let Lin Tianhu escape. Such an opportunity is rare. Furthermore, it is quite evident that this significant banquet has extended an invitation to Lin Tianhu while excluding me, Feng Sihai, which clearly reflects a lack of regard for the Red Dragon Gang. Feng Sihai, with an air of dignity, clearly harbored grievances regarding Gu Wantian's failure to extend an invitation to him. The reason Gu Wantian refrained from inviting Feng Sihai was due to the deep-seated enmity between him and Lin Tianhu, making such an encounter rather inconvenient. Feng Sihai. Could it be that? Gu Wantian's face flushed with anger as he perceived Feng Sihai's blatant disregard for courtesy. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Tianhu stepped forward, declaring, a true man takes responsibility for his actions. Since you have come for me, let us settle this matter. With those words, Lin Tianhu assumed a combative stance, prepared to counter any assault from Feng Sihai. If you possess the audacity, today I shall eliminate you and seize your brotherhood, Feng Sihai proclaimed as he charged towards Lin Tianhu. Chapter 48. Do not seek glory recklessly. Gu Wantian slammed his hand upon the table, his fury palpable. The individuals present were struck with trepidation by Gu Wantian's wrath. Tang Long, noticing Gu Wantian's ire, sprang forth, landing firmly in front of Lin Tianhu. Feng Xihai. Disregarding the face of the elders is tantamount to courting death. Tang Long's body radiated a fierce fighting spirit, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he prepared for confrontation. Feng Xihai halted his advance, frowning as he regarded Tang Long. Tang Long, if it comes to a life-and-death struggle today, you may not emerge victorious. Especially with dozens of my subordinates at my side. Whether or not one can prevail is a truth revealed only through trial. Tang Long retorted with a cold snort. Adopting his own combat stance. In the ancient times, I had no intention of becoming your adversary. However, your relentless provocations leave me no choice. The Red Dragon Gang is not to be trifled with. If it comes to a fight, let it be a battle of life and death. No one shall leave this place alive. Feng Xihai's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, indicating that he was fully prepared for a desperate struggle. Gu Wantian's face flushed crimson, his entire body trembling slightly from the pressure exerted by Feng Xihai. In Hongqing, no one had ever dared to disrespect him, yet today, Feng Xihai had stripped him of his dignity. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the dozens of menacing subordinates behind Feng Xihai, Gu Wantian found himself in a dilemma. Feng Xihai was evidently well prepared. Should the situation escalate, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Old Gu, let today be the day I settle this with Feng Xihai. You need not intervene. Lin Tianhu discerned Gu Wantian's predicament and, after uttering those words, took the initiative to charge at Feng Xihai. With a swift punch that whistled through the air, Lin Tianhu unleashed his full might, knowing that in a confrontation with Feng Xihai, he could not afford to hold back even the slightest bit. Feng Xihai, upon witnessing Lin Tianhu's audacious attack, merely smirked, choosing not to evade or deflect, but instead to confront Lin Tianhu's punch head-on. The impact of Lin Tianhu's fist struck Feng Xihai's chest with tremendous force, causing Lin Tianhu to stagger back 3 steps. While Feng Xihai remained completely unperturbed, not a scratch on him. Lin Tianhu's complexion paled, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Feng Xihai, who had evidently grown even more formidable. Ha ha ha, Lin Tianhu, that punch of yours felt no more than a tickle. Do continue, don't stop. Feng Xihai threw his head back and laughed heartily, completely dismissing Lin Tianhu. Lin Tianhu, a formidable figure in his own right, could not endure the public humiliation and provocation from Feng Xihai. With a furious roar, he charged once more at Feng Xihai, this time seizing a solid wooden stool with determination. With a resounding crash, the stool shattered upon impact with Feng Xihai, yet he remained unfazed, standing motionless as if untouched. Lin Tianhu, my mastery of hard qigong has reached its pinnacle, you cannot harm me. Now it is my turn, Feng Xihai declared, launching a powerful kick towards Lin Tianhu. Caught off guard, Lin Tianhu was sent sprawling, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell to the ground, the agony twisting his features into a grimace. Witnessing this, Chen Ping furrowed his brow and prepared to rise, only to be restrained by Su Yuqi. Do not be reckless. This man appears quite formidable, and you may not be his match, Su Yuqi warned, fearing for Chen Ping's safety against Feng Xihai's prowess. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Ping's bond with Lin Tianhu transcended mere friendship, and regardless of Feng Xihai's strength, he would not stand idly by. Before Chen Ping could act, Gu Wantian interjected. Tang Long, teach him a lesson. Tang Long nodded, clenched his fists, and charged directly at Feng Xihai. Faced with Tang Long's onslaught, Feng Xihai was no longer so at ease. He could not afford to simply stand and let the blows land. It was well known that Tang Long's punch, both in power and speed, surpassed that of Lin Tianhu, reaching an extraordinary level of prowess. Chapter 49. A decisive conclusion. Feng Xihai swiftly sidestepped, evading Tang Long's punch. After dodging, he refrained from retaliating and instead turned to Gu Wantian, saying, Elder, I have expressed my desire to avoid conflict with you. Are you truly intent on forcing my hand? Gu Wantian's expression darkened, leaving him silent. Tang Long, feeling humiliated by Feng Xihai's effortless evasion, seethed with rage and retorted. Stop with the nonsense, prepare to face me. With that, Tang Long launched a rear swing punch aimed directly at Feng Xihai, a blow potent enough to shatter skulls. Feng Xihai's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening in defiance. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Upon finishing his words, Feng Xihai executed a grappling technique, seizing Tang Long's wrist, and followed up with a powerful left hook directed at Tang Long's face. Startled, Tang Long instinctively tilted his head to the side and retaliated with a kick, attempting to force Feng Xihai back. However, Feng Sihai remained resolute, allowing the kick to strike his chest. The immense recoil sent Tang Long hurtling backwards, struggling to regain his balance. Tang Long's fury ignited as he observed the astonished expressions of those around him. Feng Sihai, today shall determine who lives and who dies, he exclaimed, charging once more at Feng Sihai. Stop! Just as Tang Long advanced, a figure suddenly appeared before him, halting his progress. You are no match for him. Further combat serves no purpose. Allow me to take over, Chen Ping interjected, confronting Tang Long. Tang Long felt a surge of humiliation and retorted sharply, step aside. With your physique, I could easily knock you out with a single punch. At that moment, Tang Long had completely lost his composure, speaking disrespectfully to Chen Ping. He had forgotten Chen Ping's esteemed status, a figure even revered by Gu Wentian. However, Tang Long had never witnessed Chen Ping's prowess, leading him to harbor little respect for Chen Ping, only acknowledging him due to Gu Wentian's presence. The path of martial arts is one of gradual progress. Chen Ping, merely in his early 20s, could not possibly be formidable, even if he had trained since birth. Silence, you impertinent fool. How dare you show disrespect to Mr. Chen? Gu Wentian, upon witnessing Tang Long's insolence towards Chen Ping, immediately scolded him. It is worth noting that Gu Wentian seldom reprimanded Tang Long and never regarded him as a subordinate. However, Tang Long's audacity in addressing Chen Ping left Gu Wentian no choice but to intervene. Tang Long fell silent, yet his eyes still reflected little respect for Chen Ping. He feared Gu Wentian, not Chen Ping. At that moment, Su Yuqi approached, grasping Chen Ping's arm. Do not overestimate yourself. Did you not see that even Lin Tianhu and Tang Long are no match for him? You are merely a medical student. Do not meddle. Su Yuqi assumed that Chen Ping was solely knowledgeable in medicine and lacked other skills. In this opportune moment, it was imperative for him to make a good impression. Otherwise, how could this impoverished youth ever be worthy of a lady of her stature? Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This was Chen Ping's first public declaration of such sentiments. Was this not tantamount to a confession? I do not care what you are. I simply will not allow you to take risks. Su Yuqi grasped Chen Ping's arm, preventing him from taking action. Withdraw quickly. Fists and kicks show no mercy. And this is not the time for you to show off. Tang Long observed Chen Ping's eagerness to prove himself and scoffed disdainfully. After uttering these words, Tang Long leaped again, launching an assault on Feng Sihai. I told you he is not your match, yet you insist on stepping forward to take a beating. Truly stubborn. Chen Ping shook his head helplessly. Tang Long, in his next leap, was met with a kick from Feng Sihai that struck him squarely in the chest, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Gu Wentian and the onlookers were left in a state of shock at this spectacle. Chapter 50. The leaf that wounds. Tang Long felt a burning sensation on his face. He could clearly sense that Feng Sihai was not exerting his full strength. However, as Gu Wentian's personal bodyguard, and with so many witnesses present, Tang Long found himself in a most humiliating predicament. He would rather be defeated by Feng Sihai than concede. For a martial artist, preserving one's reputation is often deemed more crucial than life itself. Should he concede today, Tang Long's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and he might find it impossible to navigate within his circle in the future. It was unlikely that Gu Wentian would retain him thereafter. Feng Sihai, unleash your full power. I may die today, but I shall never be defeated, Tang Long declared, his face turning crimson as his body began to swell ominously. Storm Fist, he shouted, and in an instant, his inflated form deflated, returning to its original state. Yet Tang Long propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Feng Sihai furrowed his brow. It seems you will not relent until I reveal my ultimate technique. Feng Sihai slightly bent his legs, and cracks suddenly appeared on the marble floor beneath him, while his clothes began to flutter as if stirred by an invisible wind. I will fight you. Tang Long's eyes began to redden, and he delivered a powerful punch to Feng Sihai. Bang! The tremendous sound reverberated like thunder in the sky, causing everyone to cover their ears. Yet, Feng Sihai remained unmoved, not even swaying slightly, let alone showing any signs of injury. Tang Long was taken aback, but soon unleashed a torrential flurry of punches upon Feng Sihai. Bang, bang, bang. That's enough, Feng Sihai declared as he retaliated with a punch. Bang. The two fists met, and in an instant, Tang Long was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. This left everyone in shock, and Gu Wentian gaped in astonishment. Lin Tianhu trembled slightly, unable to believe that Feng Sihai's strength had reached such formidable heights. With a quivering heart, Lin Tianhu discreetly turned his gaze towards Chen Ping, realizing that only he could possibly subdue Feng Sihai now. On the ground, Tang Long struggled to rise. But after 2 failed attempts, he was still unable to get up. Who did you learn such hard Qigong from? Tang Long asked in astonishment. Yi Fo-chun. Do you know him? Feng Sihai straightened his body and inquired. Upon hearing that name, Tang Long's complexion drastically changed, revealing a deep sense of apprehension. While Lin Tianhu shook like a leaf, it was evident that both of them recognized this individual, and he was undeniably formidable. However, the others displayed no reaction, appearing unfamiliar with the name. Master Yi, who is he to you? Asked Tang Long. He is my mentor. I learned this formidable martial art from him. Upon hearing Feng Sihai's words, Tang Long's expression darkened, and with a heavy sigh, he slightly shook his head, saying, No wonder I am no match for you. It turns out you have already apprenticed under Master Yi. I concede. To Tang Long's astonishment, he admitted defeat. The mere mention of Yi Fengchun's name had caused him to yield. Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Lin Tianhu, inquiring, Who is this Yi Fengchun? Mr. Chin, Yi Fengchun is a master of ancient martial arts, possessing formidable inner strength. No one truly knows the extent of his abilities. It is said that Master Yi can now injure others by plucking leaves. Lin Tianhu spoke with a lingering apprehension when mentioning Yi Fengchun. Injure others by plucking leaves? Chen Ping responded with a faint smile. Is that so? As he spoke, he picked up a toothpick and flicked it with his finger, sending it hurtling towards Feng Sihai. Chapter 51. A deceptive trick. Who dared to ambush me? Feng Sihai bellowed, forcefully extracting the toothpick from his arm. Yet, beneath the surface of his anger, a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes. Despite his mastery of hard Qigong, which made him resistant to blades and firearms, he had not anticipated that a mere toothpick could pierce his skin. This revelation astonished him. He had not expected that there were hidden masters among these individuals. The crowd exchanged glances, each uncertain of the identity of the assailant. Only Lin Tianhu gazed at Chen Ping with astonishment, his eyes brimming with admiration. It is I. Chen Ping stepped forward. You? Feng Sihai looked at Chen Ping, his brows slightly furrowing. Chen Ping was barely in his 20s, a mere youth. How could he possess such strength? Chen Ping, do not overestimate yourself. It is not him. Miss Su, Mr. Chen will be fine. There is no need for you to panic. Lin Tianhu intercepted Su Yuqi. Young man, showing off can cost you your life. Are you willing to stand up for Lin Tianhu? Feng Sihai questioned coldly. Enough with the idle chatter. If you intend to strike, do so promptly. I am quite occupied. Chen Ping replied with an impassive expression. At that moment, a faint mist began to envelop Chen Ping, so subtle that one could easily overlook it. This was the surrounding spiritual energy coalescing, forming a formidable barrier around Chen Ping. The onlookers were eager to discern whether Chen Ping truly possessed the abilities that commanded such respect from Gu Wentian. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Feng Sihai's eyes as he lunged at Chen Ping in an instant. Feng Sihai's speed was astonishing. Akin to a bolt of lightning as he reached Chen Ping in the blink of an eye, his fist, as large as a sandbag, swung towards him. In that moment, Chen Ping calmly regarded Feng Sihai, seemingly unfazed by the oncoming blow. Ah! Su Yuqi exclaimed in alarm. Don't. Yet Feng Sihai showed no signs of restraint, delivering a powerful punch straight to Chen Ping's chest. Bang! This punch bore a force of several hundred pounds. Even a horse would likely perish under such a blow. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Chen Ping, with his mere weight of a little over 100 pounds, remained utterly unmoved under the force of a powerful punch, while Feng Sihai's arm grotesquely contorted. The immense recoil resulted in Feng Sihai's arm snapping, exposing the stark white bone that pierced through the skin. Ah! Feng Sihai let out a pained wail, staring incredulously at his severed arm. You also possess hard Qigong? Feng Sihai asked, his face twisted in disbelief. I understand a little, merely superficial skills, Chen Ping replied with a cold smirk. Yet, no one would believe Chen Ping's words. How could what Feng Sihai struggled to master be mere superficiality? Su Yuqi gasped, her eyes alight with surprise as she beheld Chen Ping unscathed, his stature seemingly magnified in her eyes, and her affection for him deepening. Whom did you learn from? How do you possess the unique hard Qigong of my master, Yi Fengchun? Feng Sihai questioned, puzzled about Chen Ping's source of knowledge. I have no school or sect. And this is not hard Qigong. What is called hard Qigong is merely a deceptive trick. Chen Ping replied with a calm smile, delivering a punch to Feng Sihai's chest. Feng Sihai spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. This was not hard Qigong. Chen Ping practiced the methods of immortality. Not even a bullet could penetrate the protective shield surrounding him, let alone Feng Sihai's punch. Chapter 52. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Feng Sihai gazed at Chen Ping in terror, the shock within him beyond words. Under the force of Chen Ping's punch, Feng Sihai realized his hard qigong was rendered utterly ineffective. Brother, might I inquire your name? I, Feng Sihai, would like to seek your guidance another day. Feng Sihai, recognizing his inferiority to Chen Ping, deemed it futile to continue the confrontation and resolved to withdraw. Feng Sihai, are you attempting to flee? Let me inform you that today, Mr. Chen is present, and this place shall be your grave. Lin Tianhu proclaimed with an air of triumph as he regarded Feng Sihai. Feng Sihai's expression shifted, his apprehension evident as he gazed at Chen Ping. Should Chen Ping truly decide to take his life, it seemed he might not escape today. My name is Chen Ping. You are welcome to seek vengeance whenever you wish. Should you feel aggrieved, do not hesitate to summon your master, Chen Ping remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips as he comprehended Feng Sihai's intent. Mr. Chen, we cannot allow a tiger to return to the mountain, Lin Tianhu interjected, alarmed at the prospect of Chen Ping truly releasing Feng Sihai. I am capable of handling this matter. You may step aside, Chen Ping replied, a slight frown creasing his brow. Very well, I shall remember this. The verdant mountains endure, and the flowing waters persist, until we meet again. Feng Sihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gestured to his subordinates. Let us depart. With that, Feng Sihai led his men away, leaving the grand hall filled only with the remaining guests of the banquet. Mr. Chen is indeed formidable. I have witnessed his prowess today, exclaimed one guest. Such remarkable abilities at such a young age. The future holds immeasurable promise for Mr. Chen. Another praised. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. The crowd chimed in unison, lauding Chen Ping. Gu Wentian, taken aback by Chen Ping's ability to subdue malevolent spirits and his evident martial prowess, began to regard Chen Ping with heightened respect. Mr. Chen, forgive my ignorance. I hope you will not take offense. Tang Long approached Chen Ping with a countenance full of shame, offering his apologies. No worries, Chen Ping replied with a faint smile, not taking it to heart. At that moment, Su Wenzong gazed at Chen Ping, his heart blossoming with joy. He wholeheartedly endorsed the connection between Su Yuqi and Chen Ping. You possess such skills yet failed to mention it beforehand, causing me to worry for you unnecessarily. Su Yuqi pretended to be angry as she stepped in front of Chen Ping, playfully pinching his arm. Ouch! Chen Ping grimaced, feigning great pain. That hurts. Su Yuqi paused, bewildered by his reaction. I didn't apply much pressure. How could it hurt? She began to panic. I was just injured by Feng Sihai and have been holding on. You still dared to pinch me. Chen Ping continued to act in agony, his eyes filled with reproach as he looked at Su Yuqi. Where are you hurt? Let me see, quickly show me. I don't know. Su Yuqi, flustered, frantically examined Chen Ping's body, on the verge of tears. Onlookers recognized Chen Ping's charade. Even Su Wenzong could see through it, yet he remained silent, observing the two. Only Su Yuqi, due to her deep concern, failed to notice his pretense. All right, if you touch me, my injury will be healed. Seeing Su Yuqi nearly on the brink of tears, Chen Ping decided to cease his antics. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi immediately understood she had been deceived. You, Chen Ping, I'll make you pay for this. She swung her fist at him, while Chen Ping swiftly darted away, observing the playful banter between the two individuals. The onlookers could not help but smile. Gu Wentian patted Su Wenzong on the shoulder and remarked, Mr. Su, your family's future is boundless. Su Wenzong, fully aware of Gu Wentian's implication, humbly replied, We will rely on your guidance, old Gu. I believe it will soon be your family taking care of me. Gu Wentian burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 53. A sharp tongue with a tender heart at the summit villa of Panlong Bay. Tang Hongying and Qin Baoguo had taken a tour of their surroundings and were now seated comfortably in the living room, resting. They could scarcely have imagined residing in such opulent accommodations. Although their stay was merely temporary, they felt immensely fortunate. It seemed that fortune smiled upon their family. Just after Chen Ping's release from prison, he had encountered such a wonderful girl like Yuqi. Tang Hongying mused, I wonder how they met. I cannot ascertain. But judging by Miss Su's demeanor, she appears to be a genuinely kind-hearted girl, Qin Baoguo responded. Having once been a civil servant and encountered a myriad of personalities, he had developed a keen eye for character. One must wonder, given her wealth, what could she possibly see in Chen Ping? Deep down, Tang Hongying harbored concerns. For their family and the Su family seemed worlds apart in terms of social standing. Just as Qin Baoguo was about to voice his thoughts, a man clad in a tailored suit unexpectedly entered the room, causing Qin Baoguo to momentarily pause. He is merely an ordinary university graduate, a former inmate at that. Would your family approve of their daughter being with someone like him? It was merely a twist of fate that Chen Ping from your family saved Yuqi's father, which led Yuqi to express such fervent gratitude. Did you truly believe that they would marry? I am Yuqi's genuine boyfriend, having known her for many years. We are childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched. I advise you to relinquish any hopes early on. Are you not aware of your son's character? Upon hearing the man's words, Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying's faces flushed with a mix of red and white, yet they found themselves at a loss for words, for he spoke nothing but the truth. Their family was merely ordinary, and Chen Ping was nothing more than an exceptionally mundane individual, one who had even served time in prison. What family would wish to marry their daughter to such a man? Seeing their reaction, the man felt a sense of satisfaction. He casually pulled out a wad of cash from his bag and tossed it before them, saying, "Take this money and leave swiftly. If you wait until I have to evict you, do not blame me for being heartless." With that, he turned and departed, climbing into a sports car outside the courtyard, leaving only Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying sitting there in a daze. After a considerable pause, Chen Baoguo let out a heavy sigh and began to gather their belongings. Individuals of their standing simply did not deserve to reside in such a place. Tang Hongying, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, felt the sting of emotion. Recognizing the voice of her old neighbor, Wang Chanfeng, she offered an awkward smile. Wang Chanfeng has had her own struggles. Losing her husband when her child was just a teenager, she has raised her daughter alone. Wang Chanfeng spoke without reservation. Although the words may be harsh, there is no malice intended. It is a case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Understood. Tang Hongying nodded with a smile. Chapter 54. No more foolish aspirations. Not at all. I appreciate your concern, Gu Lao. Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. His mother's condition had persisted for such an extended period. He was indifferent to waiting a few more days, for such matters cannot be rushed. Mr. Chen, you need not say such things. Whenever you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Yu Wentian declared with great generosity. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ping intended to take his leave but was halted by Tang Long, who suddenly knelt before him. Mr. Chen, your martial prowess is remarkable. I hope you will accept me as your disciple. Having just witnessed Chen Ping's capabilities, Tang Long yearned to be his apprentice. Chen Ping grasped Tang Long's shoulder, gently lifting him up. With my limited skills, I am hardly worthy of being a master. You overestimate me. Mr. Chen Yu. Tang Long, enough. Since Mr. Chen has expressed this, do not press the matter further. Yu Wentian interjected. Though he himself was not a martial artist, he understood that one's abilities are not easily imparted. Seeing this, Tang Long had no choice but to step aside in silence. Brother Tang, if you have any matters to discuss, we can exchange ideas. But I truly lack the qualifications to be your master. Chen Ping said apologetically with a faint smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Tang Long replied with evident joy. Confused, Chen Ping inquired further. Chen Baoguo cast a glance at Chen Ping, remaining silent as he walked directly into the bedroom. Tang Hongying, however, sighed deeply. Chen Ping, having just been released from prison, you mustn't constantly dream of sudden wealth. Yuqi is a fine girl, but saving her father's life does not grant you leverage over her. You are not kindred spirits and cannot forge a future together. Instead, focus on securing a stable job and abandon these fanciful notions. Mom, has someone spoken to you about us? Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Do not concern yourself with that. I have made it clear that you should cease your interactions with Su Yuqi. Furthermore, return the house in Panlong Bay to its rightful owners. Your father and I have no intention of residing there. I do not expect you to become exceedingly wealthy. I only wish for you to find a good job and marry, allowing our lineage to continue. Tang Hongying's tone was somewhat stern, revealing her irritation. Observing his mother's anger, Chen Ping refrained from further protest and simply nodded. Mom, I will heed your words. Over the years, his mother had endured countless hardships for his sake. Her eyes having shed tears of despair, Chen Ping did not wish to exacerbate her distress. Seeing her son acquiesce so readily softened Tang Hongying's demeanor considerably. I have asked your father to reach out to Uncle Zhang on your behalf. Tomorrow, we shall see if he can assist you in finding a job. Additionally, Aunt Wang's daughter Han Hang has graduated and reportedly secured a good position, earning a decent income. Since you have known each other since childhood, if neither of you bears any disdain, I could speak to Aunt Wang about it. Though Tang Hongying was visually impaired, her heart remained attuned to both trivial and significant matters. Chapter 55. A meal together. What to say? If both children agree, I have no objections. After all, I have watched Chen Ping grow up. He is not to blame for his imprisonment. At that moment, Wang Chafeng entered with a large bowl, This is the sauce I made myself. Do give it a try. Aunt Wang, Chen Ping exclaimed, hastily reaching out to receive the bowl. Ever since he arrived in Hongqing as a teenager, he had been neighbors with Wang Chongfeng's family, fostering a strong bond between the two households. Aunt Wang, you are too kind. I have watched Henin grow up as well. She is both sensible and beautiful. If our families could truly become in-laws, it would be wonderful. Tang Hongying rose and urged Wang Chongfeng to sit down beside her. Wang Chongfeng, visibly pleased, remarked on her satisfaction with Chen Ping. Indeed, I have heard that Henin has secured a good job, earning quite a bit. Tang Hongying nodded in agreement, her expression one of delight. As she spoke, Wang Chongfeng took out her phone and dialed her daughter's number. The call connected swiftly, and Henin's languorous voice emerged from the other end. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm still asleep. Weren't you aware that it's already afternoon? Why are you still in bed? Don't you have work? Wang Chongfeng replied, taken aback. Oh, I have to work overtime tonight. So I'm catching up on sleep this afternoon. Is there something you need? Henin inquired hastily. Wang Chongfeng responded, Dear, I don't have time now. Perhaps in a few days. I've been too busy these past days. With that, Henin abruptly ended the call. Wang Chongfeng listened to the busy tone on the phone, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Aunt Wang, since Han Hang is too busy, let's postpone for another day. It's not as though we are short of a day or two, he remarked. Tang Hongying, fearing that Wang Chongfeng might be upset, hurriedly advised him. Children these days have truly become quite unruly. Wang Chongfeng sighed. He remained at Chen Ping's home until evening, while Chen Ping, feeling somewhat aimless, decided to take a stroll. Just then, Lin Tianhu called, inviting Chen Ping to dinner. As Chen Ping was now Lin Tianhu's superior, it was only natural for Lin Tianhu to curry favor with him. Although Lin Tianhu offered to pick Chen Ping up, he politely declined and hailed a taxi to the restaurant Lin Tianhu had mentioned. During Chen Ping's years in prison, Hongqing had developed at an astonishing pace. This once small city now boasted dozens of bars and KTV venues. As night fell, the dazzling neon lights twinkled, and the streets were filled with handsome men and beautiful women. While Chen Ping's taxi passed by a brothel bar, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure clad in vibrant attire, walking into the establishment accompanied by several girls. Wang Hanheng. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Earlier that afternoon, she had mentioned working late. How could she suddenly appear at a bar? Was it possible that Wang Hanheng had been working there all along? To clarify his suspicions, Chen Ping instructed the taxi to stop, paid the fare, and followed Wang Hanheng inside. Chapter 56. A brief acquaintance inside the bar. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the dazzling lights and vibrant colors that created a dizzying effect. Upon witnessing Wang Hanheng enter the bar accompanied by several girls, Chen Ping was promptly ushered to the back by two waitstaff. As he attempted to follow, he was halted by a firm hand. Sir, I apologize, but this is our backstage area. Guests are not permitted to enter. Peering inside, Chen Ping discovered that Wang Hanheng had vanished from sight, prompting him to settle into a corner, intent on uncovering the purpose of her visit. Before long, Wang Hanheng and the other girls emerged, clad solely in provocative lingerie, their fair skin exposed to the gaze of onlookers. They swiftly made their way to the center stage of the bar, where an array of vibrant lights illuminated them, igniting a fervor among the patrons who erupted in cheers and whistles. As Wang Hanheng and her companions swayed their bodies, it was apparent that her movements were somewhat stiff, lacking the fluidity of the other girls. Nevertheless, she exerted herself to dance energetically, forcing a smile onto her face. The crowd quickly discerned Wang Hanheng's awkwardness, their eyes fixated upon her, with some even tossing money in her direction. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Wang Hanheng on stage. He could hardly fathom that the shy and gentle Wang Hanheng would choose to become a dancer in a bar. As bills fluttered down upon the stage, Wang Hanheng bent repeatedly to collect them, tucking the notes into her bosom. Below the stage, a group of men, their eyes gleaming with desire, stared hungrily at her, resembling ravenous wolves. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ping rose and approached the edge of the stage. He retrieved a thick wad of cash and tossed it onto the stage, a sum amounting to several thousand yuan. Wang Hanhai, noticing such a generous display, immediately brightened and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, big brother. However, when Wang Hanhai's gaze met Chen Ping's, she shuddered slightly, and her expression grew noticeably awkward. Chen Ping's actions drew the attention of many, yet upon observing his ordinary attire, composed entirely of street market finds, they all wore expressions of derision. Buddy, with that outfit, you probably don't even exceed 200 yuan. one onlooker remarked. The girl up there is beyond your reach. You might as well leave before you squander what little you earn in a month. At that moment, a middle-aged man patted Chen Ping on the shoulder. Ignoring him, Chen Ping's eyes remained fixated on Wang Hanhai. Perplexed by the notion that a mere 3 years could bring about such a transformation in a person, Wang Hanhai turned away from him, facing another direction as she energetically danced, while the other girls on stage gathered around. Hey handsome, let us get acquainted. One of the dancers crouched down, extending her fair arm towards Chen Ping's face. Such patrons, like Chen Ping, were precisely the type that these dancers adored. Despite appearing to have little money, once ensnared, they would dutifully part with their monthly earnings. Chen Ping slightly tilted his head to evade her touch, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Hanhai. A beautiful woman. Allow me to introduce myself. Nearby, a man with a lascivious grin suddenly seized the dancer's hand and yanked her downwards. Chapter 57. Nothing of consequence. Oh. The dancer, caught off guard, was abruptly pulled off the stage. Instantly, the surrounding men pounced upon her like ravenous wolves, groping her indiscriminately. At that moment, they all sought to take advantage of her, to indulge in their desires. Get the hell away from me. Do you wish to die? At that moment, a woman clad in professional attire, heavily made up, stormed over, her voice booming, followed by 4 burly men. Sister Yin, the dancer, just tugged from the stage, stood up, her expression filled with grievance as she cried out to the woman. At that moment, her body bore the marks of unwanted touches. Her undergarments even distorted from the tugging. Get lost. Sister Yin frowned slightly, shouting at the dancer. The dancer trembled in fear and hurriedly ran towards the backstage. Sister Yin scanned the area and, after noticing Chen Ping, the only one standing at the edge of the stage, said nothing. Instead, she turned to Wang Hanhong on stage and commanded, Hanhong, come down. Upon hearing her name, Wang Hanhong quickly halted and descended from the stage. Sister Yin, is there something you need? Wang Hanhong inquired. The big boss has arrived. He wants you to keep him company. Sister Yin replied straightforwardly. Wang Hanhong's body trembled slightly, her face revealing great reluctance, yet she dared not utter a word in protest, merely following Sister Yin away. As Wang Hanhang passed by Chen Ping, she deliberately lowered her head, avoiding his gaze entirely. Hanhang. Chen Ping swiftly reached out and grasped her arm. Do you know him? Yin Jie, noticing Chen Ping's hold on Wang Hanhang, furrowed her brow and inquired. No, I don't know him. Wang Hanhang hastily shook her head and then turned to Chen Ping, saying, Who are you? Let go of me. I still have to go to work. She broke free from Chen Ping's grasp and followed Yin Jie towards the backstage. Yin Jie shot Chen Ping a glare, but chose not to say anything further as she departed. Hanhang, the boss holds you in high regard. You must not cause any trouble at this time, especially not with a boyfriend. If you manage to get close to the boss, even your debts will pale in comparison. From then on, I shall follow you, Yin Jie advised Wang Hanhang during their walk. Wang Hanhang's expression darkened, yet she forced a smile, replying, Yin Jie, how could the boss possibly take an interest in me? He is far more considerate towards you. Wang Hanhang had no desire to become entangled with the bar's owner, a balding, corpulent man who repulsed her. Although she felt compelled to work as a dancer in the bar, she did not wish to descend into the depths of becoming someone's mistress. I am growing old. The future belongs to the youth, Yin Jie remarked, casting a glance filled with envy and jealousy towards Wang Hanhang. In their line of work, age was a currency. Once one grew older, any advantage dissipated. It was already fortunate not to be dismissed entirely. Soon, 2 individuals entered a spacious and opulent office. Upon crossing the threshold, they found a balding middle-aged man seated on a sofa, a bottle of red wine placed before him. Noticing the middle-aged man, Sister Yin slightly bowed and said, Boss, Henin has arrived. Well, I presume you haven't entertained any guests? Inquired the middle-aged man. No, the boss instructed me. How could I dare to disobey, Sister? Yin quickly shook her head in response. Leave us, the middle-aged man gestured dismissively. Sister Yin retreated, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Henin before gently closing the door behind her. Wang Henin trembled slightly, apprehensively facing her formidable boss, her heart laden with fear. Boss. Wang Henin timidly called out. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze to Wang Henin, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes as he grinned. Don't be anxious. I won't bite. Come, sit beside me. He patted the sofa beside him. Despite her trepidation, Wang Henin felt compelled to comply, gradually moving closer to take a seat next to the middle-aged man. Observing her fair skin and the youthful fragrance that enveloped her, the man's gaze intensified with longing. He poured 2 glasses of red wine, offering one to Wang Henin. Come, share a drink with me. Boss, I don't know how to drink. Wang Henin hesitated, not daring to accept. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled upwards. Seeing this, Wang Henin reluctantly took the glass, closed her eyes, and gulped down the wine in one swift motion. Upon witnessing Wang Henin down the drink, the middle-aged man erupted into hearty laughter. The middle-aged man inquired, I heard from Yinzi that you owe a considerable sum of high-interest loans? Wang Hanheng nodded slightly. 1 million. 1 million? Indeed, that is a substantial amount. The man responded, pulling out a check and inscribing 1 million directly upon it, sliding it across to Wang Hanheng. If you accompany me well tonight and ensure my comfort, this million shall be yours. He gazed at Wang Hanheng with confident assurance. He had engaged in such dealings more than once, under the allure of monetary temptation. Few girls could resist. This method had proven effective time and again. As Wang Hanheng beheld the check, her breath quickened. This was 1 million. If she possessed this sum, she would no longer be threatened by those loan sharks. She could also cease her daily existence as a bar dancer, living in constant trepidation of encountering acquaintances. Although she currently worked as a dancer, she still retained her integrity. Once she repaid the debts, she could seek a boyfriend and eventually marry, feeling she had not betrayed her partner. However, if she became someone else's mistress, even if she later found a man to whom she could commit her life, Wang Hanheng knew she would carry a burden of guilt for eternity. In that moment, she recalled Chen Ping. She remembered how he had always protected her during their teenage years. Back then, Wang Hanheng often proclaimed her desire to marry him. Yet, as they matured, their interactions dwindled. Particularly after Chen Ping began dating Geng Shanshan and progressed toward marriage discussions. Consequently, Wang Hanheng had drifted further from Chen Ping. However, who could have foreseen the capriciousness of fate? Chen Ping's marriage fell through, leading to his imprisonment. At that time, Wang Hanheng, still a university student, had harbored a desire to visit Chen Ping in prison, yet her academic commitments hindered her from doing so. Upon witnessing her current predicament, Wang Hanheng felt an overwhelming anguish. Compounded by the fear that Chen Ping might divulge her circumstances to her mother, the thought of her mother, who had toiled tirelessly to raise her after the untimely death of her father, discovering that she was working as a bar dancer was utterly unbearable. The mere notion of becoming someone else's mistress would surely sever their mother-daughter bond irrevocably. With this in mind, Wang Hanheng resolutely shook her head, stating, Thank you for your kindness, but I have no such intentions. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rejection. He had tested this method numerous times without anyone declining, and some girls had even rejoiced at the proposal, for in this society, money reigns supreme. Chapter 59. Perhaps you seek someone else? Is the offer too meager? I can provide more, and even purchase a home for us as our love nest. Whatever you desire, I will grant, and I shall not intrude upon your personal life. You need only accompany me 4 or 5 times a month. Given my current health, I cannot devote excessive energy to women. This arrangement would yield far greater earnings than your current work, without the indignity of enduring the advances of lecherous men. The middle-aged man continued to coax Wang Hanheng with persuasive words. Wang Hanhua has resolutely made up her mind. She cannot become someone else's mistress. She refuses to exchange her entire life for a fleeting sense of comfort. The sight of the balding man before her fills her with disgust. If he were not her boss, she might have already unleashed a torrent of invective. Boss, I truly cannot do this. You should seek another. Wang Hanhua shook her head once more. Upon witnessing her continued refusal, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted abruptly. With a piercing glare, he exclaimed, Do you believe you have any options left with me? A woman I have set my sights on is never beyond my reach. Terrified, Wang Hanhua hastily rose to flee. But as she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her, making the world spin. You cannot escape. You have consumed my wine, and now you wish to leave? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Wang Hanhua's face turned ashen. She yearned to scream, but her lips would not part. The figure of the middle-aged man grew increasingly blurred before her eyes. Eventually, she collapsed onto the sofa, rendered immobile, and gradually succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, in the bar's main hall, Sister Yin, cigarette in hand, gazed enviously at the young and beautiful dancers on stage. Once, she too had been young and radiant, basking in the spotlight and admired by affluent patrons. Yet now, she had become a procurer, aiding her boss in finding women. She pondered what her fate might be in a few years. Sister Yin, that Wang Hanhua has caught the eye of the boss. She is bound for great success now, a nearby waiter whispered. Certainly, You must exercise caution when encountering Wang Hanhang in the future. Do not provoke her, or you shall face dire consequences. Sister Yin exhaled a plume of smoke and retorted, silence. Do you wish to court disaster? With your disposition, how dare you even covet the boss's woman? Before the waiter could finish speaking, Sister Yan's face contorted with rage. I deserve punishment. I truly do. I have spoken foolishly. The waiter hastily slapped himself twice across the face. Consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, a month's wages shall be deducted. Sister Yin declared sternly. Thank you, Sister Yin, thank you. The waiter replied hurriedly, reaching out to give Sister Yin a light pinch on her rear. Look at your miserable state. Sister Yin chuckled, pulling the waiter along as they departed. Despite her advancing years and the boss's waning affection, Sister Yin remained a formidable presence, and no young, strapping waiter could escape her grasp. Their whispered conversations, though hushed, were clearly overheard by Chen Ping, who felt a chill run through him upon learning that Wang Hanhang had been summoned by the boss for such matters. With a countenance as cold as ice, Chen Ping rose and strode towards the backstage area. Just as he reached the door, he was intercepted by two waiters. Before they could utter a word, Chen Ping swiftly incapacitated both with a flurry of strikes. Once inside the backstage, Chen Ping was at a loss. He had no idea where Wang Hanhang was amidst the myriad of rooms, which only heightened his anxiety. As Chen Ping passed by a restroom, he suddenly heard a series of delicate gasps. Without hesitation, he charged inside, forcefully kicking open a stall door. In Chapter 60, Murder, he found Sister Yin engaged in a struggle with a server, seemingly just at the onset of their confrontation. The server, taken aback by the abrupt intrusion, opened his mouth to shout, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift strike from Chen Ping. Seizing Sister Yin by the collar, he demanded, Where have you taken Han Han? How dare you? Sister Yin exclaimed upon recognizing Chen Ping, unleashing a torrent of curses. However, before she could continue, Chen Ping tightened his grip around her throat, leaving her gasping for air, her face flushed, and her eyes filled with fear. In the office, Sister Yin hastily replied. Releasing his hold, Chen Ping, radiating an aura of lethal intent, compelled her to lead the way. Upon reaching the office, he kicked the door open with a resounding crash, startling a middle-aged man inside. Upon entering, Chen Ping was met with the sight of Wang Han lying motionless on the sofa, while the balding man was brazenly exploring her body, seeking death. Chen Ping's eyes blazed with fury as he advanced with purpose, sending the middle-aged man flying with a powerful kick. Han. He swiftly removed his coat and draped it over her, realizing she was unconscious from apparent drugging. Channeling his spiritual energy into Wang Han's body, he sought to revive her. Wang Han slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Chen Ping, she exclaimed in surprise, Chen Ping go. However, she soon succumbed to slumber once again, evidently overwhelmed by the effects of the medication. The middle-aged man, having been kicked by Chen Ping, lay sprawled on the ground. His face transformed into a deep shade of purple. Boss, Yin Jie hurriedly approached to assist the man to his feet. The middle-aged man glared furiously at Chen Ping, exclaiming, You dare to strike me, kid? Do you wish for death? Who do you think you are? As he bellowed, for burly men clad in black suits rushed in at the sound of the commotion. Boss, this fellow might be Wang Hanhong's boyfriend. Yin Jie informed the middle-aged man. Given Chen Ping's earlier demeanor towards Wang Hanhong and his current furious expression, it was evident he could only be a boyfriend. I don't give a damn who he is. Make sure he is dealt with. How dare he strike me? I'll ruin you. The middle-aged man roared as he saw his men rush in. The four henchmen, upon hearing his command, charged towards Chen Ping, setting Wang Hanhong down. Chen Ping did not even glance at the approaching assailants. With a mere flick of his hand, the four henchmen were sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Rendered immobile. Witnessing Chen Ping's formidable prowess, both the middle-aged man and Yin Jie were left in stunned silence, their faces betraying sheer terror. With a piercing gaze, Chen Ping regarded the middle-aged man, stating coldly, Scum like you deserves to perish. What do you intend to do? Observing the murderous glare emanating from Chen Ping, the middle-aged man trembled and said, I must inform you, this bar is under the protection of Lord Hu. Do you comprehend who Lord Hu is? Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Chen Ping's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Tianhu. Originally intending to invite Chen Ping for a meal, Lin Tianhu had grown concerned due to Chen Ping's absence and decided to inquire. Mr. Chen, where are you? Lin Tianhu asked in a hushed tone. I am at the Fengwei bar. The Fengwei bar? Lin Tianhu was taken aback. What business does Mr. Chen have at the Fengwei bar? Murder. The two words, though brief, were laden with an overwhelming aura of lethality that sent a shiver through Lin Tianhu on the other end of the line. Mr. Chen, the Fengwei bar belongs to Baldly, who has consistently paid protection fees to my brotherhood. I will gather my men and head over immediately. There is no need for you to take action personally. Lin Tianhu understood that Chen Ping's utterance of the word murder indicated that the Fengwei bar had provoked him gravely. Chapter 61. Impersonation inside the office. An oppressive silence enveloped the space as Sister Yin and the bar owner gazed at the composed Chen Ping, a wave of ominous premonition rising within them. Boss, do you think that man was just speaking with Lord Hu? Sister Yin quietly inquired. Noticing the owner's silence, Sister Yin reassured herself. Lord Hu could not possibly be acquainted with such a person. He must be putting on an act. The individual on the phone could not have been Lord Hu. Who in Hongshang would dare to speak to Lord Hu in such a manner? Upon hearing this, the bar owner slightly nodded, conceding to Sister Yan's perspective. Young man, cease your pretense. Given your demeanor, how could the esteemed Tiger Lord possibly recognize you? To impersonate his name is a grave offense. The bar owner bellowed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping merely cast a fleeting glance at the bar owner, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, choosing to disregard him. Boss, why not call Tiger Lord? This troublemaker is causing a ruckus. Let him come and handle it. We shall also ascertain whether the voice on the phone was truly Tiger Lord, Sister Yin suggested to the bar owner. Nodding in agreement, the bar owner retrieved his mobile device, poised to dial Lin Tianhu, when suddenly, his phone rang. It was Lin Tianhu calling. He hastily answered, Tiger Lord. Baldly, how the hell did you provoke Mr. Chen? You better wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Close your brothel, and if you dare try to flee, let us see if I, Lin Tianhu, can't track you down. As the bar owner connected the call, Lin Tianhu's furious voice erupted, leaving him utterly stunned. No matter how reluctant he was to accept it, the undeniable truth loomed before him. The individual he had spoken with earlier was indeed Lin Tianhu, who had addressed Chen Ping with utmost respect as Mr. Chen. With a sudden crack, the bar owner's phone slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact with the floor. Staring blankly at Chen Ping, he eventually collapsed to his knees with a thud. Sister Yin, wide-eyed with terror, followed suit and knelt beside him. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. The bar owner desperately bowed to Chen Ping. However, Chen Ping paid him no heed, not even casting a glance in his direction. At this moment, he was channeling his spiritual energy into Wang Hanhai, hoping to rouse her from her stupor. It was unclear what kind of potent drug the bar owner had administered to Wang Hanhai, as its effects were alarmingly strong, even with Chen Ping's own spiritual energy. It took a considerable amount of time before Wang Hanhai slowly opened her eyes once more. Brother Chen Ping, Wang Hanhai called out to him, her voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. After all, working as a dancer in a bar was hardly a respectable profession. Hanhai, are you feeling better now? Let us go. Chen Ping gently assisted Wang Hanhai up from the sofa, speaking softly. Wang Hanhai nodded. But when she noticed the bar owner and Sister Yin kneeling on the ground, she was momentarily taken aback. She could not comprehend why these two individuals were on their knees. Was it somehow due to Chen Ping? Confusion clouded her gaze as she looked at him. For in her eyes, Chen Ping was merely an ordinary man, one who had even served time in prison. We're leaving. Without offering an explanation, Chen Ping took Wang Hanhai's hand and led her towards the exit. In the bar's main hall, Lin Tianhu had arrived with his entourage, expelling all the patrons from the premises. The bar staff were cornered, cowering on the ground. Upon witnessing the multitude of armed individuals, Wang Hanhan's countenance turned pale, her grip tightening around Chen Ping's arm, trembling slightly. Do not be afraid, Chen Ping softly reassured her. Lin Tianhu, noticing Chen Ping's emergence, was about to approach for conversation but was halted by a mere glance from Chen Ping. He wished to conceal his acquaintance with Lin Tianhu from Wang Hanhan. For Lin Tianhu was far from being a reputable figure in the eyes of ordinary people. If his parents were to discover his association with Lin Tianhu, it would surely incite their wrath. Lin Tianhu instantly comprehended the unspoken message in Chen Ping's gaze. With a wave of his hand, the guard stationed at the bar's entrance promptly cleared a path. Thus, Chen Ping led Wang Hanhan outside, under the scrutiny of numerous onlookers. As they stepped beyond the threshold of the bar, a cacophony of anguished screams and the sounds of destruction echoed from within. On their way back, Wang Hanhan glanced at Chen Ping, several times on the verge of articulating her thoughts, yet each attempt faltered before fruition. How could you possibly work in such a place? Chen Ping initiated the conversation. Wang Hanhan lowered her gaze, her hands fidgeting. biting her lip in distress. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Brother Chen Ping, could you refrain from informing my mother? If she were to find out, it would surely devastate her." Chen Ping nodded in understanding. Wang Han steadied her emotions and continued. "I currently owe 1 million in high-interest loans. Without resorting to such places for work, there is no feasible way to repay this debt. If I fail to settle it, they will come after my mother." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "How could you possibly incur such a substantial debt?" Chen Ping furrowed his brows slightly. Upon hearing his question, Wang Hanhang wept even more profusely, exclaiming amidst her tears, "While in college, I met a boyfriend who is 2 years my senior indeed. After he graduated, he borrowed high-interest loans under my name for his entrepreneurial pursuits. But little did I know, after securing the funds, I lost all contact with him." As Wang Hanhang finished her tale, Chen Ping instantly comprehended the gravity of her situation. She had been deceived by that so-called boyfriend. At that moment, the taxi driver sighed, "Alas, these young ladies are far too innocent, too trusting. 1 million is no trifling sum. Just the other day, I heard about a girl who, driven to despair by high-interest loans, jumped into a river. Hanhang, do not cry. I will help you devise a solution for that 1 million, Chen Ping gently reassured. Patting her shoulder, Wang Hanhang lifted her head, gazing at Chen Ping with heartfelt gratitude. "Brother Chen Ping, I understand you have just been released from prison. Without a job remains. Just promise me you won't tell my mother. I will find a way on my own. Rest assured, I won't do anything foolish. If I were to leave this world, my mother would surely perish as well." Chen Ping offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond further. Yet he was resolute in his intention to assist her with the matter of the exorbitant loan. Presently, he still possessed the card given to him by Su Wenzong, containing 10 million. Even if he were to spend copiously, he could always seek assistance from Lin Tianhu, as the entirety of the Brotherhood was now under his purview. With that, the taxi driver pressed the accelerator and drove away. Watching the taxi fade into the distance, Chen Ping pondered to himself, realizing that there are still many good-hearted individuals in this world. Chapter 63. Old Comrades. As Chun Baoguo spoke, a broad smile adorned his face. Upon hearing this, Tang Hongying's expression brightened instantly as she exclaimed, "Chen Ping, my dear child, you could simply approach us regarding Henin instead of sneaking off on your own. Were you hoping to surprise us?" Chen Ping found himself at a loss for words, eager to explain yet unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, only Wang Changfeng noticed the distress on Wang Henin's face, coupled with the evidence of tears, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly and inquire, "Henin, weren't you supposed to be working overtime? And why do you seem to have been crying? There's even a sin of alcohol on you." Chen Ping hastily concocted a fib. Upon hearing this, Wang Changfeng immediately rose to examine Wang Henin, her eyes filled with concern as she remarked, "What kind of colleagues do you have? Knowing you can't handle alcohol, they still force drinks upon you. This is utterly outrageous." Witnessing her mother's anxiety, Wang Henin could no longer contain herself and embraced Wang Changfeng, bursting into tears once more. Wang Changfeng comforted her, saying, "Henin, if your job brings you unhappiness, then we shall find you another." "What kind of colleagues are these?" Wang Changfeng believed that Wang Henin had been bullied by her co-workers, feeling a sense of injustice. After all, Wang Henin had only recently begun her career and was still considered a novice. Many companies tend to take advantage of newcomers. "Indeed, Henin, do not cry any longer. If it comes to that, we shall simply quit. Tomorrow, your Uncle Chun will help you find a job through connections, and he can inquire on your behalf. As university graduates, we need not fear the absence of employment." Tang Hongying chimed in quickly, reassuring Wang Henin. "I will also make inquiries tomorrow. It should be no issue, for he is an old comrade of mine." Chen Baoguo added his support. As the persuasion towards Wang Hanhua intensified, her tears flowed with increasing sorrow, and only Chen Ping understood the depth of her anguish. "Chen Ping, you should retire for the night. Tomorrow we shall visit your uncle's son, who will assist you in securing a job, and perhaps inquire about Hanhua's situation as well. This child has endured far too much," sighed Tang Hongying. "You mustn't mistreat Hanhua. Treat her kindly," she added. The uncle's son she mentioned was Sun Fuhai, a comrade of Chen Baoguo. After retiring from military service, Chen Baoguo embarked on a political career as a civil servant, while Sun Fuhai ventured into business with his severance pay, now thriving and enjoying a comfortable life. "Mother, Chen Ping began, but Tang Hongying interrupted, dismissing his words and departing. Chen Ping felt somewhat helpless. He had always regarded Wang Hanhua as a sister, devoid of any romantic feelings. And now he found himself at a loss on how to communicate this to his parents. Early the next morning, Tang Hongying called out, "Chen Ping, rise and dress appropriately. Do not appear disheveled. Your uncle's son has kindly taken a day off just for us." "Understood," Chen Ping replied, blinking his eyes open. After a modest breakfast, the trio hurriedly left their home and hailed a taxi, heading towards Sun Fuhai's residence. Chapter 64. What wine blows this way? Sun Fuhai resided in a renowned community named Phoenix Manor in Hangzhou, where the average housing price exceeded 10,000 per square meter. With properties often exceeding $1 million, a sum beyond the reach of ordinary citizens in a place like Hangzhou. Upon their arrival, Chen Ping was advised by Tang Hongying to be a bit more affable and courteous, as they were seeking assistance. Given his circumstances, finding employment would prove to be quite challenging. No company would be inclined to hire an ex-convict. He urged Chen Ping to exercise caution. In the car, Tang Hongying incessantly reminded Chen Ping, anxious about any potential missteps. "Well, what of it? So what if I serve time? Does that automatically tarnish my character?" Chen Ping mused, recalling the deep bond he shared with Sun Fuhai over the years, confident that such a trivial matter should pose no obstacle. Tang Hongying, however, could not suppress her irritation, questioning why Sun Fuhai had not visited them despite their enduring friendship. "Do you not realize the hardships we have endured these past years?" she lamented, recalling how their family's fortunes had plummeted during Chen Ping's incarceration, yet Sun Fuhai had not made a single visit. "Let us not blame Fuhai. I never informed him of our situation, nor did I divulge our address. So how could he come? We share a bond forged in battle. If I had thrown myself to save him during our training, he would have perished long ago." Chen Baohua, a man of considerable pride and a former squad leader, felt embarrassed to seek help from his comrade. Had it not been for Chen Ping's predicament, he would not have approached Sun Fuhai. "Mother, you know my father's temperament. I will be cautious when we arrive. Once I secure a job and begin earning, our family's fortunes will surely improve." Chen Ping reassured Tang Hongying. At present, Chen Ping possesses a sum of 10 million, yet he cannot confide in his parents, for such wealth is difficult to elucidate. If he were to speak the truth, they would find it implausible, given the extraordinary nature of his experiences during the 3 years he spent in prison. Meanwhile, in a 2-story villa at Phoenix Manor, Sun Fuhai, a man in his 50s, is adjusting his rather antiquated military uniform in front of a mirror. On the sofa, a young woman in her 20s, who possesses an attractive visage and a tall stature, is lounging in a floral checkered nightgown while engrossed in her mobile phone. "Dad, what are you thinking? That old military uniform is from many years ago. Why would you wear it now?" she remarked, casting a glance at Sun Fuhai. "This girl is none other than Sun Fuhai's only daughter, Sun Xiaoming. Your father is dressing up to meet an old comrade in arms. It's been years since they last saw each other. However, his belly has grown so large that the uniform no longer fits him." A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fruit. She was clad in a black business suit, complemented by a white blouse, nude stockings, and high heels, exuding the demeanor of a professional. With a subtle touch of makeup, she appeared remarkably youthful. This woman is Sun Fuhai's wife, Li Fingxia, who serves as a sales manager in her own company. Li Fingxia set down the fruit and, with a worried expression, inquired of Sun Fuhai, "You needn't concern yourself. This time it is our old squad leader visiting, and it has been several years since we last met. I expect you all to be on your best behavior." Sun Fuhai responded somewhat impatiently to Li Fingxia. "Old squad leader? Perhaps by now he has already achieved great success. I recall you mentioning him before, someone who once saved your life. After retiring, he entered politics." Li Fingxia continued to inquire. Chapter 65. Simplicity. "Indeed. We have not been in touch these past few years. I wonder how he is faring." Sun Fuhai nodded. "He might very well have become a high-ranking official by now. When he arrives, you should catch up properly," Li Fingxia said with excitement, then glanced at Sun Xiaoming on the sofa and urged, "Hurry and change your clothes. We have guests coming over soon. You can't greet them looking like this. Besides, your father's old classmate has a son, and when they come, who knows?" "Ah, Mom, please stop. I already have a boyfriend, you know that. It's so annoying." Sun Xiaoming stood up from the sofa, visibly irritated, and marched towards her bedroom. "You silly girl, I am only looking out for you. That Chui Ziyuan is merely a sales manager. These are the children of officials we are talking about. Can they be compared?" Li Fingxia shouted after her. Sun Xiaoming said nothing, but upon entering her bedroom, she forcefully slammed the door shut. "This child is so disobedient," Li Fingxia muttered, then turned to Sun Fuhai and said, "Old son, I will go wash some fruit. Remember to call and book a decent hotel for lunch." "All right." Sun Fuhai nodded. Soon, Chen Ping's family arrived and rang the doorbell. Sun Fuhai hurried to open the door. Upon their first encounter, both Chen Baoguo and Sun Fuhai were momentarily taken aback before embracing each other warmly. Old squad leader, I have missed you dearly. You have changed so much over the years. Your hair has turned quite gray, Sun Fuhai chuckled. Huh, you've put on some weight yourself. With your current physique, how dare you still don that military uniform? Chen Baoguo laughed heartily, playfully punching Sun Fuhai. Sun Fuhai's gaze shifted to Tang Hongying and Chen Ping. When he noticed that although Tang Hongying's eyes were open, they appeared vacant, as if she could not see, he was momentarily stunned. Observing this, Chen Baoguo hastily introduced. This is my wife, Tang Hongying. She lost her sight a few years ago due to illness. Sun Fuhai quickly addressed Tang Hongying. Hello, sister-in-law. Please, come inside and take a seat. Tang Hongying responded with a warm smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, I often hear old Shin speak of your past adventures. She added. If it weren't for the old squad leader, I might not be here today. Sun Fuhai promptly assisted Tang Hongying as they entered the house. Uncle Sun, allow me. Chen Ping stepped forward to support Tang Hongying. This is my son, Chen Ping, Chen Baoguo introduced. Indeed, quite a handsome young man, just like your father in his youth. Sun Fuhai remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Chen Ping. Chen Ping reciprocated with a smile, finding Sun Fuhai's demeanor quite amiable and his smile genuine, devoid of pretense. Yet, none noticed the slight change in expression on Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying's faces following Sun Fuhai's words. Though it was but a fleeting moment. Old son, is it the old squad leader who has arrived? Li Fengxia emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of fruit, and hurriedly approached. Old class leader, this is my wife, Li Fengxia, Sun Fuhai introduced as he followed Chen Baoguo. Greetings, sister-in-law, Chen Baoguo replied with a gentle smile. Li Fengxia was momentarily taken aback. She observed that Chen Baoguo was dressed in simple attire, his hair streaked with gray, lacking the imposing presence typically associated with high-ranking officials. Nearby, Tang Hongying accompanied Chen Ping, both appearing equally unpretentious, resembling ordinary folks. Have the esteemed officials become so modest? Li Fengxia pondered silently. Why are you dazed? The old class leader is speaking to you. Sun Fuhai noticed her stupor and gently urged. Oh, hello, big brother. Hello, sister-in-law. Please sit down. I've prepared some fruit for you. Li Fengxia quickly regained her composure, greeting them with a warm smile. Chapter 66. Household registration. Check. The Chen family settled onto the sofa. While Sun Fuhai hurriedly poured tea and called out towards the bedroom, Xiaoming, your uncle Chen has arrived. Come out quickly. Fuhai, there's no need for such formality. We feel quite embarrassed for interrupting, Chen Baoguo expressed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Sun Fuhai's warm hospitality. Old class leader, there's no need for embarrassment. It has been years since we last met. Consider this your home. I've booked a restaurant for lunch, and we shall enjoy a good meal together. Sun Fuhai replied while pouring tea for Chen Baoguo. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming emerged, clad in sportswear and sporting a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Sun Xiaoming cast a glance and focused her attention on Chen Ping. She noted that he was clad in humble attire, presenting an unrefined appearance, resembling a rustic individual from the countryside, far removed from the image of a privileged bureaucrat. Xiaoming, why haven't you greeted Uncle Chen? Sun Fuhai remarked to Sun Xiaoming. Hello, Uncle Chen, Sun Xiaoming mumbled absently, her demeanor betraying indifference, with a flicker of disdain evident in her gaze. Child, how can you? Sun Fuhai, observing Sun Xiaoming's attitude, was about to express his frustration when he was halted by Chen Baoguo. Now. Chen Baoguo quickly intervened, nodding amiably at Sun Xiaoming. The two families settled into a casual conversation, yet it was evident that Sun Xiaoming felt somewhat uncomfortable. Brother Chen, I've heard from my husband that after your military service, you ventured into politics. It's been quite a few years. You must be a departmental leader by now. Li Fengxia inquired of Chen Baoguo. Upon hearing this, Chen Baoguo's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, No, I have already retired. Isn't that rather early to retire? Li Fengxia exclaimed in astonishment. Enough with the trivialities. Are we conducting a census here? Sun Fuhai shot a glare at Li Fengxia. In truth, from the moment Chen Baoguo and his family entered, Sun Fuhai sensed something amiss. As a businessman accustomed to mingling with various officials, he discerned that Chen Baoguo lacked the typical air of authority. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware that his wife had a penchant for social status. If she were to learn that Chen Baoguo's family was entirely ordinary, it would likely lead to immediate discord. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. Why the urgency? Li Fengxia cast a sidelong glance at Sun Fuhai before turning to Chen Baohua. Brother Chen, at what level did you resign? Realizing that Li Fengxia would not relent, and acknowledging that there was no need for concealment as he sought assistance, Chen Baohua awkwardly chuckled. I was dismissed. He recounted the tribulations he had faced over the past few years, casting aside any concern for dignity, which had become utterly valueless to him. Upon hearing his story, the smile on Li Fengxia's face vanished, quickly replaced by an eye roll. Sun Fuhai, however, was taken aback. Old squad leader, you've endured such hardship these years. Why didn't you let me know? It's all in the past now. With Chen Ping also released, I was hoping you could assist him in finding a job, even if it requires hard labor. Chen Baohua asked with a tone of subservience. Who would dare hire a former convict these days? Sun Fuhai had yet to respond. But Li Fengxia had already scoffed at the notion. Her demeanor had shifted dramatically from the beginning. Sun Fuhai furrowed his brows, his expression growing grave. Seeing their reaction, Chen Baohua hastily added, if it poses a burden, then never mind. I can arrange for him to find work on a construction site instead. Chapter 67. Understanding Old Squad Leader. To be frank, my company is currently facing some difficulties. If we cannot navigate through this, we may face bankruptcy. Bringing Chen Ping on board would only hinder him. Sun Fuhai sighed and spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Baohua immediately felt embarrassed and said, Fuhai, I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Please do not concern yourself with Chen Ping's job situation. What troubles has your company encountered? To which Li Fengxia sarcastically remarked, what problems can you possibly resolve? Chen Baohua's face flushed with embarrassment. Silence. Sun Fuhai shot a fierce glare at Li Fengxia, and then, with a hint of regret, continued, former squad leader, pay no heed to these women. My company has some business dealings with Fuyao Decoration, but unfortunately, the payment has been withheld, resulting in a severed cash flow. We may not endure for much longer. However, regarding Chen Ping's employment, I will send Xiao Ming to inquire at their company. It is a corporate group with excellent benefits. I believe it would be prudent for Chen Ping to start at the bottom and work her way up. Dad, I'm merely a salesperson. I lack any remarkable abilities. Please do not create more complications for me. As soon as Sun Fuhai finished speaking, Sun Xiaoming immediately expressed her displeasure. Lacking ability? Is not Cui Ziyuan the sales manager? Surely, he can hire one employee. Sun Fuhai challenged. Enough. It is settled. If Cui Ziyuan lacks even this capability, then I question the suitability of both of you. Before Sun Xiaoming could respond further, Sun Fuhai threatened her directly. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoming fell silent, pouting in frustration. Old Sun, Xiaoming has already put in considerable effort to get into that company. Are you not just complicating matters for the child? Is it possible for someone with a criminal record to enter a prominent corporation? Li Fengxia cast a disapproving glance at Chen Ping and voiced her dissatisfaction towards Sun Fuhai. Listening to her repeatedly refer to him as a criminal, Chen Ping felt a surge of discomfort. However, he refrained from expressing his irritation, recognizing Sun Fuhai's commendable character. Father, I must be frank. My responsibility ends with facilitating the entry. Whether one secures an interview hinges on their own capabilities, he stated. Old classmate, this girl has always been this way. Please do not take offense, Sun Fuhai awkwardly explained to Chen Baohua. Chen Baohua managed a wry smile, reflecting on how dire his circumstances had become, rendering any offense trivial. Fuhai, I appreciate your assistance, but I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, he concluded, aware that lingering would only sow discord within Sun's family. Old classmate, I've already booked a hotel. Let us share a meal together, Sun Fuhai urged. No. Perhaps another time, Chen Baohua replied, waving his hand dismissively. Chen Ping helped Tang Hongying to her feet, and Sun Fuhai, cognizant of his wife and daughter's disconcerting demeanor, could only offer an apologetic smile, promising, when the opportunity arises, I will treat the old classmate to a drink. Sun Fuhai escorted Chen Baohua's family to the door, while Li Fengxia remained seated on the sofa, unmoving. Uncle Sun, what is the name of the company that owes you money? Chen Ping inquired once they stepped outside. It's called Fuyao Decoration. Does my nephew have any acquaintances there? Sun Fuhai asked, perplexed. Chen Ping shook his head, saying, no. But I will give it a try and help Uncle Sun collect the debt. The elder nephew, your intentions are appreciated by Uncle Sunday. You have just managed to emerge from that situation. We must refrain from engaging in unlawful activities again. Focus on honoring your parents. And do not concern yourself with my affairs. Sun Fuhai had initially assumed that Chen Ping intended to resort to violent means for debt collection. considering he had only recently been released from prison and might be acquainted with some unsavory characters. Chapter 68. A few days of grace. Chen Ping smiled, reassuring, Uncle Sun. Rest assured, I will not act foolishly again. Sun Fuhai chuckled and patted Chen Ping on the shoulder. Your resolve brings me joy. Upon leaving Sun Fuhai's residence, Chen Baowu let out a soft sigh. Chen Ping, your Uncle Sun is a good man. If you find a job tomorrow, work diligently. And do not let anyone look down upon you again. It was evident that Chen Baowu was quite vexed by the behavior of Sun Fuhai's wife and daughter. Yet there was little he could do, as he lacked the capability and still needed to rely on others. Yes, I understand. Chen Ping nodded. What about Hanan? Given today's circumstances, I can no longer make demands. Tang Hongying expressed her frustration. Originally, they had agreed to help Wang Hanan find a job, but now she had not even mentioned it to Wang Hanan. Upon hearing this, Chen Baowu lit a cigarette and fell silent, uncertain how to address Wang Changfeng about the matter. Mom, Dad, please do not worry. I will find a way for Hanan's job. If I can enter the company, I can bring her along. Chen Ping consoled his parents, knowing this was the only path forward. Chen Baowu nodded in agreement. After relaying the details, Chen Ping put away his phone and gently closed his eyes to rest. Hanan, what brings you here? He inquired, noticing Wang Hanhua at the door. Chen Ping Guai. Wang Hanhua began to respond, but upon seeing Chen Baowu and Tang Hongying also alight from their vehicle, she fell silent. Chen Baowu found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to explain to Wang Hanhua, especially after having made solemn promises only yesterday, yet achieving nothing today. Once Chen Baowu and Tang Hongying had departed, Chen Ping turned to Wang Hanhua and asked, Hanan, is something amiss? Chen Ping Guai. I am frightened. Those loan sharks are coming for me, and I fear my mother will find out. Wang Hanhua said anxiously, tears brimming in her eyes. Do not be afraid. I am here. If they come, I will handle it, Chen Ping reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Chen Ping Gu, please, do not resort to fighting. I cannot bear the thought of you getting caught because of me. Wang Hanhua felt utterly reliant on Chen Ping, but wished for him to remain unharmed. Rest assured. I shall not engage in violence, Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Just as Chen Ping conversed with Wang Hanhua, a rugged SUV abruptly halted before them. Four burly men emerged from the vehicle, one adorned with a large gold chain, sporting a buzz cut and a menacing expression. Upon sighting these individuals, Wang Hanhua instinctively hid behind Chen Ping. Little girl, how have you prepared the money? One of the men demanded. If you do not repay the money today, I shall have to remove your possessions, the man adorned with a golden chain declared, directing his gaze towards Wang Hanhong. I have no money. Could you grant me a few more days? Wang Hanhong timidly inquired. No, not even a single day. If there is nothing of value in your home, then you will accompany me. You appear quite attractive. You could fetch a handsome sum, the man with the golden chain retorted, reaching out towards Wang Hanhong, completely disregarding Chen Ping's presence. Chapter 69. I will pay for you. However, just as the man extended his hand, Chen Ping seized it firmly. I shall cover the debt she owes. Do not resort to violence, Chen Ping stated calmly to the man with the golden chain. You will pay? The man scrutinized Chen Ping, noting his ordinary attire, which hardly exceeded 200. He scoffed derisively. Do you have any idea how much she owes us? 1 million. Chen Ping replied. 1 million is insufficient, the man sneered. How can it be insufficient? Last week you told me that repaying 1 million would suffice, Wang Hanong interjected, her voice rising with urgency. Last week was last week. Does my money not accrue interest? It is now 130,000, and not a penny less. The man with the golden chain smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. Wang Hanong was left in shock. In just 1 week, the debt had escalated by 30,000. Even if she were a money-printing machine, repaying such exorbitant interest seemed impossible. Very well, 130,000. I will pay you, Chen Ping stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Chen Ping's unexpected acquiescence, the man was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Hanhang stared in disbelief at Chen Ping. Brother Chen, where could you possibly have amassed such wealth? Wang Hanhang questioned, fully aware that it was implausible for Chen Ping to possess such a sum, especially after just being released from prison and without a job. How could he possibly have over 1 million? The man adorned with a gold chain, upon hearing Wang Hanhong's incredulous remark, glared menacingly at Chen Ping and said, Kid, are you certain you have the money? If you dare to play me for a fool, you should be aware of the consequences. As he spoke, he brandished a dagger, lightly scraping it across his chin. The sight of the weapon made Wang Hanhong's face turn even paler as she instinctively cowered behind Chen Ping. I assure you, I will pay you. Just accompany me to the bank to withdraw the funds. Chen Ping maintained an air of calm, devoid of any panic. The man with the gold chain, noting Chen Ping's composure, couldn't help but feel a flicker of respect. All right, I see you are a man of your word. I'll trust you and accompany you to the bank. With that, he stepped aside, and with a mere glance, one of his lackeys opened the car door. Let us go. Get in the car, the man commanded, nodding his head. Chen Ping turned to Wang Hanhang, speaking softly, Brother Chen. Wang Hanhang grasped Chen Ping's arm, her eyes filled with concern. Do not worry, I will be fine. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile before he turned and walked towards the car. As she watched the departing vehicle, tears streamed down Wang Hanhang's face. She was uncertain of the fate that awaited Chen Ping after he was taken away. Soon, the car brought Chen Ping to the entrance of a bank. Remember, don't try any tricks. We'll be waiting for you outside, threatened a man adorned with a gold chain. Ignoring him, Chen Ping strode directly into the bank. Inside the spacious lobby, numerous patrons were attending to their banking needs, leaving Chen Ping with no choice but to join the queue. Sir, if you wish to withdraw cash, you may use the ATM to avoid the wait, a courteous bank employee suggested. I need to withdraw a substantial amount. The ATM cannot accommodate it. Chen Ping replied with a polite smile. May I inquire how much you intend to withdraw? The employee asked. Over 1 million, Chen Ping stated, acknowledging the magnitude of the sum. At that moment, from the front of the line, a fashionably dressed woman, somewhat flamboyant in her appearance, called out to Chen Ping. She wore large sunglasses that obscured half her face. Who are you? Chen Ping asked, his brow furrowing slightly as he scrutinized her. It's me, Li Dongmei. She revealed as she removed her sunglasses. Realization dawned on Chen Ping. Ah, it's you. I hardly recognized you. Li Dongmei was a classmate from Chen Ping's high school days, and they had shared a desk. Back then, she had been rather disheveled. Far from the stylish persona she now embodied, Li Dongmei cast a glance at Chen Ping, and with a hint of mockery in her eyes, remarked, I heard you were incarcerated. When did you get out? In such a public setting, her bold mention of his imprisonment was clearly intended to embarrass him. Back when they shared a desk, Li Dongmei had once penned a love letter to Chen Ping, as he was then the son of a politician and came from a respectable family, attracting the admiration of many girls. However, Chen Ping hardly acknowledged her. For at that time, she did not stand out at all. Just out a few days, and already seeking over 1 million? Quite affluent, aren't you? Li Dongmei scoffed. Chen Ping merely smiled, choosing not to engage with her taunts, and instead shifted the conversation. When did you arrive in Hongqing? I heard you stopped your education after middle school. Indeed, I ceased my studies after middle school, but I am far more accomplished now than you, a university graduate. Li Dongmei replied, gesturing towards a portly middle-aged man seated nearby. That is my boyfriend, the owner of a company, with assets worth millions. I came today to open a bank account, and from now on, I'll be managing the finances. With a triumphant expression, she seemed oblivious to the fact that her companion appeared older than her father. All that mattered to her was his wealth. Chen Ping glanced at the rotund man and offered a faint smile, saying, congratulations on finding a wealthy boyfriend, though his smile was slight. Li Dongmei felt a surge of aversion, as if Chen Ping were mocking her. Sir, withdrawing more than 500,000 requires an appointment. Have you made one? The bank staff's tone hardened upon discovering that Chen Ping was a recently released convict. I have an urgent need, so I didn't make an appointment. Could you possibly make an exception? Chen Ping inquired of the bank staff. Chen Ping, what could you possibly need over 1 million for? You hardly appear to have even 100,000. Are you here to show off? Li Dongmei sneered. Ignoring her, Chen Ping presented his card to the bank employee, stating, I have 10 million in this account. I only wish to withdraw 130,000. Could you consider bending the rules? 10 million? What are you joking about? A recently released convict like you could never have that much money, Li Dongmei scoffed, regarding him with disdain. The bank staff, growing impatient, coldly replied, even if you had 20 million, this is the bank's policy, it cannot. But before he could finish, the bank employee suddenly froze upon seeing the card in Chen Ping's hand, his eyes widening in shock. The card was given to Chen Ping by Su Wenzong, the wealthiest man in Hongqiang, and it bore distinct markings that made it immediately recognizable. The staff realized that this was a Su family bank card, and possessing such a card indicated that Chen Ping was far from an ordinary individual. Chapter 71, Supreme VIP. Sir, please take a seat for a moment. I will promptly consult with the manager. Upon noticing the card in Chen Ping's hand, The staff member's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Excellent. Chen Ping nodded and settled down to rest, while the staff hurried off to seek the manager's approval. This sudden shift left Li Dongmei somewhat bewildered. She could not comprehend why the bank employees had become so courteous towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping, do you truly possess 10 million? Li Dongmei inquired. Her voice laced with skepticism as she observed the staff's abrupt change in attitude. What business is it of yours? Chen Ping retorted coldly. Let me remind you, forging financial instruments is illegal. How could a convict like you possibly have 10 million? Don't think I am unaware. Your family still resides in that dilapidated old neighborhood. And your father is sweeping the streets. How could you have such wealth? Li Dongmei found it utterly implausible that Chen Ping could possess such an amount. If he truly had that kind of money, would he still be living in such a decrepit area? Furthermore, having just been released from prison, it was inconceivable that he could amass 10 million in just a few days. She suspected that Chen Ping was merely trying to show off in front of her due to her presence. Meanwhile, the other customers in the bank, hearing Li Dongmei's remarks, cast curious glances at Chen Ping. In this day and age, withdrawals were based on cards. One could easily ascertain the balance, and it was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to forge a bank card. Before long, the staff member who had just left returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man who wore glasses and appeared somewhat rushed. Good day, sir. I am the manager of this bank. How may I assist you? The middle-aged man inquired politely as he approached Chen Ping. I wish to withdraw 1,300,000. Is it possible without an appointment? Chen Ping replied, handing his card to the bank manager. Upon seeing the bank card, the manager's expression subtly shifted. Certainly, sir. An appointment is not necessary. However, we do not have that amount of cash on hand at the moment. I will arrange for someone to bring the cash from another location. Please, take a seat in my office while you wait. Chen Ping nodded, rising to head to the office. Li Dongmei, seething with indignation, turned to her boyfriend and exclaimed, Darling, we also need to withdraw 1 million. Her boyfriend approached, glancing at Chen Ping before producing his own bank card and presenting it to the manager. I have 10 million in my account as well. I wish to withdraw 1 million now. Without even a glance, the bank manager replied coolly. Withdrawals without an appointment are not permitted. This statement infuriated Li Dongmei. It was a glaring double standard. Chen Ping, with 10 million, could withdraw without an appointment, while they were subjected to the requirement. What kind of ridiculous bank is this? I will file a complaint. Why does he not need an appointment while we do? Don't you hear us? We also have 10 million. Li Dongmei raged at the bank manager. This gentleman is our bank's esteemed VIP, hence no appointment is necessary. While you are merely ordinary clients, lacking any comparability, the bank manager remarked nonchalantly. Li Dongmei was infuriated, her eyes widening in disbelief. He is your esteemed VIP? Are you mistaken? He is nothing more than a labor reform inmate, just recently released. Chapter 72. Expel him immediately. This gentleman's card is a customized card from the Su family. We recognize the card, not the person. Do you believe you can compare yourselves to the Su family? A glimmer of disdain flashed in the bank manager's eyes. The manager's words rendered Li Dongmei momentarily speechless, and the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. It is common knowledge that the Su family is the wealthiest in Hongqing. No wonder the staff's demeanor changed instantly upon seeing Chen Ping's card, holding a Su family card. One does not even need to visit the bank to withdraw funds. A simple phone call would suffice for the bank to send someone to deliver the money personally. Such clients are coveted by all major banks. Upon hearing that Chen Ping possessed a customized card from the Su family, Li Dongmei's boyfriend turned ashen. Realizing that if Chen Ping truly had any connections with the Su family, a single word could lead to the immediate downfall of his small company. No, it is impossible. How could he possess a Su family customized card? He must have stolen it or found it. There is no way he has any association with the Su family. Li Dongmei refused to believe it. Chen Ping was merely an utterly ordinary individual, just released from prison. How could he possibly have any ties to the Su family? Upon witnessing Li Dongmei's continued outburst, the bank manager's expression darkened. Security, escort them out, he commanded. Shortly thereafter, 2 security personnel approached and forcibly ushered Li Dongmei and her boyfriend out of the bank. Concern etched on his face, Li Dongmei's boyfriend inquired. I haven't heard of any ties he has with the Su family. If he were indeed associated with them, he wouldn't have ended up in prison. It's only been a few days since his release. Surely, he couldn't be linked to them. I suspect that bank card must have been something he found. That bank manager is utterly foolish. Li Dongmei retorted, her anger palpable. Enough about whether he found it or not. Let's just go. Her boyfriend, wishing to avoid further entanglement, thought to himself that if Chen Ping truly had connections to the Su family, he would be in dire straits. Just as Li Dongmei and her rather portly boyfriend exited the bank, a few individuals who had been waiting outside for Chen Ping approached them. "Boss Chiu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here," remarked a man adorned with a gold chain. "Ah, it's Gongzi. What brings you here?" Li Dongmei's boyfriend queried. "A fellow owes us some money, and we are merely waiting for him to withdraw it," Gongzi replied nonchalantly. "Oh, well, you continue your wait. I have other matters to attend to, but let us grab a drink together sometime," Li Dongmei's boyfriend remarked as he tugged at Li Dongmei, eager to depart. After all, these individuals were not of reputable character, and he wished to limit any association with them. To his surprise, Li Dongmei remained rooted in place, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. "Is the person who owes you money named Chen Ping?" she asked. "Chen Ping?" Zhang Zi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Yes, I believe his name is Chen Ping, and he owes us 1,300,000. Upon hearing this, Li Dongmei was so delighted that she nearly sprang to her feet. I inquired why Chen Ping was compelled to withdraw such a sum today, only to learn that he was in debt and had been cornered by creditors. Li Dongmei scoffed, then turned to Zhang Zi and asked, "How did he incur this debt to you?" Boss Chiu chuckled softly, "This is my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi grinned, "Since she is Boss Chiu's girlfriend, I won't hide it from you. It was a woman who borrowed usurious loans from us. This fellow merely stepped in to assist her with repayment. He is not the one indebted to us. It turned out the debt was owed to loan sharks, which meant they could demand even higher interest rates. Chen Ping has 10 million in his account," Li Dongmei whispered to Zhang Zi. Chapter 73, Miscalculation. 10 million? Zhang Zi was momentarily stunned. Then a flicker of joy crossed his face. Does he truly possess 10 million? He certainly doesn't appear to be wealthy. Li Dongmei hurriedly clarified, "Why would I deceive you? Just moments ago in the bank, he stated it himself. If he can indeed withdraw 130,000, it will confirm that he possesses money. That makes sense." Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. "All right, I have matters to attend to. Let us depart." Boss Chiu firmly tugged at Li Dongmei. "What are you afraid of? Let us stay here for a while, wait for Chen Ping to emerge, and then we shall leave. I am eager to see if Chen Ping truly has 10 million. Li Dongmei forcefully shook him off. She was unwilling to leave, eager to witness Chen Ping's embarrassing demeanor soon. Boss Chiu, left with no choice, could only stand aside and wait. After several minutes, Chen Ping emerged, carrying a large bag filled to the brim with cash. Upon seeing Chen Ping's return, holding the substantial bag, Gongzi swiftly approached with his entourage. Li Dongmei, noticing this, followed suit, intent on verifying whether Chen Ping had indeed withdrawn the money. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback to find Li Dongmei still present, yet he dismissed it without further thought. "Where's the money?" Gongzi inquired, his tone demanding. Chen Ping casually tossed the bag onto the ground, and the crisp bills spilled out, revealing a staggering amount of cash. The sight of such wealth ignited a fervent greed among Gongzi's underlings, while Li Dongmei herself was taken aback by the revelation. 1,300,000. Not a penny less, Chen Ping stated matter-of-factly. Gongzi's lackeys hurried to gather the money, but Gongzi abruptly intercepted them. "Kid, I fear that 1,300,000 may not suffice." Although Gongzi yearned for the cash, the knowledge of Chen Ping's possession of 10 million prompted him to extort more. "What do you mean?" Chen Ping's brow furrowed in confusion. "It's nothing serious. I miscalculated the interest earlier. Now, with both principal and interest, it amounts to 2 million, Gongzi replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Chen Ping's expression darkened, a glimmer of menace flickering in his gaze. "Chen Ping, don't you have 10 million? 2 million is trivial. You could easily withdraw more," Li Dongmei remarked. Relishing in his predicament, Chen Ping disregarded Li Dongmei and addressed Gongzi, stating, 1,300,000. If you refuse, I shall simply save it anew. He bent down to retrieve the money, intending to deposit it once more. "Young man, that money is no longer yours. You cannot touch it." Gongzi raised his foot, stepping upon the bag of money. Meanwhile, two of his lackeys swiftly seized Chen Ping's shoulders, attempting to restrain him. However, to their astonishment, no matter how forcefully they tried, they could not budge Chen Ping an inch. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Chen Ping grasped the wrists of the two lackeys and exerted a gentle yet firm grip, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, causing them to scream in agony. "Those who dare to lay hands on me seek their own demise." Seeing this, Gongzi's expression darkened as he launched a kick towards Chen Ping. "Kill him! Kill him!" Li Dongmei exclaimed joyfully, urging them on. However, just as Gongzi lifted his foot, Chen Ping retaliated with a swift kick of his own, striking first and sending Gongzi flying. Following this, Chen Ping twisted his hands, breaking the arms of the two lackeys like pretzels, their anguished wails piercing the air. At that moment, the remaining lackey, terrified, turned to flee. Among such ruffians, loyalty was a mere illusion. Chen Ping slowly approached Gongzi, who was now pale, his insides feeling as though they were being wrenched by a knife. Chapter 74. A suitable match. As Chen Ping approached, Gongzi desperately attempted to rise. But the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of standing. Chen Ping's kick had been far too forceful. What do you intend to do? I have the Red Dragon Gang behind me. Our leader is Feng Sihai. Gongzi, seeing the grim expression on Chen Ping's face, hastily invoked the name of the Red Dragon Gang for protection. Feng Sihai? Chen Ping scoffed. Had you not mentioned your affiliation with the Red Dragon Gang, I might have spared you. Now, however, you have forfeited that chance. Upon finishing his words, Chen Ping brought his foot down with brutal force, shattering Gongzi's legs beyond any hope of medical restoration. The intensity of the pain forced Gongzi to scream, writhing helplessly upon the ground. Witnessing Chen Ping's merciless demeanor, Li Dongmei trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror. Meanwhile, Boss Chia was drenched in cold sweat, his legs quaking in fear. Chen Ping picked up the scattered money, casting a cold glance at Li Dongmei. That single glance caused her to collapse in fright. Observing her state, Chen Ping let out a derisive laugh and strode into the bank to deposit the money once more. Wang Hanhai, wishing to express her concern for Chen Ping, hesitated. Remembering her mother's presence, Chen Ping, where have you been? Hanhai has been waiting for you for ages. You two should take a stroll and have a good chat. Mom, I've taken care of some matters, Chen Ping clarified. Aunt Shun, I accompanied brother Chen Ping for a stroll. Wang Hanhua tugged at Chen Ping, eager to discern how he had resolved matters. Very well, off you go. I shall converse with you further, and then we can enjoy lunch together at my home. Tang Hongying replied cheerfully, nodding her head. Chen Ping followed Wang Hanhua as they departed, while Tang Hongying, with a pleased expression, remarked, I believe these two children are quite well matched. I think they make a lovely pair, haha. Wang Chanfeng chuckled in agreement. Brother Chen Ping, those individuals did not trouble you, did they? Did they strike you? Wang Hanhua inquired anxiously as they exited. No, you need not worry about the loan shark situation. It has been resolved. From now on, focus on your work. Tomorrow, I will attend an interview, and if all goes well, I shall take you along. In the future, when seeking a boyfriend, ensure you are discerning, Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. Wang Hanhua nodded, her gaze towards Chen Ping imbued with affection, though he remained oblivious to her feelings. Chen Ping regarded Wang Hanhua merely as a younger sister, harboring no other intentions. Thus he sought to prevent any misunderstandings on her part. Just as they were meandering beneath the residential complex, suddenly the phone rang. It was Su Yuqi calling. Chen Ping, where have you gone? Why are you not at the Panlong Bay Villa? I inquired with the security guard, who informed me that you all had left, she stated. Having gone to the villa only to find Chen Ping absent, Chen Ping fabricated a lie, for he too was unaware of why his parents had vacated the Panlong Bay Villa. Oh, Su Yuqi responded, her disappointment palpable. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Ping hung up the phone. Chen Ping, is she your girlfriend? Wang Hanheng inquired softly after the call ended. Chapter 75. Good news. Observing Chen Ping's momentary pause, Wang Hanheng smiled. If you don't wish to share, that's perfectly fine. Meanwhile, at Hongqing People's Hospital, Xiao Lei lay languidly on his hospital bed. Given the Xiao family's considerable wealth, it would be no issue for Xiao Lei to remain hospitalized for an entire year. Just as he was feeling bored, the door to his ward swung open, and Geng Shanshan entered, carrying a lunchbox. Lei Ge, I have some exhilarating news for you, she exclaimed excitedly as she stepped inside. What news? Xiao Lei asked with curiosity. Chen Ping has been expelled from the Panlong Bay Villa and might have fallen out with Su Yuqi. Geng Shanshan replied with palpable excitement. Why? Xiao Lei responded, equally elated. If Chen Ping no longer had the Su family's protection, he would be utterly insignificant. Crushing him would be a mere matter of moments. Ha ha ha, splendid. Xiao Lei laughed heartily. Once I recover, watch how I deal with Chen Ping. I intend to make his life a living hell. The following morning, Sun Fuhai called, informing him that Sun Xiaoming was on her way to pick up Chen Ping for a visit to her company. Upon hearing this, Chen Baohua hurriedly urged Chen Ping to rise. Chen Ping, you must perform well today. This is a reputable company. If you manage to secure a position there, You could eventually rise to a managerial role, ensuring a stable future for yourself. Chen Baoguo advised earnestly. Understood, Dad. Chen Ping nodded slightly and casually donned a piece of clothing. This is an interview. How can you wear such attire? Chen Baoguo remarked, his brows furrowing slightly. You should wear a suit. It needs to be sharp. Dad, I don't own a suit. Chen Ping had never been accustomed to wearing one. Thus he had never purchased one. At that moment, Tang Hongying approached Chen Ping and said, Nonsense. How could you not have one? Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, I bought you a complete set for your wedding, but Tang Hongying quickly sealed her lips, not wishing to bring up past events on the day of Chen Ping's interview. Before long, Chen Ping had slipped into the suit purchased 3 years prior. Although it had been a while, it remained pristine, as he had never worn it. My son looks handsome in a suit. Go for it, Chen Baoguo encouraged, giving Chen Ping's shoulder a reassuring pat. Chen Ping, come here so I can feel how you look in the suit, Tang Hongying said, unable to see, and instead used her hands to sense Chen Ping's appearance in formal attire. Meanwhile, downstairs in their apartment complex, a red BMW 3 Series was parked at the entrance. In front of the vehicle, Sun Xiaoming glanced disdainfully at the somewhat dilapidated community. What a rundown place. It reeks. How can anyone live here? Sun Xiaoming frowned, pinching her nose. I really don't understand what Dad was thinking, insisting that I come to pick him up. Sun Xiaoming muttered to herself, occasionally glancing at her watch. Clad in professional attire, her fair legs exposed, she attracted numerous sidelong glances, yet she wore a look of contempt, utterly dismissive of anyone emerging from the shabby neighborhood. After waiting for a while and seeing that Chen Ping had not yet come down, Sun Xiaoming decided to call Chen Baoguo. This was the number she had obtained from Sun Fuhai. Once the call connected, Sun Xiaoming spoke candidly. What time is it now? How long do you expect me to wait? You seem to lack any sense of time. Do not forget it is your family that seeks my assistance. Yet you keep me waiting? After her outburst, she hung up the phone abruptly, not allowing Chen Baoguo a chance to respond. On the other end, Chen Baoguo was momentarily taken aback by the call, his expression tinged with embarrassment. It was rather disconcerting for someone of his age to be reprimanded by a young girl like Sun Xiaoming. Nevertheless, considering that Chen Ping still relied on her for job introductions, he chose to endure the discomfort. Dad, who was on the phone? Chen Ping inquired. It was Xiaoming. She's waiting downstairs for you. Hurry up and go down. Remember to say some kind words to her. Chen Baoguo urged Chen Ping to descend. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Ping noticed Sun Xiaoming waiting by the door. He approached her, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. However, upon seeing Chen Ping, Sun Xiaoming's expression turned sour. If it weren't for my dad's insistence, I wouldn't have bothered to fetch you. Look at what you're wearing. What era is that suit from? It's so outdated. Chen Ping frowned slightly, but managed to suppress his irritation. I bought this 3 years ago. I've just never worn it. It's still new. What good is new if it looks so old-fashioned? What young person still wears such a dated suit? Sun Xiaoming scoffed. Then, should I go change into something else? Chen Ping suggested. Forget it. What time is it? There is no way we can make it. Hurry and get in the car. Sun Xiaoming, with a stern expression, opened the door and took her seat. Chen Ping intended to occupy the passenger seat. But as he opened the door, Sun Xiaoming sharply instructed him, sit in the back. Do you really think you deserve the front seat? Chen Ping frowned slightly before complying and settling into the rear. Without allowing him a moment to steady himself, Sun Xiaoming slammed on the accelerator and sped off. Fortunately, Chen Ping was agile enough. Otherwise, he would have toppled over. Remember, once we reach the company, you must not disclose that you know me. Moreover, whether you secure the interview or not is entirely up to your own capabilities. Don't expect me to assist you in getting an interview. I have already done enough by bringing you here along the way. Sun Xiaoming rambled on, primarily emphasizing that Chen Ping should not admit their acquaintance, as she feared he might embarrass her. Before long, they arrived at Sun Xiaoming's workplace, a towering corporate office that spanned over several floors. Sinew Daily Chemical Company, Limited. Chen Ping lifted his gaze to the imposing company sign, his brow slightly furrowing. Is this a venture of the Su family? If memory serves, Sinew Daily Chemical is indeed a part of the Su family's enterprises. He recalled that Su Yuqi had mentioned it. This company was established by Su Wenzong as a birthday gift for Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi is the chairperson and legal representative of this firm. Yet she does not engage in its management and seldom visits the office. Indeed, this is the enterprise of Su, the wealthiest family in Hongqing. To be employed here is an immense honor, as the benefits and perks surpass those of other companies, exclaimed Sun Xiaoming with great pride. Chen Ping smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further, and followed Sun Xiaoming into the company. As they approached the entrance, they encountered a tall, handsome young man in a suit, who was none other than Sun Xiaoming's boyfriend, Cui Ziyuan. Xiaoming, why are you only arriving now? Cui Ziyuan greeted Sun Xiaoming with a broad smile. Don't mention it. My father asked me to pick up a comrade's son, so I was delayed. Sun Xiaoming pouted, somewhat displeased. Chapter 77. The backdoor. Cui Ziyuan glanced at Chen Ping, who was trailing behind Sun Xiaoming, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, before taking Sun Xiaoming's hand and leading her forward. Chen Ping could only follow behind, while Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming whispered to each other. If you don't want him to secure a position here, I can simply eliminate him during the interview. After all, it's my interview today, Cui Ziyuan murmured. Don't make it too obvious, or he might tell my father, and then I'll be in trouble. This guy just got out of prison. You can use that as a reason to reject him, Sun Xiaoming whispered back to Cui Ziyuan. Little did they know, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by Chen Ping, whose hearing abilities far surpassed those of the average person. Behind him, Chen Ping let out a cold laugh, displaying indifference towards the outcome of the interview, viewing it merely as a formality. Upon reaching the sales ranking floor with Sun Xiaoming and her companions, Sun Xiaoming pointed to Cui Ziyuan and then turned to Chen Ping, advising him, you may follow him, but remember my words, do not disclose our acquaintance to anyone here. Chen Ping nodded in acknowledgement and accompanied Cui Ziyuan to the interview office. Outside, a considerable number of candidates awaited their turn, all aspiring to join the esteemed corporation, drawn by its attractive benefits and favorable conditions. Among them were students from prestigious universities. Please wait outside. Someone will call for you shortly, Cui Ziyuan stated before entering the office, leaving Chen Ping to find a chair and rest. Hey, are you here for the interview as well? A bespectacled young man seated beside Chen Ping inquired. Yes, Chen Ping replied with a nod. Which university did you graduate from? I've heard that many candidates this time are from renowned institutions. Look at that girl in the dress. I heard she is from Tsinghua University. And that guy with the backpack graduated from Ocean University. The young man spoke, his tone laced with envy. I attended Beijing Business College. Chen Ping responded with a slight smile. Beijing students. The young man was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, with your credentials, you dare to interview at this company? Truly commendable courage. Your university is even less reputable than my Blue Sky Technical School. The young man cast a glance at Chen Ping, his eyes filled with a hint of pride. He had finally found someone whose qualifications were inferior to his own. Chen Ping smiled faintly and chose not to respond. At that moment, a young woman clad in work attire approached the candidates and announced, please submit your resumes to me. I will call you in for interviews in due order. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly handed over their meticulously prepared resumes, except for Chen Ping, who remained seated and motionless. Sir, where's your resume? The young woman inquired, noticing Chen Ping's stillness. I did not prepare a resume, Chen Ping replied with a calm demeanor. Surprised by Chen Ping's lack of preparation for the interview, the young woman asked, Sir, what is your name? So I may call you later. My name is Chen Ping. He responded. The young woman nodded and turned to enter the office. The other candidates regarded Chen Ping as if he were a fool. After all, in such a setting, wearing an outdated suit and not preparing a resume could hardly lead to success in an interview. Only the young man who had spoken to Chen Ping earlier looked at him with curiosity, then suddenly whispered, Buddy, do you have connections? Did you take a shortcut? Chen Ping was taken aback, unsure why the young man would pose such a question. You must have taken a shortcut. Otherwise, how could you not prepare a resume? And the person who brought you here clearly seems to be a high-ranking executive in this company. No wonder you appear so composed. The young man wore a somewhat obsequious smile, then pulled a pack of gum from his pocket and offered Chen Ping a piece. Chen Ping did not hesitate. He directly took the item and tossed it into his mouth. Chapter 78. A streak of bad luck, my friend. If you truly have connections, could you kindly speak a few good words for me later? If I am accepted, I shall treat you to a lavish meal at a fine hotel. The young man gazed at Chen Ping with great anticipation. Chen Ping smiled gently. All right, should I succeed, I will certainly speak in your favor. Thank you. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. The young man beamed with joy, continually expressing his gratitude to Chen Ping. Soon, the interviews commenced, and one by one, the candidates entered with palpable anxiety, only to emerge despondent. Even those from prestigious universities faced rejection. Witnessing the failures of the esteemed candidates heightened the young man's anxiety. His hands clenched into fists, palms slick with perspiration. Next, Chen Ping. It swiftly became Chen Ping's turn. As he stood, the young man grasped his arm, imploring, "You must say a few good words for me. I am counting on you." Chen Ping nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the office. Upon entering, he beheld 3 individuals seated behind a table, with the woman who had just collected resumes standing to the side. Sitting in the central position was Cui Ziyuan, evidently the lead interviewer for the day, while the 2 individuals flanking him appeared merely as support. The outcome of the interview hinged solely on Cui Ziyuan's words. Cui Ziyuan regarded Chen Ping with a calm gaze and stated, "Please introduce yourself." Just as Chen Ping was about to speak, one of the interviewers beside Cui Ziyuan interjected, "Since you do not possess a resume, you must recount your experiences from the years following your university graduation." Chen Ping nodded, succinctly summarizing his experiences post-graduation, including his time in prison, which he did not conceal, for there was nothing to hide. Surprisingly, none of the interviewers displayed any astonishment upon hearing about his incarceration, evidently having been informed by Cui Ziyuan beforehand. After listening, Cui Ziyuan closed his eyes slightly, arms crossed over his chest, reclining in his seat without uttering a word. Observing this, a nearby female colleague hurriedly approached to gently massage his shoulders. "Do you know what kind of company this is? Are you aware of who the owner is? You, a former convict just released from prison, dare to come for an interview?" One interviewer scoffed disdainfully. "Why shouldn't I?" Chen Ping replied calmly. "Does your company have a written policy prohibiting ex-convicts from interviewing? Moreover, what does it matter if I have served time? Does being imprisoned inherently make one a villain?" With a faint smile, he continued, "Although there may not be a formal policy, your status as a former convict could tarnish our company's image. I assure you, other companies would likely reject individuals with your background as well. It would be wise for you to recognize your own shortcomings. If I were in your position, I would be too embarrassed to show my face." The interviewer scrutinized Chen Ping with a mocking gaze, deliberately raising his voice to humiliate him. At that moment, the interviewers outside overheard the conversation, their faces displaying astonishment. The young man who had just been speaking with Chen Ping was particularly taken aback. "Goodness. It turns out he is a convict. I wasted a piece of gum on him. What bad luck." The young man hurriedly rushed to the restroom to wash his hands. Inside the office, Chen Ping remained unfazed, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "If I were you, devoid of any semblance of masculine capability, I would be too ashamed to sit here. Your eyes are heavy with dark circles. Is it because you lie awake at night, gazing at your wife, acutely aware of your own inadequacies?" Chen Ping's words left the interviewer momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Chen Ping that mingled fear with confusion. He could not fathom how Chen Ping discerned his lack of manhood. This was a secret he had never disclosed to the outside world. He appeared to have a blissful family and a harmonious marriage. Yet, only he was aware of the profound anguish that engulfed him each night. Now, having struck a nerve, the interviewer was consumed with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. "You speak nonsense. You are the one lacking in masculinity. I have a wife, children. My family is very happy," he bellowed, emphasizing the word children in a desperate attempt to refute Chen Ping's claims and disprove his allegations. Chen Ping chuckled softly. "Even if you do have children, they are not truly yours. Either they were adopted or your wife bore them with another man. Your affliction has been ingrained in you since childhood, an unfortunate consequence of external circumstances that robbed you of your manhood." With a resounding thud, the interviewer abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising in fury to glare at Chen Ping. "Did you investigate me?" he demanded. This interviewer was indeed a man burdened by a secret from his youth, having suffered an unfortunate incident that rendered him incapable of fatherhood, resulting in his marriage merely leading to the adoption of a child. Such personal matters were known only to his hometown acquaintances, as he had deliberately distanced himself from those origins. To his utter dismay, Chen Ping had laid bare this hidden truth. "You are not worthy of my investigation," Chen Ping retorted with a cold smile. The interviewer's reaction inadvertently validated Chen Ping's assertions, prompting the other colleagues present to regard him with bewilderment. Realizing his misstep, the interviewer's face flushed with indignation, and he surged towards Chen Ping in a fit of rage. Cui Ziyuan had merely intended for his subordinates to humiliate Chen Ping and inform him of his unsuitability, but the situation had spiraled beyond his control, inciting his irritation. "You, young man, are utterly unfit to work in our company. Your very presence is unwelcome, so be gone and do not return." Another interviewer, sensing Cui Ziyuan's growing anger, swiftly reprimanded Chen Ping. "In a company of such stature, it is indeed astonishing to encounter employees of your caliber. A thorough reorganization is warranted." With a derisive chuckle, Chen Ping stood and began to exit, having no genuine desire to remain in that place. Just as he was about to leave, a tall young man clad in an impeccably tailored suit, his expression stern and unyielding, strode into the room. The young man exuded an air of authority. Casting a quick glance at Chen Ping upon entering, Chen Ping returned the gaze momentarily before preparing to depart. However, the young man abruptly blocked his path, inquiring, "Are you Chen Ping?" Confused, Chen Ping looked at him and nodded slightly, as he did not recognize this individual. Yet, if his parents were present, they would undoubtedly be familiar with him, for it was this very man who had previously driven Chen Ping's parents away from the Panlongwen villa. "Mr. Xing." Upon seeing the young man, Cui Zhiyuan hurried over with an obsequious demeanor, explaining, "This is Chen Ping, here for an interview. Unfortunately, he does not meet our company's criteria, so we have declined his application. Please let him go." After uttering a brief statement, the young man scrutinized Chen Ping once more and turned to leave. "Mr. Xing, he is just out of prison, a reform laborer." Cui Zhiyuan called out to the young man. Slowly, the young man turned back. His eyes filled with an icy glare directed at Cui Zhiyuan. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" This startled Cui Zhiyuan, who quickly shook his head. "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Chapter 80. Employment Procedures. As the young man departed, Cui Zhiyuan and the two interviewers were left in a state of shock, staring incredulously at Chen Ping, unable to fathom how he was acquainted with the company's general manager. "Chen Ping, how do you know our Mr. Xing?" Cui Zhiyuan asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Is he the general manager of this company?" "I do not know him," Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. Chen Ping was unfamiliar with the young man, having never encountered him before. However, the young man, named Xing Jun, was well acquainted with Chen Ping, having witnessed him in a tender moment with Su Yuqi. Xing Jun, a graduate of Stanford University, had gained prominence after joining the Su group and had developed feelings for Su Yuqi, although she had yet to reciprocate his affections. Following Su Wenzong's decision to hand over the company to Su Yuqi and her subsequent lack of management, Xing Jun was appointed as the general manager of Sinew Daily Chemical Company, where he was entrusted with the company's operations. Xing Jun displayed considerable capability, swiftly organizing the company and transforming it into the most profitable subsidiary of the Su Group. His diligence was driven by his desire to win Su Yuqi's admiration. However, upon discovering her association with Chen Ping, a man with a troubled past, he experienced a profound shift in his intentions. He resolved to wrest Su Yuqi away from Chen Ping. Now that Chen Ping had come for an interview at the company, Xing Jun seized the opportunity. Confident that by ensuring Chen Ping remained within the company, he could devise countless strategies to make him reconsider his presence and even sow discord between him and Su Yuqi. Cui Zhiyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Nevertheless, as the general manager had spoken, he, a mere department manager, dared not defy the directive. He turned to Chen Ping and said, "Please proceed with the onboarding formalities, and I will arrange for someone to familiarize you with the company." For the moment, Cui Zhiyuan refrained from troubling Chen Ping. Uncertain of the true nature of Chen Ping's relationship with Xing Jun, Chen Ping felt a sense of perplexity, unable to comprehend why this general manager Xing would wish to retain him. It appeared he was acquainted with Chen. Could it be that Su Yuqi had informed him of Chen's interview at her company and had specifically instructed this manager? With a furrowed brow, Chen pondered these thoughts as he followed the young woman from the office, who led him to complete his onboarding procedures. "To think you were once a labor reform inmate. What dreadful luck I've had to converse with you for so long. With someone like you, you shall never secure a position here." Upon exiting, Chen was met with a barrage of scorn from a bespectacled young man. Initially, Chen had thought this young man seemed decent, only to discover he possessed such a disdainful attitude. "Mr. Chen, please follow me. For the onboarding process, I need to see your identification." "Do you have it with you?" the young woman who had accompanied Chen inquired. "Ah, yes, I do," Chen replied, handing over his ID with a grateful smile. He recognized that her question had been deliberately posed for the young man's benefit. Indeed, upon realizing Chen had successfully passed the interview, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, Chen chose to disregard him, merely chuckling coldly before departing with the young woman. "Can I be blamed for this? Who knew what relationship that fellow had with General Manager Xing? Was it not Xing who directly hired him? What could I do?" Cui Zhiyuan remarked, his expression one of dissatisfaction. "Are you unhappy? Did you not mention to General Manager Xing that he was a labor reform inmate?" Sun Xiaoming continued her inquiry. "Indeed." I distinctly recall the moment when General Xing's penetrating gaze nearly instilled a sense of dread within me. Had I dared to speak further, I might have jeopardized my position as manager. Even now, as Cui Ziyuan reflects upon General Xing's formidable eyes, he cannot shake off a lingering apprehension. Could it be that this individual truly knows General Xing? Sun Xiaoming furrowed her brow. Let us observe the situation. If he genuinely has connections with General Xing, we must refrain from opposing him, and you will need to flatter him as well, Cui Ziyuan advised Sun Xiaoming. Do as you wish. Sun Xiaoming retorted with a dismissive glance before exiting the room. At that moment, the sales department, comprising a dozen individuals, had already learned that the general manager had personally intervened to recruit a former convict. Such news spreads swiftly within the company, especially when it pertains to gossip. It is evident that this Chen Ping must have some association with General Xing, otherwise he would not have been selected. The notion of working alongside a former inmate feels rather unsettling. When he arrives, let us exercise caution, if he truly has ties to General Xing. A single misstep could spell disaster for us. The employees in the sales department huddled together, engrossed in their discussions. What are you all doing? Are you not required to work? Sun Xiaoming emerged from her office, her countenance icy as she addressed the gathering. Although she was merely an ordinary salesperson in the sales department, she wielded her authority with an air of superiority, especially given that Cui Ziyuan was the department manager, and no one dared to provoke Sun Xiaoming. Her commanding shout caused the crowd to disperse, save for a short-haired girl who approached her. This girl, named Wang Lanlan, shared a close bond with Sun Xiaoming. Xiaoming, have you heard that our sales department has hired a convict? Wang Lanlan whispered to Sun Xiaoming. If he has any connection to Manager Xing, then everyone must be connected to him. It's merely a stroke of luck, Sun Xiaoming retorted. Skeptical of any genuine association between Chen Ping and the general manager, Wang Lanlan was taken aback. Do you know someone named Chen Ping? Realizing her slip, Sun Xiaoming quickly shook her head. I don't know any convict. I just find it hard to believe that this guy, having just been released from prison, could possibly have any ties to Manager Xing. Please don't spread rumors. I'll have Manager Cui inquire with Manager Xing later. About an hour later, Chen Ping completed his onboarding process and received his employee badge before heading to the sales department. Upon his arrival, everyone regarded him with the same curiosity reserved for a giant panda, leaving Chen Ping feeling quite bewildered. Chen Ping, congratulations on joining our sales team. You must cherish this opportunity, Cui Ziyuan said calmly. Until he could ascertain whether Chen Ping had any connection to Xing Jun, Cui Ziyuan refrained from addressing him directly. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Xiang Jian, come here for a moment. Cui Ziyuan called to a bespectacled, youthful-looking boy. The boy hurried over, hesitantly saying, Manager, did you call for me? You will be working with Chen Ping from now on, forming a duo. Remember to guide him well, Cui Ziyuan instructed. The boy glanced at Chen Ping, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. Why so reluctant? Cui Ziyuan's eyes widened. The boy quickly shook his head, saying, I'm willing. Upon hearing his agreement, Cui Ziyuan smiled faintly and said to Chen Ping, you should accompany him. Your workstation is adjacent to his. Chapter 82. Not a single bit less, big brother. My name is Zhang Tongjian. I hope you will take care of me. Back at the workstation, Zhang Tongjian, visibly anxious, extended his hand towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping noticed that Zhang Tongjian seemed intimidated by him, which took him by surprise. I am Chen Ping. It is you who should be looking after me. Chen Ping replied, extending his hand with a gentle smile. No. I have only been here for a few days as well. Let us strive together, Zhang Tongjian hurriedly responded. Chen Ping had already discerned that Zhang Tongjian was not an experienced employee. Are you perhaps afraid of me? Chen Ping inquired, somewhat puzzled. No, not afraid. Zhang Tongjian shook his head, yet his gaze faltered, avoiding direct contact with Chen Ping's eyes. Do you know something? Chen Ping sensed that Zhang Tongjian was aware of something, which explained his apprehension. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Tongjian finally nodded, saying, Big brother, why were you imprisoned? You don't seem like a bad person. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping burst into laughter, realizing that Zhang Tongjian knew of his past incarceration, which was the source of his unease. Understanding why Zhang Tongjian was fearful, Chen Ping chose not to conceal anything and recounted his story to him. Before long, the two grew familiar with one another, and Zhang Tongjian's fear of Chen Ping dissipated. Brother Chen, you have truly been wronged. However, now that you are out, let us work diligently. It's just that. Zhang Tongjian hesitated, his words faltering. What do you mean? Chen Ping inquired. Brother Chen, it's just that since I've been assigned to your group, I fear neither of us will last long. Zhang Tongjian sighed heavily. Chen Ping glanced at the densely packed accounts on the computer screen, his brow furrowing slightly. So many people owe my wife money? What are you saying? Brother Chen, Zhang Tongjian was taken aback. Oh, I was wondering why so many debts exist. Chen Ping hastily corrected himself. Indeed, it seems that no business is thriving nowadays. I have already analyzed this. Those in debt are quite troublesome clients. It's likely that we shall not be able to recover our dues. Zhang Tongjian heaved a deep sigh. At that moment, Chen Ping finally understood why so many had secretly laughed when he was assigned to the same group as Zhang Tongjian. Rest assured, every penny will be accounted for. We will reclaim what is owed. Chen Ping encouraged, patting Zhang Tongjian on the shoulder. It is important to remember that this company belongs to Su Yuqi. Debts owed to the company are debts owed to Su Yuqi, and thus, debts owed to Su Yuqi are debts owed to me. Chen Ping will not allow anyone to owe him money. Yes, let us strive together. Zhang Tongjian nodded earnestly, encouraged by Chen Ping. Before long, the day had passed. Chen Ping stretched and could not help but mutter, "This debt is overwhelming. What is the general manager doing?" Brother Chen, you mustn't speak so carelessly. If someone overhears you and reports your words, it could lead to trouble. Zhang Tongjian, startled by Chen Ping's audacious complaint about the general manager, hurriedly cautioned him. Is it truly that severe? After all, he is merely a general manager, appointed and not the sovereign of this place. Chen Ping was taken aback by the palpable fear the employees harbored towards manager Xing. It is essential to remember that Xing Jun is merely a professional manager, hired by the Su family, and has not yet reached a level of absolute dominion within the company. However, due to Su Yuqi's infrequent visits and lack of involvement in company matters, Xing Jun's authority has progressively expanded. Chapter 83, The Rules I Established. Chen Ping. The company stipulates that newly hired employees must treat everyone to a meal. Where do you intend to arrange this gathering? After work. Sun Xiaoming approached Chen Ping with this inquiry. At that moment, the entire office fixed their gazes on Chen Ping, eagerly anticipating a sumptuous feast. As every new hire is traditionally treated to an extravagant meal, is there really such a regulation? Was it established by the board of directors? Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Brother Chen, this regulation indeed exists. When I joined, I treated everyone to a meal that cost me nearly 10,000 yuan. If one fails to comply, they may find themselves facing unpleasant repercussions. Zhang Tongjian quietly reminded Chen Ping. Chen Ping, now that you have joined my sales department, you must adhere to its customs, a rule I instituted during my tenure as manager. You established this regulation? Chen Ping coldly chuckled. I apologize, but I am devoid of funds. If you wish to dine, you may as well pay for it yourselves. You are not beggars. So why resort to soliciting a meal from me? After uttering these words, Chen Ping disregarded the furious countenance of Cui Zhiyuan and turned on his heel to leave. This Chen Ping is utterly outrageous. Does he believe that his connection with General Manager Xing grants him the audacity to treat others with such disdain, completely dismissing Manager Cui? Wang Lanan stepped forward, immediately defending Cui Zhiyuan. Indeed, even if he holds connections, he has no right to address Manager Cui in such a manner, let alone compare us to beggars. Who in their right mind would covet his meager offer of a meal? It appears he remains oblivious to the prowess of our sales department. Come tomorrow, he shall see the consequences. The members of the sales department voiced their indignation with fervor. Meanwhile, Zhang Tongjian stood aside, too intimidated to speak, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Chen Ping's conduct today would undoubtedly incur retribution, and when the time came, he, being on the same team, would not escape unscathed. What connections does he possess? I have already inquired with General Manager Xing, and the reason for his retention is merely to allow him to embarrass himself. Cui Zhiyuan's eyes glinted with a frosty light. He had subtly probed Xing Jun, who instructed him to let Chen Ping make a fool of himself within the company. Although Cui Zhiyuan did not comprehend the motives behind Xing Jun's directive, he dared not defy the words of the general manager. Since Chen Ping refused to host, the sales department members decided to leave. Just as Cui Zhiyuan was bidding farewell to Sun Xiaoming and contemplating his departure, Sun Xiaoming's phone suddenly rang. The phone call was from Sun Xiaoming's mother, Li Fingxia. Upon seeing her mother's call, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly answered. Xiaoming, I have tremendous news. The outstanding debt from Fuyao Decoration has been fully repaid to us. Our family business has been revived. Li Fengxia's voice resonated with excitement and enthusiasm. Really? Sun Xiaoming was equally thrilled. But why did Fuyao Decoration suddenly repay the money? They had ignored us countless times before. Your father inquired, and it turns out that Lord who intervened. which frightened Fuyao Decoration into settling the debt immediately. Li Fingxia explained. Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming was taken aback. But our family has no connection to him. We don't even know him. Why would Lord Hu help us? I find it puzzling as well. I remember you mentioned that Ziyuan used his connections to seek a solution for us. Perhaps Ziyuan knows Lord Hu or has a friend who does. That's why I called you to inquire. If it indeed turns out that Ziyuan assisted us, you should invite him to dinner tonight. Li Fengxia suggested. I'll ask him. I'll hang up now. Sun Xiaoming concluded the call. What is going on? You seem overjoyed. Cui Ziyuan, noticing Sun Xiaoming's excitement, inquired curiously. Ziyuan, did you ask Lord Hu to help us collect the debt? Fuyao Decoration has repaid everything to us, and our family business is saved. My father said it was Lord Hu who personally intervened. Sun Xiaoming looked at Cui Ziyuan with hopeful anticipation. She fervently hoped that this matter was indeed orchestrated by Cui Ziyuan. If so, her parents would no longer oppose their relationship. Moreover, Cui Ziyuan standing in front of her parents would undoubtedly be elevated, as associating with a figure like Lin Tian, who was immensely prestigious. Tiger Master? Cui Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, but with a quick shift of thought, he soon realized. I merely mentioned it to Tiger Master in passing. I didn't expect him to act with such swiftness. Since the money has been provided, I can rest easy. Ziyuan, I can't believe you truly know Tiger Master. You are amazing. Sun Xiaoming exclaimed, excitedly throwing herself at Cui Ziyuan and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. My mother said we should invite you to dinner tonight. Now, I am eager to see if my father can still look down on you. Beaming with joy, Sun Xiaoming linked her arm with Cui Ziyuan's as they made their way to the parking lot. Mom, I succeeded in the interview and secured a position as a sales representative with a promising salary. Chen Ping remarked with a faint smile. This is splendid news. You directly became a sales representative. Credit goes to Xiaoming. When we have the time, our family should properly thank her. Now that you have a formal job, I feel reassured. Tang Hongying's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Noticing his mother's elation, Chen Ping chose to remain silent. Chen Ping, freshen up and change your clothes. We are going out for dinner soon. Uncle Sun just called, inviting us to join him. Chen Baogua entered with a phone in hand, and, upon seeing Chen Ping, inquired, Baogua, why did Fu Hai invite us to dinner? Logically speaking, since they have found a job for Chen Ping, it is only appropriate for us to express our gratitude. Tang Hongying inquired with a hint of confusion. It appears that the debts owed by Fu Hai Company have all been cleared, and the company has revived, Chen Baogua remarked. That is truly wonderful. Indeed. Good people are rewarded for their kindness, Tang Hongying exclaimed, sharing in Sun Fu Hai's joy. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping smiled faintly and retreated into his room to change his clothes. He had originally intended to call Lin Tianhu to inquire further, but was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of this young man. It seemed that Lin Tianhu would also take the initiative to recover the debts owed by Sinew Daily Chemical. After all, this money rightfully belonged to him. At the luxurious Fu Hai Hotel, Sun Fu Hai was in high spirits and had specifically reserved a table here. It is worth noting that Sun Fu Hai had not dined at this establishment for quite some time, primarily due to the exorbitant prices and the overwhelming debts facing his company, which had left him little inclination to indulge in fine dining. This Fu Hai Hotel is truly magnificent. This is my first time dining here, Sun Xiaoming exclaimed, her excitement nearly causing her to leap with joy. This venue is also a property of the Su family. In that sense, we share the same employer. While dining here, I can present my work ID for a discount of 20%, Cui Ziyuan proudly announced. Indeed, our dining here contributes to the revenue of our employer, Sun Xiaoming said, linking her arm with Cui Ziyuan as they entered. Upon arriving at a private room, the two pushed the door open and entered, where Sun Fu Hai was already present alongside Li Fengxia. Greetings, uncle. Greetings, aunt. Cui Ziyuan politely greeted Sun Fu Hai and Li Fengxia upon seeing them. Li Fengxia hurriedly rose to her feet. Ziyuan, come sit down quickly. We are all family here, so there is no need for formality. At that moment, Sun Fu Hai also smiled gently. Ziyuan, come sit beside me. Let us share a few drinks together. I owe you a great deal regarding my company's affairs. Sun Fu Hai's attitude towards Cui Ziyuan underwent a complete transformation, which caused Cui Ziyuan to swell with pride. Uncle, there is no need for such courtesy over a trivial matter. After all, it's just a matter of words, and we are family. As he spoke, Cui Ziyuan settled beside Sun Fu Hai. Although the matter at hand was not of his doing, he decided to go along with it since others believed him to be responsible. This also provided an opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Ziyuan, I truly had no idea you were acquainted with Master Hu. You should have seen how the owner of Fuyo Decoration Company came to me, practically groveling. He almost knelt before me. It was simply delightful. Just recalling that scene sent waves of excitement through Sun Fuhai. After so many years of being subservient to others, he had never experienced being treated like a grand figure himself. It was a sensation he would never forget. Uncle, if there are any matters concerning the company in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Although I am merely a lowly department manager, there is nothing in Hongqing that I cannot handle. Cui Ziyuan boldly boasted, unashamed and unafraid of being exposed, for none of the individuals present were acquainted with Lin Tianhu. Nor had they ever met him. Who could possibly unmask him? Well, from now on, Uncle's company will depend on you. I only have my little Ming. And everything in the future will belong to you. Sun Fuhai has now wholeheartedly acknowledged this Cui Ziyuan. Uncle, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoming. Cui Ziyuan nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with excitement. All right, I'm hungry. You two keep chatting. And I might just starve. Sun Xiaoming interjected, pouting. Just wait a moment. I've notified Uncle Chen's family. They should be arriving shortly. Sun Fuhai stopped Sun Xiaoming. Why invite them for our family gathering? It's bothersome. Upon hearing that Chen Ping's family was coming, Sun Xiaoming's expression darkened. Child, how can you say that? Uncle Chen has saved your father's life. Sun Fuhai shot a glare at Sun Xiaoming and continued. How did Chen Ping's interview go today? Uncle, Chen Ping succeeded in his interview. As the department manager, this little matter is well within my capabilities. Cui Ziyuan took the credit for Chen Ping's success upon himself. Ziyuan, I truly appreciate your efforts. Sun Fuhai cast a grateful glance at Cui Ziyuan. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Chen Ping's family entered. Apologies for being a bit late. Chen Bao was said apologetically upon seeing that Sun Fuhai and the others had already arrived. Old class leader, it's all right. We just got here too. Please have a seat. Sun Fuhai hastily urged Chen Bao and his family to sit down. Chen Ping, upon noticing that Cui Ziyuan was also present, felt somewhat surprised but refrained from commenting. Cui Ziyuan regarded Chen Ping with a playful expression, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Chen Ping, we meet again. You were supposed to treat us, yet you fled. Do you realize how difficult this makes things for both Xiaoming and me? Upon hearing Cui Ziyuan's words, Chen Baoguo immediately turned his gaze towards Chen Ping. His eyes filled with inquiry. Sun Fuhai also looked at Cui Ziyuan, his face reflecting a similar curiosity. This Chen Ping has succeeded in his interview. Yet there is a rule in our sales department that new employees must treat their colleagues to a meal. However, he claimed he had no money and ran away, leaving both Ziyuan and me utterly embarrassed. Sun Xiaoming exclaimed, her eyes blazing with indignation as she stared at Chen Ping. Chapter 86. Misfortune awaits Chen Ping. Is this true? Chen Baoguo's face darkened as he questioned. Dad, Silence. Chen Baoguo interrupted, his voice rising in anger. Our family may be poor, but we are not so destitute that we cannot afford a meal. If someone has extended a helping hand to you, you must adhere to their customs. Do you not understand the principle of reciprocity? How will you navigate your career in the company from now on? Chen Baoguo's furious outburst left Chen Ping speechless. Old class leader. This child Chen Ping merely sought to save some money. Is this truly such a grave matter? If he doesn't treat us, then so be it. Let this meal serve as a celebration of Chen Ping's successful interview. Sun Fuhai hastily attempted to mediate, unwilling to let a quarrel erupt between Chen Baoguo and Chen Ping. Uncle, in truth, neither Xiao Ming nor I are particularly concerned about that meal. It is primarily to foster camaraderie among colleagues, which will facilitate better collaboration in the future. Cui Ziyuan's words only served to further emphasize Chen Ping's perceived stinginess. Indeed, this matter is a mistake on Chen Ping's part. Tomorrow, I shall instruct him to rectify it. The company's rules must not be compromised. Chen Baoguo gazed at Cui Ziyuan with an expression of deep apology. Let us not wait until tomorrow, after we finish our meal. I will contact several colleagues from the company, and we shall go sing together. Chen Ping can cover the expenses, and I will explain the situation to my colleagues. Cui Ziyuan suggested. That sounds agreeable, indeed. Chen Baoguo nodded repeatedly. Ziyuan, your Uncle Chen's family is not particularly affluent. You must be mindful and avoid excessive spending. Sun Fuhai addressed Cui Ziyuan. Rest assured, Uncle, it won't cost more than 200 or 300. Cui Ziyuan replied with a slight smile. Fuhai, is this the partner of Xiaoming? Truly a person of remarkable talent, and he handles matters with great attentiveness. Chen Baoguo praised Cui Ziyuan alongside Sun Fuhai. Sun Fuhai also wore a broad smile, thoroughly pleased with Cui Ziyuan as his son-in-law. Lin Tianhu. Chen Baoguo was taken aback. Is he not the most notorious ruffian in Hongqing? It is better to avoid such individuals. Despite their current bravado, misfortune will inevitably befall them. Having once held a position as a civil servant, Chen Baoguo held a low opinion of petty criminals. Uncle Chen, your words are quite misguided. To be acquainted with Lord Hu in Hongqing is indeed a prestigious honor. How can you speak so dismissively? A person like your son may never have the opportunity to meet Lord Hu in his lifetime. Please refrain from such remarks in the future to avoid attracting trouble. Cui Ziyuan retorted coldly, incensed by Chen Baoguo's comments. Upon hearing this, Chen Baoguo fell silent, refraining from further comment. The old squad leader remarked, "The society we inhabit today is markedly different from the past. We must adapt to the evolving circumstances." Sun Fuhai spoke with a hint of detachment. Chen Baoguo remained silent. For deep within, he harbored disdain for individuals like Lin Tianhu. This was precisely why Chen Ping refrained from disclosing his association with Lin Tianhu to his parents. He feared that upon learning this, they might disown him entirely. At the dining table, Cui Ziyuan exuded an air of arrogance as he indulged in alcohol, relishing the sensation of being lauded by others. Throughout the evening, however, Chen Ping abstained from drinking and did not offer a toast to Cui Ziyuan, which left the latter feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Chen Ping, how can a grown man like you not drink?" Cui Ziyuan inquired with a hint of sarcasm. Chen Ping replied with a subtle smile, "It's not that I cannot drink. Rather, to me, alcohol is no different from tea. I might as well drink tea, as it saves me some money." Cui Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Are you implying that you can hold your liquor? You've never been intoxicated?" Chen Ping responded coolly, "Indeed." This piqued Cui Ziyuan's interest immediately. "Very well, let us have a competition. I have never encountered a worthy opponent in drinking. Today shall be an exhilarating occasion." As he spoke, he summoned a case of white liquor from the server. "Chen Ping, when did you become capable of drinking white liquor? Stop boasting. There's no need to show off in front of others." Tang Hongying interjected, her brow furrowed with concern. "Mother, rest assured, I know my limits," Chen Ping reassured his mother gently. Chen Baoguo also wished to intervene, but was halted by Sun Fuhai's firm grip. "Old squad leader, it's commendable for the youth to possess some spirit. Have you forgotten how we often engaged in drinking contests during our time in the military? Let them enjoy themselves." Observing this, Chen Baoguo found it futile to voice further objections and could only cast a resigned glance at Chen Ping. "Ziyuan, you have a strong tolerance for liquor. Do accommodate Chen Ping a little, but do not overindulge. Let it be a lively affair. Uncle, rest assured, I shall only drink a couple of cups." "And let him have one," Cui Ziyuan replied, as he uncorked the bottle and began pouring the liquor into the diminutive cups. "These cups are rather small." "Fetch 2 large bowls," Chen Ping instructed the server. Cui Ziyuan was taken aback, his surprise evident as he regarded Chen Ping. "You can't possibly be suggesting you drink from a bowl?" Chen Ping inquired with a calm smile. "How could that be? Even if I were to drink straight from the bottle, I would manage just fine," Cui Ziyuan scoffed. In his eyes, Chen Ping's demeanor was merely a fade intended to intimidate him, and the more Chen Ping acted this way, the more it confirmed his inability to handle alcohol. Before long, the large bowls arrived, each filled to the brim with liquor, approximately the equivalent of an entire bottle. "Now, how shall we proceed?" Cui Ziyuan provocatively asked Chen Ping. "I prefer simplicity. Let's get it done," Chen Ping declared, and to everyone's astonishment, he downed an entire bowl of liquor in one go. Witnessing this, all present were taken aback, and Chen Baoguo furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with concern as he remarked, "Chen Ping, is this truly drinking? What distinguishes this from self-destruction? Do not attempt to show off." "Dad, I'm perfectly fine," Chen Ping replied with a slight smile, then turned the bowl upside down, facing Cui Ziyuan, and stated, "Now it's your turn." Cui Ziyuan furrowed his brows, utterly astonished that Chen Ping dared to gulp down the liquor in one go. Although his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, such reckless consumption genuinely posed a threat to one's health. If one cannot drink, then abstaining is the wiser choice. What merit is there in comparison? Noticing Cui Ziyuan's discomfort, Chen Baoguo offered him an escape, stating, "It's fine if you don't drink. That merely indicates your cowardice." Chen Ping regarded Cui Ziyuan with a provocative gaze. "Cowardice?" Upon hearing this, Cui Ziyuan's anger flared. "I've never been cowardly when it comes to drinking." With that, he closed his eyes and downed a bowl of liquor in one swift motion. Instantly, his face flushed a deep crimson. Chen Ping, seizing the opportunity, poured another 2 bowls of liquor. Enough, Chen Ping. Chen Baoguo exclaimed, rising to confront him. Chen Ping remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed on Cui Ziyuan, brimming with defiance. Pay no mind, let us continue drinking. Cui Ziyuan felt a surge of indignation and shouted at Chen Baoguo. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his cup and drank again. The liquor, upon entering Chen Ping's stomach, seemed as innocuous as water, absorbed effortlessly by the spiritual energy within him. Witnessing Chen Ping down another bowl of liquor, everyone was left in sheer astonishment. Sun Xiaoming tugged at Cui Ziyuan's sleeve, urging, "If we cannot drink, then let us refrain. He has nothing to lose, and we should not engage in this reckless competition." Chapter 88, The Free Meal. Indeed, Ziyuan. Let us abstain. Our lives are far too precious to gamble with his reckless bravado. At that moment, Li Fengxia also stood up, attempting to persuade Cui Ziyuan. They were genuinely apprehensive that Cui Ziyuan might consume another bowl of liquor and find himself in trouble, which would indeed pose a dilemma. At this moment, Cui Ziyuan's eyes were slightly reddened, and he felt a bit dizzy as he gazed at Chen Ping. Noticing the provocation in Chen Ping's gaze, he gritted his teeth and raised the bowl to drink it down. After 2 bowls, Cui Ziyuan's complexion had shifted from red to pale, rendering his face somewhat grotesque. "Why are you seated? If you have the audacity, drink. Go on," Cui Ziyuan shouted as he saw Chen Ping sitting down. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a sudden rush of blood surged within him, and he violently vomited, splattering all over Li Fengxia. "Ah!" Li Fengxia exclaimed in shock, staring at the filth on her clothes, nearly retching herself. Sun Fuhai, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow tightly, his expression darkening. He could only nod in resignation. Given the situation, there was no further room for conversation. Just as Chen Baoguo intended to escort Chen Ping away, Cui Ziyuan abruptly blocked their path. "You can't leave." Cui Ziyuan, with his hazy eyes, protested. "We agreed to go singing. How can you just walk away? Are you afraid of spending money?" "Ziyuan, you've had too much to drink. Let us postpone it for another day." Sun Fuhai attempted to reason with him. "No, we must go today. I've already arranged it with everyone in the group. If we don't go, I'll lose face." Cui Ziyuan insisted, determined to have Chen Ping join him for karaoke. This left Sun Fuhai in a difficult position as he glanced at Chen Baoguo. Chen Ping spoke to Chen Baoguo. At this moment, Chen Baoguo found himself at a loss for words and could only remind Chen Ping, "Don't stay out too late, and for heaven's sake, refrain from drinking anymore." As he spoke, he pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket, both crumpled and crisp notes, amounting to a little over 300 yuan. "Take this money. I understand that singing can be quite expensive," he insisted, pressing the money into Chen Ping's hands. Chen Ping had intended to decline, but recognizing his father's steadfast nature, he accepted it without further protest. At that moment, Sun Fuhai also took out his wallet and handed Chen Ping 1,000 yuan. "Chen Ping, here's a little extra for any unforeseen expenses. You never know if it might not be enough," he said. "Father, you usually aren't this generous with your money," Sun Xiaoming interjected, snatching the cash from Sun Fuhai's hand. "Child, hurry and give the money to Chen Ping," Sun Fuhai urged his daughter. "It would be the same if I held on to it. If his funds run short, I can always cover the difference later," Sun Xiaoming replied, tucking the money into her own pocket. "Uncle Sun, I have sufficient funds. If it comes to it, I can always ask Xiaoming to help out." Chen Ping smiled gently at Sun Fuhai. With a resigned sigh, Sun Fuhai acknowledged that it would have to be this way. The group exited the private room, and Sun Fuhai prepared to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Cui Ziyuan, swaying slightly, followed closely behind, declaring, "I have a work ID that grants a discount of 20%. He placed his ID on the front desk, yet the cashier didn't even spare it a glance. "Sir, your expenses have been waived by our hotel. There is no need for payment," the receptionist politely informed Sun Fuhai. Chapter 89. "I will pick you up." Sun Fuhai was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how his bill had been settled. Beside him, Cui Ziyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha! I didn't expect my work ID to be so effective. Once I presented it, they immediately waived the charges. The Su family truly values hospitality." Sun Fuhai nodded in agreement, presuming that Cui Ziyuan's credentials were indeed influential, given that he too worked for the Su family. However, the cashier shot a disdainful glance at Cui Ziyuan without uttering a word. The reason for the waived charges was due to Chen Ping's presence. Nearly all the staff at the luxurious hotel were aware of Chen Ping's relationship with Su Yuqi. Naturally, when they saw Chen Ping dining, they would not dare to charge the future son-in-law of the Su family. As the group exited the hotel, Sun Fuhai said his farewells to Chen Baohua. All right, enough of that. You all smell terrible. It's all Chen Ping's fault for drinking so excessively and getting Ziyuan so inebriated, Li Fengxia grumbled, casting an irritated glare at Chen Ping. Chen Ping remained silent, while Chen Baohua, wearing an apologetic expression, followed Li Fengxia out. Chen Ping, you reek of alcohol. Take a taxi and don't dirty my car, Sun Xiaoming remarked coldly. Still upset that Chen Ping had overindulged Cui Ziyuan. Chen Ping, let us head to the Royal Dynasty KTV. Do ensure you do not abandon us halfway. Cui Ziyuan, swaying slightly, uttered these words before being pulled into the car by Sun Xiaoming, who then sped away in a flash. As he watched the swiftly departing vehicle, a chill crept into Chen Ping's eyes. Cui Ziyuan's incessant provocations warranted a proper lesson. And as for Sun Xiaoming, had it not been for Sun Fuhai, Chen Ping would not have tolerated her antics. He hailed a taxi, intent on making his way to the Royal Dynasty KTV, when suddenly his phone rang. It was Wang Han calling, and Chen Ping quickly answered. Brother Chen Ping, where has your family gone? My mother made some dumplings and sent them over, but I found no one at home. Wang Han inquired. We went out to eat. Chen Ping explained. Oh, have you finished your meal? I find the house too stuffy and wish to go out for a stroll. Wang Han's intent was clear. She desired Chen Ping's company for her outing. Chen Ping hesitated before replying. I am actually on my way to the KTV now. I succeeded in my interview today and plan to sing along with my colleagues. Oh, then perhaps it is best to forget it. A hint of disappointment tinged Wang Han's voice. Where are you? Why not join us? Chen Ping suddenly proposed. He had been considering inviting Wang Han to the company, as it would be a fitting opportunity for her to familiarize herself with his colleagues. Is that appropriate? Wang Han pondered, her eagerness tempered by a touch of shyness. What is inappropriate about this? I intend to bring you to the company tomorrow. There is nothing wrong with getting acquainted first. I will come to fetch you. After Chen Ping spoke, he directed the taxi to their neighborhood to pick up Wang Han before heading to the Huanchao KTV. At this moment, Cui Ziyuan and the others had already arrived and secured a spacious private room. Wang Lanlan mumbled. The others chimed in, fearing that if Chen Ping did not show up, who would cover the expenses for the private room today? Tong Jian, if Chen Ping fails to arrive, you from the same group will have to foot the bill for today as consumption. Cui Ziyuan leaned against the sofa, his eyes hazy as he addressed Zhang Tongjian, who sat in the corner. Zhang Tongjian nodded submissively. Though reluctant, he dared not refuse. Chapter 90. Courting favor. As someone started to pay, the others grew animated, ordering fruit platters and beers. Zhang Tongjian prayed fervently for Chen Ping's arrival. Otherwise, he would suffer another financial loss today, as his credit card was nearly maxed out. Cui Ziyuan reclined on the sofa, allowing Sun Xiaoming to massage his temples and sipping some water. The effects of intoxication had lessened significantly, yet he still felt somewhat dizzy. I will tell you, if Chen Ping does not come, that is one thing. But should he arrive shortly, you all must relentlessly urge him to drink. Whoever manages to get him intoxicated will receive double the bonus this month, Cui Ziyuan declared to the group. Upon hearing about the doubled bonus, everyone instantly became exhilarated. Manager Cui, rest assured, I shall ensure that Chen Ping is thoroughly incapacitated. If he dares to show up, he shall find himself utterly disoriented from the drinks. Each of them eagerly prepared, with so many intent on getting Chen Ping intoxicated. He is bound to succumb to their efforts. Even Zhang Tongjian, upon hearing the prospect of a doubled bonus, was tempted. Yet he would not truly partake in the endeavor of getting Chen Ping to drink, just as the revelers were indulging in their libations and songs. The door to the private room swung open, and Chen Ping entered, accompanied by Wang Hanhai. The sight of Chen Ping's arrival momentarily stunned everyone, particularly the presence of Wang Hanhai, which caught the attention of numerous men. Even Cui Ziyuan, who was somewhat dazed and squinting, widened his eyes upon seeing Wang Hanhai. While Sun Xiaoming was also quite lovely, Wang Hanhai exuded a youthful vitality. Despite her past as a bar dancer, her demeanor remained quite reserved. Chen Ping, I thought you were too frugal to join us. Cui Ziyuan glanced at Chen Ping before turning his gaze back to Wang Hanhai, inquiring, who is this young lady? Hello everyone, I am Wang Hanhai, Chen Ping's neighbor. I hope I'm not intruding. Wang Hanhai introduced herself politely. Not at all. Not at all. Please, have a seat. Come, fruit is available. A group of men scrambled to curry favor, completely disregarding Chen Ping. Cui Ziyuan also coughed lightly, and said, "I am Cui Ziyuan, the manager of Chen Ping." Upon hearing that Cui Ziyuan was a manager, Wang Hanhana nervously extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Manager Cui. Nice to meet you." Cui Ziyuan's eyes glinted with an inappropriate eagerness as he firmly grasped Wang Hanhana's hand. It was evident to all that Cui Ziyuan was utterly captivated by Wang Hanhana, which infuriated Sun Xiaoming. "Miss Wang, where are you currently employed?" Cui Ziyuan, oblivious to Sun Xiaoming's furious gaze, continued to beam at Wang Hanhana. I am currently unemployed," Wang Hanhana replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Cui Ziyuan's smile grew even brighter as he retrieved a business card from his pocket. "Here is my business card. If Miss Wang is interested in our company, you're welcome to join us." "Really?" Wang Hanhana exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Of course. As a department manager, I possess this authority," Cui Ziyuan said with pride. "Cui Ziyuan." Sun Xiaoming could no longer tolerate the situation and shouted. Only then did Cui Ziyuan remember Sun Xiaoming, hastily creating distance between himself and Wang Hanhana. "Please, let us all take a seat." Wang Hanhana seemed to perceive the tension, smiling slightly as she approached Chen Ping. Seamlessly placing her arm around his, "Chen Ping, could you introduce me to your colleagues?" Chen Ping was taken aback by Wang Hanhana's familiar gesture. Her actions were far too intimate in front of so many people. However, Wang Hannin's actions were deliberate, aimed at disheartening the men present while simultaneously preventing Sun Xiaoming from feeling envious. Chapter 91. A remarkable capacity for drinking indeed. Upon witnessing the intimate gestures between Wang Hannin's and Chen Ping, many men were instantly disheartened, and even Cui Ziyuan cast a jealous glance towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping introduced Wang Hannin's to everyone, and when he mentioned Sun Xiaoming, he stated, "This is Sun Uncle's daughter, Sun Xiaoming. Her father and my father are comrades in arms." Upon hearing this, Wang Hannin's immediately understood that Chen Baohua had likely sought employment through Sun Xiaoming's father. Thus, she enthusiastically approached Sun Xiaoming, exclaiming, "Sister Xiaoming, you are so beautiful. I've heard Chen Ping and Uncle Chen speak of you, but I had never had the pleasure of meeting you until now." Wang Hannin's warmth elicited a smile from Sun Xiaoming, who replied, "Sister Hannin's, you are quite lovely yourself. This is Zhang Tongjian, a member of our team." Chen Ping indicated towards a bespectacled Zhang Tongjian in the corner. "Hello." Wang Hannin smiled gently and extended her hand. "Hello, hello." Zhang Tongjian's face flushed instantly as he timidly shook hands with Wang Hannin's. His bashfulness prompted a wave of laughter from those around them. Before long, the atmosphere grew lively as everyone began to sing and drink, with many taking turns to toast Chen Ping. Observing this, Wang Hannin's positioned herself in front of Chen Ping, stating, "If you continue to toast him like this, Chen Ping will surely get drunk. Allow me to drink with you." Wang Hannin's raised a glass of beer and downed it in one gulp. Wang Hanhai stood up for Chen Ping, and these men, of course, would not refuse. In their eyes, Wang Hanhai could easily be appeased with just 2 bottles of beer. However, it soon became evident to them just how mistaken they were. Wang Hanhai followed the crowd, drinking cup after cup, showing no signs of inebriation, and her complexion remained unchanged. This left everyone dumbfounded. Even Chen Ping looked at Wang Hanhai with disbelief. No one could have anticipated that a girl who appeared so delicate could possess such remarkable drinking prowess. At Wang Hanhai's feet lay over 30 empty bottles. While she remained unaffected, the others flushed with color, some swaying unsteadily. "All right, let's sing, and not just drink," Cui Ziyuan interjected, attempting to halt the revelry. If they continued, while Wang Hanhai remained fine, the others would surely succumb to intoxication. "Sister Hanhai, your capacity is astonishing," Sun Xiaoming exclaimed with admiration and surprise. Wang Hanhai smiled. "I may not have many talents, but I can certainly hold my liquor." "You are incredible. If I had your drinking ability, no one would dare challenge me in the future," Wang Lanlan chimed in, sitting beside Wang Hanhai in admiration. "Sister Lanlan, this skill can be honed. One day, I shall teach you. After all, our names are destined to be linked," Wang Hanhai replied with a smile. It must be said that Wang Hanhai excelled in social interactions. In no time, the 3 women had transformed into close friends, sharing everything without reservation. "Dear sister, you claim to possess both beauty and a delightful temperament, yet how is it that you have taken a liking to that fellow, Chen Ping? To me, he resembles a boastful wolf, quite bothersome," Wang Lanlan remarked candidly to Wang Hanhang, who had indulged in a bit of wine. Chen Ping, seated nearby, refrained from singing or drinking, occasionally sharing a few words with Zhang Tongjian, appearing somewhat out of place. "Sister Lanlan, in truth, Chen Ping is quite a good person." We have been together since childhood. Perhaps you are not yet familiar with him, Wang Hanhang explained calmly, unperturbed by the criticism. Recognizing Wang Hanhang's defense, Wang Lanlan decided against further disparaging Chen Ping and took up the microphone, declaring, "Come, let us sing a song together." Chapter 92. Together up, Wang Hanhang not only possessed striking beauty, but also an exceptional singing voice, her vocals nearly indistinguishable from the original artist. This stirred envy in the hearts of many men, particularly Cui Ziyuan, whose gaze upon Wang Hanhang grew increasingly ardent, though he restrained himself due to the presence of Sun Xiaoming. As Wang Hanhang's melodious voice filled the room, the atmosphere soared to its zenith. Everyone was blissfully inebriated, dancing and frolicking. Zhang Tongjian, having consumed several drinks, stood up with a rosy complexion, joining in the revelry. Meanwhile, Chen Ping remained seated in the corner, observing quietly. Just as the merriment reached its peak, the door to the private room swung open abruptly, revealing a balding middle-aged man who entered with a glass of wine in hand, flanked by two bodyguards clad in suits. Upon the sudden intrusion of a middle-aged man, all present ceased their activities, gazing at him with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Wang Hanhai, too, lowered the microphone in her grasp. The man's eyes were somewhat glazed, his complexion flushed, clearly indicating he had indulged too much in drink. After surveying the room, he smirked and remarked, "Ah, a gathering of innocent souls. Who was it that sang just now? Quite impressive. Come join me in my private room for a duet." His words left everyone exchanging bewildered glances, none daring to utter a sound. It was evident that this man was no ordinary individual, while they were merely laborers, too intimidated to provoke him. Noticing the silence, the man's gaze settled on Wang Hanhai and her companions, Wang Lanlan and Sun Xiaoming, for they alone held microphones in their hands. "These three girls are quite captivating. Bring them to my room," he ordered. As he spoke, he produced a wad of 100 yuan bills and tossed them towards the trio, prompting his two bodyguards to advance. This action terrified the girls, who instinctively retreated. Meanwhile, Cui Ziyuan, feeling the weight of the situation, stepped forward, his expression grim. With his elevated status, it was crucial for him to intervene. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed, especially since Sun Xiaoming was his girlfriend. How could he stand idly by while she was taken away? "Sir, may I inquire as to your identity? We are merely here to enjoy some singing and unwind. These three are our friends, not performers." Cui Ziyuan addressed the middle-aged man. "Is there any relation to the accompaniment of singing? I am paying you, coming to such a place. Do you not feel ashamed merely ordering beer? Let three young ladies sing for me, and I shall treat you to a few bottles of Lafite." A middle-aged man stepped forward and patted Cui Ziyuan's face. His action was minimal in physical harm, but laden with profound insult, treating Cui Ziyuan as nothing more than a child. Cui Ziyuan's face flushed with anger, and he forcefully pushed the man away, nearly causing him to stumble. Immediately regretting his impulsive action, he pondered the possible repercussions of offending someone of unknown status. "Damn it, how dare you push me?" The middle-aged man, infuriated, commanded, "Beat him up." Upon hearing this, two bodyguards charged towards Cui Ziyuan, instilling a deep fear within him. Witnessing the looming confrontation, the others, disregarding their trepidation, seized their bottles and stood resolutely beside Cui Ziyuan, for he was their manager, and this was the moment to demonstrate their loyalty. There were only three of them. Surely, united, they could overpower the adversaries. The two bodyguards momentarily hesitated, taken aback by the unexpected solidarity of the young man, which rendered them reluctant to act. At that moment, Cui Ziyuan felt a surge of triumph. Seeing the bodyguards hesitate, he boldly approached and delivered a kick to one of them, declaring, "Now, get lost, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred." Chapter 93. Are you still a man? Upon witnessing the scene, the balding middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. However, noticing the overwhelming number of youthful individuals before him, he realized that should a confrontation arise, he might very well find himself at a disadvantage. With a grim expression, he declared, "You there, just wait. If you have the guts, reveal your name, and I shall make you regret crossing me. I am Cui Ziyuan, and I shall be waiting right here. Do you think my brothers are to be trifled with?" In that moment, Cui Ziyuan felt as if he were a formidable figure in the underworld, a sensation that brought him immense delight. "Good, good, good," the middle-aged man repeated thrice, before turning away with two bodyguards in tow. Once the man departed, Cui Ziyuan felt a surge of exhilaration. He had never experienced such a feeling before. It was simply intoxicating. Manager Cui was indeed impressive. With just a single kick, his adversary had not dared to utter a word. The way Manager Chui had conducted himself might lead one to believe he was a seasoned leader in the underworld. Manager Chui is extraordinary. I can't help but wonder if he has a history in that realm. A chorus of praises erupted from the group, elevating Chui Ziyuan to great heights. Though inwardly pleased, Chui Ziyuan maintained an air of nonchalance, stating, "It is all thanks to your support. Since my brothers are so generous, I, Chui Ziyuan, shall not be stingy today. I will treat you all to a few bottles of Lafite, so everyone can have a taste." Magnificent. Long live Manager Chui. Upon hearing about the Lafite, the crowd erupted into cheers, for such fine wine was a rarity for them, mere workers. Ji Yuan, let us leave. Should the other party truly summon someone, it could spell trouble, Sun Xiaoming urged, addressing Chui Ji Yuan. At that moment, bolstered by intoxication and the adulation of those around him, Chui Ji Yuan felt no fear of the balding middle-aged man. "Do not worry, Xiaoming, with me here. You have nothing to fear," he declared confidently, thumping his chest. "Manager Chui, I have heard that this KTV is owned by Zhu Tang, the establishment run by Lin Tianhu. Given our recent altercation, should we be concerned?" An employee ventured cautiously. "What nonsense. I am well acquainted with Lin Tianhu. Rest assured," Chui Ji Yuan boasted, waving his hand dismissively. Upon learning that it was Lin Tianhu's establishment, Sun Xiaoming's apprehension dissipated. If it is indeed the tiger's venue, then it becomes manageable. Ji Yuan is quite familiar with the tiger. With just a word from him, our company's external accounts will be resolved. Her words elicited newfound respect for Chui Ji Yuan from everyone present. To have connections with the underground emperor of Hongqing was undeniably impressive, something one could boast about for a lifetime. Manager Chui truly conceals his depths. To be acquainted with the tiger is remarkable, they exclaimed. Since he knows the tiger, what do we have to fear? If they dare approach, we shall make them rue the day. We are here to drink, and with Manager Chui present, who would dare provoke us? With the revelation of Chui Ji Yuan's connection to Lin Tianhu, the group grew increasingly reckless. In a corner, Chen Ping smirked slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Chui Ji Yuan, oblivious to the trials ahead, continued to dwell in his dreamlike state. "Why are you laughing? How can you still smile? Just moments ago, that old man was about to take us away, and you were so frightened that you couldn't move. Wang Hanhang is your girlfriend, yet you were unable to protect her. What kind of man are you? And now you still have the audacity to laugh." Wang Lanlan expressed her dissatisfaction by pointing a finger at Chen Ping, who was seated in the corner chuckling. "Is this really what it means to be a man? Your girlfriend was almost taken away, and you remained indifferent. If it weren't for Manager Chui intervening, you would have been utterly humiliated today. And then there's Zhang Tongjian, who didn't even dare to move. Not an ounce of courage." The crowd began to voice their criticism towards Chen Ping and Zhang Tongjian, as they were the only two who sat frozen in place moments ago. Chapter 94. Keep a low profile. Chen Ping understood that he didn't need to act, whereas Zhang Tongjian was genuinely too frightened to move. Enough of these two cowards. Let us send someone out for Lafite. Let us enjoy some drinks. Chui Zuan gestured dismissively. Soon, someone was sent out to fetch the wine, while the others cast cold glances at Chen Ping and Zhang Tongjian, ignoring them completely. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of the Royal Dynasty KTV, a balding middle-aged man accompanied by 2 bodyguards was present. The office was lavishly decorated, and behind an imposing desk that spanned over 3 meters sat a man clad in a Zhongshan suit. Standing behind him was a young woman in a cheongsam, the hem reaching her waist, revealing her fair skin, adorned with heavy makeup, as she gently massaged the man's head. The gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit is none other than Chen Lei, the manager of the Huangqiao KTV, and he is indeed considered the right-hand man of Lin Tianhu. Otherwise, Lin Tianhu would not have entrusted the establishment to his management. "Boss Qian, what brings you here in such an agitated state?" Chen Lei inquired, half closing his eyes and speaking in a nonchalant manner. "Manager Ho, the situation at your Huangqiao KTV is utterly chaotic. Just moments ago, a group of reckless youths assaulted my staff, and now there is a distinct footprint on one of my men." The bald boss, Qian, gestured towards one of his bodyguards, who bore a clear footprint on his abdomen. "Such a thing has occurred?" Chen Lei opened his eyes wide and sat up straight. Who were the assailants? Was it the Qilong gang? In Chen Lei's view, only the members of the Qilong gang would dare to cause trouble in their establishment. It doesn't seem so. They appeared to be merely a bunch of youngsters. I heard that a few girls in their private room were singing quite well, and I intended to invite them to my room for a couple of songs. I never imagined these ruffians would resort to violence, Boss Qian replied, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he gritted his teeth. I am here out of respect for Lord Hu's venue, thus I approached Manager Ho to express my concerns. If you choose to disregard this matter, I shall take matters into my own hands, and I trust you will not hold me responsible for the consequences. They're merely a group of kids. Why is Boss Qian so furious? I shall send someone to accompany you. No need for concern. Ho Chunlei remarked as he called out towards the door, Binzi. At that moment, a fierce-looking man covered in tattoos entered. Brother Ho, the man, Binzi, greeted respectfully. Not long ago, a disturbance erupted at the KTV, and you followed Boss Qian to assess the situation, hoping to avoid any fatalities. Recently, Lord Hu has issued a warning for us to maintain a low profile. Ho Chunlei instructed Binzi. Understood, Brother Ho. Binzi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Manager Ho. Boss Qian expressed with a slight bow. You flatter me, Boss Qian. If you faced any grievances here, it is only natural for me to take charge. Just ensure that you look after my business in the future, Ho Chunlei replied with a faint smile. Soon, Boss Qian led Binzi to the private room where Chen Ping and his companions were gathered, trailed by a dozen bouncers from the KTV. Inside the room, Cui Ziyuan and the others were indulging in law fight, their faces flushed and voices exuberantly raised, when suddenly the door was kicked open. Boss Qian, who instigated this ruckus? Binzi inquired. With a pointed finger, Boss Qian indicated Cui Ziyuan. It was him. This brat assaulted my man. Binzi scrutinized Cui Ziyuan, then surveyed the group, quickly discerning that they were merely ordinary individuals, not seasoned in the streets. So you were the one who struck Boss Qian's man. Binzi approached Cui Ziyuan and asked coolly. Sensing the imposing figure of Binzi, with his bulging physique and tattoos, Cui Ziyuan felt a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, fueled by liquor, he nodded defiantly. Indeed, it was me. They were bullying my girlfriend. Chapter 95. No one dares to refuse. Binzi was somewhat taken aback by Cui Ziyuan's direct admission. He scrutinized Cui Ziyuan from head to toe and remarked, You have some guts, boy. You dare to take responsibility. I want to make things difficult for you. Just kneel and apologize to Boss Qian, and we can consider this matter settled. Upon hearing the demand to kneel, Cui Ziyuan vehemently shook his head, declaring, There is no way I will kneel to him. He provoked us first. Binzi's expression darkened at Cui Ziyuan's refusal. No one has the audacity to reject my words. With that, he suddenly lunged forward, seizing Cui Ziyuan by the collar and lifting him off the ground. The onlookers, though inclined to assist Cui Ziyuan, hesitated at the sight of the several intimidating thugs lurking behind Boss Qian, and their courage faltered. Ziyuan, Sun Xiaoming, witnessing the altercation, rushed forward, exclaiming, Let him go. My father is Sun Fuhai. We are employees of Su Family Sinew Daily Chemicals. Sun Xiaoming strained to pry Binzi's hand away. But no matter how hard she tried, Binzi remained unmoved. Meanwhile, Cui Ziyuan's face turned crimson, his breathing became labored, and he stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. The terror of death relentlessly gnawed at him. Seeing Cui Ziyuan in such distress filled Sun Xiaoming with urgency. She continued to shout, This is the territory of Lord Hu. You dare to act here? Lord Hu will not spare you. He knows Lord Hu. As soon as her words fell, Binzi's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowed, and he loosened his grip. Cough, cough. After being released, Cui Ziyuan coughed heavily, gasping for breath. Ziyuan, are you all right? Sun Xiaoming inquired with concern. Observing that Binzi had immediately let go upon hearing the name of Tiger Lin, the others concluded that Binzi was intimidated by him and began to shout. Our manager Cui is quite familiar with Tiger Lin. If you dare to touch him, Tiger Lin will not spare you. They boasted, just one word from Manager Cui, and even Tiger Lin will obediently comply. Just yesterday, Manager Cui made a phone call, and Tiger Lin promptly went to assist with debt collection. You have provoked Manager Cui. Prepare for your doom. The sales personnel under Cui Ziyuan, aware of the other party's fear of Tiger Lin, clamored to elevate Cui Ziyuan to celestial heights. In the corner, Chen Ping couldn't help but smirk. These ignorant fools were unwittingly pushing Cui Ziyuan closer to the brink of disaster. Hearing their unfounded flattery, Cui Ziyuan was already trembling with fear, wishing he could vehemently reprimand them. As he listened to the crowd, Binzi's expression grew increasingly grim, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Although Ho Chunlei had advised him against killing, he could hardly tolerate these individuals flaunting Tiger Lin's name to deceive others. As Binzi's countenance darkened, Cui Ziyuan's subordinates mistakenly believed he was afraid, and their arrogance swelled. Are you scared now? Seize the moment and leave quickly. For if we were to contact Lord Hu, none of you would escape. Sun Xiaoming, with a smug expression, echoed Binzi's words. Silence. All of you, shut your mouths. Cui Ziyuan bellowed at Sun Xiaoming. Only he knew that he did not even know Lin Tianhu, nor had he ever set eyes upon him. Taken aback by Cui Ziyuan's sudden outburst, Sun Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, unsure of what had provoked him, yet dared not utter another word. Do you know Lord Hu? Binzi asked, his voice dark and heavy with disbelief. Cui Ziyuan, caught in the grip of the crowd, found himself with no way out. To admit his ignorance now would invite ridicule from all present. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly nodded. I have met Lord Hu. His words were deliberately ambiguous. Having seen Lin Tianhu did not equate to truly knowing him. Initially, all you needed to do was kneel and apologize. Yet you chose to flaunt Lord Hu's name in a deceitful manner. Given this, no one among you shall leave today. Binzi's words carried a chilling undertone, sending shivers down the spines of these foolish individuals. Huh, you pathetic little wretches, do you have any idea who stands before you? He is none other than the foremost enforcer of Brother Ho, the right hand of Lord Hu. How dare you boast of knowing him? It seems your time is up. Mr. Qian erupted into laughter. These individuals are merely ordinary people, utterly incapable of knowing Lin Tianhu. Boss Qian is well aware that they are merely putting on a facade. Indeed, upon hearing Boss Qian's words, Cui Ziyuan's forehead was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that his pretentiousness would land him in such peril. However, the others under Cui Ziyuan's command did not share this sentiment. They genuinely believed that Cui Ziyuan was acquainted with Lin Tianhu. Sun Xiaoming steadfastly believed that Cui Ziyuan must certainly know Lin Tianhu, even if he did not. His friends surely would, for otherwise, why would Lin Tianhu be pursuing their family's debts? Boss Qian, my brothers and I have indulged a bit in drink. We sincerely apologize to you and hope. Cui Ziyuan faltered, beginning to apologize to Boss Qian. Yet, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Binzi, who declared, to dare invoke the name of Lord Hu is not merely a matter of apology. Your lives now rest on fate. With that, Binzi gestured to his subordinates, instructing them to take everyone away and let Brother Ho decide their fate. Soon, a dozen fierce-looking thugs surrounded them, leaving Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming pale with fear. In the corner, Zhang Tongjian was trembling uncontrollably, his pants soaked, his hands gripping Chen Ping's sleeve tightly. He was merely a recent graduate, unaccustomed to such scenes, and was on the verge of being terrified to death. Observing Zhang Tongjian's demeanor, Chen Ping gently patted his shoulder and said, Relax, nothing will happen. Soon, Cui Ziyuan and his group were ushered into Ho Chunlei's office. Brother Ho. These are the individuals under the boss who handles the money, Binzi remarked. Did I not instruct you to take care of this? Why have you brought them to my office? Ho Chunlei's expression was somewhat displeased. Brother Ho, this fellow claims to know Tiger Yi and is quite familiar with him. So I brought him here for your judgment, Binzi hurriedly explained. What? Upon hearing this, Ho Chunlei straightened in his seat and cast a cold glance at Cui Ziyuan. You know Tiger Yi? I. Cui Ziyuan stammered. My friend knows him. What is your friend's name? I have been with Tiger Yi for many years. I am familiar with all his acquaintances. Ho Chunlei continued his inquiry. At this moment, Cui Ziyuan was at a loss. He had no actual connections to Lin Tianhu. For someone of his standing, how could he possibly associate with Lin Tianhu? Suddenly, Ho Chunlei slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, You have some audacity to impersonate Tiger Yi. Chapter 97. Inner conflict at this. Everyone's expression changed instantly, and Cui Ziyuan felt a chill surge through him, sobering him up. He never anticipated that his vanity would lead him to falsely claim acquaintance with Lin Tianhu, inadvertently inviting trouble. Noticing Cui Ziyuan's reaction, the money boss let out a cold laugh and stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Cui Ziyuan's face, saying, Aren't you quite impressive? Those who dare to strike me and audaciously impersonate the esteemed Tiger Yi. I see that you have grown weary of life itself. Boss Qian delivered a resounding slap, thrusting Cui Ziyuan into the harsh embrace of reality, causing him to plead desperately, Boss Qian, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again, never again. At this moment, a tremor swept through the crowd. If Cui Ziyuan did not have the backing of Lin Tianhu, what support could they possibly rely upon? Mistaken? Boss Qian let out a sinister laugh. It is too late to acknowledge your errors. Prepare for your demise. Upon hearing these words, Cui Ziyuan could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Brother Ho, I shall never again dare to misappropriate the name of Tiger Yi. I beg you, I implore you, spare me. Cui Ziyuan was now weeping profusely, consumed by regret. If he was in such despair, the others were left pale and trembling. Sun Xiaoming gazed in astonishment at Cui Ziyuan, her thoughts a mystery. Observing the kneeling and pleading Cui Zhiyuan, alongside the panicked group of youths, Chen Lei turned to Boss Qian. Boss Qian, this situation arose due to your involvement. How do you propose we resolve it? This was Chen Lei extending a courtesy to Boss Qian, recognizing him as a significant client of the KTV establishment. These impetuous youths held little value, and it would be best to have them leave. Boss Qian waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Cui Zhuan repeatedly bowed in gratitude. However, just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, Boss Qian cast a shrewd glance at Wang Hanhang and the other two girls, declaring, "The men may leave, but the three women must remain to keep me company." At this proclamation, the expressions of Wang Hanhang and Sun Xiaoming instantly shifted to one of alarm, while Cui Zhuan's countenance became increasingly troubled. After all, Sun Xiaoming was his girlfriend. He could disregard Wang Hanhang and Wang Lanlan, but he could not abandon Sun Xiaoming, especially since Sun Fuhai had just acknowledged her. "Boss Qian, this is my girlfriend. May I take her with me while leaving the other two behind? My girlfriend and I have been living together for over a year now, and I trust that Boss Qian is not particularly interested in her," Cui Zhuan said, pointing to Sun Xiaoming with a forced smile. In truth, he had never touched Sun Xiaoming. He merely wished to secure her safety. Sun Xiaoming glanced at Cui Zhuan but said nothing. At this moment, escaping was of utmost importance. Indeed, upon hearing Cui Zhuan's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Boss Qian's eyes, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may go, but leave those two women behind." Seeing the situation, Cui Zhuan desperately expressed his gratitude to Boss Qian and turned to leave. "Manager Cui, please don't leave me behind. Don't abandon me." Wang Lanlan cried out in panic, urgently gripping Cui Zhuan's arm. Wang Hanhang, equally alarmed, looked helplessly at Chen Ping, realizing that at this juncture, her only recourse was to seek his assistance, as she was unfamiliar with these individuals and knew that none would risk their standing for her sake. Cui Zhuan pushed Wang Lanlan away. Wang Lanlan was suddenly engulfed by despair, while Wang Hanhang, with tears glistening in her eyes, gently clutched Chen Ping's garment. She was torn between her desire for Chen Ping to leave and her reluctance to remain behind, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Chapter 98. No one is allowed to leave, rest assured. I have no intention of departing, Chen Ping remarked with a faint smile directed at Wang Hanhang. Observing Chen Ping's resolve to stay, Boss Qian approached with a cold demeanor, taunting, "What is this? Are you reluctant to part with your little girlfriend?" As he spoke, he brazenly reached out his hand towards Wang Hanhang's face. At that moment, Wang Hanhang's face drained of color, paralyzed by fear and unable to evade his advance. Just as Boss Qian's hand was about to make contact, Chen Ping swiftly seized his wrist, asserting, "I never even considered leaving," with a subtle yet forceful grip. A sickening crack echoed as Chen Ping shattered Boss Qian's wrist. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from Boss Qian, the sound chilling to the bone. "Damn it! My hand is broken. Release me, or I swear I will kill you, and your girlfriend will share your fate." Boss Qian roared, his face a mask of fury. In response, Chen Ping delivered a swift kick, striking Boss Qian between the legs, sending him sprawling to the ground. Curled up, his body contorted in pain. His complexion turned a shade of deep purple. Chen Ping's decisive blow had rendered him incapable of manhood. Witnessing the scene, Chunlei's anger surged. How dare someone strike his guest in his presence, leaving him utterly humiliated? "Young man, do you dare to act against me? You truly have guts." Chunlei's expression was terrifyingly cold as he waved his hand, commanding, "Close the door. No one is permitted to leave." In that moment, everyone seethed with indignation, directing their frustration towards Chen Ping. Had it not been for Chen Ping's arrogant provocation, they would have already departed. "Chen Ping, what are you trying to prove?" Cui Zhuan shouted furiously at him. Now that Chen Ping had beaten up Boss Qian to such a state, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. While the other party had already relented, Chen Ping chose to act recklessly for the sake of a woman, dragging them all down with him. "Chen Ping, if you wish to court disaster, do not involve us. Indeed, what are you trying to prove? If you think you can fight, do it on the street." They lamented, realizing the dire consequences they now faced. Even Wang Lanlan, who remained behind, joined in the blame. Though she might have thought to share a drink or even a night with someone later, the severity of the situation now seemed insurmountable. Only Wang Hanhai looked at Chen Ping with concern, tears brimming in her eyes as she murmured, "Brother Chen Ping, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." She understood that had it not been for her, Chen Ping would not have taken such drastic action, and now he might even face imprisonment or worse. "Do not worry. Nothing will happen, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. His nonchalance only intensified the anger of those around him, leading to even harsher criticisms and insults directed at him. As the expression on Ho Chunlei's face grew increasingly ominous, he commanded, "Binzi, incapacitate this brat." Binzi nodded and charged towards Chen Ping, his fist, the size of a sandbag, aimed directly at Chen Ping's head. Should this blow connect, it would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic explosion of brain matter. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, hastily retreating to avoid being splattered with blood. Yet, Wang Hanhai stood resolute, gritting her teeth as she positioned herself in front of Chen Ping. Chapter 99. Unfamiliar with regret, since Chen Ping was fighting for her sake, Wang Hanhai was determined to risk her life. She could not bear to watch him perish before her eyes. The fierce gust of wind surged towards Wang Hanhai, prompting her to shut her eyes in terror, gripping Chen Ping tightly to keep him sheltered behind her. "Hanhai." Sun Xiaoming could not restrain herself from calling out. Though their acquaintance was recent, she found Wang Hanhai to be a commendable individual, cultured and endearing. The thought of her potentially meeting a tragic end for Chen Ping's sake felt unbearably lamentable, inciting her involuntary shout. As Binzi's fist approached Wang Hanhai, she sensed the chilling breath of death. However, after a powerful rush of wind, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Slowly opening her eyes, she was astonished to find Binzi's fist mere centimeters from her face, while Chen Ping's hand had firmly grasped Binzi's fist, rendering him unable to advance even an inch. In that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief, and the expression on Binzi's face shifted dramatically, his gaze revealing profound astonishment. He could sense an unrelenting surge of power emanating from Chen Ping's being, rendering all his efforts futile. "Had you not been Lin Tianhu's subordinates, you would already be corpses," Chen Ping remarked, giving a slight push that sent Binzi stumbling backward until he ultimately fell to the ground. Witnessing Binzi's predicament, Ho Chunlei's temper flared. "Damn it. What a useless fool, unable to handle a mere child," he bellowed, delivering a harsh kick to Binzi. The latter hurriedly rose, his head bowed in embarrassment. Although he had fallen, he was unscathed, as Chen Ping had shown restraint. After all, these individuals were, in essence, his own subordinates. "Release us, and we shall consider today's events settled, or you will come to regret it," Chen Ping stated, directing his words at Ho Chunlei. "Regret?" Ho Chunlei scoffed. "I have never understood the meaning of the word." Just then, the doors swung open, and dozens of men armed with machetes surged in, encircling Chen Ping and his companions. Moments ago, they had been merely surrounded by a handful of unarmed individuals. Although fierce in demeanor, Cui Ziyuan and the others were still able to maintain control over their own bodies. At this moment, surrounded by dozens of individuals wielding glinting machetes, the chilling aura emanating from the blades left Cui Ziyuan and his companions utterly paralyzed with fear. Several among them fainted on the spot, while many others soiled themselves in terror. Even Cui Ziyuan himself was not spared, his trousers becoming damp with fright. "You believe I won't reduce you to a mere pulp today?" Ho Chunlei snarled menacingly. "I seem to recall that Lin Tianhu instructed you to refrain from violence and to conduct your business properly. Yet, you create such a ruckus today without consulting him?" Chen Ping inquired with an air of calm composure. Ho Chunlei momentarily hesitated, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Ping before instructing his subordinates, "Keep a close watch on them. Not a single one is to escape. I will call Master Hu." Having uttered these words, Ho Chunlei promptly retrieved his phone and exited. The moment they realized Ho Chunlei was seeking Lin Tianhu's counsel, Cui Ziyuan and the others were gripped by an even deeper dread. It was well known that Lin Tianhu's reputation in Hangzhou was anything but favorable. He was notorious for his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature. If he were to be provoked, their fates would surely be sealed, facing not only death but unimaginable torment. "Chen Ping, you fool. We are all doomed now. Not a single one of us will survive. And you still want to summon Master Hu? We are finished," Cui Ziyuan exclaimed in a panic as he noticed Ho Chunlei making the call. Chapter 100. Utterly arrogant Chen Ping's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with cold intensity as he turned his gaze upon Cui Ziyuan, who felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of ice, swiftly closing his mouth in terror. "I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Father! Father!" Sun Xiaoming cried out in terror, mumbling as if driven to madness. In an instant, many others began to weep as well, the room resonating with wails of despair. Meanwhile, Ho Chunlei placed a call to Lin Tianhu, seeking guidance on how to handle these unruly youths causing a disturbance. Under normal circumstances, Ho Chunlei would have taken matters into his own hands and dealt with Chen Ping and his companions. just a few ordinary youngsters, whose disappearance would hardly raise an eyebrow. However, the situation had changed. Lin Tianhu had issued a clear directive forbidding any further violence and wanton killings, leaving Ho Chunlei no choice but to consult Lin Tianhu on the appropriate course of action. At that moment, Lin Tianhu was already asleep. Upon receiving Ho Chunlei's call, he yawned and remarked, "Monkey, is there some trouble at the KTV so late at night?" "Master Hu, a group of unruly youths are causing a ruckus at the KTV and have even injured Binzi. They are quite audacious. I wanted to ask if we could deal with these rascals." Ho Chunlei inquired cautiously. "Youths?" Lin Tianhu furrowed his brow. "What sort of individuals are we dealing with? Are they from the Red Dragon Gang?" Given the current tensions with the Red Dragon Gang, such a possibility was not outside the realm of consideration. No, just a bunch of brash youngsters claiming to work for some company related to the Su family. One of them seems to be named Chen Ping. He is the one who injured Binzi, Ho Chunlei explained. At the mention of Chen Ping, Lin Tianhu sprang from his bed in a sudden burst of energy. "Monkey, I'm on my way right now. You better not make a move. Just wait for me patiently," Lin Tianhu exclaimed before abruptly hanging up the phone and rushing outside. Upon hearing Lin Tianhu's anxious voice, Ho Chunlei was filled with confusion. Yet he knew he had to comply with Lin Tianhu's command. Cursing under his breath, Ho Chunlei pinched his nose and ordered, "Open the window. What a mess this is." Soon, the window was opened, allowing fresh air to sweep in and dissipate the foul stench that lingered in the room. Lin Tianhu had instructed him to wait quietly, so Ho Chunlei could only wave his hand to signal his armed subordinates to withdraw, lest they be seen by Lin Tianhu upon his arrival. "I have already informed Master Hu. He will be here shortly. If you have any last words, you may speak now." Ho Chunlei coldly regarded Chen Ping and the others, a sneer playing upon his lips, the moment they learned Lin Tianhu was coming. The nerves of Cui Ziyuan and his companions were once again set on edge. The previously tense atmosphere erupted into chaos, filled with cries of despair. Who is Lin Tianhu? Even a 3-year-old child in Hongqing would know him. He is a merciless demon, known for his brutality. "Brother Ho, it was all Chen Ping's doing. We had no part in it. Please let us go." Cui Ziyuan knelt before Ho Chunlei once more. The others followed suit, kneeling and begging for mercy, their heads bowing repeatedly. Meanwhile, Chen Ping held on to Sun Xiaoming with one hand and Wang Hennin's with the other, refusing to allow either of them to kneel. Regardless of Sun Xiaoming's discontent, Sun Fuhai had treated Chen Ping's family with kindness, and Chen Ping simply could not disregard Sun Xiaoming's well-being. "Humph, when Lord Tiger arrives, you shall see what awaits you. Let's see then if you still carry your imposing presence." Ho Chunlei mused silently. Chapter 101. Strict discipline. The wait was interminable. Cui Ziyuan and his companions knelt on the ground, their knees aching unbearably, yet none dared to rise, enduring the wait. After 20 minutes had passed, the office door was suddenly flung open, and Lin Tianhu rushed in with urgency. Lord Tiger. Ho Chunlei hastily approached him. Upon hearing Lin Tianhu's arrival, Cui Ziyuan and the others lifted their heads, and when their eyes fell upon Lin Tianhu, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. Few had encountered Lin Tianhu before, and now his bloodthirsty aura struck terror into their hearts. Lin Tianhu paid no heed to Ho Chunlei but fixed his gaze directly upon Chen Ping. However, Chen Ping discreetly gestured to Lin Tianhu, and Lin Tianhu refrained from advancing to acknowledge him. Wang Hanhang and Sun Xiaoming were present. Should they discover that Chen Ping was acquainted with Lin Tianhu, Chen Ping's parents would undoubtedly learn of it as well. Ho Chunlei, having been struck, was momentarily dazed, while Lin Tianhu crouched down to assist Cui Ziyuan in standing. Ho Chunlei, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing that Boss Qian was the instigator, Lin Tianhu's expression turned icy as he cast a glance at the still cowering Boss Qian on the ground. Lord Tiger, Boss Qian, feeling the piercing glare of Lin Tianhu, gritted his teeth and attempted to rise. The limbs were severed and discarded, with a stern decree that he was never to set foot in the royal dynasty KTV again. Lin Tianhu dismissed Boss Qian's explanations, ordering his men to break the man's limbs and cast him aside. The anguished cries of Boss Qian sent chills down the spines of Cui Ziyuan and the others, their hearts gripped by fear at Lin Tianhu's savage brutality. With a smile, Lin Tianhu spoke, his sudden shift in demeanor leaving Cui Ziyuan and the others bewildered, uncertain of his true intentions. They stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. "Then let us express our gratitude for your benevolence, Lord Hu," Chen Ping finally ventured, breaking the silence. Of course. Today's incident is a result of my lax discipline," Lin Tianhu replied, his tone obsequious. Lord Hu, these individuals are. Before Ho Chunlei could finish, Lin Tianhu struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Do you know who Chen Ping is? Lin Tianhu coldly inquired after the blow. Ho Chunlei shook his head. No. He is our hall master, our superior. Lin Tianhu's words struck Ho Chunlei like a thunderclap, causing his complexion to pale dramatically. As Lin Tianhu's right-hand man, Ho Chunlei was aware that the Gathering of Righteousness was a faction under the Dragon Hall, and he had been informed of the hall master's appearance. However, he never imagined that the unassuming Chen Ping was the hall master. Then, was it he who defeated Feng Sihai? Ho Chunlei asked, astonished. Chapter 102. The Moment of Realization. What do you think? Lin Tianhu cast a cold glance at Ho Chunlei and remarked, Today, if you wish to preserve your life, you ought to burn incense and pray. Quickly instruct your men to bring forth several bottles of fine wine, and you shall deliver them personally. However, remember, the Lord does not wish to reveal his identity. I understand, Master Hu. Ho Chunlei trembled as he turned to make arrangements. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the man who had just displayed such obsequiousness was Lin Tianhu, the infamous underground emperor of Hongcheng. Smack! Cui Ziyuan suddenly struck himself hard across the face, the sharp sting causing him to wince. This is real, not a dream. How is this possible? He could hardly believe that what had just transpired was indeed genuine. The others also wore expressions of bewilderment, their gazes filled with confusion. Chen Ping. Do you know Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming inquired incredulously, her eyes fixed on Chen Ping. Chen Ping had exhibited no trace of fear. He had even dared to confront Lin Tianhu's men, yet now, with Lin Tianhu's arrival, he displayed not a hint of anger. Upon Sun Xiaoming's question, all eyes turned towards Chen Ping. If he truly had any acquaintance with Lin Tianhu, what fate awaited them, especially after they had just humiliated him? I do not know him. Chen Ping shook his head. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's denial, Sun Xiaoming felt utterly perplexed. If you do not know him, then why is Lin Tianhu treating us with such courtesy? I understand now. It must be that Lin Tianhu is acquainted with Manager Cui. Did you not observe how Lin Tianhu politely assisted Manager Cui to his feet upon entering? At that moment, someone exclaimed loudly, Indeed, he must know Manager Cui. I also noticed how Lin Tianhu smiled at him. Sun Xiaoming was utterly baffled. If Cui Ziyuan truly knew Lin Tianhu, he would not have been so frightened as to kneel down, even wetting his pants. Such a reaction is clearly not feigned. Moreover, Lin Tianhu indeed helped Cui Ziyuan up himself, frequently expressing apologies. Sun Xiaoming was not the only one perplexed. Others were equally bewildered. Their attempts to attribute the credit to Cui Ziyuan were merely efforts to curry favor with him. Observing this, Cui Ziyuan's eyes darted, and he spoke, To be honest, I have never met Lin Tianhu. However, I do have a friend who is quite familiar with him. They often dine together. It is possible that my friend mentioned me to Lin Tianhu or showed him my photograph, which could explain why Lin Tianhu recognized me at first glance. This was the only explanation Cui Ziyuan could offer, as he had no other way to account for his kneeling and the unfortunate incident. Upon hearing Cui Ziyuan's explanation, the crowd suddenly appeared enlightened. Nevertheless, despite the matter being resolved, the mood was far from jovial. After all, they had all been frightened to the point of wetting themselves, and no one could enjoy themselves in wet trousers. Just as Cui Ziyuan contemplated leading everyone away, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open by Ho Chunlei and his entourage. Upon witnessing the situation, Ho Chunlei hastily explained, Esteemed guests, I must apologize for my earlier oversight in failing to inquire about the circumstances. I am here to offer my apologies. And I have brought 2 bottles of Louis XIII for everyone to sample. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me. Chapter 103. Unfamiliar with the world, Ho Chunlei presented himself in a most obsequious manner, casting furtive glances at Chen Ping. Chen Ping had long since noticed Ho Chunlei's surreptitious stares and discreetly gestured for him to depart. Goodness, Louis XIII. This is a renowned vintage. I have heard that a single bottle costs upwards of 100,000 yuan. I never dared to dream that I would have the opportunity to savor such an exquisite wine. How splendid it is. We are all beneficiaries of Manager Cui's generosity. Otherwise, how could we ever indulge in a wine priced at 100,000 yuan a bottle? I cannot bring myself to partake in this wine. A single sip would equate to my monthly salary. The crowd gathered around the Louis XIII, their eyes nearly bulging with excitement. After all, these salaried individuals knew that, without this rare opportunity, they might never taste such fine wine in their lifetime. At this moment, Cui Ziyuan's eyes were also slightly reddened. Although his monthly income reached several thousand yuan, he He too felt that indulging in a wine costing 100,000 yuan a bottle was far too extravagant. Yet, Cui Zhuan knew he could not appear overly eager, as that would be most unbecoming. All right, why is everyone simply standing around? Their lack of ambition was palpable. It was merely a bottle of Louis XIII, hardly deserving of such astonishment. Cui Zhuan, with an air of pretentiousness, remarked, I often indulge in this brand of liquor, alongside others like Remy Martin, thanks to my affluent friend. His current facade of sophistication was solely reliant on this fictitious friend, for his own means had yet to elevate him to a level where he could regularly savor Louis XIII. Cui manager, what business does your friend engage in? He must be extraordinarily wealthy, considering he knows Lin Tianhu. Someone inquired, directing their curiosity towards Cui Zhuan. Ah, my friend, he is. Cui Zhuan stammered, struggling to articulate the existence of a fabricated companion. He is involved in import and export trade, often traveling abroad. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, offering an explanation that would deter others from seeking an audience with his elusive friend, given his frequent overseas engagements. Upon hearing this, the crowd lavished praise upon Cui Zhuan, elevating his status to celestial heights. As he opened the Louis XIII, he poured a small measure for himself, though he refrained from offering any to Chen Ping, who had just shot him a menacing glare. Cui Zhuan was not yet ready to settle scores with him, nor would he allow Chen Ping to indulge in such an extravagant drink, valued at over 1,000 yuan per sip. Chen Ping, unfazed, observed a group of grown men, their trousers nearly dampened with excitement, reveling together over their drinks, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. He turned to Wang Hanhai, who glanced at the time and nodded in response. Chen Ping followed Wang Hanhang, and Cui Zhuan paid him no mind, for Chen Ping was indeed superfluous in this context. Xiaoming, do not stay out too late. Otherwise, Uncle Sun will become anxious, Chen Ping cautioned Sun Xiaoming as he prepared to leave. Sun Xiaoming immediately displayed her displeasure, retorting, Who are you to tell me? Are you my father, my mother, or my elder? I shall play until I choose to stop. It is none of your business. Cui Zhuan let out a disdainful snort at Chen Ping. Chen Ping chose not to respond, having already given his warning, since Sun Xiaoming was unwilling to leave. He decided to let it be. Chapter 104. Contempt Aunt Wang. I invited Han Hang to join a colleague gathering. Tomorrow, I will accompany her to our company's interview. Chen Ping hurriedly explained to Wang Changfeng. You need not explain yourself to me. I trust you with Han Hang. Even if you two decide to spend the night out, I shall not utter a word, Wang Changfeng remarked, her gaze laden with meaning as she looked at Chen Ping. This left Chen Ping feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wang Changfeng was quite bold in her assertions. Mom, what nonsense are you saying? Wang Hanhang blushed and quickly pulled Wang Changfeng away. The following morning, Chen Ping took Wang Hanhang to the company, but despite it being time to start work, not a single employee had arrived. They waited for over half an hour before employees began trickling in, each appearing haggard, clearly having indulged in revelry the previous night, resulting in their late awakening that morning. As for Cui Zhuan, he sauntered into the office around 10 o'clock, yawning as he arrived. Upon settling into his chair, he promptly brewed himself a cup of tea. What time is it now? Is this how you conduct yourself at work? Chen Ping inquired, stepping through the office door to confront Cui Zhuan. This company belonged to Su Yuqi, effectively making it his own. Thus, Chen Ping was understandably displeased by the tardiness of his colleagues. Cui Zhuan was momentarily taken aback and then erupted in anger. Chen Ping, who do you think you are? Don't forget that I am the manager here. How dare you question me? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror first. Just as Cui Zhuan was shouting, Sun Xiaoming entered with Wang Hanhang in tow, questioning the commotion. What is going on? Why the outburst so early in the day? Cui Zhuan smirked. This Chen Ping has no idea of his place, thinking he can reprimand me for being late. What a joke. Chen Ping, your task for today is to submit 1/3 of your team's accounts. If you fail to do so, you'll be staying late tonight. This was Cui Zhuan's way of asserting his authority and demonstrating his dominance over Chen Ping. Chen Ping merely chuckled coldly and turned to leave. Not only would he aim to collect 1/3 of the outstanding debts, but he was determined to reclaim every penny owed to him. He had little patience for those who owed him money. As he exited, Sun Xiaoming arranged for Cui Zhuan to process Wang Hanhang's onboarding and assigned her to his team. It was evident that Sun Xiaoming had taken a liking to Wang Hanhang. In truth, Sun Xiaoming was not inherently malicious. She merely possessed a hint of a spoiled princess attitude, often looking down on others. However, her demeanor towards Wang Hanhang revealed that she was not entirely unkind. As Cui Zhuan slumbered, the company's president, Xing Jun entered the room, observing Chui in his repose. Xing's brow furrowed slightly. Did he not know to knock before entering the office? The sound of the door creaking open disturbed the slumbering Chui, who, still with his eyes shut, grumbled irritably. In the sales department, he reigned supreme, unafraid of anything. Upon sensing the lack of response, Chui finally opened his eyes, only to be startled to find Xing Jun gazing at him, causing him to tumble from his chair in shock. Xing, President Xing, what brings you here? Chui's face was a portrait of alarm. It was uncommon for Xing to visit the sales department, leaving him bewildered by this unexpected appearance. Xing merely shot Chui a disapproving glance, refraining from reprimanding him. Instead, he peered through the office window at the bustling employees outside, his gaze honing in on Chen Ping. At that moment, Wang Hanhua approached Chen Ping, appearing quite familiar as she drew near him. Xing furrowed his brow and inquired, Manager Chui, who is that young lady? Chui hastily turned to look, realizing Xing was referring to Wang Hanhua. He promptly replied, President Xing, she is Chen Ping's girlfriend, Wang Hanhua. She just joined today. Chen Ping's girlfriend? Xing was taken aback. Noticing the shift in Xing's expression, Chui felt a jolt of fear and slowly nodded. Yes, she is indeed his girlfriend. In an instant, a cold smirk crept across Xing Jun's astonished visage. Seize the opportunity to capture some intimate photographs of the two, but do so discreetly. Then send them to me, understood? Chui Ziyuan nodded. Xing Jun left with a cheerful demeanor, while Chui Ziyuan remained perplexed, unaware of when Xing Jun had developed such an interest. Brother Chen, the individual we owe the most to in our group is none other than Boss Meng, who has nearly $1 million in outstanding debts. This has been ongoing for 2 years now. Several sales representatives have attempted to collect, yet none have succeeded. I even heard that some were physically thrown out, Zhang Tongjin remarked, gesturing towards a batch of debts displayed on his computer. Shall we go collect? Zhang Tongjin asked in astonishment. Of course. Otherwise, how many people should we take? Chen Ping replied, taken aback. Brother Chen. Zhang Tongjin expressed his apprehension. His face contorted in concern. I've heard that Boss Ming used to be involved in unsavory activities before he cleaned up his act and started a company. He still has a number of people under him. If it's just the two of us, we're bound to face trouble. Numerous salespeople have been beaten. And I even heard of a female salesperson who went and ended up pregnant. Are you afraid? Chen Ping inquired, his expression serious as he regarded Zhang Tongjin. This is the work you've chosen. If you're fearful, perhaps you shouldn't pursue it. Until you attempt certain things, you'll never know if success is within reach. After saying this, Chen Ping proceeded to print out the information on Boss Meng, taking it with him as he walked out. Brother Chen, seeing Chen Ping leave, Wang Hanheng hurried after him. She was aware that Chui Ziyuan had assigned a task to Chen Ping, and at this moment, Chen Ping was indeed going to collect the debt. Wang Hanheng intended to assist him, concerned that his impulsive nature might lead to conflict. Are you going to collect the debt? Wang Hanheng called out as she caught up to Chen Ping. Yes, he replied. Chen Ping nodded thoughtfully. Let me take a look. Wang Hanheng took the documents from Chen Ping's hands and began to read. The proximity of the two seemed almost intimate, exuding a subtle warmth. Observing this from his desk, Chui Ziyuan hastily pulled out his phone and discreetly captured a few photos, sending them to Xing Jun. Brother Chen, it appears this has become a debt account. It hasn't been settled for 2 years now, and we've been through this numerous times. Wang Hanheng remarked, her brow slightly furrowed as she scrutinized the documents. This was the largest sum. Regardless of the challenges, they had to make an attempt. Chen Ping smiled gently. I will accompany you. Wang Hanheng nodded. I can manage on my own. You need not come with me. Chen Ping quickly waved his hand. Your temperament is too hasty. It is better for me to accompany you. After all, we women have an advantage when it comes to collecting debts. As she spoke, Wang Hanheng took Chen Ping's arm and led him out. Chui Ziyuan, witnessing this, promptly captured a few more photos and sent them again to Xing Jun. Just as Chen Ping followed Wang Hanheng out of the company, Zhang Tongjin rushed out as well, catching up to Chen Ping. Brother Chen, we are a team. I cannot allow you to take risks alone. If it comes to it, I will take the beating too, so I will go with you. Chapter 106. You won't run away, will you? Zhang Tongjin had come to a realization and thus pursued them. Seeing Zhang Tongjin's determination to join, a look of relief spread across Chen Ping's face. He patted Zhang Tongjin on the shoulder and reassured him, do not worry, with me around, you shall not endure any harm. Zhang Tongjin could only smile helplessly. He steeled himself to accompany Chen Ping, primarily to safeguard his own position. They were part of the same team, and if Chen Ping ventured alone, Zhang Tongjin feared that their superiors would find out and dismiss him. Before long, Chen Ping and his companions located Boss Meng's company according to the address provided in the documents. The establishment was modest, comprising just 2 floors, and the sign at the entrance appeared quite worn. Surely this company hasn't gone under? Are there still people inside? Wang Hanhai remarked with a hint of concern as she scrutinized the sign. If the company has collapsed and the personnel have fled, this debt would become irrecoverable. Let's go inside and take a look, Chen Ping declared, leading the way. Upon entering the premises, they were met with a cacophony of raucous voices, and the air was thick with smoke, causing a slight discomfort in their throats. In the lobby, 7 or 8 burly men, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, were smoking and playing cards, their eyes bloodshot. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Tongjian instantly regretted his decision and gently tugged at Chen Ping's sleeve. Brother Chen, perhaps we should consider returning another day? Wang Hanhai's expression was equally grim. This hardly resembled a legitimate company, but rather appeared to be a den of bandits. Since we are already here, we must at least meet the boss before departing. Chen Ping responded dismissively. At that moment, one of the men noticed the trio and approached them, inquiring, "What brings you 3 here?" "We are from Sinew Daily Chemicals, here to speak with Boss Meng." Chen Ping replied nonchalantly, "Are you here to collect a debt?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately understood the intention of Chen Ping and his companions. His brow furrowing slightly as he said, "Meng is not here. You should leave quickly, so you don't disrupt our game. Yangzi, let them upstairs." The girl instructed the burly man who had just blocked Chen Ping and the others. He nodded in acquiescence. "You may go up." Following the girl, Chen Ping and his companions ascended the stairs, while Zhang Tongjian trembled in fear, nearly losing his footing on the stairs. Meanwhile, in an office on the 2nd floor, Boss Meng lounged back in his chair, a cigar dangling from his lips, his feet propped up on the desk as he hummed a leisurely tune. Scattered across the floor were remnants of tissue paper, and a foul odor permeated the air, leaving no doubt as to the recent activities that had transpired there. Soon, the girl ushered Chen Ping and his companions into the office, where Boss Meng continued to puff on his cigar, his gaze fixated on Wang Hanhua. "Are you from Sinew Daily Chemical?" he inquired nonchalantly. "Indeed," Chen Ping affirmed with a nod. "I have already prepared the money you are owed." As he spoke, Boss Meng exchanged a knowing glance, prompting the girl who had escorted Chen Ping to immediately open a nearby safe. Inside, neatly arranged, lay bundles of cash, far exceeding 1 million. Witnessing Boss Meng's unexpected generosity, Zhang Tongjian and Wang Hanhua were filled with exhilaration, astonished by how smoothly matters were proceeding. Contrary to the reports that depicted him as a man who would evade his debts and extort those seeking repayment, Boss Meng's demeanor was surprisingly forthcoming. Only Chen Ping wore a slight smirk, fully aware that Boss Meng could not possibly be so forthcoming with the funds. Chapter 107. Settling Debts is Only Just Indeed. Upon revealing the stack of banknotes, Boss Meng promptly removed his feet from the desk, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed at Wang Hanhang. He then proclaimed, "I am not fond of dealing with men. If you desire money, you may have it, but this woman must remain. You two can leave. And I assure you that your debts will be repaid." Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhang, terrified, hastily concealed herself behind Chen Ping. Observing her fright, Boss Meng burst into hearty laughter. "Repaying debts is only just. Whoever demands, you must comply." Chen Ping retorted coldly. "Only just." Boss Meng regarded Chen Ping as though he were a fool. "Are you new here? Hasn't anyone informed you of the consequences of collecting debts from me?" "They have. Yet I remain skeptical, hence my desire to test the waters." Chen Ping nodded. "Ah, in all my years, I have yet to encounter someone so audacious. Since you wish to test your mettle, I shall oblige." With that, Boss Meng swung a fist toward Chen Ping's nose. Wang Hanhang, still behind Chen Ping, tensed and attempted to pull him away to avoid the impending blow, while Zhang Tongjian hurriedly stepped back, fearful of being caught in the fray. However, Wang Hanhang was unable to budge Chen Ping, who wore a cold smile as he regarded Boss Meng. Just as Boss Meng's fist approached Chen Ping, he suddenly struck, seizing Boss Meng's hand, followed by a cacophony of cracking bones. Boss Meng felt as though his fist was ensnared by a tiger's claw, and an excruciating pain surged through him, prompting a howl of agony. The girl who had accompanied Chen Ping and the others upon witnessing this, immediately turned and fled, clearly to summon assistance. "Tongjian, you and Hanhang go fetch the money. Not a cent more, but the debt owed to us cannot be lessened by a single dime," Chen Ping asserted, maintaining his grip on Boss Meng. Zhang Tongjian, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. while Wang Hanheng cast a glance at Chen Ping before hastily approaching the safe to collect the funds. In no time, over $1 million was packed into a bulging bag. With a sense of urgency, Wang Hanheng turned to Chen Ping and exclaimed, "Brother Chen Ping, we've secured the money. Let us depart." No sooner had her words faded than a cacophony of footsteps echoed from below, as 7 or 8 tattooed thugs stormed up, blocking the entrance. "Kid, release Boss Meng at once. To lay hands on him is to court death." Liangzi bellowed upon seeing Chen Ping restraining Boss Meng. "Clear a path for your men." However, Chen Ping paid no heed to Liangzi's command. Instead, he exerted more pressure, and Boss Meng's hand emitted a series of crackling sounds. Beads of sweat cascaded down Boss Meng's forehead, his eyes blazing with fury, yet he found himself powerless and could only bellow, "Everyone, step aside. Brother Chen Ping, are you not coming with us?" Wang Hanheng inquired, puzzled. Chen Ping replied. Wang Hanheng gazed at Chen Ping with a look of deep concern, but was abruptly pulled away by Zhang Tongjian, who urged, "Let us depart swiftly. Remaining here only complicates matters for Brother Chen." After Zhang Tongjian and Wang Hanheng exited, Chen Ping released the grip he had on the businessman, Boss Meng. Instantly liberated, Boss Meng was consumed by rage, exclaiming, "You brat! I shall make it my mission to end your life today." However, Chen Ping paid him no mind. Instead, he glanced at the exquisite cigar resting on the desk, picked one up, and inhaled its scent. "Such a fine cigar, what a waste," he remarked before igniting it. He took a leisurely puff, allowing the smoke to escape in a languid cloud, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Witnessing Chen Ping's nonchalance and indulgent demeanor, everyone present was incensed. "You have wounded Brother Meng. Today, I will take your life," shouted Liangzi, as he launched a powerful punch toward Chen Ping, the force of which sliced through the air, revealing his formidable martial prowess. In response to Liangzi's assault, Chen Ping remained unfazed, taking another drag from his cigar before exhaling the smoke directly towards the oncoming threat. To everyone's astonishment, Liangzi, who had been charging with great speed, appeared frozen in place, his fist mere centimeters from Chen Ping's face. Amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers, Chen Ping swiftly delivered a kick, sending Liangzi hurtling through the air, his substantial form crashing down heavily onto the ground outside the office. As the expression on Boss Meng's face shifted dramatically, he hurriedly rushed over to investigate. It was crucial to note that Liangzi was his most formidable fighter, having trained in Sanda for over a decade. Upon reaching Liangzi, Boss Meng was rendered speechless. He beheld Liangzi's chest caved in, blood oozing from his mouth. His eyes wide open, lying motionless on the ground, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. "Kill him. I command you to kill him." Upon receiving the orders, the remaining individuals charged towards Chen Ping. They could not fathom that Chen Ping, no matter how skilled, could possibly overpower their group in such a confined space. Seeking death, Chen Ping scoffed, and in an instant, his body surged into the crowd like a tempest. His speed was astounding. His adversaries barely caught a glimpse of him before they were felled to the ground. Within mere seconds, the office floor was strewn with groaning figures. Although Chen Ping did not seek to take their lives, many suffered broken limbs and serious injuries. At this moment, Boss Meng was left dumbfounded, while the girl beside him turned as pale as a ghost, her complexion resembling that of powdered porcelain. He could hardly believe that despite his numbers, they could not even subdue an individual who appeared so fragile. "You owe money to someone else, but it just had to be me. I loathe those who owe me money." With a cold smile, Chen Ping approached Boss Meng. Who are you?" Boss Meng asked in a panic. "I owe money to Sinew Daily Chemicals. Are you not an employee of Sinew Daily Chemicals?" "Certainly. Sinew Daily Chemical is the enterprise owned by Su Yuqi, the eldest daughter of the Su family, and Su Yuqi is my beloved. In this light, one might say that you owe me a debt," remarked Chen Ping with a playful smile. "Your beloved?" Boss Meng appeared utterly bewildered, but soon his pupils dilated, and terror flickered in his eyes. You are that." Boss Meng gaped in shock, ultimately rendered voiceless by overwhelming fear. Having navigated the underworld, Boss Meng was aware of many matters. Even if his status did not permit him to attend the banquet hosted by Gu Wentian, he had certainly heard of Chen Ping, yet he had never envisioned this connection. The individual who had vanquished Feng Sihai and commanded respect from both Gu Wentian and Lin Tian, who was none other than this seemingly inconspicuous young man before him. Chapter 109. Such a pity. Boss Meng struggled to believe, yet he could not dismiss the truth. With a thud, he could no longer maintain his composure and knelt before Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, it is I who have failed to recognize your worth. I beseech you, spare my life." Boss Meng fervently bowed and pleaded for mercy. Had Chen Ping merely been Su Yuqi's boyfriend, he might not have felt such dread. After all, one who dared to owe the Su family would not fear them, for despite being the wealthiest family in Hancheng, they were merely a business family. Those who thrived in the shadows were unperturbed. However, Chen Ping was not just recognized as Su Yuqi's boyfriend. He was also a distinguished guest of Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian, figures that were far beyond Boss Meng's reach. Observing the demeanor of Boss Meng, Chen Ping let out a cold laugh and strode past him with determination. Upon exiting, Boss Meng collapsed onto the ground, a damp patch forming beneath him. "Brother Chen Ping," Wang Hanhai exclaimed, her excitement evident as she rushed towards him. Chen Ping was profoundly moved to see that Wang Hanhai had not left, but had waited for him. However, as she crossed the street, a speeding car suddenly barreled towards her. Upon realizing the impending danger, Wang Hanhai froze, her mind blank with terror. The driver, upon noticing someone darting into the road, desperately slammed on the brakes. The screeching of tires and the billowing smoke heightened the tension in the atmosphere. In an instant, Chen Ping gathered his energy and dashed forward, positioning himself directly in front of Wang Hanhai, his hands bracing against the oncoming vehicle. The car came to a halt, yet Wang Hanhai stood there, bewildered, her eyes filled with fear. "Hanhai, it's all right," Chen Ping reassured her, gently guiding her to the other side of the street. "Are you blind? How can you walk like that?" The driver bellowed, rolling down his window, evidently shaken by the incident. After Chen Ping led Wang Hanhai away, the driver exited his vehicle to inspect it. Upon seeing a deep imprint of hands on the front, he was instantly gripped by terror and hastily fled the scene. Chen Ping, concerned, inquired after Wang Hanhai. At this moment, Wang Hanhai had regained her composure, unaware of how she had narrowly avoided being struck by the vehicle. Upon noticing Chen Ping's inquiry, she hastily replied, "I was worried about you, so I decided to wait outside." "Brother Chen Ping, are you all right?" With genuine concern, Wang Hanhai scrutinized Chen Ping from head to toe. Chen Ping hailed a taxi, following Wang Hanhai as they hurried toward the company. Meanwhile, within the sales department, a group of salespeople gathered in hushed tones, engaged in whispered discussions. Chen Ping is incredibly audacious, daring to confront Boss Meng for payment. Does he not realize that those who attempted to collect debts before him ended up with bruised faces? They murmured amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoming frowned slightly, her apprehension shifting toward Wang Hanhai. She held no concern for Chen Ping. Even if he were to be severely beaten, it would not trouble her. However, Wang Hanhai, being a young girl who had yet to experience the world, might suffer greatly if Boss Meng were to take advantage of her. Such a loss would be lamentable. Regret washed over Sun Xiaoming. Had she known, she would have intervened, preventing Wang Hanhai from accompanying Chen Ping. Chapter 110. You haven't been beaten? Before the end of the workday, Cui Yuan emerged from his office, bellowing at the assembled sales staff. "What are you all doing? Idle chatter instead of working. Are you hoping for a pay cut?" Zhang Tongjian gulped down a bottle of water from the table, finally catching his breath as he recounted the events in detail. Cui Yuan then tore open a bag, scattering crisp bills across the floor. "That girl Hanhai is far too infatuated. I fail to comprehend what is so remarkable about that Chen Ping," Wang Lanlan remarked, perplexed upon learning that Wang Hanhai had waited for Chen Ping. Sun Xiaoming harbored some concern for Wang Hanhai, while no one paid any heed to Chen Ping's fate. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Ping appeared unscathed. "Chen Ping, you weren't harmed?" Cui Yuan inquired, perplexed. "It is only natural to repay debts. Why would they strike me? If anything, it is I who should have dealt them a blow." Chen Ping retorted with a cold smirk. Sun Xiaoming then approached Wang Hanhai, expressing, "Hanhai, are you all right? You seem unwell. Please refrain from going out with him in the future." "Sister Xiaoming, I'm fine," Wang Hanhai replied with a smile. "Chen Ping, since you are so adept at collecting debts, henceforth, the company's outstanding payments shall be entrusted to you. Your sole responsibility will be to recover the debts." With that, Cui Yuan handed over the entire sales department's arrears to Chen Ping. Chen Ping did not decline. Even if Cui Yuan had not assigned this task to him, he would have pursued those debts, for they were undeniably his earnings. Surprised by Chen Ping's acceptance, Cui Yuan felt a surge of joy within. If these debts were successfully collected, his commission as the sales manager would surely follow suit. At noon, in a Western restaurant near the Sinew Daily Chemical Company, Xing Jun awaited someone with great anticipation at a window-side table. Soon, Su Yuqi entered the restaurant, her bag slung over her shoulder. Upon noticing her, Xing Jun hastily rose and waved, "Yuqi, over here." Su Yuqi approached him, her expression tinged with indifference, as she took a seat across from Xing Jun. "What do you need from me?" she asked. "Yuqi, I simply felt it had been far too long since we last met. So I wanted to invite you to share a meal together." Xing Jun replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Su Yuqi declared, attempting to rise. There is something. Xing Jun, noticing her movement, hastily intervened. "Yuqi, you are aware of my feelings for you. Throughout these years, I have never cherished any other girl. Could you perhaps, before he could finish, Su Yuqi interjected sharply, "Xing Jun, I hope you comprehend your position. You are merely the manager appointed by the Su family. I can replace you at any moment. It would be prudent for you to focus on your work and cease investing any emotional energy in me." Her expression was frosty, and her tone matched, causing a subtle shift in Xing Jun's demeanor. Chapter 111. Mind your position. Are you implying that I am unworthy of you? Xing Jun inquired. "What do you think?" Su Yuqi retorted. Suddenly, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Indeed, I am unworthy of you. My status is humble. Yet, why is it that you would rather associate with a former convict than grant me a single chance? Am I truly inferior to that ex-convict?" Xing Jun's emotions surged, his tone intensifying. Upon hearing his words, Su Yuqi frowned. "Who I choose to be with is of no concern to you, and you have no right to question it. Do you know who Chen Ping is? Not only is he a convict, but he is also a notorious philanderer. He already has a girlfriend. Are you aware of that? You've been deceived." As he spoke, Xing Jun retrieved his phone, displaying photographs of Chen Ping with Wang Hanhong for Su Yuqi to see. Su Yuqi gazed at the photograph, her expression progressively darkening until her brows were tightly knitted together. Observing her reaction, Xing Jun felt a surge of satisfaction and seized the moment to assert, "This girl is Wang Hanhong, Chen Ping's girlfriend. They have known each other since childhood, having grown up as childhood sweethearts. Now, they both work at Sinew Company, a position that Chen Ping secured for her." Yuqi remained silent, intently scrutinizing the two individuals captured in the photo. "Yuqi, I am sincere in my feelings for you. I would never deceive you. What does Chen Ping possess? How does he surpass me?" Xing Jun continued to divulge his innermost thoughts. Suddenly, with a sharp slap, Su Yuqi interrupted him, leaving Xing Jun in stunned disbelief, his face etched with incredulity as he looked at her, unable to comprehend why she had struck him. "Xing Jun, how dare you spy on Chen Ping? Do you truly believe that such actions would win my acceptance? You are gravely mistaken. I trust that Chen Ping would never betray me, and you need not present these photographs to sway me. If you wish to know how he surpasses you, I shall enlighten you. You do not even measure up to the smallest finger of his hand." With that, Su Yuqi slung her bag over her shoulder and departed. Xing Jun, touching his reddened cheek, felt a chilling and ominous glimmer in his eyes. "Su Yuqi, you have forced my hand. This is your doing," he muttered through clenched teeth. After exiting the Western restaurant, Su Yuqi's brows furrowed once more, although she verbally professed her trust in Chen Ping and feigned indifference. The moment she witnessed the intimate demeanor between him and Wang Hanhai, her anger reached a boiling point. Women are inherently creatures of strong jealousy. How could she possibly remain unmoved while observing her partner's closeness with another woman? With a sense of urgency, Su Yuqi retrieved her phone and dialed Chen Ping's number. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with sourcing medicinal materials and had not reached out to him, only to discover that he had been secretly indulging in romantic exchanges with another woman. At that moment, Chen Ping was dining with Wang Hanhai and Sun Xiaoming at a nearby eatery, given the brevity of their lunch break. Upon noticing Su Yuqi's call, he hastily excused himself to answer. "Where are you?" Su Yuqi inquired directly. I'm at home," Chen Ping replied, keen to conceal from Su Yuqi that he was working at her company. Moreover, he did not intend to stay there long. Once he gathered the necessary medicinal materials and acquired the spiritual pin to restore his mother's eyesight, he planned to leave that chapter behind. His focus was to be on cultivation, for the date of July 15th was approaching, and if his abilities did not meet the requirements, he would be unable to set foot on Wuming Island. At home, Su Yuqi suppressed her burgeoning fury. "Fine, stay at home then." With that, she abruptly ended the call. Chapter 112. Do not speak recklessly. Shortly after returning to work in the afternoon, Chen Ping was in the process of organizing the outstanding invoices. He intended to send them to Lin Tianhu for resolution. Should any issues arise that Lin Tianhu could not handle, he would step in. However, he preferred not to intervene personally, as that would be a considerable waste of time. While Chen Ping was sorting through the documents, A sudden commotion erupted in the sales department, drawing the attention of a crowd towards the office, murmuring amongst themselves. Intrigued, Chen Ping turned to Sun Xiaoming and inquired, "What is happening? Is it Director Su?" Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned toward him, and Sun Xiaoming widened her eyes in alarm, exclaiming, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you utter Director Su's name? Don't drag me into this." The others hastily distanced themselves from Chen Ping, fearing that any misstep on his part might incur the wrath of Su Yuqi and implicate them all. Only Sun Xiaoming had the audacity to enter without knocking. Anyone else would have faced punishment for such insolence. "Xiaoming, you arrived just in time. Come here and give my temples a rub, my head is throbbing." Cui Ziyuan remarked with his eyes closed. Su Yuqi, observing Cui Ziyuan's demeanor, responded with an icy tone, "Are you asking me to massage your temples?" The moment her words fell, Cui Ziyuan's eyes flew open. Upon realizing it was Su Yuqi standing before him, her expression cold and imposing, his countenance shifted dramatically. With a loud thud, he hastily scrambled to his feet, stumbling in his panic and falling to the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain. He rose and approached Su Yuqi, bowing deeply as he stammered, "Director Su, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, would you have turned this place into a clubhouse?" Su Yuqi retorted icily, No, I dare not. I beg for your forgiveness, Director Su." Cui Ziyuan trembled in fear, shaking his head fervently, nearly sinking to his knees. Su Yuqi, however, chose silence, walking towards the desk. Observing this, Cui Ziyuan hastily pulled out a chair for her. Once seated, Su Yuqi turned to Cui Ziyuan and instructed, "Please summon Chen Ping." Chen Ping. Cui Ziyuan was taken aback, perplexed by how Su Yuqi knew of Chen Ping. What does she need him for? What? Did you not hear? Su Yuqi's brow furrowed. "Oh, I shall go at once." Cui Ziyuan, frightened, hurriedly dashed out. He approached Chen Ping's workstation and spoke. "Chen Ping, Director Su is looking for you. When you go in, do not speak carelessly." Chen Ping rose and made his way to the office, fully aware that Su Yuqi's visit was undoubtedly for him. Hence he was not surprised. Why would Director Su seek out Chen Ping? It was quite curious. Did Director Su know him? Why would she call for him immediately? Could it be related to Chen Ping's efforts to collect the debts owed by Boss Meng? Surely, that matter had not yet been reported to Manager Cui. So how could Director Su possibly be aware? The onlookers murmured among themselves, their curiosity piqued regarding Su Yuqi's intent in summoning Chen Ping. Chapter 113. Do you expect me to believe that? Han, do you know if Chen Ping is acquainted with Director Su? Otherwise, why would she be looking for him? Sun Xiaoming inquired curiously of Wang Hanhai. After all, Wang Hanhai had known Chen Ping for quite some time and might possess some insights into his affairs. However, Wang Hanhua shook her head and remarked, "I am not certain, but Chen Ping has only recently been released from prison. He likely does not know someone of Su Dong's stature." Sun Xiaoming pondered this and agreed, indeed, after serving 3 years, how could he possibly be acquainted with Su Yuqi? The heiress of the Su family? I hope he doesn't say something foolish when he meets Su Dong, as it could bring trouble upon us. Sun Xiaoming expressed her concerns, feeling an inexplicable sense of unreliability about Chen Ping. Chen Ping would never speak recklessly. Wang Hanhua, on the other hand, had complete confidence in him. At that moment, Chen Ping awkwardly pushed open the door and stepped into the office. Upon seeing Su Yuqi seated in a chair, he broke into a smile. "Didn't you say you were at home?" Su Yuqi inquired with a frosty demeanor. "Ah, I am at home. I now consider the company my home," Chen Ping replied with a playful twinkle in his eyes. "And who is Wang Hanhua?" Su Yuqi asked directly. "Would you believe me if I said she is my sister?" Chen Ping retorted, glancing at Su Yuqi. With a cold laugh, Su Yuqi responded, "Do you expect me to believe that?" Chen Ping awkwardly smiled and felt compelled to clarify, "Wang Hanhua and I are merely longtime neighbors. Not in the way you might imagine." After hearing Chen Ping's explanation, Su Yuqi felt considerably reassured. In truth, she held a certain trust in him. She simply desired to hear him articulate it. "What did you imagine our relationship to be? Whatever love you think we share is irrelevant to me. Don't be so self-indulgent." Su Yuqi rolled her eyes, yet her heart was already brimming with joy. Chen Ping also noticed that Su Yuqi was no longer angry, so he inquired, "How did you know I was here? And how did you come to know about Wang Hanhang?" Chen Ping was somewhat curious about how Su Yuqi had learned of his presence at the company. After all, he was merely an ordinary employee, and it seemed implausible that information regarding his employment would reach Su Yuqi, the chairwoman. If that were the case, she would surely be overwhelmed. Never mind that. Su Yuqi rose from her seat. If you wish to work here, just tell me directly. I can offer you the position of general manager. Why settle for being a salesperson? Besides, you are not in need of money, are you? I have no desire to be a general manager, nor do I have the time to manage anything. I am merely here to appease my parents. Otherwise, they would constantly worry about me. I have many other matters to attend to and cannot remain in the company for long. Chen Ping hastily waved his hand, as he had no intention of being tethered to the company. By the way, why did your parents move out of the Panlong Bay villa? Isn't the environment quite pleasant there? Su Yuqi recalled Chen Ping's parents' insistence on leaving the villa and asked perplexedly. I'm not sure. Chen Ping shook his head, as he too was unaware of the reasons behind his parents' departure from Panlong Bay and the words they had shared with him. However, I have a feeling that someone may have said something to my parents, prompting their decision to leave. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, Su Yuqi immediately grasped the situation. I understand now. It must be that scoundrel Xing Jun. He is utterly despicable. He thinks that by doing this, I would take a liking to him. He is truly insidious. Xing Jun. Chen Ping was taken aback. Is he the general manager? Chen Ping has finally come to understand why Xing Jun unexpectedly appeared during his interview and chose to keep him. It turns out that he was already aware of Chen Ping and his relationship with Su Yuqi. Chapter 114. I do not wish to disclose this to you, yes. It is he. This fellow has pursued me for many years, yet I hold him in contempt. When Su Yuqi mentioned Xing Jun, her eyes brimmed with disdain. She continued, perhaps I should take the time to explain things to uncle and aunt. After all, the environment in Panlong Bay is splendid and suitable for retirement. But then again, my parents are doing quite well. They have some old neighbors to converse with. We can discuss this later. Do you think anyone could possibly bully me? Chen Ping responded with a calm smile. Su Yuqi chuckled lightly, then opened the door and departed. Chen Ping had even taken down Feng Sihai with such prowess. It was evident that no one in this company could intimidate him. Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Cui Ziyuan, stating, I do not wish to disclose this to you. With that, he strode out of the office, leaving Cui Ziyuan seething with rage. You, Chen Ping, do not presume that just because you can collect debts, you can disregard me, your manager. I will make you regret this. Cui Ziyuan bellowed in fury. Upon exiting the office, Chen Ping was immediately surrounded by a throng of people, all inquiring about what Su Yuqi had said to him. However, Chen Ping paid them no heed. Throughout the afternoon, he organized the outstanding debt documents and sent them to Lin Tianhu, instructing him to collect the payments. As the end of the workday approached, Xing Jun unexpectedly visited the sales department, causing a wave of anxiety among the staff who were preparing to leave, fearing that he would impose overtime on them. Upon seeing Xing Jun's arrival, Cui Ziyuan hurriedly approached him. Xing Jun scanned the room before his gaze lingered on Chen Ping for a moment, then addressed Cui Ziyuan. Manager Cui, your department has been performing commendably lately. Therefore, after work, I would like to treat everyone to dinner. It is imperative that the entire sales team attends. No one is to be absent. The venue will be at Xianhezhuang. With that, Xing Jun turned on his heel and departed, leaving Cui Ziyuan in a state of bewilderment. Ziyuan, did I hear correctly? Is Manager Xing inviting us all to dinner? Did he truly commend our sales department? Sun Xiaomeng, witnessing the scene, quickly approached Cui Ziyuan with a sense of urgency. Cui Ziyuan, still puzzled, nodded slowly. What has gotten into Manager Xing today? Has he taken leave of his senses? It was well known that Xing Jun had never extended such an invitation to the entire sales team. And due to the ongoing issue of outstanding debts, Cui Ziyuan had often faced reprimands during meetings. This sudden shift left him somewhat disoriented. Manager Cui, this is fantastic news. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry and spread the word. Wang Lanlan exclaimed excitedly to Cui Ziyuan. Yes, yes. Cui Ziyuan quickly regained his composure and began notifying everyone, anxious that someone might leave the office as the workday ended. After all, Xing Jun had specifically instructed that not a single member of the sales department was to be absent. Ladies and gentlemen, just now Mr. Xing came to commend our sales department and has generously offered to treat the entire team to dinner at Xianhezhuang. Everyone is required to attend. Absence is not permitted. As soon as Cui Ziyuan finished speaking, a chorus of excited screams erupted from the sales department. Oh my, Xianhezhuang, how splendid! This is the finest restaurant in Hongqing, rivaling the prestigious Fuhao Hotel. What has come over Mr. Xing today? Is he in a benevolent mood? I must hurry to prepare myself. I cannot allow Mr. Xing to be disappointed. In an instant, the team began to get ready, particularly the young ladies, who rushed to the restroom to beautify themselves. Chapter 115. Make a good impression, Ziyuan. This time you must truly shine. If you manage to win Mr. Xing's favor, you might just be promoted to manager in the procurement department, which would be a lucrative position. Sun Xiaoming reminded Cui Ziyuan. Rest assured, I will make every effort. Soon I'll purchase a home in Panlong Bay for our wedding. Cui Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoming's face lit up with a smile of happiness. Upon learning about Mr. Xing's sudden invitation for dinner, Chen Ping couldn't help but furrow his brow, aware that this meal was likely aimed at him. Soon enough, the sales team finished their preparations and exited the company, heading towards Xinazhuang. While most arrived by car, only Chen Ping and Wang Hanhai took a taxi. Hanhai, get in the car. Sun Xiaoming called out to Wang Hanhai as she drove. Wang Hanhong settled into the car and offered a gentle smile to Sun Xiaoming. Thank you, Sister Xiaoming. There's no need for such formality, just sit tight. Sun Xiaoming replied, pressing down on the accelerator. Oh dear, Sister Xiaoming, Brother Chen has tea boarded yet. Wang Hanhong thought Sun Xiaoming would wait for Chen Ping. But to her surprise, the car sped away. I want to take him. What if he dirties my car? There are so many other vehicles. He can catch a ride with someone else. Sun Xiaoming retorted with disdain. Wang Hanhong fell silent, realizing that with so many cars behind, it hardly mattered who Chen Ping rode with. After Sun Xiaoming departed, however, the other drivers continued to pass by Chen Ping without stopping for him. Zhang Tongjian drove his second-hand Cherry past Chen Ping, initially intending to stop and offer him a lift. Yet, the incessant honking from Cui Ziyuan behind him urged him to move along. Zhang Tongjian could only cast a resigned glance at Chen Ping before driving off. As Cui Ziyuan's vehicle approached and came to a halt, he rolled down the window, his expression dripping with mockery. Chen Ping, take a look at your popularity. No one is coming to your aid. Chen Ping merely smiled coldly, uttering not a word. Seeing Chen Ping's silence only fueled Cui Ziyuan's arrogance. Just take a taxi. You can keep the receipt and get reimbursed from me tomorrow. With a disdainful smirk, Chen Ping replied, there's no need for reimbursement. Who knows? I might just catch up with you all soon. With a dismissive laugh, Cui Ziyuan pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward at an exhilarating speed. He had no desire to continue exchanging words with Chen Ping. Observing Cui's swift departure, Chen Ping concentrated the energy within his dantian to his feet. Although he lacked the ability to fly, he was certain that with his swift movement technique, he could outpace any vehicle. Just as he prepared to sprint, a Bentley abruptly halted before him, and Lin Tianhu emerged from the car. Surprised by Lin Tianhu's unexpected arrival, Chen Ping inquired, Lin Tianhu, do you require my assistance? Master. Upon notifying some debtors, they were so frightened that they immediately sought to repay their debts. However, your company's finance department had already closed for the day, rendering it impossible to collect the funds. They thus transferred the money to me, which I have brought for you. It turned out that after receiving Chen Ping's notification, Lin Tianhu's phone call had spurred the debtors into action. With the finance department of Sinew Daily Chemical Company unavailable, they had no choice but to remit their payments to Lin Tianhu. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping chuckled, realizing that Lin Tianhu had made a special trip for this matter. There is no rush. Just transfer it directly to the company tomorrow, he replied. Chapter 116, The Rules Master, where are you headed? May I escort you? Lin Tianhu inquired. I'm off to Xianhe restaurant. Your company would be a convenient ride, Chen Ping replied, appreciating the lift. As the scarcity of spiritual energy made cultivating even a small amount of power a challenging endeavor. Off to Xianhe restaurant? Lin Tianhu was taken aback. Master, that is the property of the Red Dragon Gang. You have injured Feng Sihai. You should be wary of their retaliation. Chen Ping was surprised to learn that Xianhe restaurant was indeed affiliated with the Red Dragon Gang. However, he remained unperturbed and replied nonchalantly it was merely a casual meal. Nothing will come of it. If they truly seek vengeance, it will be the Red Dragon Gang that finds itself in trouble. Lin Tianhu pondered this and concurred. Given Chen Ping's prowess, even the leader of the Red Dragon Gang, Feng Sihai, was no match for him. The lesser figures beneath him were certainly not worth considering. After inviting Chen Ping into the vehicle, Lin Tianhu pressed the accelerator, propelling them towards Xianhe restaurant. Meanwhile, on the road, Cui Ziyuan was driving while humming a cheerful tune, reveling in the satisfaction of witnessing Chen Ping's distress. Suddenly, a car sped past his own with alarming velocity. What the hell? Is that driver in such a hurry to meet their maker? Cui Ziyuan exclaimed. However, upon realizing that it was a Bentley, he hastily silenced himself. Anyone capable of driving a Bentley in Hong City was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. He thought to himself that if he provoked such a figure, he would be in grave trouble. As Chen Ping and his companions journeyed towards Xinhe restaurant, in a lavish office within the establishment, a middle-aged man with a beard sat in an executive chair. A scar marked the corner of his eye as he meticulously trimmed a cigar. Behind him stood 4 imposing men, each with a robust physique, their expressions stern and resolute. This middle-aged man was Liao Feixiong, the manager of Xinhe restaurant and a hall master of the Red Dragon Gang, a testament to his significant standing in Feng Xihai's esteem. Before Liao Feixiong sat Xiong, the general manager of Xinyurihua, whose demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. Beside him lay a leather suitcase, and as he gazed at the individuals before him, a palpable tension enveloped Xiong. After meticulously trimming his cigar, Liao Feixiong ignited it and inhaled deeply, saying, "What brings you to me, Brother Xiong?" "I wish to request your assistance in eliminating someone," Xiong replied. "Are you aware of my principles?" Liao Feixiong inquired matter-of-factly. "I understand completely. Here is 1 million, unblemished. The person I wish to deal with is no prominent figure in politics, merely an ordinary individual. There should be no repercussions," Xiong asserted as he opened the suitcase, revealing a bounty of crisp banknotes. Noting the substantial sum before him, a faint smile crept across Liao Feixiong's lips. "I comprehend. Provide me with that individual's information, and in 3 days he shall no longer be among the living. Brother Xiong, I have arranged for him to dine at Xinhe shortly. I hope you can devise a reason to eliminate him directly. Otherwise, I fear I may attract suspicion," Xiong expressed anxiously, concerned that Chen Ping's sudden disappearance would raise doubts in Su Yuqi's mind. He sought Liao Feixiong's assistance to ensure that the act could occur discreetly during the meal. To orchestrate a murder at Xinhe? Liao Feixiong furrowed his brow slightly. "You realize this could significantly impact my business. Brother Xiong, upon successful completion of this task, I can offer you an additional 500,000. I beseech you to lend me your aid," Xiong implored fervently. "Very well, in consideration of the monetary incentive, I shall assist you this one time." Liao Feixiong nodded and remarked, "When you all have your meal later, I shall send someone over." "Thank you, Brother Xiong, thank you." Xiong repeatedly expressed his gratitude before turning to exit. As he stepped out of Liao Feixiong's office, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. And with a slight smirk, he mused, "Once Chen Ping is gone, I wonder if Yuqi will still refuse me." Chapter 117. The Bentley at the entrance of the Xian and Zhuang, Lin Tianhu parked the car and opened the door for Chen Ping to alight. "Master, I will wait here for you. If anything arises, I can address it immediately," Lin Tianhu informed him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Tianhu departed in the vehicle. Just as he drove away, a red BMW approached, with Sun Xiaoming at the wheel, accompanied by Wang Hanhang. Since Sun Xiaoming had left earlier, she arrived ahead of others. "Chen Ping, did you just step out of that Bentley?" Sun Xiaoming inquired, astonished. She had seen him emerge from the luxurious vehicle and found it hard to believe until she stood before him. Chen Ping slightly nodded in affirmation. "Brother Chen Ping, you rode in a Bentley? Had I known, I would have joined you. I've never been in one before," Wang Hanhang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, realizing her words might have sounded inappropriate, she quickly turned to Sun Xiaoming with an apologetic smile. "Xiaoming, I didn't mean it that way. Riding in your car is just as lovely. Not a problem." Sun Xiaoming paid no heed, aware that Wang Hanhang bore no ill intentions. However, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Ping, perplexed as to how he could arrive in a Bentley. "Chen Ping, whose Bentley are you driving?" Sun Xiaoming inquired further. "Do you have friends who can afford a Bentley?" This revelation unsettled Sun Xiaoming, for a Bentley costs no less than several million. In a small city like Hangzhou, if you can truly afford such an extravagant vehicle, Jiangtongjian, move your dilapidated car elsewhere. Don't park it here and embarrass us." Cui Zhiyuan shouted at the newly arrived Zhang Tongjian. Left with no choice, Zhang Tongjian drove away, while Cui Zhiyuan and the others feigned nonchalance as they made their way toward the Xinhe Zhuang. Upon reaching the entrance, they were taken aback to see Sun Xiaoming and Chen Ping, leaving everyone astonished. "Chen Ping? You?" Cui Zhiyuan stared incredulously at Chen Ping, unable to comprehend how he had arrived before him. "I told you I would arrive earlier," Chen Ping replied, a smirk playing on his lips. The others gazed at him in awe. "Did you fly here? Did you take a shortcut? How could you be so fast?" They marveled. Brother Chen Ping arrived in a Bentley, Wang Hanhang proudly declared on his behalf. Upon hearing that Chen Ping arrived in a Bentley, the crowd expressed disbelief, and Cui Zhiyuan scoffed, remarking, "Does he even deserve to sit in a Bentley?" I doubt he even knows what one looks like. He probably took a taxi, cut through, and is pretending he rode in a Bentley. However, Chen Ping indeed arrived in a Bentley, a fact that both I and sister Xiao Ming witnessed. Wang Hanheng, seeing the skepticism, anxiously clarified, but Chen Ping remained composed, choosing not to speak. Whether they believed him or not was of no concern to him. Upon Wang Hanheng mentioning that Sun Xiaoming had also seen it, all eyes turned to her, and Cui Ziyuan inquired, Xiaoming, is it true? Chen Ping really did arrive in a Bentley? Sun Xiaoming nodded, affirming, I saw him get out of the Bentley. Chapter 118, Expulsion with Sun Xiaoming's Confirmation. The crowd could not help but believe. Cui Ziyuan recalled the recent incident on the road when a Bentley had overtaken him. Chen Ping, you didn't go out of your way to hire a Bentley just to show off, did you? That must have cost a fortune. Is it really necessary? Cui Ziyuan said disdainfully, his expression conveying that even if Chen Ping had indeed arrived in a Bentley and was ahead of him, he still looked down upon him. The Bentley wasn't a hired car for Chen Ping. It belonged to a friend of his. Wang Hanheng fervently defended Chen Ping, unwilling to see him belittled by these individuals. Does he really have friends who own Bentleys? Don't be so naive. Who besides you would believe him? Cui Ziyuan let out a cold snort before addressing the crowd. Do you believe this? The response was unanimous disbelief. If you don't, then fish seek fish and shrimp seek shrimp. Look at Chen Ping's impoverished appearance. How could he possibly have friends who buy Bentleys? It's merely a fade. Anyone can boast. I could claim that I have a friend who purchased a private jet. Is this a failed attempt at showing off? They don't even consider their own worth, yet dare to declare friendships with Bentley owners. The crowd collectively mocked Chen Ping with disdain. Even Sun Xiaoming found it hard to believe that the Bentley owner was a friend of Chen Ping, except for Wang Hanhai, who remained unwavering in her faith in him. Observing Chen Ping's silence, Cui Ziyuan assumed it was a sign of guilt and cheerfully declared, let's hurry inside. General Xing is waiting. Let me make myself clear. Anyone who dares to upset General Xing today will face my wrath. The others nodded in agreement. As they feared even Cui Ziyuan, let alone Xing Jun, Cui Ziyuan led the group to the private room mentioned by Xing Jun, where they paused outside to adjust their attire and take deep breaths, trying to compose themselves before entering. However, while they were preparing, Chen Ping abruptly pushed open the door and strode in, inciting immediate fury from Cui Ziyuan. When the others followed him in and found that Xing Jun was not present, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Ping, have you lost your mind? How could you enter without knocking? Thank goodness General Xing is not here, otherwise he would surely be furious. Cui Ziyuan shouted angrily at Chen Ping. The others chimed in, casting reproachful glances at him, fearful that his reckless behavior would implicate them as well. Observing the disdainful expressions on Cui Ziyuan and the rest, Chen Ping sneered, what is the matter? Do you expect to enter without knocking, paying your respects as if in ancient times? The Qing dynasty has fallen for many years. Are your ancestors merely subservient? Chen Ping's words instantly darkened the expressions of those present, while Cui Ziyuan's face flushed with indignation. What makes you so arrogant, Chen Ping? If you truly possess such prowess, then have the audacity to resign and stop pretending here. With a single word, I could have you dismissed. Cui Ziyuan bellowed furiously. The crowd echoed their disdain for Chen Ping, demanding his removal. Even Sun Xiaoming regarded Chen Ping with an expression of disapproval, detesting his ingratitude after having been given a chance. Only Wang Hanheng stood up for him. Brother Chen Ping didn't mean it that way. Manager Cui, please don't be upset. Wang Hanheng feared for Chen Ping's job. After all, securing such a good position with excellent benefits was no easy feat. You lack the authority to dismiss me. Chen Ping retorted, disdain etched on his face. He was confident that Xing Jun would not agree to his dismissal, knowing that since Xing Jun had retained him in the company, he would not permit such a capricious decision. What did you say? I am the sales department manager. I hold the power over the entire department. I can dismiss you, a mere employee, regardless of your ties to General Xing, in the sales department. I am the ultimate authority, Cui Ziyuan shouted in exasperation. Just as his words hung in the air, the door to the private room swung open, and Xing Jun strode in. Upon the arrival of Xing Jun, Cui Ziyuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The words he had just spoken were utterly audacious, even dismissing Xing Jun himself. Xing. Mr. Xing. Cui Ziyuan trembled, hastily pulling out the chair for Xing Jun at the head of the table. Please, take a seat. Xing Jun slowly sat down, then slightly tilted his head to regard Cui Ziyuan. Manager Cui, I believe I heard you claim that you were the greatest in the sales department. Cui Zhiyuan's mind erupted in panic as he hurriedly clarified, Mr. Xing. I was merely speaking nonsense. Who doesn't know that you are the highest authority in the company? That Chen Ping was disrespectful and provoked me. I merely intended to teach him a lesson. You know who holds the real power, after all. A faint smile graced Xing Jun's lips as he waved his hand. Everyone, please take a seat. With Xing Jun's permission, the others cautiously sat down, while Chen Ping boldly chose to sit right beside Xing Jun. Upon witnessing this audacity, Cui Zhiyuan immediately shouted, Chen Ping, do you even comprehend your own status? That seat is not meant for you. One must understand that such an opportunity is rare. Everyone aspires to sit beside Xing Jun to foster a closer rapport with him. Chen Ping's blatant disregard for propriety incited displeasure in Cui Zhiyuan and the others. As a newcomer in the sales department, certainly lacked the standing to dine beside the CEO. Even the veterans among them had likely never been afforded such a privilege. The seats flanking Xing Jun were undoubtedly reserved for Cui Zhiyuan and Sun Xiaoming. Is there a hierarchy even in seating? Does the chair bear a sign declaring my unworthiness? Chen Ping let out a cold smile. Chen Ping, are you truly unaware or merely feigning ignorance? It appears you are intentionally attempting to curry favor with General Manager Xing, are you not? You are merely a newly arrived salesperson. What schemes do you think you can employ? That position is reserved for Manager Cui. Wang Lanlan vehemently accused Chen Ping. The crowd echoed her sentiments, loudly rebuking him for his perceived attempts to ingratiate himself with the general manager. Such a desirable position, and we, the seasoned employees, are overlooked. Why should Chen Ping be granted it? Discontent simmered among the onlookers, leading them to collectively chastise him. Chen Ping cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, his expression replete with contempt. Do not impose your thoughts upon me. Whom you choose to flatter is of no concern to me. However, I shall sit wherever I please, and you shall not dictate my choices. With that, Chen Ping boldly took a seat beside Xing Jun and, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, General Manager Xing, I trust my presence here does not belittle your status? His gaze towards Xing Jun bore a hint of provocation. For if this Xing Jun dared to engage in petty tricks, Chen Ping was certainly not one to indulge him. The audacity with which Chen Ping spoke to Xing Jun startled both Cui Zhiyuan and the others present. Even Wang Hanhong broke into a cold sweat at Chen Ping's audacity. Chen Ping, how dare you speak to General Manager Xing in such a manner? With your standing, do you presume to compare yourself to him? Have some dignity. Just because General Manager Xing appears approachable does not mean you can overstep your bounds. Get out of here. The crowd hurled their reprimands at Chen Ping. Cui Zhiyuan, drenched in cold sweat and visibly anxious, explained to Xing Jun, General Manager Xing, this fellow has some issues with his mentality. Please do not take offense. As Xing Jun listened to the criticisms and reprimands directed at Chen Ping, a subtle smile graced his lips. It matters not. Let him remain seated here, he replied calmly. Turning his gaze toward Chen Ping, his eyes reflected a hint of depth as he remarked, it is natural for the young to possess a temper. Yet a temper that is too rigid may easily lead to one's downfall. Thank you for the reminder, General Manager Xing. I am a person who prefers to stand firm rather than bend, Chen Ping replied, a knowing smile adorning his face. Xing Jun simply chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, for soon he would discern whether Chen Ping would indeed bend. Having claimed a seat, Chen Ping left Cui Zhiyuan with no choice but to sit on Xing Jun's left, while Sun Xiaoming nestled closely beside Cui Zhiyuan. Sun Xiaoming's eyes were fixed on Chen Ping with disdain. Had it not been for him, that position would have been hers. Had she succeeded in pleasing Xing Jun today, perhaps Cui Zhiyuan could have been promoted to the procurement department, and she might have ascended to the role of sales manager. Now, regret filled her heart for having brought Chen Ping into the company. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have resolutely refused to introduce him, for it seemed only to invite trouble upon herself. Chen Ping, she thought, if it weren't for General Manager Xing, would you even have a place in this company? Would you be able to sit here and dine? I assure you, with your kind, you'll never dine at Xianhe Zhuang. You're nothing but trash. Cui Zhiyuan derisively hurled insults at Chen Ping. Now is the moment for Su Jun to demonstrate unwavering loyalty. And of course, Cui Zhiyuan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. However, just as Cui Zhiyuan's words fell, he was met with a resounding slap. This unexpected blow left everyone astonished. All present stood in stunned silence, gaping at Cui Zhiyuan, who himself widened his eyes in disbelief at Chen Ping's audacity to strike him. Meanwhile, Su Jun, seated in the center, furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Ping had dared to slap Cui Zhiyuan right in front of him, showing utter disregard for his authority. This slap served merely as a lesson. I spare you this time out of respect for Uncle Son, but should you dare to disrespect me again, I shall take your head. Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Cui Zhiyuan, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. That single glance instilled profound fear in Cui Zhiyuan, causing him to tremble, as though plunged into an icy abyss. Chen Ping, have you lost your mind? Why did you strike Zhiyuan? Sun Xiaoming shouted angrily at Chen Ping upon witnessing his actions. You dare to hit Manager Cui? You must be seeking dismissal. The crowd rallied around Cui Zhiyuan, eager to ingratiate themselves with him. Chen Ping, you should kneel and apologize to Manager Cui. Perhaps he will show mercy and allow you to remain in the company. Otherwise, you are certain to be dismissed. Wang Lanlan pointed at Chen Ping, her voice sharp with admonition. Chen Ping. Wang Hanhang gazed at Chen Ping, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had not anticipated that he would suddenly take action against Cui Zhiyuan. Expel me? Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smirk. By standing, he lacks the authority to dismiss me. A distinguished manager of Xing University is present. Where does a mere sales department manager find the audacity to speak? Chen Ping, I curse your ancestors. I will make you pay. After a brief moment of shock, Cui Zhiyuan roared loudly, desperately attempting to project an air of fearlessness, for otherwise, he would lose his standing as the sales department manager in the eyes of the employees. Slap. Just as Cui Zhiyuan's words left his mouth and he prepared to charge at Chen Ping swiftly struck him again. The speed of Chen Ping was such that Cui Zhiyuan had no time to evade. Yet, while striking Cui Zhiyuan, Chen Ping's gaze remained fixed on Xing Jun, his eyes imbued with a hint of provocation. However, Xing Jun remained stoic, his expression dark and unmoving. Having endured 2 slaps in quick succession, Cui Zhiyuan was on the verge of madness. With anger blazing, he confronted Chen Ping. Chen Ping, I. Chapter 121. Seizing Opportunities Slap. Just as Cui Zhiyuan opened his mouth, Chen Ping delivered yet another blow. Chen Ping. Slap. I. Slap. In the end, every time Cui Zhiyuan attempted to speak, Chen Ping met him with a resounding slap, rendering his face a swollen mess. Terrified, Cui Zhiyuan stared at Chen Ping in horror, too afraid to utter another word. The crowd gazed at Chen Ping with palpable fear, none daring to utter a word. Wang Lanlan, trembling uncontrollably, sank into her seat, her lips quivering, too frightened to speak further, fearing Chen Ping might turn his ire upon her as well. However, all eyes soon shifted towards Xing Jun, the company's general manager. An employee had publicly assaulted a department head, a most egregious act, and everyone was eager to witness how Xing Jun would respond. To their astonishment, Xing Jun's countenance darkened, yet he remained silent, enveloping the private room in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Let us begin the meal. Let us all refrain from excessive chatter. After a few minutes of silence, Xing Jun finally broke his silence. His unexpected words puzzled all present. They could not fathom why he would allow Chen Ping to remain at the table when he should have been dismissed on the spot. Was there truly a connection between Chen Ping and Xing Jun? It seemed implausible. The demeanor Chen Ping had displayed while conversing with Xing Jun hardly suggested camaraderie. The onlookers were bewildered, utterly confounded by Chen Ping's audacity to strike Cui Zhiyuan, seemingly without consequence from Xing Jun. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoming was diligently tending to Cui Zhiyuan's swollen cheek, her eyes ablaze with fury directed at Chen Ping. Shortly thereafter, several waitstaff entered, presenting an array of exquisite dishes, each more sumptuous than the last, igniting the diners' appetites. As they beheld the lavish spread, the crowd's attention finally shifted away from Chen Ping, their mouths watering in anticipation. Chen Ping, seizing his chopsticks, was the first to take a bite. Although the crowd was eager to voice their thoughts, no one dared to speak up at that moment, especially with Xing Jun remaining silent. They all gathered to dine, urging each other to feel at ease. After Xing Jun spoke, a group of individuals could no longer contain their hunger and began to devour the delectable dishes voraciously. They were merely laborers, unaccustomed to such exquisite cuisine. Wang Hanhai gazed at the sumptuous feast before her, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, yet she managed to restrain herself, unlike others who fervently grabbed at the food. However, this restraint would prove disadvantageous, as the dishes she intended to savor were swiftly snatched away by others. Noticing Wang Hanhai's discomfort, Chen Ping took it upon himself to serve her, saying, "Hanhai, indulge yourself a little more. After all, it's free, so why not enjoy it?" Before long, Wang Hanhai's bowl was brimming with food, courtesy of Chen Ping. Observing this interaction, Xing Jun displayed a hint of disdain, pondering why Su Yuqi would harbor feelings for someone like Chen Ping. Throughout the meal, Xing Jun refrained from partaking, instead fixating on his watch as if awaiting something. Brother Chen Ping, I need to use the restroom, Wang Hanhai announced as she rose and exited the private room. Hanhai, is something wrong? Chen Ping inquired. No. Nothing's wrong, Wang Hanhai hastily shook her head. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and 4 imposing men strode in. Hey, little girl, you bump into me and just run off without even apologizing? One of the burly men addressed Wang Hanhai. I did not mean to. I apologize. Wang Hanhua, startled, quickly rose to her feet and followed the burly men to express her contrition. The sudden intrusion left everyone else trembling with fear, except for Xing Jun, who revealed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 122. Do you wish to kill me? His awaited guests have finally arrived. These 4 hulking figures were none other than the associates of Liao Feixiong, whom Xing Jun had encountered moments ago. Is an apology truly sufficient? You have collided with my brother. At the very least, you owe him a drink. One of the men leered suggestively. Then allow me to toast you. Wang Hanhua was unafraid of consuming alcohol and possessed a commendable tolerance. After pouring 2 glasses, she offered one to the man. As he accepted the cup from her hand, he deliberately brushed against her skin, causing her to gasp in shock. The glass slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor and splattering the man with its contents. How do you douse me with wine? Enraged, the man prepared to retaliate. Chen Ping swiftly stepped forward, pulling Wang Hanhua behind him and coldly addressing the man. I shall apologize on her behalf. The man cast a furtive glance at Xing Jun, who was signaling urgently. In that instant, the man comprehended that this individual was the target of Xing Jun's intentions. Who do you think you are, to apologize for her? He sneered, seizing Chen Ping by the collar, intending to drag him out of the private room. Now that they had identified their quarry, they could transport him to a secluded location and dispose of him without the risk of being overheard, for this venue is too crowded for such a deed. Chen Ping reached out and firmly grasped the wrist of the burly man, applying a slight twist that made the man wince and release his grip. I detest when others seize my collar. Consider this a mere warning, Chen Ping stated calmly. The burly man, glancing at his reddened wrist, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Seeing Chen Ping's audacity to speak so boldly, Xing Jun was also taken aback. However, the more Chen Ping acted this way, the swifter his demise would be. Kid, do you seek to make a name for yourself? If you have the guts, step outside with me. The burly man challenged Chen Ping. No problem. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Chen Ping go. Wang Hanhai, noticing Chen Ping's intention to follow the group of men outside, quickly tugged at him. Chen Ping flashed a slight smile at Wang Hanhai and strode towards the exit. As Chen Ping followed the burly men out, Wang Hanhai hurried to catch up, but was abruptly restrained by Sun Xiaoming. Hanhai, where do you think you're going? These individuals are quite ferocious. Since Chen Ping dares to venture out, he must possess confidence. Sun Xiaoming urged Wang Hanhai, secretly wishing for Chen Ping's downfall. Meanwhile, Xing Jun, observing Chen Ping being taken away, wore a broader smile and waved dismissively at the now pale-faced crowd, saying, Carry on, everyone. I hope Chen Ping gets beaten to a pulp. Cui Ziyuan spat venomously. His face still ached, and his heart seethed with hatred towards Chen Ping. The others echoed his sentiments, showing no concern for Chen Ping's safety except for Wang Hanhai, who remained anxious. After the group resumed their jovial feast in the private room, Chen Ping had already arrived at the backyard, accompanied by the 4 burly men. As the number of people in the backyard dwindled, 4 burly men encircled Chen Ping. Observing the 4, a faint smile graced Chen Ping's lips. Your murderous intent is palpable. Do you intend to take my life? Kid, someone has placed a bounty on your head. Don't blame us. It's merely your misfortune. I shall make it swift to spare you further suffering, one of the men, whose wrist Chen Ping had just painfully grasped, retorted. With that, the 4 thugs brandished their daggers, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on Chen Ping. I am on the brink of death. Could you kindly inform me who wishes to procure my demise? Chen Ping inquired, casting a glance at the gleaming blades in their hands. Not a chance. It's against the rules. One of the men replied, shaking his head resolutely. Since you refuse to tell me, I shall inquire with your leader, Chen Ping stated, making his way toward the manager's office upstairs. The 4 men were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Chen Ping displayed no fear, even wearing an air of disdain. Seeking death, they muttered. As they simultaneously lunged forward, their daggers aimed at Chen Ping. Without even sparing them a glance, Chen Ping merely waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the men felt as though their wrists were struck forcefully, causing their daggers to clatter to the ground. In that moment, the 4 stood dumbfounded. watching in shock as Chen Ping confidently strode into the building and ascended the stairs. Just moments ago, none of them had reacted, nor had they even noticed Chen Ping's touch upon them. Yet, the dagger slipped from their grasp, leaving a crimson mark upon each wrist. It was only after Chen Ping vanished without a trace that the four burly men finally regained their senses and hurriedly pursued him. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, Liao Feixiong gazed out the window, one hand grasping a cigar, his brow slightly furrowed. The underworld forces of Hongqing were traditionally divided into two factions, the Gathering of Heroes and their Red Dragon Gang, both of comparable strength, while the smaller gangs were negligible. Particularly, having witnessed Chen Ping injure Feng Sihai firsthand, Liao Feixiong was profoundly astonished by Chen Ping's prowess. He could not fathom where Lin Tianhu had found such a formidable ally. However, Feng Sihai had already sought out his master, Yi Fengshun, and once he arrived, the balance of power between the Red Dragon Gang and the Gathering of Heroes would once again be evenly matched. Just as Liao Feixiong pondered the future of the Red Dragon Gang while staring out the window, a sudden crash interrupted his reverie. The office door was kicked open. As Liao Feixiong turned in surprise at the sound, he froze, his eyes widening in terror upon seeing the very Chen Ping who had injured Feng Sihai standing before him. Liao Feixiong did not recognize Chen Ping. After all, at Gu Wantian's banquet, Feng Sihai had brought many people, none of whom had taken action, except for Feng Sihai himself, who had been injured by Chen Ping. "Are you the manager of this Shina courtyard?" Chen Ping inquired, regarding the astonished Liao Feixiong. Liao Feixiong, realizing that Chen Ping was oblivious to his true identity, nodded promptly and said, "Indeed, I am the manager. What brings you here?" "Just moments ago, one of your subordinates mentioned that someone had placed a bounty on my life. I have come to inquire about the identity of this individual." Chen Ping pulled out a chair and seated himself with an air of authority. "A bounty on your life?" Liao Feixiong's brow furrowed slightly. Yet his eyes widened in sudden realization, causing him to tremble slightly. He recalled the matter concerning Xing Jun, who had sought his assistance in eliminating someone. What a coincidence it would be if the target was none other than the formidable figure before him. "Brother Xiong, this fellow possesses considerable strength. The four of us were no match for him, and he managed to escape," one of the burly men remarked to Liao Feixiong. At that moment, Liao Feixiong felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. It appeared that Xing Jun's target was indeed the very Chen Ping standing in front of him. Regret washed over Liao Feixiong. Had he known it was Chen Ping, he would not have dared to accept even 1,000,000 as a bounty. After all, if someone as formidable as Feng Sihai could be dealt with in a mere instant by Chen Ping, what chance did he have? "Mr. Chen, I truly had no idea it was you. Even if I possessed 100 times the courage, I would not have dared." At this juncture, Liao Feixiong could only apologize to Chen Ping, acknowledging that one must bow their head when under the eaves of another. "You recognize me?" Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. Liao Feixiong offered an awkward smile. "I had the privilege of encountering Mr. Chen at an ancient banquet. Our leader was indeed harmed by you. Since you are aware that I injured Feng Sihai, why did you not seek revenge against me? Why this courtesy?" Chen Ping was quite perplexed. The Alliance Hall and the Red Dragon Gang had always been at odds. Now, having injured Feng Sihai, it was only reasonable that the members of the Red Dragon Gang would harbor animosity towards him. However, the man before him, Liao Feixiong, was being exceedingly courteous and spoke with great respect. "Mr. Chen, you jest. With your abilities, only if I wished for death would I dare to seek vengeance against you," Liao Feixiong stated earnestly. Chen Ping smiled, surprised by Liao Feixiong's honesty. A true man can be both flexible and steadfast. This indeed marked him as a formidable character. "Now, can you inform me who seeks my life?" Chen Ping inquired. "Xing Jun, it was he who offered me 1,000,000 to act thus," Liao Feixiong confessed, fearing for his own life more than adhering to any unwritten rules. Chen Ping chuckled coldly, having already suspected Xing Jun's involvement. As he exited the office, Liao Feixiong realized he was drenched in sweat. "Brother Xiong, is it true that our leader was harmed by this fellow? He appears far too youthful," one burly man asked in astonishment after Chen Ping left. Understanding the situation, the four men nodded and hurried to relay the news. Meanwhile, in the private room, Xing Jun and his companions were reveling in their merriment. Seeing Chen Ping being taken away brought joy to Xing Jun, as well as to Cui Ziyuan. With both a general manager and a department manager delighted, how could the others not share in their elation? After a hearty meal and drink, Xing Jun rose. Gesturing with his hand, "Let us conclude for today. We have work tomorrow. I hope your sales department continues to excel." In his exuberance, Xing Jun had indulged in plenty of drink, his face glowing with cheer. As soon as Xing Jun announced the dispersal, no one dared to linger, and they all began to rise and prepare to leave. Noticing that everyone was about to depart, Wang Hanheng anxiously inquired. Cui Ziyuan shouted at Wang Hanheng, who appeared visibly tense. She dared not defy Xing Jun, yet she was deeply concerned for Chen Ping's safety. Sun Xiaoming advised Wang Hanheng. But just as everyone was poised to exit, the door to the private room swung open, and Chen Ping entered. Chen Ping. Upon seeing him, everyone was taken aback, having assumed that he had been incapacitated outside. Even more astonished was Xing Jun, who had clearly arranged for Chen Ping's removal. How was it that he suddenly reappeared? Brother Chen Ping? Xing Jun asked in disbelief. Chapter 125. A Harmonious Exchange. Cui Ziyuan looked at Chen Ping with a mocking expression. Others joined in laughter, their voices laced with derision aimed at Chen Ping. What's wrong? Is your mouth no longer sore? Chen Ping coldly retorted, gazing at Cui Ziyuan. Taken aback, Cui Ziyuan instinctively recoiled, shielding his face with his hands. Ziyuan, ignore him, let us go. Sun Xiaoming, fearing that Chen Ping might strike again, tugged Cui Ziyuan away. One by one, the others exited the private room, leaving only Chen Ping and Wang Hanheng behind. Brother Chen Ping, if you're hungry, let's go to a street vendor. We shouldn't eat what they left behind. Wang Hanheng suggested to Chen Ping. You haven't had enough to eat either? Chen Ping asked, somewhat surprised, as he regarded Wang Hanheng. Just now, you were taken away, and I was worried about you, so. Wang Henins bowed her head, having barely touched her meal out of concern for Chen Ping's safety. Observing Wang Henin's demeanor, Chen Ping felt a pang of guilt and offered a gentle smile, suggesting, let us go eat at the food stall. He led Wang Henins outside. Meanwhile, outside Xianhe Zhuang, Cui Ziyuan respectfully opened the car door for Xing Jun. Mr. Xing, please get in, he urged. Xing Jun placed one foot inside but then withdrew, saying, you all go ahead. I've just remembered I have some matters to attend to. Mr. Xing, if there's anything I can assist you with, please let me know, Cui Ziyuan offered. At that moment, Chen Ping and Wang Henins emerged, wearing a faint smile. Chen Ping, who do you think you are? You think you can handle Mr. Xing's affairs? Cui Ziyuan scoffed, then turned back to Xing Jun respectfully. Mr. Xing, if there's anything I can help you with, it's just some personal matters. You all go on ahead. Xing Jun replied. Chen Ping, didn't you arrive in a Bentley? If you're leaving now, does that mean you have a Bentley waiting for you? I've never seen one. Could your friend drive it here so I can have a look? Wang Lanlan suddenly said with a mocking expression directed at Chen Ping. Indeed. I too wish to see the Bentley. I am quite curious about what Chen Ping's so-called friend looks like. Others chimed in, mocking him as well. Why should I allow you to see it? Chen Ping retorted coldly. You're just bragging. You don't have a friend who owns a Bentley. The cost of pretense has become alarmingly low. Had it been illegal, he would have long been apprehended. Even though pretentiousness is not a crime, he has already faced incarceration. Have you forgotten that Chen Ping has just emerged from prison? The crowd, in unison, criticized Chen Ping, their actions solely aimed at pleasing Cui Ziyuan. I am aware that upon his release, Chen Ping was immediately subjected to humiliation with such a reputation. What audacity does he have to boast in our presence? Observing the collective derision, Cui Ziyuan swelled with arrogance, momentarily forgetting the previous painful encounter, and began to mock Chen Ping. Suddenly, Chen Ping's expression turned icy, and he raised his hand. Realizing Chen Ping's intent, Cui Ziyuan felt fear creep in, hastily shielding his face with his hands and retreating behind Sun Xiaoming. Chen Ping, what are you doing? If you dare to strike again, I will not let this rest. Sun Xiaoming glared at Chen Ping. Brother Chen Ping, let it go, Wang Hanhan urged, grasping Chen Ping's arm tightly. Observing Sun Xiaoming's demeanor, Chen Ping ultimately lowered his hand. If he were to create a rift with her, his parents and son Fu Hai would undoubtedly worry. With Chen Ping's hand lowered, Cui Ziyuan straightened up once more but dared not utter another word. At that moment, a Bentley sped into view, coming to a halt before the gathering. Everyone stood in stunned silence at the sight of the luxurious car. Chen Ping, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Tian, who had been waiting for him all along. Upon catching sight of the Bentley, Wang Han En exclaimed with delight, "This is the one. Brother Chen Ping arrived in this very car." As the Bentley came to a halt, a young man clad in a suit emerged and approached Chen Ping with great respect, stating, "Mr. Chen, please step inside." Chen Ping smiled faintly, taken aback that Lin Tian, who had sent someone to fetch him, evidently aware of his apprehension regarding their association, particularly given Lin Tian, whose rather unsavory reputation in Hong City. Han En, Let us get in the car and head to the street food stalls, Chen Ping said to Wang Han with a casual tone. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and joy as she nodded eagerly, having never ridden in a Bentley before. Once inside, Chen Ping deliberately lowered the window, casting a sardonic glance at the onlookers as he declared, I shall take my leave now. In no time, the Bentley sped away, leaving Cui Ziyuan and the others in a state of stunned disbelief. Wow, this guy is truly riding in a Bentley. How impressive, they murmured, astonished. Humph. What is so impressive about it? It's merely a rented Bentley, Cui Ziyuan spat disdainfully before getting into his own vehicle and departing. Meanwhile, in the office of Xinhe Zhuang, Xing Jun confronted Liao Feixiong with a hint of anger. Brother Xiong, I have always heard that the rules of the Red Dragon Gang are very strict and that promises are never broken. Why is it that today, Chen Ping still lives? Unscathed? Xing Jun interrogated Liao Feixiong. Confronted by Xing Jun's inquiries, Liao Feixiong slowly rose to his feet. Upon approaching Xing Jun, he unleashed a resounding slap across Xing Jun's face, sending him crashing to the ground. As Xing Jun fell, four burly men brandished daggers at his throat, instilling considerable fear within him. You nearly brought me to my demise, yet you dare to seek retribution? Were it not for the promise of 1 million, I would have tossed you into the river to feed the fish today, Liao Feixiong roared at Xing Jun. This left Xing Jun utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the sudden outburst of wrath from Liao Feixiong. Brother Xiong, I would never intend to harm you. However, the task remains unfulfilled, and you must honor the 1 million. You cannot. Before Xing Jun could finish his plea, one of the hulking men pressed his dagger slightly harder, causing blood to seep from Xing Jun's neck. How dare you speak to Brother Xiong in such a manner? Are you unaware of our rules? Once the money is in hand, it shall never be relinquished. The man snarled ferociously. This terrified Xing Jun further, feeling the cold steel against his neck. He dared not utter another word, nor did he even think of demanding his payment. Begone! Should I hear even a whisper of today's events from another, I will take your life, Liao Feixiong threatened. Despite their dubious profession, they still upheld a code of honor. If word of this incident spread, who would ever seek their services again? Chapter 127. No return without intoxication. Had it not been for the confrontation with Chen Ping, Liao Feixiong would not have behaved in such a manner. Xing Jun was cast aside, appearing utterly disheartened. His hard-earned 1 million had vanished, and in the end, he had achieved nothing against Chen Ping, not even inflicting a scratch. Xing Jun felt an overwhelming sense of loss. As he exited Xinhe Villa, he let out a furious roar, venting the discontent within his heart. Yuhua Street, renowned as a culinary haven in Hongqing, is often devoid of life during the day. However, as night falls, it transforms into a bustling spectacle, with food stalls lining both sides of the road. Chen Ping accompanied Wang Han to a popular stall, settled in comfortably, and ordered a selection of his favorite dishes, patiently awaiting their arrival. Due to the crowd, the wait would be slightly prolonged. Brother Chen Ping, that Bentley was incredibly comfortable. Was it truly your friend S? Wang Han asked excitedly. Of course, why would I deceive you? The one driving was my friend S chauffeur. Chen Ping's words were not entirely untruthful. Although Lin Tian, who was one of Chen Ping's subordinates, he could also be considered a friend. What business is your friend involved in? He must be quite wealthy, Wang Han inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding the nature of Chen Ping's friend's enterprise. I'm not entirely certain. He engages in various trade activities, I suppose. He is still single, though somewhat older. Otherwise, I would have introduced him to you. If Lin Tianhu were not somewhat advanced in age, Chen Ping would not have hesitated to introduce him to Wang Han. I would never want that. I wish to find someone like you, Chen Ping. Wang Hanins gazed at Chen Ping, her eyes brimming with affection. Upon noticing her gaze, Chen Ping hastily turned his face away, unable to meet her eyes. Just then, the dishes arrived, providing a welcome reprieve for Chen Ping, who was at a loss on how to respond to Wang Hannin's overt feelings. It was painfully obvious to anyone that she harbored deep affections for him. All right. Let us not leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated tonight, Wang Hanins exclaimed with a cheerful nod. Chen Ping ordered 2 cases of beer, knowing well that Wang Hanins could easily consume a case on her own. As they drank and reminisced about their childhood, they fondly recalled the days when they were merely teenagers. Chen Ping had moved to Hong City from the countryside with his parents, while Wang Hanins had always resided in the city. Their old neighborhood had once been decent, but with the rapid economic development, it had quickly transformed into a dilapidated area as new skyscrapers rose around them. Chen Ping, I remember when I was bullied as a child. It was you who stood up for me. I felt such a sense of security hiding behind you, Wang Hanins reminisced. Chen Ping merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Chen Ping, I recall the time you even retrieved bird eggs for me, only to be chased by Uncle Chen, and you shared your milk candies with me. At that moment, a girl with bright yellow hair, clad in high heels and a fitted skirt, suddenly approached their table. What a coincidence, Han Hang. I never expected to find you here at this food stall. The girl with golden hair gently patted Wang Hanhang's shoulder. Wu Yifan chuckled awkwardly, saying, going abroad? I've always been here in the country. Claiming to go abroad was merely a ruse to deceive my parents. So what are you doing now? Wang Hanhang inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Wu Yifan. After a moment of silence, Wu Yifan sheepishly replied, I work in public relations. Chen Ping observed Wu Yifan and, at first glance, surmised the nature of her profession, undoubtedly one shrouded in secrecy. Chapter 128, The Class Reunion. Wang Hanhang, noticing Wu Yifan's demeanor, seemed to grasp something as silence enveloped them, leaving her at a loss for words. Who is this? Is he your boyfriend? To alleviate the awkwardness, Wu Yifan turned to Chen Ping and asked, No. This is my brother, Chen Ping. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhang's face flushed red as she hurriedly clarified. Chen Ping rose and extended his hand toward Wu Yifan, saying, Hello, I am Chen Ping. Hello, I am Wu Yifan. Hanhang and I are classmates and also roommates. Wu Yifan replied, shaking Chen Ping's hand. However, observing Wang Hanhang's expression, Wu Yifan discerned that the young girl undoubtedly harbored feelings for Chen Ping, though the relationship remained unspoken. Chen Ping invited Wu Yifan to join them for a meal, to which she graciously accepted. Hanhang, there's a class reunion tomorrow. Will you be attending? After taking her seat, Wu Yifan directed her question to Wang Hanhang. A class reunion? Who is organizing it? Wang Hanhang and her companions have graduated for 2 or 3 years, yet they have not organized a class reunion. This sudden announcement of a gathering took Wang Hanhang by surprise. What? Were you not informed? Wu Yifan exclaimed, taken aback. Wang Hanhang shook her head in response. Wu Yifan sighed. It's no wonder you weren't notified. It was arranged by Zhang Miao, and she is currently involved with Lang Bing. Upon hearing the name Lang Bing, Wang Hanhang shuddered, her face betraying a flicker of anger. Observing her expression, Chen Ping turned to Wu Yifan and inquired, Who is Lang Bing? Lang Bing was my former boyfriend, Wang Hanhang replied. Is he the one who deceived you for money? Chen Ping recalled that Wang Hanhang had resorted to becoming a dancer due to being swindled by her ex-boyfriend, who had led her into a cycle of usury. Wang Hanhang nodded affirmatively. Wang Hanhang, did Lang Bing swindle you? Wu Yifan, unaware of the details, looked at her with surprise. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's face contorted with fury. I always suspected that this guy was no good. And Zhang Miao, how could she, a former dorm mate, align herself with him? During our school days, she was always targeting you. Now, she is clearly conspiring against you by associating with that scoundrel. It would serve her right if Lang Bing treated her poorly. That is all in the past. I wish to sever any ties with Lang Bing. I will not attend the reunion, and please do not mention that you have seen me, Wang Hanhang declared, determined to avoid the gathering, not wanting Lang Bing to realize that he was the reason for her absence. Since you've decided not to go, I shall also refrain from attending. It seems rather pointless. The current gathering of classmates merely serves as an opportunity for those who have fared well to flaunt their success. Wang Hanhan will not attend, and Wu Yifan also expresses disinterest. Hanhan, why not seize this opportunity? It would be a chance for that scoundrel to witness how splendidly you are doing now. Chen Ping advised Wang Hanhan earnestly. Brother Chen Ping? Wang Hanhan looked at Chen Ping in confusion, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. I will accompany you tomorrow. It will be a perfect excuse to enjoy a meal, Chen Ping said with a faint smile. Wang Hanhan's surprise quickly transformed into a radiant smile. Hanhan, your boyfriend is right. Tomorrow, we shall both go and show that scoundrel just how well you are thriving, Wu Yifan chimed in, encouragingly. This time, Wang Hanhan refrained from offering further explanations to Wu Yifan and simply nodded in agreement. However, as Chen Ping and the others engaged in their jovial drinking and conversation, a portly man adorned with gold chains approached them. Without uttering a single word, he delivered a resounding slap to Wu Yifan's face. Chapter 129. Fear not by the heavens. I paid to summon you here, not to have you drink with someone else. I wondered why it took so long to find you. The rotund man cursed vehemently. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Yifan hastily rose, a servile expression etched upon her face, and said, Fat brother, I encountered a friend, so I engaged in conversation for a moment. I shall join you shortly. At that instant, Wang Hanhai, seeing Wu Yifan being struck, immediately stood up, her countenance reflecting displeasure as she exclaimed, "How can you resort to violence so readily? What does it matter if you spent money? It does not grant you ownership." Having once been a dancer, Wang Hanhai was acutely aware of the mindset of such individuals, who believed that a mere expenditure allowed them to treat others as their personal possessions. The rotund man, noticing Wang Hanhai's audacity to speak to him in such a manner, instantly darkened his expression. "You little girl, you possess quite a bit of audacity to address me this way. I find you rather appealing. How about you spend the night with me? It would be delightful to have you both together for a little escapade." As he spoke, the corpulent man made a move towards Wang Hanhai, disregarding Chen Ping, who sat nearby. "Fat brother, she is merely a friend of mine, lacking in understanding. I will accompany you tonight and ensure that you are thoroughly satisfied." Wu Yifan urgently interjected, attempting to shield the corpulent man from further aggression. At this juncture, Wu Yifan no longer feared that Wang Hanhai and Chen Ping would discover the nature of her profession. "Get away. I simply want to indulge in a double delight. If you obstruct me again, I swear I shall make you regret it," the rotund man retorted, shoving Wu Yifan aside. Wang Hanhai, witnessing this, swiftly supported Wu Yifan and then glared furiously at the corpulent man. She understood that those who appeared most menacing often preyed upon fear. Thus, she resolved to exhibit no trepidation whatsoever. The young girl exhibited a hint of audacity. When the rotund man with a broad face noticed Wang Henin's glaring gaze, he grinned widely and lunged towards her. However, just as he reached out, Chen Ping, who had been seated, sprang into action, smashing a beer bottle directly onto the man's head. Blood immediately streamed down the man's face, and he instinctively cradled his head, collapsing to the ground in agony. Seeing Chen Ping's boldness in confronting the hefty man, Wu Yifan turned pale with fear. "Fat brother, are you all right?" she hastily inquired, attempting to assist him. "Damn it," the rotund man forcefully shoved Wu Yifan aside and glared furiously at Chen Ping. "You audacious brat, how dare you strike me? You must have the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. I swear I will end you today." Noticing the man's continued bravado, Chen Ping swiftly grasped another bottle, prompting the hefty man to retreat in terror, shouting, "You wait right there. I'm going to fetch my crew before long." The rotund man had fled, while Chen Ping, unfazed, turned to Wang Henin's and Wu Yifan, saying, "Sit down, let us continue dining." "What are you talking about? We need to get out of here. Do you have any idea who that man is? He controls this entire street, with dozens of underlings at his beck and call. How could you dare to confront him?" "We're in serious trouble now," Wu Yifan exclaimed, her expression fraught with anxiety, resembling a restless ant on a hot pan, utterly devoid of appetite. "Rest assured, we shall continue to eat without fear of him," Chen Ping remarked with a calm smile. Noticing Chen Ping's lack of trepidation, Wu Yifan turned to Wang Hanhong with curiosity and inquired, "Hanhong, what does your boyfriend do? Does he possess a significant background?" Chapter 130. The pretense. Upon learning of the man's identity, Chen Ping remained utterly unperturbed. To Wu Yifan, it was evident that Chen Ping must have some sort of background. Otherwise, he would not be so nonchalant. "We work together. We have been neighbors since our teenage years. He has no notable background," Wang Hanhong replied, her brow slightly furrowing. "Impossible. How could he remain so unfazed without any background?" Wu Yifan retorted. "If he were an ordinary person, hearing about that man's identity would have terrified him. Truly, there is no remarkable background. Chen Ping has merely served time in prison and has just been released," Wang Hanhong disclosed. In her eyes, Chen Ping's incarceration could indeed be considered a form of background. After all, individuals who have been imprisoned often evoke a degree of fear in ordinary folk. No wonder he appears to know some people. It seems he has spent time in there. However, this fat brother is not merely a petty thug controlling the street. He is affiliated with the Red Dragon Gang. Thus, I advise you to take Han Hong and leave," Wu Yifan cautioned Chen Ping. "The Red Dragon Gang?" Chen Ping mused, intrigued. "It seems I keep encountering members of the Red Dragon Gang today. Are you afraid now? The Red Dragon Gang is undeniably the largest faction in Hong City. You are acquainted with those of dubious character. They are utterly incapable of providing you with any protection. For now, you should accompany Han Hang. I will see if I can persuade Fat Brother. If necessary, we can forego payment tonight." Wu Yifan resolved to approach the rotund man herself, seeking mercy. "Afraid?" Chen Ping chuckled. "The members of the Red Dragon Gang should be the ones fearful of me. Upon seeing me, they would flee at once." "Fear you?" Wu Yifan scrutinized Chen Ping, her annoyance palpable as she retorted, I am not jesting. If you wish to play the part of a bravado, do so at your own peril, but do not involve Han Hang. As she spoke, she grasped Wang Hanhang's hand and declared, Han Hang, let us depart. Let him remain here to indulge in his pretense. Just look at the type of boyfriend you have chosen. Initially, Chen Ping had encouraged Wang Hanhang to attend the reunion, and Wu Yifan had harbored some fondness for him. But now all goodwill had evaporated. In her eyes, Chen Ping was merely a pretentious individual. Han Hang, Chen Ping is not the person you perceive him to be. Wang Hanhang resisted the urge to leave, yet Wu Yifan insisted on pulling her away forcefully. Han Hang, do not be foolish. You are not involved in the underworld, so you cannot comprehend the might of the Red Dragon Gang. In all of Hong City, there is no one who does not fear them. This Chen Ping, having spent years in prison, truly does not grasp the gravity of the situation. Wu Yifan held on to Wang Hanhang resolutely. Just as Wu Yifan tugged at Wang Hanhang, a group of individuals encircled them, with the lead being none other than the rotund man, whose head was now bandaged. Upon seeing the man approach with his entourage, Wu Yifan was struck with fear, her complexion paling as she released Wang Hanhang, feeling utterly at a loss. Wang Hanhang, recognizing the overwhelming presence of the group and their menacing demeanor, was equally terrified. Only Chen Ping remained composed, seated calmly in his place. Kid, you truly possess some audacity to not flee. Today, I shall make you aware of my prowess. The corpulent man declared, bending down to pick up a glass bottle, swinging it menacingly towards Chen Ping. Fat brother. Wu Yifan interjected hastily, stepping in front of the stout man. Please, calm your fury. He has already expressed regret. Upon learning of your reputation, he was terrified. For my sake, grant him mercy this once. I shall accompany you for several nights free of charge, and he will offer some compensation to atone for his transgressions. Chapter 131. 1 Yuan. Wu Yifan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the amount Chen Ping might be willing to offer. She turned to him and inquired, Fat brother is asking you, how much are you prepared to pay to resolve this matter? Let me be clear. Had it not been for Fat brother's regard for me, even your money would not spare you from his wrath. Wu Yifan attempted to intimidate Chen Ping, hoping he would contribute a larger sum to appease the man and spare himself from physical harm. Witnessing her flattery, the stout man's expression softened into a smile. Is this amount acceptable? Chen Ping slowly extended a single finger. 10,000 to dismiss me? The corpulent man's expression darkened upon hearing this. Chen Ping, what are you thinking? You beat Fat brother and only offer a mere 10,000? Are you trying to dismiss him like a beggar? Wu Yifan chastised Chen Ping, desperately signaling him with her eyes. I am not referring to 10,000. Chen Ping shook his head. Even 100,000 is not excessive, remarked the corpulent man. At this moment, Wu Yifan found herself in a quandary. Logically, 100,000 was a considerable sum, especially given Chen Ping's recent release from prison, suggesting he possessed little wealth. Fat brother, look at him. I believe 100,000 is his limit. He has just been released from prison and likely has very little on him. Wu Yifan pleaded on Chen Ping's behalf. Just released from prison? The corpulent man was taken aback. No wonder he acted so ruthlessly. He possesses a certain audacity, regardless of his financial situation. Attempting to settle with me for 100,000 is simply unacceptable. Seeing the man's refusal, Wu Yifan turned to Chen Ping once more, saying, You should offer a bit more. If necessary, I can lend you some from my own funds, but let it be clear that this is a loan, and it is solely on the account of Henin that I am willing to assist you. I am not referring to 100,000. Chen Ping shook his head once again. Upon hearing him say it wasn't even 100,000, Wu Yifan was left speechless, while the corpulent man's expression brightened with excitement, albeit he still maintained a facade of indifference, asking, Are you suggesting 1 million? If you could produce 1 million, I would overlook our disputes. Considering your past, I might even allow you to associate with me, Chen Ping remarked, producing a single coin from his pocket and tossing it lightly in his hand. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's mockery, the man's fury ignited. How dare you toy with me? Today, I shall end you. Wu Yifan, equally enraged, retorted, Chen Ping, what is the meaning of this? I have interceded on your behalf, yet you show no gratitude. Offering merely a single coin, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Infuriated by Chen Ping's insolence and motivated by her regard for Wang Hanhai, Wu Yifan stepped aside. The stout man, seething with rage, seized a chair and hurled it toward Chen Ping. This time, accompanied by a dozen companions, he was unafraid of Chen Ping, and his assault was notably more vicious, intent on inflicting serious harm. However, as the hefty man swung the chair at Chen Ping, he deftly flicked the coin in his hand. The coin struck the man's wrist with the force of a bullet, eliciting an agonizing cry as he dropped the chair, blood gushing from his wounded wrist. Kill him! Kill him now! The stout man bellowed. Seeing this, his companions brandished their weapons and charged at Chen Ping. Chen Ping! Wang Hanhai gasped in horror, attempting to rush to his defense, only to be firmly restrained by Wu Yifan. At this moment, Wang Hanhua realized that her actions could lead to her own demise. Chapter 132. Regret. Chen Ping remained seated in his chair, unperturbed, as he faced a dozen individuals. His expression was unchanged. He casually picked up a plate of peanuts from the table and, in a sudden motion, hurled a handful towards the advancing group. The dozen men, seeing peanuts being thrown at them, wore expressions of disdain, and none attempted to evade the incoming projectiles. After all, what harm could peanuts possibly inflict? However, they quickly came to regret their arrogance. The impact of the peanuts felt akin to being struck by bullets, causing their bodies to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground, each one suffering from grievous wounds that bled profusely. Witnessing this scene, the rotund man was taken aback, frozen in place as he stared in disbelief at his howling subordinates. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhua was equally bewildered, astonished to discover Chen Ping possessed such extraordinary abilities. It was utterly inconceivable that a mere handful of peanuts could incapacitate so many. Are you still intent on harming me? Chen Ping asked the stout man with an air of nonchalance. The man swallowed hard, wanting to respond, yet utterly speechless in the face of Chen Ping's composed demeanor. After a considerable time, the rotund man finally emerged from his stupor. Taking a couple of deep breaths before addressing Chen Ping, young man, you indeed possess some skills. But do you know whose man I am? I am a member of the Red Dragon Gang, and this street belongs to us. By striking me, you have declared enmity against the entire Red Dragon Gang. What of it? If you have the ability, feel free to unleash it, Chen Ping retorted with a cold laugh. The rotund man's face flushed with anger as he fished out his phone and dialed a number. Though the recipient remained unknown, it was evident he was summoning reinforcements. Shortly after hanging up, a smirk crossed his face. You're doomed, boy. Brother Xiong is coming personally this time. Even if you had 100 lives, you wouldn't leave here alive. The man had called Liao Feixiong. With Feng Sihai having departed the Red Dragon Gang and entrusted all matters to Liao Feixiong, he had no choice but to reach out to him when trouble arose. Upon hearing the name Brother Xiong, Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle. He had just exited Liao Feixiong's office and was surprised to find that he would soon encounter him again. Very well. I shall await the arrival of this Brother Xiong and see how he intends to bring about my end, Chen Ping remarked with an air of disdain. Upon hearing the name Brother Xiong, Wu Yifan's face turned pale with fear. She quickly signaled to Wang Hanhua and then whispered urgently in her ear, Hanhua, you must persuade Chen Ping to leave. He shouldn't be so overconfident as to think he fears no one. I must tell you, Brother Xiong is the right-hand man of Feng Sihai, the leader of the Red Dragon Gang. He is exceptionally skilled and ruthless. If he truly arrives, Chen Ping will be in grave danger. Wang Hanhua was equally alarmed and nodded slightly. She approached Chen Ping and gently urged, Brother Chen Ping, perhaps we should leave now. It's getting late. However, Wang Hanhua refrained from disclosing the full extent of Brother Xiong's prowess, knowing that Chen Ping's ego had already swelled immensely. She feared that such information would only solidify his resolve to stay. Growing increasingly anxious as Chen Ping remained obstinate, she stated plainly, Brother Chen Ping, just now Yifan mentioned that Brother Xiong is quite formidable. We should avoid provoking him. I'm not afraid. Chen Ping responded with a faint smile. Seeing that her warnings fell on deaf ears, Wu Yifan raised her voice in admonition, do not let your overconfidence blind you. Brother Xiong is indeed a formidable fighter. The right hand of the Red Dragon Gang's leader. Even a couple of skilled fighters would struggle against him. Do you still wish to remain here? What is there to fear? Chen Ping retorted defiantly. Chen Ping wore an air of indifference. Wu Yifan, exasperated, could hardly contain her frustration and ultimately seized Wang Hanhong, desperately urging her to leave. Hanhong, let us depart. Truly, we must not concern ourselves with him any longer. He has provoked the Red Dragon Gang, and it is certain he shall not see the light of tomorrow. It is not worth accompanying him to his demise. Reluctantly, Wang Hanhong was dragged away by Wu Yifan. The rotund man, though reluctant to let them go, remained silent for fear of incurring another brutal beating from Chen Ping, especially with Liao Feixiong yet to arrive. Not long after Wu Yifan and Wang Hanhong's departure, several vehicles sped toward the scene, halting before the roadside eatery. The proprietor, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated indoors. while the onlookers, who had been dining and enjoying the spectacle, scattered in a frenzy. Only a few daring souls remained at a distance, watching cautiously. They were all well aware of Liao Feixiong's notorious reputation, knowing well that provoking such a figure could endanger their very lives. The rotund man, seeing the commotion, rushed over. Respectfully opening the door of the foremost vehicle, Liao Feixiong emerged, cigar in hand, exuding an aura that evoked envy among the onlookers. "Brother Xiong," called out the rotund man urgently, his face etched with profound dismay. "Look at yourself, fatty, you are bringing shame upon the Red Dragon gang." Upon observing the man's demeanor, Liao Feixiong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where are the troublemakers?" "Brother Xiong, they are seated right over there." The man pointed towards Chen Ping. Liao Feixiong followed the direction of the finger and, upon discovering that it was Chen Ping seated there, his body trembled slightly, causing the cigar in his mouth to fall to the ground. Witnessing Liao Feixiong's unexpected loss of composure, the rotund man looked bewildered and hurriedly picked up the cigar, saying, "Brother Xiong, this fellow is alone, but he possesses some skills. My subordinates were all defeated." Liao Feixiong was seething with anger. He wanted to reprimand this chubby man. Chen Ping's skills were far beyond mere competence. He had effortlessly vanquished Feng Xihai. Who in Hong City could possibly rival Chen Ping? "Brother Xiong." Chen Ping then turned to Liao Feixiong, a playful glint in his eyes. "We truly have a connection. It is delightful to see you again." Upon hearing this, Liao Feixiong quickly donned a smile and approached, saying, "Mr. Chen is jesting. It is my lack of discipline." At this moment, the chubby man stood there, utterly dumbfounded, staring at the obsequious Liao Feixiong, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "Your subordinates are formidable. Even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't escape this place tonight," Chen Ping remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "How could that be? Who in Hong City could possibly stop Mr. Chen?" Liao Feixiong chuckled awkwardly before turning to the chubby man and commanded, "Chubby, come here." Chapter 134. Buying a car. The rotund man, still in a daze, could only shuffle over slowly. "And you better kneel and apologize to Mr. Chen." Liao Feixiong kicked the man fiercely. Thud. The rotund man with prominent ears suddenly knelt before Chen Ping. "Enough of this charade. I will not take action against you until your leader brings his master here. Unless, of course, you provoke me recklessly." Chen Ping understood that Liao Feixiong was merely putting on a show for his sake. The animosity stemming from Chen Ping's injury of Feng Xihai had effectively tied him to the Red Dragon gang, and Liao Feixiong could not genuinely respect him. After speaking, Chen Ping rose and departed, leaving Liao Feixiong to watch his retreating figure, his eyes glinting with cold malice. "Brother Xiong, who is this person?" the rotund man inquired, bewildered, as he stood up and followed Liao Feixiong. With a resounding slap, Liao Feixiong struck the man's face. "Let me make this clear. From now on, whenever you see him, keep your distance. Our leader is the one he injured, and if you manage to survive today, consider it a blessing." With that, Liao Feixiong departed with his entourage, leaving only the rotund man, standing in place, his face a mask of terror. Wang Hanhong wore an expression of anxiety. Observing her distress, Wang Chafeng hastily inquired, "What is it?" She hesitated, unsure of how to explain to her mother. Just then, Tang Hongying and Qin Baowu approached. "This child. I wonder what keeps her so busy. It's after work. What could possibly require so much attention?" Tang Hongying muttered with a sigh. "Surprise?" Wang Hanong replied, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, Aunt Wang, your contribution is indeed present in this vehicle. It is a joint gift from both our families for the two children," Tang Hongying stated hastily. "Let it be. I only added a few thousand. The majority was provided by you all." Wang Chafeng replied with a chuckle. "This is merely a means of transport for the two of them. Once they secure stable jobs, they should purchase their own. We are growing old and can only assist to this extent." At this moment, Qin Baowu interjected. "Indeed, their future will rely on their own efforts." Wang Changfeng nodded in agreement. Listening to the conversation, Wang Hanhong's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that the elders from both families had already acknowledged her relationship with Chen Ping. Chapter 135. A cry for justice. However, Wang Hanhang was unaware of Chen Ping's feelings and could not decipher his thoughts. "What are you all discussing so late at the door?" Just then, Chen Ping approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Brother Chen Ping." Both Wang Chafeng and Qin Baowu exchanged amused glances at the sight of Wang Hanhang accompanying Chen Ping. Only Tang Hongying sighed. "How wonderful it would be if I could witness the two children's wedding with my own eyes." Chen Ping, initially wishing to clarify that he regarded Wang Hanhang as a sister, found himself at a loss for words upon encountering the fervent gazes of the two families. "Mother, do not worry. I will certainly find a way to restore your eyesight," Chen Ping stated lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Having grown accustomed to the situation, Tang Hongying gently expressed her feelings, urging, "You need not concern yourselves with me. Focus on your work and, in due course, when fortune smiles upon you, purchase a marital abode and a car. I fear your father, and I may not be of much assistance." Her tone carried a hint of remorse. For Chen Ping had yet to enter the bonds of matrimony, leaving his parents feeling somewhat inadequate in their support. "Reding, do not feel this way. As long as the children are well, that is all that matters. Our family desires nothing more," Wang Chongfeng reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Chen Ping listened, a knot of discomfort tightening within him. He found himself at a loss for words. "Chen Ping, Uncle has purchased a car for you. Tomorrow, we can drive to work," Wang Hanhai interjected, striving to redirect the conversation away from the weighty topic of marriage. Especially since she and Chen Ping had yet to formalize their relationship, it felt premature to broach such matters. "Your father has been tirelessly running about today to acquire this vehicle for you. While it may not be the most luxurious, it certainly offers more comfort than commuting by bus," Wang Chongfeng added, offering Chen Ping a supportive smile. As they descended the stairs, Chen Ping and Wang Hanhai beheld a silver Chaman sedan parked in the lot below, which was clearly not a new vehicle. "Chen Ping, this is a pre-owned Chang'an. Although it is second-hand, it has been well maintained and has low mileage. It was purchased from a single owner and cost just over 40,000. Please do not hold it against your father for not being more affluent," Chen Baoguo said apologetically, following closely behind Chen Ping. Listening to Chen Baoguo's words, Chen Ping's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "Dad, this car is perfectly fine. I can earn money now, so you no longer need to worry. As long as I can see you working with peace of mind, I will be reassured. Just work diligently, and in the future, everything will fall into place." Chen Baoguo nodded and encouraged Chen Ping. Initially, Chen Ping had intended to work for a few more days, seeking an excuse to refrain from going to work, as his job significantly hindered his cultivation. However, now he dared not entertain the thought of skipping work, opting instead to maintain his parents' emotional stability for the time being. The following day, when Chen Ping drove his second-hand Chang'an to the office, he was, as expected, met with ridicule from a group of people. Though he paid them no mind, Wang Hanhua, too, ignored their taunts. She felt immense joy in simply sitting in the passenger seat. Accompanying Chen Ping to work and back home each day, it was blissful. "Chen Ping, you must have all the accounts in order today. Otherwise, you can pack your things and leave." Shortly after starting work, Cui Ziyuan approached Chen Ping with a commanding tone. Filled with resentment from the previous night, Cui Ziyuan could not let Chen Ping's public humiliation of him slide easily. Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Cui Ziyuan, but chose to ignore him. Wang Hanhua, however, grew anxious. "Manager Cui, with so many accounts, how could my brother possibly manage them all in a day? Aren't you making things difficult for him?" Chen Ping remained silent, while Wang Hanhua stood up for him. Chapter 136. Am I mistaken? What? Do you also wish to go after him for the accounts? If that is the case, you may join him in a group, and should you fail to complete today's tasks, all of you need not continue. Cui Ziyuan, upon witnessing Wang Hanhan daring to question him, instantly adopted a stern expression. "Manager Cui, I choose to transfer groups." At that moment, Zhang Tongjian hurriedly raised his hand. He discerned that Cui Ziyuan was targeting Chen Ping, and given Chen Ping's disrespect towards Xing Jun yesterday, he felt that aligning himself with Chen Ping would inevitably lead to misfortune. "Very well, let Wang Hanhan transfer to your group." Cui Ziyuan nodded in agreement. This time, Sun Xiaoming observed silently, refraining from defending Wang Hanhan, particularly since Chen Ping's altercation with Cui Ziyuan had displeased her greatly. Not to mention Chen Ping's audacity to offend Xing Jun, a perilous endeavor indeed. Noticing Zhang Tongjian's demeanor, Chen Ping let out a cold smile. Initially, he had regarded Zhang Tongjian as a promising young man, contemplating future collaboration, for it was but a matter of Chen Ping's word to elevate someone's position, and Suyuqi would not interfere. However, at this moment, Chen Ping found his thoughts shifting. Perhaps this was the essence of the workplace, when confronted with conflicting interests. One often prioritizes self-preservation. "Brother Chen Ping, what should we do?" Wang Hanhan looked at Chen Ping with a sense of helplessness. They had secured such a fine job, bringing joy to their parents, but if they were to be dismissed, how could they explain it to their families? "Do not worry. Those accounts will soon find their way into the company's coffers. Chen Ping reassured Wang Hanhan. Yet, despite his words, she remained skeptical. How could those indebted companies possibly return the money voluntarily, unless their owners were utterly irrational? Hanhan, why put yourself through this? It's all over now. And you might even get expelled. With your capabilities, what kind of boyfriend could you possibly struggle to find? If you part ways with Chen Ping, I could introduce you to a wealthy heir. Wang Lanlan approached Wang Hanhong and spoke. Wang Hanhong remained silent, merely shaking her head. Even if she faced expulsion, she would not sever her ties with Chen Ping. Silly girl. Seeing this, Wang Lanlan could only smile helplessly. Sun Xiaoming had also contemplated offering advice to Wang Hanhong, but observing the situation, she felt it unnecessary. She knew that today marked the last day for both Chen Ping and Wang Hanhong at work, having only joined 2 days prior. Being dismissed outright was likely a first for the company. Indeed, I have never encountered such a brazen employee who would dare to strike a manager. He deserves it. What a show-off. If he truly had the ability, would he be working here? The others in the sales department began to murmur about Chen Ping. Just then, individuals from the finance department rushed in. Xiao Sun, what brings you to our sales department? Is there yet another discrepancy in the accounts? Sun Xiaoming inquired upon seeing the finance personnel. Sister Xiaoming, your sales department is incredible. The moment we started work today, all outstanding debts from outside were transferred into the company account. No one owes us anything anymore. Who is responsible for this in your sales department? It's simply astonishing. Finance Xiao Sun exclaimed excitedly as he followed Sun Xiaoming. The other members of the sales department also stood up, gazing at Finance Xiao Sun in disbelief. Xiao Sun, you must be mistaken, right? With so many debts, have they truly all been repaid? Wang Lanlan inquired incredulously. The curious finance assistant Xiao Sun gazed at both Sun Xiaoming and Wang Lanlan, seeking clarification. Chapter 137, Major Client. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoming had an epiphany and exclaimed. Such a fortunate occurrence should undoubtedly be attributed to Cui Ziyuan. Perhaps this time, he might even be promoted to the position of purchasing department manager. Manager Cui is quite capable. Xiao Sun smiled faintly. I shall not engage in further conversation with you. I need to go and reconcile the accounts with Manager Cui. As Xiao Sun entered Cui Ziyuan's office, a commotion erupted within the sales department. Who on earth is so impressive that all accounts must be reviewed? Someone exclaimed. This is astonishing. Many of those accounts date back several years and are notoriously difficult to retrieve. Come on, how could he possibly manage to gather all those accounts? I've heard that companies usually repay on their own. It has nothing to do with him. Speaking of which, Chen Ping is incredibly fortunate. It appears he won't be dismissed today. The sales team huddled together, engaged in fervent discussion. Brother Chen Ping, this is fantastic. We won't be fired. Wang Hanhang exclaimed excitedly. Didn't I tell you not to worry? Chen Ping replied with a subtle smile. It's a secret. He chuckled, withholding information from Wang Hanhang. There were certain matters he preferred not to disclose to her just yet, though he would eventually reveal everything in due time. In the midst of the sales team's animated chatter, Cui Ziyuan emerged alongside finance assistant Xiao Sunday. As soon as he appeared, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Cui Ziyuan cast a cold glance at Chen Ping before departing. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager, Xing Jun sat behind his desk with a sullen expression. A band-aid was affixed to his neck, a remnant of a wound from the previous night, and faint imprints of 5 fingers were still visible on his face. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. Xing Jun icily commanded, come in. Upon entering, Cui Ziyuan respectfully inquired, Xing General, did you summon me? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was taken aback, noticing several faint red marks on Xing Jun's face, unmistakably the result of a slap. Seeing Cui Ziyuan staring at him, Xing Jun raised an eyebrow and asked, are they appealing? Cui Ziyuan, startled by the question, trembled slightly and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Did you entrust the sales department's accounts to that Chen Ping? Xing Jun inquired. Cui Ziyuan, unsure of Xing Jun's intent, merely nodded. Yes, I merely wished to thwart him a bit to temper his arrogance. Yet I never anticipated that this fellow would be so fortunate. Today, all the companies with outstanding debts actually repaid them. Xing Jun let out a cold laugh. Fully aware of the reason behind the sudden repayments, it was undoubtedly due to Su Yuqi's assistance. Otherwise, even with all of Chen Ping's talents, he would not have been able to achieve such results. However, within the company, only Xing Jun was privy to the connection between Chen Ping and Su Yuqi. From now on, let Chen Ping handle the contracts with Tianmei Daily Chemicals, Xing Jun instructed, glancing at some cooperation materials in his hand. Tianmei. Chui Ziyuan was taken aback. Mr. Xing, Tianmei is a significant client, and the Xiao family has always been monitoring this account. Sending Chen Ping to negotiate might cause Tianmei to feel disrespected. Perceiving our lack of sincerity, Chui Ziyuan could not fathom why Xing Jun would assign such an important client to Chen Ping, knowing that the commissions from such contracts would be astronomical. What? Are you questioning my decision? Xing Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 138. No nonsense, I wouldn't dare. I will adhere to your arrangements, Mr. Xing. Chui Ziyuan understood the gravity of defying his superior. After his departure, Xing Jun slowly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Young Master Xiao, the arrangements have been made. I will send Chen Ping to negotiate the contract with Tianmei. A burst of raucous laughter echoed from the other end. Well done. Collaborate closely with me. Whatever the Su family can offer you, I shall double it. The call ended abruptly. In Hong City, the Xiao and Su families wield similar power and are fierce rivals. The Xiao family had once made a lucrative offer to poach Xing Jun, but he had declined, being enamored with Su Yuqi and wishing to pursue a relationship with her. However, following last night's failed assassination attempt on Chen Ping, which left him humiliated, Xing Jun's frustration boiled over, prompting him to reach out to Xiao Lei. The decision to send Chen Ping to negotiate with Tianmei was Xiao Lei's scheme, aimed at humiliating Chen Ping. How could a mere sales representative like Chen Ping possibly secure a deal with such a prestigious client? When the time came, Xiao Lei would personally attend to deliver a proper reprimand to Chen Ping. In the hospital ward of Hongcheng, Xiao Lei was still recuperating from his injuries. Brother Lei, you seem rather pleased. What makes that Chen Ping worthy of your focus? To you, he is merely an ant, without Su Yuqi to shield him. He is nothing but a trifling matter, Geng Shanshan remarked, observing Xiao Lei's cheerful demeanor as he lay on the hospital bed. Having broken my arm, I certainly intend to toy with him for a while. I shall slowly bring about his demise. Xiao Lei smirked, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. Brother Lei, that Chen Ping is no simple opponent. You may not be able to defeat him. Moreover, the Lin Tian who you've enlisted is unreliable. If you wish to deal with Chen Ping, I suggest seeking out a few more experts. Geng Shanshan advised. Rest assured, I have already dispatched someone to contact the Red Dragon Gang. In all of Hongcheng, it is not solely Lin Tianhu's brotherhood that holds sway. The Red Dragon Gang is equally renowned. They will be more than capable of handling a mere Chen Ping. Xiao Lei acknowledged his own limitations against Chen Ping and recognized Lin Tianhu's ineffectiveness, prompting him to seek assistance from the Red Dragon Gang. Despite the Xiao family's considerable influence in Hongcheng, they were primarily a commercial entity, thus unfamiliar with the workings of such gang factions, necessitating an intermediary for introductions. Not to worry, just watch him fall beneath my feet. Xiao Lei grinned with satisfaction. In the sales department, Chui Ziyuan was puzzled as to why Xing Jun had entrusted such a significant client to Chen Ping, yet he could not disregard Xing Jun's orders. Enough with the nonsense. If you have something to say it directly. Chen Ping replied impatiently to Chui Ziyuan. It was likely that only Chen Ping would dare to speak to Chui Ziyuan in such a manner. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Chui Ziyuan's expression turned furious, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. Yet, he hesitated to dismiss Chen Ping without just cause, for he was uncertain of Xing Jun's true sentiments. The company had decided to assign you the task of negotiating a collaboration with Tianmei Daily Chemical, a significant player in the cosmetics industry of Hongqing. Should you succeed in this endeavor, the commission would undoubtedly exceed your wildest imaginings. Conversely, should you fail. Chapter 139. Have you lost your mind? Enough with the trivialities. Hand me the documents. Chen Ping, displaying evident impatience, recognized that Chui Ziyuan's lengthy discourse stemmed from his own jealousy and desire to humiliate him. Chui Ziyuan, with a frigid demeanor, tossed the documents at Chen Ping. Humph, this time I shall find a way to have you dismissed, to curb your arrogance. Chui Ziyuan thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Chui Ziyuan, what do you mean by this? I have been the one negotiating with Tianmei all along. Do you have any idea how long I have dedicated myself to this? Why have you suddenly transferred the client to him? At that moment, Sun Xiaoming, agitated, shouted at Chui Ziyuan. Everyone was aware that Tianmei was a major client, and securing the deal would yield substantial commissions. Initially, Chui Ziyuan had assigned Tianmei to Sun Xiaoming, understanding the rapport they shared. No one in the sales department dared to protest. Moreover, Chui Ziyuan had accompanied Sun Xiaoming on numerous occasions to pursue this client, and she had been diligently striving for success. Thus, When the client was abruptly handed over to Chen Ping, Sun Xiaoming could hardly contain her fury. Cui Ziyuan extended a helping hand to Sun Xiaoming, advising her, "Do not cause a stir just yet. I shall explain everything to you shortly." Upon finishing his words, he turned his attention to Chen Ping and remarked, "Chen Ping, this client is of utmost significance to our company, so you must act swiftly. Set a time for when you can secure the deal." "Tomorrow," Chen Ping replied. Initially inclined to suggest the afternoon, he reconsidered, realizing he needed to inform Lin Tianhu and make necessary preparations. Thus, he opted for the morrow. "Tomorrow?" Cui Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. The entire sales department was stunned, each member gazing incredulously at Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, have you lost your senses? This is Tianmei Daily Chemicals. You believe you can finalize the contract by tomorrow?" Wang Lanlan scoffed, her face a mask of disdain. "Can you refrain from boasting? Do you have any idea how long I have pursued this client? It has been 3 months, and I have yet to secure a deal. You think you can accomplish this in a single day?" Sun Xiaoming glared at Chen Ping, furious. His assertion felt like a grave insult to her. After all, if she had failed to clinch the deal in 3 months, how could he claim he could achieve it in a day? Cui Ziyuan, observing Chen Ping's demeanor, let out a cold laugh. "Chen Ping, those are your words. If you fail to finalize the deal, you may as well take your leave. We do not need braggarts in our sales department." "Not a problem." Chen Ping readily acquiesced. In that moment, Cui Ziyuan was overjoyed, for he understood that Chen Ping could not possibly secure the contract by tomorrow. If it were so simple, he would not have spent 3 months alongside Sun Xiaoming. Furthermore, with the formidable Tian Mei as a client, under the watchful eyes of the Xiao family, negotiations would not be straightforward. Cui Ziyuan ushered Sun Xiaoming into his office to elucidate matters, while the other members of the sales department merely cast disdainful glances at Chen Ping before dispersing. Chen Ping received the materials but did not peruse them. Instead, he forwarded them to Lin Tianhu. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhong grew increasingly anxious, dedicating her entire day to studying Tianmei's data. "Hanhong, you have a class reunion tonight. It's almost time to clock out. You should prepare instead of poring over those materials," Chen Ping suggested, observing Wang Hanhong's palpable distress as she diligently examined the documents. "Chen Ping, negotiating with Tianmei Daily Chemicals is incredibly challenging. Their general manager is notoriously obstinate. What will we bring to the table tomorrow?" Wang Hanhong lamented, her mind consumed by the impending meeting. The thought of failing to secure the contract weighed heavily on her, for if Chen Ping were dismissed, she too would not wish to remain. "Do you doubt me?" Chen Ping gazed into Wang Hanhong's eyes, his conviction unwavering. "What I say is certain. Rest assured." Chapter 140. Versailles. Wang Hanhong, inspired by the resolute glimmer in Chen Ping's eyes, finally nodded in agreement. "I believe you." Chen Ping offered a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Wang Hanhong's hair, his gaze imbued with the tender affection of an older brother for his younger sister. Shortly after work, Wang Hanhong received a call from Wu Yifan, urging her to hurry, as many classmates had already arrived. Wang Hanhong inquired about the venue, and to her surprise, the class reunion was to be held at the opulent Rich Hotel. This revelation left her somewhat hesitant, for the gathering was to be on a shared expense basis, and such a lavish location would undoubtedly incur significant costs. She was reluctant to spend such money, deeming it excessively extravagant. However, after some persuasion from Chen Ping, Wang Hanhong ultimately consented to attend. The two of them drove their second-hand Chang'an directly to the Rich Hotel. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they spotted Wu Yifan anxiously waiting for them. When Wu Yifan caught sight of Chen Ping, she was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that after offending the Red Dragon gang the previous night, he would surely have met with a dire fate, if not death, then at least a severe beating. Yet, here stood Chen Ping, seemingly unscathed. "Did you not get beaten last night?" Wu Yifan inquired with a puzzled expression. "Did I not tell you? The Red Dragon gang fears me. How could they dare to lay a hand on me?" Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. "Keep dreaming." Wu Yifan scoffed, rolling her eyes. She found it hard to believe Chen Ping's words. How could such a formidable gang be intimidated by him? Surely, he must have used some means to resolve the situation, perhaps through monetary persuasion. "Believe it or not," Chen Ping remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. "Are you really bringing the Chang'an to the reunion? If you lack a proper vehicle, taking a taxi would be preferable to driving that old wreck. Just look at the parking lot. Is there a single car here that resembles that piece of junk?" Wu Yifan scolded Chen Ping with a displeased expression. At that moment, Chen Ping urged Wang Hanhai to attend the class reunion, and Wu Yifan presumed that Chen Ping would devise a way for Wang Hanhai to shine at the gathering. However, arriving in a dilapidated Chang'an car was hardly a source of pride. It would surely invite ridicule. What is wrong with Chang'an? We must support domestic brands. Yet, Chen Ping remained completely unfazed. Wang Hanhai quickly chimed in. I find this car rather agreeable. It's far more comfortable than taking the bus. Let us hurry inside. Seeing Wang Hanhai express such sentiments, Wu Yifan refrained from continuing her reprimand towards Chen Ping, and the three of them entered the hotel together. Inside an opulent private room, over a dozen individuals were already present, a harmonious blend of men and women, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Among them was a particularly striking man, sporting a side part and adorned with a gold watch, who drew everyone's attention. Almost all conversations circled around him, as he basked in their flattering remarks. This man was Lung Bing, Wang Hanhai's former boyfriend. Although he did not graduate with Wang Hanhai and her peers, he attended this reunion as Zhang Miao's boyfriend. Miao Miao, you are truly fortunate to have found such an exceptional partner. You must know that Lung Bing was quite the heartthrob during his school days. Indeed, when I first entered the school, Lang Bing was already a figure of great renown. I even harbored a secret crush on him back then. Look at the watch he is wearing. It must be worth over 100,000. Now, that is the hallmark of a successful individual. Lang Bing has his own company now. He is incredibly impressive. The crowd lavished praise upon Lang Bing and Zhang Miao, elevating both of their spirits to new heights. Although Lang Bing feigned modesty, the tone of his speech clearly conveyed an air of boasting. Indeed, when Lang Bing spoke in such a manner, who could fail to perceive his boastful intent? Yet, at that moment, who would dare to voice it? All that could be done was to allow Lung Bing to bask in his own ostentation for a while. Chapter 141. Exceptional acting skills. Goodness. Over 300,000? Brother Bing possesses a watch that would take me a decade of hard work to afford. Comparing oneself to others can lead to despair, and one must not engage in such comparisons. Brother Bing undoubtedly possesses both charm and wealth. A man of such caliber is truly remarkable. Miao Miao. When do you plan to part ways with Brother Bing? I hereby reserve my place in line. Even just for a day as Brother Bing's girlfriend, I would gladly accept. A group of individuals jested and praised, eliciting hearty laughter from Lung Bing and Zhang Miao. The sensation of being envied and admired by others was simply delightful. I recall Brother Bing's previous relationship with Wang Hanhui. Why did they part ways? Suddenly, a long-haired girl in a dress interjected. This girl, named Wang Yutian, was from the same dormitory as Wang Hanhui, and thus was privy to certain details about Wang Hanhui's relationship with Lang Bing. Wang Yutian's question rendered the room silent, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. After all, Wang Hanhui and Zhang Miao were roommates, and now Zhang Miao seemed to have taken Wang Hanhui's boyfriend, which was undeniably a rather ungracious situation. Upon witnessing this, Lang Bing's expression suddenly turned melancholic, and feigning reluctance, he lamented, "It is a long and painful tale. This is a matter I dread discussing. I devoted so much affection to Wang Henin's, yet she remains perpetually dissatisfied. Apart from her penchant for extravagant spending, she revels in the nightlife, ultimately descending to the depths of becoming a bar dancer. I simply cannot endure it any longer." Lung Bing spoke with such passion that his audience was enveloped in a wave of sympathy for him. It seems he possesses an intimate understanding of Wang Henin's, even aware of her descent into the world of dance. How could Wang Henin's be such a person? Her seemingly innocent demeanor at school concealed a different reality, one where she would choose to work in a bar as a dancer? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Observing her outward purity, one would never suspect she harbored such a nature. It is a pity for Brother Bing, such a fine man, who once treated Wang Henin's with utmost kindness, only to have her fail to appreciate him. I have heard that Wang Henin's is also slated to attend the reunion. I cannot fathom the audacity she possesses. Brother Bing, she is not worthy of your sorrow. Now that you are with Miao Miao, it seems a fitting match. The crowd collectively rebuked Wang Henin's while offering comfort to Lung Bing. With tears welling in his eyes, he nodded slightly. Fortunately, I have encountered Miao Miao, who provides solace for my wounded heart. One cannot deny that Lung Bing's performance was exceptional, effortlessly drawing the crowd to his side as they united in their criticisms of Wang Henin's. At that moment, unbeknownst to her, Wang Henin's had already become the target of scorn before she even arrived. Sigh, having lived with Wang Hanhui for 3 years, I never realized she was such a person. Wang Yutian curled her lips. No wonder she is now dating a felon. As soon as Wang Yutian finished her words, the room erupted in disbelief. All eyes fixed on her in astonishment. Wang Yutian, who told you this? Is it credible? Zhang Ming hurriedly inquired. I heard it from Wu Yifan. We spoke on the phone last night, and she mentioned that Wang Hanhui is dating a recently released convict. I was quite surprised at the time. However, now that Wang Hanhui has even become a dancer, finding a convict seems fitting. Wang Yutian replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miao burst into laughter, contemplating how she would humiliate Wang Hanhui if she brought her boyfriend along. Meanwhile, Lung Bing couldn't help but smirk upon learning that Wang Hanhui had a convict as her boyfriend. Just then, Wu Yifan and Wang Hanhui arrived, pushing the door open, with Chen Ping following closely behind. Hello everyone, it's been a while. Wu Yifan greeted as she entered. Hello everyone. Wang Hanhui chimed in with a smile, but when her gaze fell upon Lang Bing, she averted her eyes, unable to meet her stare. Wang Hanhui feared that she might lose her composure and lash out at Lang Bing, who had caused her much distress. Nonetheless, this was a class reunion, and she did not wish to ruin the occasion. Upon encountering Wang Hanhang, she noticed Lang Bing's evasive gaze, which further convinced the onlookers of Lang Bing's claims. It was evident that Wang Hanhang must have wronged Lang Bing, for her demeanor suggested as much. Wu Yifan, having greeted Wang Hanhang, realized that everyone was casting peculiar glances in her direction, leaving both of them bewildered. Wang Hanhang, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. How dare you attend the reunion? I truly misjudged you, Wang Yutian remarked, her voice tinged with indignation. This left Wang Hanhang utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Wang Yutian's accusation. Wang Yutian, how have I offended you? After so many years apart, why would you greet me with such words? Wu Yifan interjected, confronting Wang Yutian. Just as Wang Yutian was about to respond, Lung Bing rose to address the gathering. Let us refrain from revisiting past grievances. Today, we are here to enjoy some drinks and rekindle friendships. Let us not spoil the atmosphere. With Lang Bing's intervention, Wang Yutian fell silent, leaving the situation shrouded in confusion. Wu Yifan guided Wang Hanhang to a seat, while Chen Ping unceremoniously took a place beside her. The others scrutinized Chen Ping with a mix of amusement and disdain. Hanhang, who is this man? This is our class reunion, and it seems inappropriate to bring an outsider. Zhang Miao was the first to voice his concern, directing his question at Wang Hanhang. She glanced at Chen Ping, opening her mouth but struggling to find the right words to introduce him. Claiming Chen Ping as her boyfriend felt premature, as their relationship had yet to be formally established. However, in gatherings such as those with friends and classmates, it is rather inappropriate to bring along one's partner. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chen Ping, and I am Han Han's boyfriend. Chen Ping gracefully stood up and introduced himself with a slight smile. Upon hearing Chen Ping's introduction, Wang Han's face instantly illuminated with joy as she nodded towards Zhang Miao, declaring, This is my boyfriend. Zhang Miao scrutinized Chen Ping with a hint of disdain in her eyes and inquired, What does your boyfriend do? We are both salespersons at the same company. Wang Han replied candidly, A salesperson, you say? That must yield quite a commission. I have heard that salespersons can earn a substantial income these days. Zhang Miao pressed on, evidently eager to uncover every detail about Chen Ping. I'm not entirely sure. We have only just begun working a few days ago. Wang Han responded with a blank expression, wishing to dismiss Zhang Miao. Yet, the more Wang Han sought to evade Zhang Miao, the more triumphant Zhang Miao appeared, relentlessly questioning Wang Han. What did your boyfriend do prior to becoming a salesperson? Zhang Miao was intent on forcing Wang Han to reveal the fact that Chen Ping had been incarcerated, aiming to embarrass her in the process. Why hesitate to speak? We are old classmates. After all, there is nothing shameful about it. If your boyfriend is dissatisfied with his work, we could certainly assist in finding him another opportunity. However, before making any introductions, we must first understand his background. Zhang Miao's words, though superficially kind, clearly masked her ulterior motive to humiliate Wang Han. Zhang Miao, are you conducting a census? In a flurry of inquiries, Wu Yifan hastily urged Zhang Miao to serve the dishes, hoping to spare Wang Hanins from embarrassment. However, Zhang Miao was relentless, turning to the visibly distressed Wang Hanins and inquiring, Hanins, is your boyfriend's previous occupation still a secret? Is there something unspeakable? Perhaps a stint in prison? Zhang Miao's words were blunt and direct. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanins was taken aback. She had never divulged this information to anyone. How could Zhang Miao possibly know? At that moment, her gaze shifted to Wu Yifan, the only person privy to Chen Ping's incarceration from the previous night. Wu Yifan mirrored her astonishment, eventually directing her ire towards Wang Yutian, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Wang Yutian, have you been gossiping? Last night, Wu Yifan had confided in Wang Yutian, and now, with Zhang Miao's awareness, it was clear that Wang Yutian had been the source. Wu Yifan, it's not gossip. I merely stated the facts. Wang Yutian readily admitted, infuriating Wu Yifan, who now felt a pang of anxiety. Wang Yutian was also aware of Wu Yifan's past as an escort, and if this information were to surface, Wu Yifan would be utterly humiliated. Fearing that Wang Yutian might unleash further revelations about her own secrets, Wu Yifan chose to remain silent. Han Han, the fact that your boyfriend has served time is hardly something to be ashamed of. Why not just speak of it? We bear no prejudice against him. Your current status? Being with him seems rather fitting. A dancer and an ex-convict, a match made in heaven. Haraha. Upon Zhang Miao's words, laughter erupted among the crowd, their eyes gleaming with unbridled mockery. Wang Hanhai's face flushed with anger. She wished she had not come. She knew that attending this reunion would subject her to ridicule. In such a situation, she lacked the courage to remain. Rising to leave, she was abruptly halted by Chen Ping. Han Han, we haven't even eaten yet. Why rush off? Let's finish the meal first. Indeed, it's merely a jest. Is it worth getting upset over? Just look at how magnanimous your boyfriend is. This is the rich hotel. Without this gathering, you might never have the chance to dine here again. If you're concerned about covering your share, feel free to tell me. I can easily assist you. 10 or 80,000 is nothing to me. Zhang Miao remarked with a sneer directed at Wang Hanhai. With Zhang Miao's words hanging in the air, Wang Hanhai found it impossible to leave without implying that she was afraid of spending money. No need, we can cover this amount. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Very well, since you both are financially secure, I shall worry no more. I truly feared that after the meal, someone might attempt to leave without settling the bill. That would be utterly mortifying. Zhang Miao spoke and then turned to Long Bing, saying, Brother Bing, didn't you mention that you had reserved the banquet in advance? Let them serve the dishes. Certainly. Lang Bing replied with a subtle smile. This time, I have arranged a banquet costing 58,008, excluding beverages. The liquor is my own Maotai. With just over a dozen of us, each person won't spend more than 1,000. I will have them serve the dishes now. After Lung Bing made a phone call, the door to the private room swung open, and a series of exquisite dishes were brought in. However, as the table was filled with food, no one appeared particularly joyful. Most of them had only recently started working, and many had no savings. Spending 10 or 18,000 on a single meal was a painful thought, as they simply couldn't afford it. Chapter 144, Betrayal. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Long Bing's lips curled slightly. Although this meal isn't costly, I understand that many of you are not financially comfortable at the moment. If you simply call me Brother Bing and toast me with a drink, I will cover your expenses. After Lung Bing spoke, his gaze fell upon Wang Hanhang and Chen Ping, clearly indicating that his proposal was directed at them. Brother Bing is magnificent. I will toast you first. As soon as the words left their mouth, someone immediately raised their glass to toast Lang Bing. Soon, one after another, everyone was flattering Lang Bing with toasts, leaving only Wang Hanhang, Chen Ping, and Wu Yifan at the end. Yifan, won't you toast Brother Bing? Wang Yutian inquired. 18,000 yuan is still within my means. Wu Yifan's intentions were abundantly clear. She would rather personally bear this expense than offer a toast to Lung Bing. What pretense of wealth is this? To earn that 18,000 yuan, how many times would one have to endure such an encounter? For your own good, yet you remain ungrateful. Wang Yutian rolled her eyes and retorted. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, igniting a fervor among the gathering, as all eyes turned towards Wu Yifan. Her complexion turned a shade of iron gray, and under the weight of their gazes, she felt as if she could vanish into a mouse hole. Wang Yutian, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Do you dare to challenge me? Wu Yifan sprang to her feet, clutching a bottle of wine. Wang Yutian, mind your words. Who is speaking nonsense? Are you not aware of your own actions? Wang Yutian refused to back down, trembling with rage. Wu Yifan raised the wine bottle as if to hurl it at Wang Yutian. Regret washed over her. She had regarded Wang Yutian as a sister, only to be betrayed instead. At that moment, Zhang Miao stood up and snatched the bottle from Wu Yifan's grasp. His expression icy as he shouted, What is this commotion between you two? This gathering is organized by me, and your antics are a disgrace. If you intend to continue in this manner, I suggest you both leave. Zhang Miao, emboldened by his relationship with Lung Bing, assumed the role of the authority figure. However, the onlookers, particularly the male classmates, gazed at Wu Yifan with a mix of fervor. After all, she was quite attractive. And now they might only need to spend a few hundred yuan to enjoy an evening with her. After that incident, Wu Yifan kept his head down, uttering not a single word. Come, let us all partake in this feast. You rarely have the chance to enjoy such delicacies. Zhang Miao addressed the crowd, disregarding Wu Yifan's silence. The others began to indulge in their meal, paying no heed to Wu Yifan, except for Wang Hanhang, who continually offered him words of comfort. Yet Wu Yifan remained utterly mute. The gathering clinked glasses and exchanged toasts, while Chen Ping focused solely on his own meal, indifferent to everyone around him, and they, likewise, ignored him. Haraha. As Lung Bing finished speaking, the room erupted in laughter. Chen Ping wiped his mouth with a napkin, unperturbed, and remarked, "This wine is inferior. I cannot acclimate to it." His words momentarily stunned the crowd. After all, this wine was Mao Tai, valued at several thousand yuan a bottle. And yet he claimed he could not adjust to it? Lang Bing scoffed, "If you cannot handle this Mao Tai, what do you wish to drink instead? This wine comes at no cost to you. Should you choose another, you will still incur an expense. The cost is of little consequence. My main issue is that I cough when drinking such subpar wine." Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Chapter 145. The Fake Watch. How absurd. What nonsense are you spouting? I have yet to hear of anyone coughing from inferior wine. One ex-convict retorted, "What pretense are you putting on? You probably have never even tasted Mao Tai." I could no longer bear it. It was grating to my ears. Upon hearing Chen Ping's remarks, the crowd erupted in furious shouts. Zhang Miao scoffed disdainfully and then turned to Wang Hanhai, saying, "Ha hai, just look at the boyfriend you've chosen. He truly is a peculiar character. It's one thing to be poor, but to pretend to be wealthy is quite another." Wang Hanhai chose to ignore Zhang Miao, though she herself was puzzled by Chen Ping's behavior that day. "Brother Chen, if I am not mistaken, did you arrive in a Chang'an? The cost of these few bottles of wine could likely purchase you a vehicle. What are you pretending to be?" Lung Bing inquired with a mocking expression. Upon hearing Lung Bing's words, the crowd finally noticed the Chang'an car key hanging from Chen Ping's waist. "I merely support domestic products. I have a Bentley, but I prefer not to drive it," Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. As for Lin Tianhu's Bentley, Chen Ping could drive it whenever he wished. After all, the entire gathering hall belonged to him, so a mere car was of little consequence. Pfft. Lang Bing, having just taken a sip of water, sprayed it out upon hearing Chen Ping's words. "Ha ha ha. In my entire life, I have never encountered someone so calmly boastful. You are indeed a talent. You claim to own a Bentley? I doubt you have even seen one." Lung Bing laughed uproariously, nearly losing his breath. The others joined in the laughter, some even shedding tears from their amusement. "In comparison to you, I am still lacking. I have never seen someone so composed while pretending to treat others to a meal just to swindle money from girls." Chen Ping replied with a cold smile. Upon hearing Chen Ping's retort, the smile on Lang Bing's face vanished instantly, replaced by a grim expression. "What are you saying? I find it difficult to understand." Lang Bing narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Ping. "What I say, you understand in your heart. Whether there is deceit involved, you are more aware than I am." Chen Ping unwaveringly locked eyes with Lang Bing. The moment their gazes collided, the atmosphere in the private room grew palpably tense. "What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Bing's watch is worth hundreds of thousands. How could he possibly be a fraud?" Zhang Miao shouted loudly at Chen Ping. In Zhang Miao's eyes, Lang Bing was an ideal man of both talent and wealth. How could someone so affluent ever deceive others? Indeed, Brother Bing's watch is likely worth more than your entire fortune. Refrain from making baseless accusations," Wang Yutian added, directing her words at Chen Ping. Clearly, no one believed Chen Ping's words. They all trusted that Lang Bing would never resort to such trickery. "It's merely a counterfeit watch. Is that worthy of boasting?" Chen Ping sneered coldly. From the moment he entered, Chen Ping had discerned that Lang Bing's watch was a fake. Now, he merely needed to exert a hint of his spiritual energy to confirm his suspicion. Fake. Everyone's gaze turned toward Lang Bing, including Wang Hanhang, who had been comforting Wu Yifan, now involuntarily looking at the golden watch on Lang Bing's wrist. A flicker of panic crossed Lang Bing's eyes, quickly followed by an eruption of anger. "You speak nonsense. This golden watch was imported from Switzerland. Have you ever seen a genuine gold watch? How dare you assert it is fake?" Chen Ping, even if you envy Brother Bing, what gives you the right to claim his watch is counterfeit? It's merely a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Brother Bing is not impoverished. Why would he wear a fake? He drives a Mercedes S-Class worth over $1 million. You wouldn't dare suggest his car is fake as well, would you? Zhang Miao interrogated Chen Ping. What identity does Ice Brother possess? And how could he possibly wear a counterfeit watch? During my school days, I had heard whispers of Ice Brother's considerable wealth. It is inconceivable that he would adorn himself with a fake timepiece. One laments his misfortune and resents his complacency when one lacks something. They dismiss others' possessions as fraudulent. What kind of mindset is that? After hearing Zhang Miao's inquiries, the crowd began to voice their reproaches towards Chen Ping. Wang Yutian glared at Chen Ping, stating, "You haven't even examined this gold watch, yet you claim it's fake. It's evident that you are envious. Are you unable to bear the thought that your girlfriend's former beau surpasses you?" "I merely spoke the truth," Chen Ping replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Bah!" Wang Yutian spat. "You are simply envious. If you possess the ability, present your evidence." "Chen Ping, we have only just met today. What is your intention in targeting me?" Seeing that so many rallied to her defense, Lang Bing, her expression frosty, declared, "If I do not receive an explanation regarding this matter, I shall ensure you leave horizontally." "Do you believe me?" "Very well." Chen Ping scoffed. "You know best whether the watch is real or not. Since you have chosen to seek humiliation, do not blame me." With that, Chen Ping rose and said, "Hand me the watch, and I shall provide proof for you all." "And how do you intend to prove that?" Lang Bing retorted, retracting her hand cautiously. "This watch is worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to compensate for any damage?" Lang Bing was resolute in not relinquishing her watch to Chen Ping, for she was well aware that it was indeed a counterfeit. Merely a fade to project the image of affluence. "It's quite simple," Chen Ping said nonchalantly. "Just drop it on the ground, and the truth will reveal itself. Once the gold watch shatters, its authenticity will be immediately apparent. The movement of a genuine watch is crafted from gold, whereas a counterfeit could never replicate such intricacy." "You want to drop my watch?" Lang Bing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, retorted, "Chen Ping, this watch is worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to compensate for it if it breaks?" Lang Bing was unwilling to let Chen Ping drop it. After all, the watch was fake, and a mere drop would expose the truth. "Indeed, can you afford it?" Others chimed in, pointing fingers at Chen Ping with derision. "You dare to drop a watch worth hundreds of thousands? What kind of identification method is that? If you lack the skill, don't boast about your expertise in discerning authenticity." Chen Ping smiled faintly and replied, "There are methods to identify authenticity without causing damage. You see, gold differs from other metals. Simply weighing the watch and comparing it to the official specifications will suffice. No matter how well a counterfeit is made, its weight cannot be falsified, as gold's density is distinct from other materials." Upon hearing this, the crowd considered the suggestion. It was indeed a way to avoid damaging the watch. "You propose we simply weigh it?" A fleeting look of panic crossed Lang Bing's eyes. He would never agree to that, knowing that the weight couldn't be faked. "Chen Ping, are you envious of Brother Bing? You claim his watch is fake, but what if it's genuine? You can't just declare it without evidence and expect him to follow your assertions." Zhang Miao questioned Chen Ping. "If this watch is authentic, I shall cover the cost of this meal myself," Chen Ping asserted confidently. The watch is counterfeit, and Chen Ping is utterly confident. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards Lang Bing. "Brother Bing, let him weigh it. Since he dares to make such a claim, let him be disillusioned, and we can enjoy a complimentary meal." At this moment, Lang Bing felt a wave of panic wash over him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could never have anticipated that Chen Ping would stubbornly cling to his wristwatch. This timepiece required precise weighing instruments, which were currently unavailable. How could they weigh it? Did he expect to discern its authenticity merely by holding it? Lang Bing inquired. "Well, since you are correct, we lack weighing instruments at the moment. But dare you to let me glimpse your watch?" "I only need a fleeting glance," Chen Ping replied with a smile. "What do you intend to do? Smash it?" Lang Bing asked, his tone laced with caution. "No, I would never damage it. If it were to sustain any harm, regardless of whether your watch is genuine or not, I shall compensate you at its full value." Chen Ping shook his head. He had no intention of destroying Lang Bing's timepiece. His earlier comment about throwing it was merely a jest to provoke Lang Bing. Chapter 147. Is it rented? I'll show you. Lang Bing realized that if he refused to show Chen Ping the watch, the latter would likely not relent. Thus, he removed the watch from his wrist and handed it to Chen Ping, saying, "With so many eyes upon us, if you break it, you'll owe me its original price." Lang Bing was confident that Chen Ping would not damage it. Without weighing it, it was utterly impossible to ascertain the authenticity of this golden watch. After all, it was a high-quality imitation. Discerning its genuineness with a mere glance was a feat only an expert horologist could accomplish, and he doubted Chen Ping could achieve such a revelation. Chen Ping took the cold and glimmering gold watch into his hands, examining it momentarily before returning it to Lang Bing. "Is that all?" Long Bing, perplexed, gazed at Chen Ping. You can discern its authenticity with just a glance? Indeed. A mere glance suffices. Chen Ping nodded affirmatively. Humph, what a charade. Long Bing scoffed lightly, redonning the watch. As the crowd awaited Chen Ping to present his evidence, Zhang Miao suddenly exclaimed, Bing Guyu. You must look at your watch. Taken aback, Long Bing hurriedly glanced at the watch, instantly rendered speechless. The students around, their faces etched with confusion, turned their gazes toward Lang Bing's golden timepiece, and collectively, they were struck dumb. The once resplendent gold watch had lost its luster, now resembling a dull reddish-brown hue, with patches of discoloration clearly visible. At first glance, it was evident that this gold watch was a counterfeit. Real gold does not fade. The crowd stared at Lang Bing, their expressions peculiar, the atmosphere palpably uncomfortable. This imitation was shockingly poor, leaving me with a handful of gold dust. Chen Ping picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Lang Bing's expression darkened, his countenance a picture of distress. Nearby, Zhang Miao was equally astounded, at a loss for words. Once haughty and proud, Lang Bing now felt the heat of embarrassment flush his face, unable to meet the eyes of those around him. Someone could not restrain themselves from asking. This moment served as a stark awakening for Lang Bing. In a moment of elation, Lang Bing raised his head and declared, It must be that scoundrel who deceived me. I spent hundreds of thousands, only to receive a counterfeit watch. If I catch him, he shall not escape my wrath. As he spoke, Lang Bing forcefully hurled the gold watch onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. However, some onlookers gazed at him with skepticism, their earlier trust dissipating. It was evident that Lang Bing was merely flaunting a fake watch. Such deceitful individuals are utterly detestable. After all, it's merely a watch worth 300,000. Brother Bing certainly wouldn't resort to such trickery. One must remember that he drives a car worth over $1 million. Would he truly need to purchase a counterfeit watch to impress others? At this moment, Zhang Miao stood by Lang Bing's side, defending him fervently. Seizing the opportunity, Lang Bing placed the keys to his Mercedes on the table to assert his status. Yet who could ascertain if the car was merely rented? Chen Ping sneered at this juncture. Many shared his sentiment, for if Lang Bing's gold watch was indeed fake, it was plausible that the Mercedes was rented as well. After all, renting for a day wouldn't cost a fortune. You're talking nonsense. How could it possibly be rented? I've seen Brother Bing drive this car for quite some time. He didn't just start today? Zhang Miao retorted angrily at Chen Ping. If you want to know whether it's rented, just bring out the vehicle registration. Chen Ping replied. Once we have the registration, it will be evident whether it bears Lang Bing's name. Zhang Miao turned to Lang Bing, seemingly urging him to produce the registration to silence Chen Ping once and for all. Cold Bing hurriedly exclaimed, I still need to retrieve it from the car. It's too much trouble. Are you merely eager to ascertain whether I possess such capability? I shall promptly reorder a watch online. I truly feel unaccustomed without one. In Chapter 148, Bring 10 bottles, Cold Bing proceeded to place an order for a timepiece exceeding 200,000 in front of the gathered crowd. Upon successful payment, he awaited its delivery with a sigh of relief, pleased that his affluent persona was preserved. Chen Ping observed Cold Bing's demeanor with a faint smile. Online purchases can be returned, and after tonight, Cold Bing could effortlessly refund the item without incurring any loss. However, Chen Ping chose not to reveal this, as he intended to continue to play along with Cold Bing. The matter of the golden watch was merely a trivial episode, failing to tarnish Cold Bing's status in the eyes of the spectators. Cold Bing cast a challenging glance at Chen Ping, aware that this individual sought to embarrass him. Yet, not only had he avoided humiliation, but the crowd's demeanor towards him had grown increasingly respectful. You just claimed that you were not short on money and that you were unaccustomed to Mao Tai. What kind of liquor do you wish to indulge in? The rich hotel offers an array of drinks, contingent upon your ability to afford them. How about brandy? Chen Ping sneered at Cold Bing, his gaze laced with provocation. Do you dare to drink it? I fear you may have spent all your funds on that watch and might lack the means to settle the bill. Cold Bing was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Chen Ping's choice of such an expensive drink. It is well known that a bottle of brandy typically starts at a price of no less than 200,000. The others looked at Chen Ping with astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Chen Ping. Wang Hanhang gently tugged at Chen Ping's sleeve. Having spent time in a bar, she was aware of the exorbitant price of brandy. This particular bottle cost several $100,000. Even if they only contributed a fraction, it was still a significant sum. Observing Wang Hanhang's expression, Lang Bing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Chen Ping was merely pretending to be ostentatious. intentionally mentioning such an expensive drink to intimidate him. Brandy is delightful. I've savored it on a few occasions. If you wish to indulge, let us order a few bottles. Lung Bing relinquished the decision to Chen Ping, eager to witness whether he would dare to express his desire for the drink. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Chen Ping, their gazes laced with mockery, convinced that he would not have the audacity to make such a request. It seemed that Chen Ping was about to trip himself up. Very well, Chen Ping nodded. Waiter, bring us 5 bottles of brandy. He did not afford Lung Bing the opportunity to refuse, directly calling out to the staff. The collective gasps of astonishment filled the room as Chen Ping boldly ordered 5 bottles of brandy. Lung Bing was taken aback as well, instinctively wanting to intervene. But he quickly regained his composure, reasoning that Chen Ping was undoubtedly attempting to provoke him. Even if he ordered 5 bottles, they would incur no cost unless opened. With this thought, Lung Bing finally exhaled in relief, silently congratulating himself for nearly falling into Chen Ping's trap. 5 is insufficient. Let us make it 10. Lung Bing observed Chen Ping with a playful glint in his eye, recognizing that if Chen Ping wished to play this game, he too would join in. Alas, I have never partaken in such indulgence, yet Ice Brother demands 10 bottles. Truly, Ice Brother is remarkable. Behold, this is the epitome of extravagance. What pretentiousness from Chen Ping, a mere convict clad in garments worth no more than 200 yuan, claiming to sip on brandy. How absurd. When the pretentious encounter genuine opulence, it may indeed lead to a spectacle such as this. Let us observe how Chen Ping navigates this predicament. The onlookers eagerly anticipate Chen Ping's response, their gazes fixed upon him. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhang stands aghast. 10 bottles of brandy equates to 200,000 yuan. Even if she and Chen Ping were to split the cost, it would still amount to nearly 100,000 yuan for a single meal. If her parents were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be furious. Chapter 149. Unveiling all Chen Ping. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Wang Hanhang urged anxiously, her voice barely above a whisper. Observing her expression, Lung Bing could not help but chuckle, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he regarded Chen Ping. Young man, it is not too late to have second thoughts. At this rate, I doubt you could even muster 20,000 yuan, let alone partake in brandy. What arrogance! Ha ha! What a jest! How could I possibly regret this? 1 or 2 million is but a trifle in my eyes. Lung Bing laughed heartily. Though internally he berated Chen Ping, eager to witness how long he could maintain this facade. Once the liquor arrives, Chen Ping would surely be unable to uphold his pretense any longer. Soon enough, the waiter presented 10 bottles of brandy upon the table. The assembled guests gazed at the opulent display, envy glistening in their eyes. None had ever encountered such expensive libations before. Sir, shall I open it? The waiter inquired. Glancing at Lang Bing. Taken aback, Lang Bing turned to Chen Ping and asked, Chen Ping, should we proceed with the opening? Once the bottle is uncorked, there will be no turning back. Lung Bing was attempting to pressure Chen Ping into acquiescence, fully aware that Chen Ping was merely putting on a facade and would likely refuse to let the wine be opened. Lang Bing himself had no desire to open it either. After all, a meal costing over 1 million was beyond his means. Chen Ping responded with a cold smile and addressed the waiter, please, open all the bottles. Certainly, sir, the waiter replied, and with a resounding pop, a bottle of brandy was uncorked. In that moment, Lang Bing was utterly stunned. He had not anticipated that Chen Ping would indeed instruct the waiter to open the wine. With another pop, another bottle was opened. Each sound resonated like a hammer striking Lang Bing's heart, causing him great distress. Before long, beads of cold sweat began to form on Lang Bing's forehead. Chen Ping, this is the rich man's hotel, a property of the Su family. Do not even think about trying to evade the bill. That would be utterly impossible. Lang Bing threatened Chen Ping, hoping that he would intervene and stop the waiter from opening any more bottles. I have no intention of skipping out on the bill. Are you truly concerned about the money? If that is the case, you may tell the waiter to cease opening the wine at this moment. Chen Ping retorted with a mocking grin directed at Lang Bing. How could I possibly be concerned about money? My monthly allowance surpasses what you earn in a year. Lang Bing thought, realizing he could not possibly intervene without embarrassing himself. After all, those 10 bottles of brandy were precisely what he desired. However, as he watched the 10 bottles being opened, Lang Bing felt as though his heart was bleeding. The allure of the liquor remained palpable. Chen Ping lifted a bottle of brandy, poured himself a generous glass, and downed it in one go. Observing Chen Ping's manner of drinking, Lang Bing cast a disdainful glance and then addressed the gathering. Let us all partake. We must not allow one individual to consume it all. as if they have never encountered alcohol before. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly seized the bottles to pour themselves a drink, including Wang Yutian and Zhang Miao, who typically abstained. They each filled their glasses to the brim, well aware that this was a bottle worth hundreds of thousands. If they did not indulge now, they might never have another opportunity in their lifetime. Wang Hanhang refrained from drinking, instead offering solace to Wu Yifan, who appeared profoundly affected by the recent setback. Remaining silent and hunched over the table, observing the others imbibing, Lang Bing felt a quiet sense of relief. He had already devised a plan. When the time came to settle the bill, he certainly would not bear the financial burden alone, while he could cover the meal. The cost of the liquor consumed would require contributions from all. Chapter 150. The default. He had no intention of being the sole scapegoat for the over 1 million in expenses. Yet, the others remained oblivious to Long Bing's thoughts, showering him with flattery. If it weren't for Brother Bing today, I fear I might never taste such exquisite liquor again. Indeed, Brother Bing was remarkable. A meal costing over 1 million without batting an eye. Some individuals, lacking self-awareness, still dared to compare themselves to Brother Bing, oblivious to their own limitations. Meanwhile, Chen Ping paid no heed to their derision, for he was well aware that soon, these very individuals would be left in tears. Soon, after consuming 10 bottles of baijiu, everyone was satiated with both food and drink, though a few had become rather tipsy. We've had our fill of food and drink. It's time for us to leave, Chen Ping remarked to Wang Hanhang. Nodding in agreement, Wang Hanhang helped Wu Yifan to his feet, and they exited the private room. Observing this, Lung Bing hurriedly followed, eager to discover how Chen Ping intended to settle the bill, hoping he wouldn't try to skip out on it. How much did we spend in total? Lung Bing inquired at the front desk. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 210,000, the cashier promptly replied. Lung Bing nodded, then calculated on his phone before addressing Chen Ping. Chen Ping, there are 14 of us, which means each person's share is 15,000. For the 3 of you, you only need to pay 45,000. 45,000 is not much, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. Chen Ping, even at this point, you're still putting on airs. 45,000 is not a trivial sum. Let us see you produce it, shall we? Zhang Miao sneered. Honestly, I doubt he could sell himself for 45,000. He really thinks too highly of himself. Wang Yutian also mocked Chen Ping. The others were eagerly awaiting Chen Ping's predicament, curious to see how he would manage to conjure up the 45,000. After all, a typical worker might take a decade to amass such an amount. At that moment, Wang Hanhang looked at Chen Ping with a face full of anxiety. She had no money either, and she wondered where they would acquire the 45,000. Wu Yifan, who had been silently bowing her head, slowly raised it and said, I still have 200,000. I can take it out. After all, she had her share in this meal, and it would be unfair for Chen Ping to bear the costs, especially since she had insisted on inviting Wang Hanhai. The outcome was far from what she had anticipated. Furthermore, she was aware that Chen Ping had recently been released from prison and was not from a well-off family. Thus, 45,000 would seem like an astronomical figure to him. What was Wu Yifan pretending to be, a wealthy woman? Did she understand how many times she would need to sell something to amass that 200,000? Perhaps she should reflect on her own situation instead. Zhang Miao, noticing Wu Yifan's willingness to contribute, immediately responded with derision, you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's face flushed with anger. Soon, her vision darkened, and she fainted from the overwhelming emotion. Yifan, Yifan. Wang Hanhai quickly rushed to support Wu Yifan, calling out in alarm. Brother Chen Ping, this money. Chen Ping declared resolutely. Wang Hanhai glanced at Chen Ping and then at the unconscious Wu Yifan, ultimately deciding to take Wu Yifan away. Chen Ping, are you planning to abandon all responsibility and leave without settling the bill? Lung Bing inquired pointedly. Abandon responsibility? Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. I have no debt to speak of. How could I default? You still owe 45,000 for your meal. How can there be no debt? Do you think the hotel would let you leave without payment? Long Bing scoffed. I can dine anywhere without incurring costs. How could there be a debt? Are you mistaken? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow and said, do not feign ignorance here. So many eyes are upon us, and with numerous hotel staff around. Do you intend to dine and dash? Do not assume that just because you have recently emerged from prison, you can act arrogantly. This is the property of the Su family, and if you think you can enjoy a free meal here, you are gravely mistaken. Lang Bing believed that Chen Ping was attempting to exploit his status as a former convict to evade payment. I do not intend to dine and dash. You may inquire at the hotel whether I need to pay for my meal, Chen Ping replied with a smile. Long Bing, perplexed, turned to the front desk and asked, "What do you plan to do about this individual who wishes to eat without paying?" "Good day, sir. Mr. Chun dines with us free of charge," the receptionist replied courteously. This revelation struck Lang Bing like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even the others present were astonished. They could not fathom why Chen Ping was permitted to dine without incurring any expenses. "Why? How is it that he does not have to pay?" Lang Bing asked incredulously. "I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Your total expenditure amounts to 2,100,000, and after deducting Mr. Chen's 450,000, you owe 1,650,000. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer?" The receptionist stated firmly yet politely. At this, Lang Bing stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by Chen Ping's identity and how he could dine at a luxury hotel without any cost. Zhang Miao and Wang Yutian also regarded Chen Ping with disbelief, eager to unravel the mystery of his true nature. Deceiving women for their money is not as simple as it seems. A staggering sum of 1,650,000 for a meal is now expected from you. Chen Ping looked at Lang Bing with a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Lang Bing, sensing Chen Ping's gaze, suddenly comprehended. You scoundrel. Chen Ping, dining here without any cost to himself, felt free to indulge in expensive wines, while Lang Bing, oblivious, foolishly attempted to compete with him. In this moment, he realized he had fallen into Chen Ping's trap. Indeed, it was a trap. What could he possibly do? Chen Ping unabashedly admitted it. From the very beginning, he had intended to deceive Lang Bing. "Sir, please settle the bill," the receptionist urged Lang Bing. At that moment, Lang Bing was shaking with fury, for he had no means to pay. However, if he were to request the others to pitch in, his carefully crafted persona would crumble. Reluctantly, he pulled out his card and stated, "Charge it." Meanwhile, all eyes were on Lang Bing, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. They genuinely feared that he might lack the funds, leaving them to cover the bill. This was over 1 million, with each person needing to contribute tens of thousands. Who possessed such wealth? "Brother Bing, what should we do?" Zhang Miao anxiously inquired. "Let's do this. My payment hasn't arrived today. Everyone, let's pool our resources, and once my payment comes through, I will reimburse you all." Lang Bing turned to address the crowd. "Yes, let's all contribute. Brother Bing is waiting for his payment, and once it arrives, he will repay us." Zhang Miao chimed in to support Lang Bing's explanation. Chapter 152. The car is rented. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively gasped in disbelief, for their worst fears had finally materialized. I only have 1,000 yuan on me. I am devoid of funds as well. I have yet to repay my credit line. I possess 10,000. Yet that is far from sufficient. The group collectively found themselves unable to muster even a fraction of the required sum, falling woefully short of the 100,000, let alone the million. At that moment, Chen Ping settled comfortably onto the sofa in the lobby, where a fruit platter had already been prepared for him. He leisurely indulged in the fruits while observing the anxious expressions of the others. "If you lack the means, then you shall not be permitted to depart from this place." The receptionist's demeanor turned icy as she picked up the intercom. "Security team, be advised, someone is attempting to dine and dash." Her declaration sent a wave of panic through the group. This was the opulent rich man's hotel, and to attempt such an act here was tantamount to courting disaster. In no time, a contingent of security personnel, armed and imposing, encircled them. Having never encountered such a spectacle, the individuals were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. All eyes turned to Cold Ice, now their sole beacon of hope. Cold Ice, confronted by the menacing glare of the security guards, felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling. "Brother Ice, didn't you arrive in a Mercedes S-Class? Why not leave the vehicle here as collateral? Indeed. Place the car here, and once the funds are secured, we shall settle the bill. We genuinely have no money. Unlike you, Brother Ice, who is a magnate. A mere 100,000 is trivial to you." As they put forth their suggestions, they simultaneously lavished praise upon Cold Ice. At this moment, Lang Bing wore an expression of utter embarrassment and finally, with resignation, uttered, My car is rented. There's no way to put it down here." As soon as Lang Bing's words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback, including Zhang Miao, who looked at him in disbelief. Just moments ago, when Chen Ping claimed that Lang Bing's car was rented, no one believed it, yet now they were faced with an undeniable truth. Panic ensued among the crowd. If Lang Bing were indeed a pretender of wealth, then these expenses would ultimately fall upon them. Given their inability to produce the necessary funds, they could hardly blame the management for their lack of courtesy. The receptionist, observing the group's financial incapacity, declared, "Take these individuals to the back. Let the manager handle them. They cannot disrupt our business here. A dozen security personnel, armed and ready, advanced to escort the group to the rear. This sight struck terror into their hearts. And Lung Bing, in a flurry of anxiety, exclaimed, I will pay, but only for myself. Please, let me go. At this juncture, Lung Bing was no longer concerned with maintaining appearances. The crowd, witnessing his disregard for them, stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Miao hastily grasped Lung Bing's hand, pleading. Bingge, you must cover my share too. Get away. I don't have that much money. Lung Bing forcefully shook off Zhang Miao's grip. His sole focus was on escaping swiftly. Being taken to the back could very well result in a beating. Zhang Miao was left in a state of disbelief, looking at Lung Bing with incredulity, unable to fathom that he could be such a person. You must settle all debts before leaving. Paying only for yourself does not grant you passage. The reception desk denied Lung Bing's request. Upon hearing this, Lung Bing was momentarily stunned. It seemed that unless he produced over 1,000,000 yuan, none of them would be permitted to leave. With no money, one could hardly maintain an air of superiority. It turned out he was merely a pretender to wealth. It was truly a lamentable situation. Without funds, what use was there for brandy? Over 1,000,000 yuan, where could he possibly gather such an amount? The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, began to curse both Lung Bing and Zhang Miao. If it were not for the two of them, how could matters have escalated to this point? Chen Ping, please, could you intercede on my behalf? Allow me to leave first, and I shall repay the money later. At that moment, Wang Yutian, noticing Chen Ping's apologetic demeanor, approached him and spoke in a subdued tone. Regardless of Chen Ping's identity, his capability to procure a complimentary stay at the affluent hotel indicated a status of considerable significance. If she wished to depart, it seemed her only option was to plead with Chen Ping. Observing her, the others quickly gathered around him. Please, just say a kind word on our behalf. After all, we are all classmates of Han Hang. We were misled by Lung Bing and that wretched Zhang Miao. Lung Bing is nothing but a sanctimonious hypocrite. It is evident that he truly deceived Han Hang for her money, which explains her decision to part ways with him. Chen Ping, I implore you, assist us, the crowd beseeched him. Chen Ping rose, surveyed the assembly, and with a smirk, remarked, Do you truly believe you are worthy of being Han Hang's classmates? It is truly unfortunate for you to have classmates like you. I could easily let you go with just a word, yet I shall not utter it. This outcome is merely your retribution. Chen Ping's words ignited a flush of shame upon the faces of all present, each person feeling a deep sense of embarrassment. Take them away. The receptionist commanded directly to the security personnel. No, please, I don't want to go. Help, woo-woo. As the realization dawned that they were to be taken away, a few individuals began to wail in terror, their fear palpable, with some even losing control of their bladders. Do not touch me. I am well acquainted with your boss's daughter. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will ensure you are dismissed. Cold Bing shouted emphatically. Upon hearing Cold Bing's declaration, the security personnel halted their actions, and the receptionist appeared momentarily bewildered, sensing that she had effectively intimidated them. Cold Bing breathed a sigh of relief and continued with an air of superiority. We are quite familiar with your young lady, Su Yuqi. I had no intention of involving her over such a trivial matter today, but should you dare to lay hands on me, a single call will have you all dismissed. Now, if you kindly let me go, I shall pretend this incident never occurred. At this juncture, the receptionist turned her gaze towards Chen Ping, aware of his connection with Su Yuqi. Yet, with Cold Bing claiming familiarity with her, they were uncertain of the truth. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, about to question Cold Bing, when suddenly a voice pierced through the air. You know the young lady of the Su family? Just then, a girl slowly walked in through the door. Chen Ping looked over and realized it was none other than Su Yuqi herself. Lung Bing glanced at the entering Su Yuqi and nodded, saying, Not bad, and I am quite familiar with the young lady of the Su family. We often dine together. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi burst into a fit of giggles, and Chen Ping couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. It turned out that Lung Bing was just spouting nonsense. Chen Ping had nearly been convinced. The other hotel staff members also joined in the laughter. Su Yuqi stood right before them, and yet Lung Bing claimed he was acquainted with the young lady of the Su family. Fool, do you even know who stands before you? Chen Ping asked, looking at Lung Bing with a mocking expression. At this inquiry, Lung Bing's heart sank, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, Chen Ping continued, the person before you is the young lady of the Su family. Take a look. Do you recognize her? The surrounding staff erupted into uncontrollable laughter, while Lung Bing felt so embarrassed he wished to find a hole to hide in. What brings you to the hotel at such a late hour? Chen Ping disregarded Lang Bing's awkwardness and directed his question to Su Yuqi. What else could it be? I heard you were at the hotel and came to see you. Now that you have a beautiful companion, I can only imagine how delightful your life must be. Su Yuqi glared at Chen Ping, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Chapter 154. No one is allowed to leave. Everyone was taken aback upon witnessing the exchange between Su Yuqi and Chen Ping, particularly Lung Bing, who gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief. At this moment, he finally comprehended why the hotel had offered Chen Ping complimentary service. Chen Ping smiled nonchalantly and teased. Are you feeling jealous? Don't flatter yourself. Who would be jealous? Su Yuqi shot him a disdainful glance before continuing. My father often speaks of you, hoping to invite you over for dinner. I've been quite busy these past few days. Perhaps in a couple of days, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Ping actually declined the invitation. The male onlookers were filled with envy and resentment as they regarded Chen Ping. The daughter of the Su family had invited him for dinner, and he had the audacity to refuse? If any one of them had been in his position, they would have leaped at the opportunity without hesitation, even if it meant crawling to her residence. How could Chen Ping turn down such an opportunity? What could possibly be more important? Tomorrow, you could be appointed as the chairman of the company, and then you wouldn't be so busy. Su Yuqi, noticing Chen Ping's refusal, felt a twinge of displeasure. No. I certainly don't have the time to manage your company. Chen Ping waved his hands repeatedly. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, the crowd was once again struck with dismay, particularly Lung Bing and those who had just dined with him. Initially, they had looked down upon Chen Ping, but now, in his presence, they felt like mere jesters. You must go tomorrow. My father mentioned that it was an old acquaintance who asked for you. There might be something important at stake, Su Yuqi stated with an authoritative tone. Upon hearing that Gu Wentian was seeking him, Chen Ping surmised it could pertain to the matter of the spirit pen. He nodded in agreement, stating, Very well, I shall come by tomorrow at noon. That is more like it. Su Yuqi responded with a faint smile, then turned her gaze towards Lung Bing and her associates. As Su Yuqi's eyes fell upon them, all present averted their gazes, feeling as insignificant as ants in her presence. Confine them all. Until the funds are fully gathered, not a single one is permitted to leave. Swiftly, the security personnel ushered Lung Bing and her group to the back, locking them away. A sense of regret began to permeate the air, as many realized that had they not mocked Wang Hanhang from the outset, the outcome might have been different. After all, their association with Wang Hanhang had been devoid of grievances, a situation entirely instigated by Lung Bing and Zhang Miao. Yet, where in the world could one procure a remedy for regret? Their lamentations held no value now, and their resentful gazes shifted towards Lung Bing and Zhang Miao. Had it not been for these two, they would not have incurred the wrath of Wang Hanhang and Chen Ping. Overwhelmed by their emotions, they could no longer restrain themselves and launched a violent assault upon Lung Bing and Zhang Miao. Upon returning home, Chen Ping placed a call to Wang Hanhang to assure her of his safety. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhang had taken refuge at Wu Yifun's residence, concerned that Wu Yifun might entertain dark thoughts. Thus, she chose to stay and comfort her. As he observed his parents fast asleep, Chen Ping settled into a cross-legged position within his room, initiating the concentration technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As the heart-mending technique swiftly operated, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards Chen Ping's room. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy here was woefully insufficient, making any comparison to the abundant energies at Dragon Bay futile. After an entire night of cultivation, Chen Ping found no significant enhancement in his prowess. He merely sensed a slight increase in the spiritual power within his dantian. It became evident that he needed to cultivate at Dragon Bay, for here the spiritual energy was so sparse that any hope of a breakthrough seemed distant. Reflecting on his meager progress from the night, Chen Ping realized that such ineffective cultivation could not continue. Chapter 155, Late Arrival in the Sales Department of Sinew Daily Chemicals. Cui Zhiyuan was convening a morning meeting with the team, yet Chen Ping had yet to arrive. After scanning the room, he directed his inquiry towards Wang Huanhuan, the only one privy to Chen Ping's whereabouts. However, Wang Huanhuan wore a concerned expression, perplexed by Chen Ping's absence. She worried that something might have transpired the previous night, prompting him to withhold the details from her to spare her concern. Chen Ping should be here any moment, she murmured, reaching for her phone to call him. Noted, Chen Ping is late for work, a fine of 500. He has only been with the company for a few days, and already he is tardy, Cui Zhiyuan remarked with a frosty demeanor. Seizing the opportunity to reprimand Chen Ping, He was determined not to let it slip. Manager Chui. Could it be that Chen Ping boasted yesterday about securing the contract with Tianmei Daily Chemicals and is now too frightened to show up? Wang Lanlan scoffed loudly. That is indeed a possibility. Chui Ziyuan nodded in acknowledgement. The crowd erupted in mockery towards Chen Ping, believing that his absence today was due to his boastful words from yesterday, which left him too intimidated to show up. After all, securing a contract with Tianmei Company was no simple task. It was not just Chen Ping, a mere salesman, even Chui Ziyuan, who had accompanied Sun Xiaoming on numerous occasions, had yet to secure a deal. Impossible. Brother Chen Ping will undoubtedly arrive, Wang Hanhai retorted emphatically, firmly believing that Chen Ping would not be deterred by the affairs of Tianmei Daily Chemicals. What time is it now? I believe he is simply too frightened to come. Wang Lanlan scoffed coldly. This Chen Ping is overly proud. Aside from boasting, he possesses no other skills. Sun Xiaoming chimed in, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Chen Ping. Wang Hanhai, filled with anxiety, attempted to call Chen Ping. Just as the call connected, the sound of ringing echoed through the office, announcing Chen Ping's arrival. He had been so engrossed in his training the previous night that he had awakened late that morning. Brother Chen Ping, you finally made it. I was beginning to worry that something had happened. Wang Hanhai rushed to greet him. What could have possibly happened? I merely stayed out too late last night and overslept. Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. Chen Ping, you are at work now. You must be mindful of time. You are already 10 minutes late. And according to company policy, that incurs a fine of 500 yuan, Chui Ziyuan admonished loudly. Having only been on the job for a few days, it was likely that Chen Ping had not yet earned 500 yuan, making this fine quite significant indeed. Manager Chui, is it not excessive to impose a fine of 500 for a single instance of tardiness, especially considering that this is Chen Ping's first offense? Surely, he deserves a chance. Wang Hanhai pleaded on Chen Ping's behalf. Regulations are regulations. There is no room for personal sentiments, Chui Ziyuan coldly retorted. Let the penalty stand. It matters not to me. Chen Ping remained unfazed, which only served to infuriate Chui Ziyuan further. He addressed Chen Ping, reminding him of his words from the previous day. If you do not bring the Tianmei Corporation contract today, you may as well leave. No problem, Chen Ping replied, taking his seat without acknowledging Chui Ziyuan any further. Witnessing Chen Ping's nonchalant demeanor nearly drove Chui Ziyuan to the brink of exasperation. However, the thought of Chen Ping potentially departing brought him some solace. Chen Ping, yesterday Wu Yifan mentioned that we have a classmate working at Tianmei, who is currently an office director. I will reach out to him. Perhaps this will increase our chances, Wang Hanhai suggested, accompanying Chen Ping. You need not concern yourself. I can handle this matter independently, Chen Ping asserted, not wishing for Wang Hanhai to worry. He had already entrusted the task to Lin Tianhu, who had likely made the necessary arrangements by now. Skeptical of Chen Ping's capabilities to secure the Tianmei contract, Wang Hanhai believed his reassurances were merely an attempt to alleviate her concerns. Choosing not to argue further, she quietly took out her phone and discreetly called her classmate. Before long, Wang Hanhua departed with her bag, deliberately leaving Chen Ping behind. She intended to first smooth over the relationships before allowing Chen Ping to make an appearance, believing this would facilitate matters. Hailing a taxi, Wang Hanhua arrived at the base of Tianmei Company, a towering edifice amidst the bustling streets of Hongqing, a prominent enterprise in the daily chemical industry. Upon reaching the entrance, she was immediately halted by a security guard. What is your purpose here? He inquired. Good sir, I am here to see Director Li Jian, Wang Hanhua replied courteously. Our company has a policy. You must have someone come to escort you in, the guard insisted. Seeing no alternative, Wang Hanhua took out her phone and called her classmate, Li Jian. Shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed young man with slick-back hair and glasses emerged. Li Jian. Wang Hanhua waved at him. Li Jian hurried towards her, and upon recognizing him, the guard immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Director Li, this is my classmate, henceforth. You are to allow her entry without obstruction, Li Jian admonished the guard, exuding authority akin to a high-ranking official. Yes, the guard nodded vigorously. Hanhua, come with me. Li Jian beckoned as he led her into the company. How impressive you've become, Wang Hanhua remarked, reflecting on Li Jian's success with a sense of admiration. Mediocre at best. Li Jian smiled faintly. Upon entering the office, he poured a cup of coffee for Wang Hanhai. She surveyed the opulently decorated office with a hint of envy in her eyes. After all, they were classmates, and he had ascended to the position of director, while she had only just secured her first job. Didn't anyone notify you about the gathering last night? Wang Hanhai inquired as she accepted the coffee. Given that they were both classmates residing in the same city, it seemed implausible that he had not been informed about the reunion, especially since Li Jian was doing quite well for himself. I was informed, but I didn't attend. I have too many obligations and little time to spare. I heard that Lung Bing was there as well, Li Jian replied, a hint of disdain creeping into his voice, revealing his contempt for these so-called classmates, which was why he had opted out of the gathering. At the mention of Lang Bing, Wang Hanheng's expression momentarily flickered with embarrassment. Back in school, Li Jian had pursued her, but at the time, she had been captivated by Lang Bing, who was quite popular, leading her to decline Li Jian's advances. From that point onward, Li Jian had regarded Lung Bing as a rival. Fueled by determination, he excelled academically and after graduation, joined Tianmei Company. In just a few short years of hard work, he had risen to the position of office director. Lang Bing is also there, and she is now Zhang Miao's girlfriend, Wang Hanheng explained. Her intention in elaborating was to assuage any lingering feelings Li Jian might harbor regarding their past at school, as she had a favor to ask of him. Have you two broken up? Li Jian asked nonchalantly. Chapter 157. Consider this MM. Wang Hanheng nodded. He is cold, handsome, and wealthy. Why did you break up? Li Jian's tone began to carry a hint of mockery. Isn't it his charm and affluence that attracted you? Wang Hanheng was at a loss for words, yet she could discern the schadenfreude in Li Jian's voice. Observing her discomfort, Li Jian's smile broadened, and he continued to question her. What brings you here? I am currently working in sales at Sinew Company and hope to establish a partnership with Tianmei. I would appreciate your assistance, Wang Hanheng replied earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Li Jian erupted into laughter. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the contracts we handle at Tianmei? Each one is worth millions at the very least. You, a mere sales representative, wish to collaborate with us? Surely, this is a jest. I understand that negotiating with Tianmei is quite challenging, which is precisely why I sought you out. You hold a managerial position there and undoubtedly possess valuable connections. I hope you can lend a hand, rest assured. I will not forget your kindness once the deal is secured, Wang Hanheng implored, her urgency palpable. She was determined to secure the contract to prevent Chen Ping from being dismissed, for otherwise, he would surely face termination at the hands of Cui Yuan. Ha ha. Witnessing Wang Hanheng's desperate demeanor, Li Jian laughed uncontrollably, his behavior bordering on madness, instilling a sense of dread in her. Wang Hanheng, are you truly begging me? Do you recall how you responded when I pursued you back then? At that moment, your gaze was as frigid as ice, and I was regarded as less than worthless in your eyes. Yet, here you are, seeking my assistance. Li Jian vented the pent-up fury he had harbored for years. I can candidly inform you that regarding the collaboration with Tianmei, a mere word from me suffices. Our manager heeds my counsel. However, why should I extend my aid to you? Wang Hanhai wore an expression of profound embarrassment. In her school days, she indeed looked down upon Li Jian, treating him with utter indifference. Little did she anticipate that she would now find herself imploring him for help. Were it not for Chen Ping, Wang Hanhai would have wished to vanish, and she certainly would not have sought out Li Jian. It was my fault. I was blind to his merits. With her head bowed, Wang Hanhai relentlessly belittled herself. If it meant securing a contract, she would not hesitate to kneel if necessary. Witnessing Wang Hanhai's subservient demeanor brought immense satisfaction to Li Jian. He had summoned her to the company precisely for this moment, to release his emotions. Wang Hanhai, I will not make things difficult for you, considering our shared past as classmates and my previous affection for you. All I ask is that you agree to spend a night with me, and I shall promptly take you to meet the manager to finalize the contract. A lascivious glint flickered in Li Jian's eyes, and a smug smile curled upon his lips. Upon hearing his proposition, Wang Hanhai stood utterly astounded, unable to fathom that Li Jian would make such a request. Li Jian, are you even human? Anger flooded Wang Hanhai's eyes. If you refuse, then there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave, Li Jian replied with a chilling smile. Wang Hanheng truly longed to slam the door and depart. Yet the mere thought of Chen Ping restrained her from doing so. Li Jian, could you perhaps reconsider your request? I would gladly bow before you, or even serve as your steed if necessary. Wang Hanheng implored, her gaze beseeching as it fell upon Li Jian. I have but this singular demand. Should you refuse, our discussion is at an end. You have 10 minutes to contemplate my proposition. Once that time elapses, your desire to accompany me shall be moot. Li Jian declared before exiting the office, leaving Wang Hanheng in a state of stunned silence. Chapter 158. Loosening the bones. As Li Jian stepped out of the office, he encountered a man and a woman approaching, the man's arm bandaged. These two were none other than Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan, who had also come to discuss a collaboration. The Tianmei company had nearly secured an agreement with the Xiao family, and many mid-level executives at Tianmei had already benefited from the Xiao family's generosity. Upon seeing Xiao Lei arrive in person, Li Jian rushed over with an ingratiating smile. "Young Master Xiao, I did not anticipate your personal appearance." In truth, as the scion of the Xiao family, Xiao Lei had no need to attend in person. However, he was motivated to humiliate Chen Ping, which compelled him to endure the discomfort of his injury and make the journey. "Have the representatives from Xingyu Company arrived?" Xiao Lei inquired of Li Jian. "They have. They are currently in my office." Li Jian nodded affirmatively. "They're here?" A glint of excitement flashed in Xiao Lei's eyes. "Take me to them immediately. I must ascertain whether a young man is among them." "Not quite. It is a girl, a classmate of mine, who has come to seek my assistance." Li Jian replied, his expression one of confusion. Upon hearing that it was a girl, Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Why hasn't Chen Ping arrived? Could it be that he is afraid? Xiao Lei pondered whether Chen Ping was aware of his own inadequacies in negotiating the collaboration and, fearing embarrassment, chose not to appear. Geng Shanshan was also somewhat perplexed. Surely not, unless he has resigned. Otherwise, he would not dare disregard Xing Jun's words. Xiao Lei shook his head in disbelief. Li Jian, listening to their conversation, found himself utterly bewildered. The Xiao family and the Su family had always been rivals. Why was Xiao Lei suddenly expressing interest in the Su family today? "Young Master Xiao?" "Indeed, only one girl from Xingyu Company has arrived, a classmate of mine whom I have retained in the office," Li Jian confirmed once more. "Director Li, your old classmate is here to plead. You wouldn't go easy on her, would you?" Xiao Lei inquired, directing his gaze at Li Jian. "Absolutely not. How could that be possible? Tianmei is certainly committed to collaborating with the Xiao family. Having accepted the Xiao family's funds, I am obliged to serve their interests." Li Jian hastily waved his hands in protest. "That's good to hear. You shall not be deprived of benefits in the future." Xiao Lei nodded approvingly. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at Chen Ping's absence, successfully securing the collaboration with Tianmei was still a commendable achievement. However, just as Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan were about to ascend to the general manager's office on the rooftop to discuss the partnership, Chen Ping's figure unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. Unfortunately, he was halted by the security guard, who did not permit him entry. Upon spotting Chen Ping, Xiao Lei's eyes gleamed with delight, and he strode over with a mocking expression. Geng Shanshan wore an air of arrogance, linking her arm with Xiao Lei, her gaze brimming with disdain. "Oh, isn't that Chen Ping? I heard he has become a salesman now, dumped by Miss Su, even moved out of his villa." Xiao Lei remarked with a mocking expression directed at Chen Ping. Taken aback, Chen Ping observed Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan, realizing that while he was aware of the collaboration with Tianmei Company and the ongoing discussions from the Xiao family, he had not anticipated encountering Xiao Lei. However, noticing the bandage still wrapped around Xiao Lei's arm and Geng Shanshan accompanying him, Chen Ping quickly deduced that today's so-called collaboration meeting was likely aimed at humiliating him. Xiao Lei must have known he was coming all along, having been tipped off beforehand to await his arrival for the purpose of ridicule. The Su and Xiao families were indeed rivals, and the fact that Xiao Lei had prior knowledge of his visit indicated that someone within the company had informed him. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Ping's mind, and he immediately recalled Xing Jun. With a slight smirk, he remarked, "So, feeling better, are we? Do you wish for me to loosen your bones again?" Startled, Xiao Lei instinctively stepped back, well aware of Chen Ping's capabilities. Chapter 159. A tongue too sharp. Chen Ping. "Without that wretched Su Yuqi to back you, who do you think you are to speak to Brother Lei like that?" Geng Shanshan reprimanded, her tone dripping with contempt. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them. "Have you forgotten to brush your teeth? Your breath is rather foul." With that, Chen Ping unexpectedly advanced and delivered a resounding slap to Geng Shanshan. Before anyone could react, one side of Geng Shanshan's face had already become swollen and red. Li Jian, witnessing Chen Ping daring to lay hands on Geng Shanshan, was left utterly stunned. Who was unaware that Geng Shanshan was the girlfriend of Xiao Lei? This ordinary-looking fellow, Chen Ping, had the audacity to strike the girlfriend of the esteemed young Master Xiao. It was as if he had a death wish. "You dare to act violently at our company's entrance? You are simply inciting rebellion." Li Jian bellowed, "Security, apprehend this scoundrel." In no time, two security guards advanced toward Chen Ping. Li Jian failed to notice that after Chen Ping had struck Geng Shanshan, even Xiao Lei didn't dare to speak. How could a mere office director command others to act against Chen Ping? With a swift sidestep, Chen Ping easily evaded the two guards and turned his gaze towards Li Jian, declaring, I am here to discuss a collaboration with Sinew Company. Humph. Our Tianmei company will not negotiate with uncouth individuals. Moreover, we have already decided to collaborate with the Xiao family, so you might as well leave. Li Jian coldly retorted. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Are you the general manager of Tianmei Company? I am not the manager. I am the office director. However, what I say regarding collaboration is final. So, you should leave. Li Jian replied frostily. Chen Ping, you think just because you possess some skills, no one can deal with you? Now that Su Yuqi is not around, just wait and see as I find someone to take care of you. Xiao Lei said, his eyes filled with fury. Chen Ping's public assault on Geng Shanshan was akin to a slap to Xiao Lei's face, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Do not simply extinguish him. Rather, let him suffer, and ideally, extinguish his blind old mother and father alongside him. Geng Shanshan, seething with rage after receiving a slap from Chen Ping, gritted her teeth and glared at him. Upon hearing Geng Shanshan mention his parents, Chen Ping's expression darkened ominously, and an aura of lethal intent enveloped Geng Shanshan in an instant. She felt a chill sweep over her, followed by a tremor, prompting her to hastily retreat 2 steps, seeking refuge behind Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei, sensing the murderous energy radiating from Chen Ping, was too frightened to utter a word. Meanwhile, Li Jian bellowed, Security, throw him out. Remove him from here. Soon, 5 or 6 security personnel gathered around. You, a mere office director, dare to act as if you own the company? Chen Ping declared, striding directly into the building. Observing this, several security guards lunged at him. Anxiety gripped Gao Ren as he recalled receiving the notification from Lin Tianhu that Chen Ping would be arriving to discuss a collaboration. Having attended Gu Wantian's banquet, Gao Ren had witnessed firsthand the respect Lin Tianhu and Gu Wantian showed towards Chen Ping, particularly when he decisively dealt with Feng Sihai, leaving a profound impression on Gao Ren. All those present at the scene were eager to curry favor with Chen Ping, and Gao Ren was among them. However, being of lesser stature, he had yet to find an opportunity to engage with Chen Ping. Upon hearing that Chen Ping himself was coming to discuss a collaboration, Gao Ren felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He feared that a single misstep in hospitality might offend Chen Ping. Nevertheless, this was also a rare opportunity to cultivate a relationship with him, and Gao Ren was determined to seize it. Chapter 160. Consequences to bear. Has the representative from Sinew Company arrived yet? Gao Ren inquired of his secretary, glancing at the clock. I'm not certain. I'll go check right away, the secretary replied. Remember, when the Sinew Company representatives arrive, be sure to escort them up, Gao Ren instructed firmly. Understood. The secretary hurriedly descended the stairs. However, upon reaching the lobby, she found a crowd gathered at the entrance, with several security guards surrounding an individual and preparing to take action. Stop. What are you doing? Causing a commotion at the company entrance. What is this? Secretary Li stormed over in a fit of anger. Upon recognizing the general manager's secretary approaching, Li Jian quickly waved his hand, signaling the guards to disperse, and then turned to her with a forced smile. Secretary Li, this individual has been causing a disturbance and even resorted to violence, which is why I called in the security team. Violence? Secretary Li glanced at Chen Ping and retorted to Li Jian, if there's a disturbance, then swiftly remove him. We have collaborators arriving soon, and we cannot have them witness such chaos. Indeed, I shall promptly have him removed, Li Jian affirmed, nodding repeatedly and gesturing to the security personnel on either side, who then advanced towards the individual. Secretary Li. Xiao Lei offered a faint smile and greeted Secretary Li. To secure the collaboration with Tianmei, it is imperative that all key stakeholders within the company be appeased. Upon noticing Xiao Lei, Secretary Li merely inclined her head slightly before inquiring of Li Jian, has the representative from Sinew Company arrived yet? Remember to inform General Manager Gao immediately upon their arrival. Upon hearing this, Li Jian was momentarily taken aback and pointed at Chen Ping, stammering, He is. Secretary Li's complexion shifted dramatically at this revelation. Early that morning, Gao Ren had been visibly anxious regarding this matter, and she had been keenly observant of his demeanor, although she was unaware of the significance of the individual sent by Sinew Company. Gao Ren's unease indicated that they were not to be trifled with. Now, with Li Jian asserting that this person, whom they were about to eject, was indeed the envoy from Sinew Company, Secretary Li's heart sank. Leave. All of you, step aside, Secretary Li exclaimed, hastily moving to dismiss the security personnel. She then turned to Chen Ping with a cordial smile, stating, "Sir, I am Secretary Li, and General Manager Gao is awaiting you in his office. Please, follow me." Chen Ping nodded slightly and accompanied Secretary Li upstairs. As he passed by Xiao Lei, a smirk graced his lips, accompanied by a glint of disdain in his eyes. "Director Li, did you not assure me that the collaboration between Tianmei and our Xiao family was a foregone conclusion? Why then has Gao Ren summoned Chen Ping?" Xiao Lei confronted Li Jian with fervor. "I shall ascend to inspect the situation. So many individuals from Tianmei Company have feasted upon the wealth of the Xiao family. Should they dare to refuse collaboration with us, I will ensure they face dire consequences." With that declaration, Xiao Lei, accompanied by Geng Shanshan, made his way upstairs, unimpeded by any who might wish to halt him. Li Jian, standing in a state of panic, realized he had benefited the most from the Xiao family's resources and had exerted the greatest effort. If the collaboration were to be denied to the Xiao family, his predicament would be dire. Contemplating this, he discreetly followed suit. Although as the office director he lacked the authority to partake in negotiations, eavesdropping outside the door was permissible. Meanwhile, in the rooftop office, when Secretary Li ushered Chen Ping into the room, Gao Ren became as excited as a fervent fan encountering their idol upon seeing Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, it truly is you. I am absolutely delighted. Please, take a seat." Gao Ren even went so far as to pull out his own office chair for Chen Ping to occupy. Such enthusiasm left Chen Ping somewhat taken aback. Even though he had arranged for Lin Tianhu to give prior notice, he hadn't anticipated this level of reception. "Mr. Gao, do you know me?" Chen Ping inquired. His expression one of bewilderment. "Of course I do. I was present at the grand banquet, and your formidable presence that day is etched in my memory. Even Feng Xihai, who typically commands respect, was ultimately vanquished by your prowess." Gao Ren recalled that day's festivities with palpable excitement. At that moment, Feng Xihai arrived with members of the Red Dragon Gang, instilling fear in the hearts of the businessmen present who had never been involved in violent confrontations. However, Chen Ping later intervened to placate Feng Xihai, earning deep respect from the assemblage. When Gao Ren mentioned the events of that day's banquet, Chen Ping smiled subtly, finally understanding the source of Gao Ren's enthusiasm. With this realization, he deemed it unnecessary to trouble Lin Tianhu for introductions. He could simply approach directly. "I am merely a salesman here to discuss collaboration with President Gao. There is no need to revisit past matters," Chen Ping humbly stated. I understand. Gao Ren nodded repeatedly, then turned to his secretary. "Xiao Lei, is the contract you drafted ready?" "It is prepared," Secretary Li promptly replied, presenting the contract. "Mr. Chen, please take a look. If you find any discrepancies, we can amend them," Gao Ren offered, handing over the document. Chen Ping took the contract, but did not even glance at it. "No need to review. I trust President Gao," he declared. "In that case, let us proceed to sign," Gao Ren said eagerly, producing a pen for Chen Ping. Just as Chen Ping was about to sign, however, Xiao Lei barged in with Geng Shanshan. "Young Master Xiao?" Gao Ren's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing Xiao Lei. Although Xiao Lei's intrusion was quite rude, Gao Ren refrained from voicing any objections, knowing that the power of the Xiao family far surpassed that of his Tianmei company. Although Tianmei Company has made significant strides in the daily chemical sector, the Xiao family has achieved comprehensive development as a conglomerate, encompassing numerous industries. "Mr. Gao, I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. I recall that our two companies have been negotiating quite amicably. Why then did you suddenly sign the contract with someone else?" Xiao Lei's expression was icy and menacing. "Mr. Xiao, we reached our decision to sign with Xinyu Company after considerable deliberation. After all, we are business people, and our focus is on profit," Gao Ren explained with a smile. "Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool?" Xiao Lei glared fiercely. "Xinyu Company merely sent a lowly sales representative, and you signed a contract with them. Have you accepted some bribe from them? You must understand that I represent the Xiao family, and I have afforded you ample respect. Do not be ungrateful." Xiao Lei's anger flared. He had initially intended to mock Chen Ping, yet he found himself in the role of a jester. If Chen Ping were to secure the contract, where would his dignity reside? Upon hearing Xiao Lei's remarks, Gao Ren's smile vanished instantly. "Mr. Xiao, I hope you choose your words with care. Tianmei Company is mine. I will sign with whomever I please. No matter how powerful the Xiao family may be, it is not your place to dictate terms regarding my company," Gao Ren replied coldly, no longer willing to be courteous. Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Gao Ren would dare to speak to him in such a manner. "Are you addressing me in this way?" Xiao Lei furrowed his brows, his complexion turning a shade of ashen gray. "Do you believe that within a month I shall force your company out of Hong City. Chapter 162, Slander Humph. Gowron let out a cold laugh. Suit yourself. I have nothing to fear. Seeing that threats were ineffective, Xiao Lei found himself momentarily at a loss. Li Jian had benefited from the Xiao family, and if the contract fell through, he would have to return the money. It was likely that Xiao Lei would expose the situation. Li Jian, since when did you start meddling in contractual matters? Do not forget that you are merely an office director. This is not your domain to dictate. Gowron shouted at Li Jian. Li Jian, frightened, immediately fell silent, standing meekly to the side. Your fervent recommendation for collaboration with the Xiao family. Have you perhaps received financial incentives from them? Chen Ping queried, directing his question at Li Jian. How dare you? Stop slandering me. Who received money? I simply believe your character is lacking. A person's integrity reflects upon their company, Li Jian retorted angrily at Chen Ping. Gowron was momentarily dumbfounded, followed by beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He knew well who Chen Ping was and could hardly believe that Li Jian had the audacity to insult him. Was this not akin to inviting disaster? Gowron, concerned about potentially offending Chen Ping, was taken aback that one of his subordinates dared to speak so disrespectfully. How dare you speak to Mr. Chen in such a manner? Kneel before me, Gowron bellowed, delivering a fierce kick to Li Jian. Li Jian was bewildered, staring in disbelief at Gowron. Mr. Gao, he is merely a salesperson. What are you doing? To hell with it. I command you to kneel. Can't you hear me? Gowron kicked Li Jian fiercely again, his mouth spewing profanities. While fear had already gripped his heart. If Chen Ping were to become enraged, regardless of whether it was Lin Tianhu, Gu Wentian, or even the Su family, they could effortlessly ruin his company. Li Jian, struck hard on the calf, fell to his knees with a thud. Mr. Chen, it is my failure in discipline that has offended you. I shall dismiss him immediately, and I will also investigate whether he has accepted any bribes. Gowron, drenched in cold sweat, apologized profusely to Chen Ping. Gowron, have you lost your mind? This Chen Ping is merely a convict. How can you grovel so low? What a disgrace for someone of your stature as a company president. Xiao Lei observed Gowron's respectful demeanor towards Chen Ping. Feeling a surge of anger followed by disdain, Gowron shot Xiao Lei a cold glance, choosing not to explain. Since Xiao Lei remained unaware of Chen Ping's true power, he could continue his antics. However, Gowron was certain that the Xiao family would not last long. The Xiao family was indeed powerful, but they lacked the qualifications to oppose Lin Tianhu, Gu Wentian, and the Su family together. Mr. Gao, let us proceed with signing the contract. I wish to avoid any disturbances, Chen Ping said indifferently. Understood. Gowron nodded slightly and immediately addressed Secretary Li, instructing, Secretary Li, please see our guests off. If anyone lingers, do not hesitate to call security. Secretary Li acknowledged and turned to Xiao Lei, saying, Young Master Xiao, please. After Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan departed, Gowron directed his gaze towards Li Jian, who was kneeling on the floor, and commanded, You too, get out. We will settle this later. Chapter 163. The deceiver Li Jian, frightened, dared not linger and hurriedly exited. Upon returning to his office, he was consumed by anger upon discovering that Wang Hanhang had not yet left. He cast a wicked glance in her direction. Have you considered my proposal? Let me assure you, if you agree, I can guarantee 100% that we will sign a contract with your company. Li Jian was fully aware that the contract was to be signed with Sinew Company, hence his bold assurance. Wang Hanhang, can you possibly alter your request? Wang Hanhang appeared troubled. Alter my request? Li Jian scoffed. Do you have any idea of the value of this contract? If you manage to secure it, the commission alone would be unimaginable, enough to purchase an entire apartment. With such significant benefits, is it too much to ask for just one night? If I wanted to pay for companionship, I could easily find 100 alternatives. Wang Hanhang's face flushed crimson, biting her lip in distress. Observing her reaction, Li Jian felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on her, but restrained himself due to their location. I agree to your terms, but we must sign the contract first. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hanhang nodded in acquiescence. Indeed, it is essential to sign the contract first. A smirk graced Li Jian's lips as he continued, I will reserve a room for you in the evening. Just await my call. And do remember to dress a bit more provocatively. Wang Hanhai turned on her heel, unable to endure any longer. Just as she exited Li Jian's office, she spotted Chen Ping descending the stairs. Brother Chen Ping. Wang Hanhai was taken aback by Chen Ping's swift arrival. Hanhai, what brings you here? Chen Ping inquired, slightly taken aback upon seeing her. He had previously mentioned that she need not come, yet here she was, sneaking in. I came to seek assistance from my classmate. This way, it would be easier to negotiate, Wang Hanai replied, glancing at the contract in Chen Ping's hand, her surprise evident. Brother Chen Ping, have you already signed the contract? Indeed, it is all signed, Chen Ping affirmed, handing the contract to Wang Hanai. Her brow furrowed as she examined the document. She had just acquiesced to Li Jian's proposal. How could Chen Ping have finalized the contract so swiftly? Mr. Chen, who is this? Gao Ren, upon seeing Wang Hanai, looked at Chen Ping with a puzzled expression. After all, he was aware of Chen Ping's relationship with Su Yuqi, which had been quite flirtatious and unabashedly displayed at the banquet. This is my sister, Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Hanhai, this is Mr. Gao from Tianmei, with whom we have just finalized the contract. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Wang Hanhai. She hastily extended her hand to shake Gao Ren's. Miss Wang, I just heard that your classmate works at our company too? Gao Ren inquired of Wang Hanang. Yes. His name is Li Jian, and he is the office director of your company. Wang Hanhang nodded. Is it him? Chen Ping frowned. Brother Chen Ping. Do you know him? Wang Hanang asked, puzzled by Chen Ping's expression. Just now, Li Jian was vehemently opposing our collaboration with Tianmei, Chen Ping remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhang was infuriated, realizing that Li Jian had been deceiving her all along. The thought of having foolishly agreed to his propositions left her seething with anger. At that moment, Li Jian emerged from the office and, upon spotting Wang Hanhang alongside Chen Ping and Gao Ren, felt an ominous turn of events and sprinted away. Li Jian, you beast, how dare you deceive me? Seeing Li Jian, Wang Hanhang shouted furiously as she chased after him. Chapter 164, profoundly beneficial in a fit of rage, Wang Hanhang seized Li Jian's hair. Li Jian, didn't you say that the collaboration with Tianmei was under your control? You even tried to coerce me with a contract and sleep with me. You were truly inhumane. Wang Hanhang was genuinely furious, relentlessly striking Li Jian, who, paralyzed by fear, dared not evade, enduring the storm of her blows. At this moment, Chen Ping radiated an aura of menace. How could Li Jian resort to such threats against Wang Hanhang? Had he not intervened to sign the contract, would Li Jian have succeeded in his schemes? After a while, exhausted from her exertions, Wang Hanhang, with tears in her eyes, looked at Chen Ping and said, Brother Chen Ping, I didn't want you to be dismissed, which is why I agreed to this scoundrel's demands. Henin, I understand, it's all right. Chen Ping gently patted Wang Henin, then cast a chilling gaze at Li Jian. Feeling the frigid aura of murderous intent emanating from Chen Ping, Li Jian trembled slightly in fear. I was wrong. I was merely joking. We are old classmates. How could I ever do something like that? Li Jian desperately apologized, but at this moment, his contrition was futile. Today, I do not wish to kill, Chen Ping declared, seizing Li Jian's arm. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Chen Ping's being, shattering Li Jian's entire arm. Li Jian cried out in excruciating pain. At this juncture, his arm was reduced to mere flesh, with the bones utterly fragmented, leaving no hope for reattachment. Brother Chen Ping, Wang Henin exclaimed, hastily pulling Chen Ping away. She feared that in his fury for her sake, Chen Ping might actually kill Li Jian, which would be a criminal act. She could not allow Chen Ping to face imprisonment. Observing Wang Henin's anxious expression, Chen Ping refrained from further violence, turning instead to Gao Ren. Mr. Gao, this is your man. You may handle it as you see fit. Gao Ren trembled in fear. Nodding fervently, rest assured, I will ensure he is properly disciplined. Chen Ping departed with Wang Henin, confident that Gao Ren would find a way to deal with Li Jian. Everyone reviewed the contract, confirming its authenticity. They gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to how he managed to secure Tianmei Corporation's contract in such a brief span of time. Cui Ziyuan held the contract, his hands trembling slightly, for he alone understood the weight it bore. As the sales department manager, this document promised him substantial benefits. Though his heart brimmed with joy, Cui Ziyuan endeavored to mask his emotions, adopting a facade of indifference as he remarked, Chen Ping, your ability to secure this contract is largely due to the countless efforts made by Sun Xiaoming and me. Do not allow yourself to feel overly pleased. Although you have managed to evade dismissal this time, it does not guarantee your success in the next evaluation. Having concluded his statement, Cui Ziyuan tucked the contract away and made his way to the general manager's office, for this was a significant event for the company. Ziyuan. Sun Xiaoming called out as she hurried after him after he exited the sales department. Upon realizing it was Sun Xiaoming, Cui Ziyuan halted. Tell me, how much commission can you expect from this contract? Although Sun Xiaoming was aware that the contract would yield considerable commission, she remained uncertain of the specific amount. Cui Ziyuan grinned broadly. Haven't you always fancied the properties at Panlong Bay? Tomorrow, I shall take you to view some houses. Choose a layout you adore. This contract will bring us a continuous flow of wealth, and acquiring a residence will be well within our reach. Chapter 165, Standing Someone Up. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoming was nearly elated enough to leap with joy, her face alight with excitement. Really? It seems that Chen Ping is not entirely useless after all. Cui Ziyuan scoffed, dismissing any notion of Chen Ping's merit, convinced that the credit belonged solely to the groundwork laid by him and Sun Xiaoming. Indeed, had we not taken preliminary steps beforehand? How could Chen Ping have so effortlessly signed the contract? Sun Xiaoming nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "All right, I shall deliver the contract to General Manager Xing. He will surely reward me for this endeavor. There's even a possibility I might be transferred to the procurement department." With elation, Cui Ziyuan took the contract and made his way to the general manager's office. In his exuberance, he neglected to knock and entered unannounced. At that moment, Xing Jun was engaged in a phone call. The abrupt intrusion caused him to terminate the call abruptly. Upon recognizing Cui Ziyuan, his expression darkened considerably. Realizing he had overstepped, Cui Ziyuan trembled with trepidation and declared, "General Manager Xing, we have successfully signed the contract with Tianmei." Given the significance of the contract, he hoped this news would temper Xing Jun's ire. However, Cui Ziyuan's expectations were dashed. No sooner had he spoken than Xing Jun erupted in fury, bellowing, "Get out! Just get out!" In a fit of rage, Xing Jun hurled his teacup at Cui Ziyuan. The cup shattered with a resounding crash, prompting Cui Ziyuan to flee in terror. Meanwhile, Xing Jun clenched his teeth, gasping for breath, clearly incensed. He had already learned of Chen Ping's successful acquisition of the Tianmei contract and had initially intended for Chen Ping to endure some humiliation. Instead, it was Xiao Lei who bore the brunt of the disgrace. The recent phone call was from Xiao Lei, who berated Xing Jun thoroughly. Now, Xing Jun has lost the desire to remain at the Su family estate and has made contact with Xiao Lei. He is now ensnared by the evidence of his betrayal against the Su family, firmly held in Xiao Lei's grasp. Even though he was scolded by Xiao Lei, he could only swallow his indignation. "Ziyuan, what did General Xing say? Did he mention how much commission could be earned? What a joke. I have no idea what happened today. He gave me a thorough dressing down." Sun Xiaoming hurriedly followed in, offering words of comfort to Cui Ziyuan. As noon approached, Chen Ping tidied up and prepared to head to the Su residence, having promised Su Yuqi that he would join Su Wenzong for lunch. "Brother Chen Ping, we signed such a significant contract today. We must celebrate together. I know a superb Western restaurant nearby." Wang Hanai said to Chen Ping, her face radiating joy. Chen Ping paused, feeling somewhat awkward. "I have some matters to attend to at noon. You go ahead and eat by yourself. We can celebrate later tonight." Wang Hanai, sensing his reluctance, responded with a hint of disappointment. "All right then." As she watched Chen Ping's figure retreat from the office, Wang Hanhai felt an inexplicable distance between them. She could not fathom Chen Ping, nor could she penetrate the depths of his heart. Upon exiting the company, Chen Ping intended to drive his Chang'an, but he spotted Su Yuqi sitting in her car nearby, incessantly honking the horn. Realizing that Su Yuqi had come to pick him up, he reluctantly pocketed his car keys and approached her. "You're so free. Personally coming to fetch me?" Chen Ping remarked with a faint smile as he entered the vehicle. "Am I not concerned that you might leave me in the lurch? The esteemed elder is already here. If you choose not to join, how awkward it would be for me." As soon as Su Yuqi finished speaking, she pressed the accelerator and sped away. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhang was standing at the window above, witnessing Chen Ping enter a luxurious red car driven by a woman. However, due to the distance, she could not discern the woman's features. At that moment, Wang Hanhang felt a tight knot forming in her heart. Chapter 166, A Frenzied State. "Brother Chen Ping, is it because of this woman that you refuse to dine with me?" Wang Hanhang murmured, her eyes already glistening with tears. At the Su family villa, Su Wenzong was seated in the living room, engaged in tea and conversation with Gu Wentian. In the past, despite being the wealthiest man in Hongcheng, Su Wenzong had no opportunity to share tea and chat with Gu Wentian. However, Su Wenzong's status had changed. He was now widely acknowledged as Chen Ping's father-in-law, a title far more formidable than that of the richest man in Hongcheng. Before long, Su Yuqi arrived with Chen Ping. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Gu Wentian hastily rose. "Mr. Chen." Chen Ping offered a slight smile in response. "It is indeed thanks to Mr. Chen that this old body of mine has not been completely drained by that vengeful dragon." Gu Wentian was well aware that his current health was owed to Chen Ping. Had it not been for Chen Ping's intervention, he would have long succumbed to his sedentary lifestyle on the dragon chair. Your constitution is remarkable, Elder, Chen Ping remarked. I hear from Yuqi that you have begun working at Sinew Daily Chemicals? Su Wenzong inquired of Chen Ping. Ah, so you have become a salesperson. Chen Ping nodded. Why subject yourself to this? When I inquired whether you enjoyed engaging in business, you expressed your aversion to it. Now, you find yourself in the role of a mere salesperson. Are you contemplating starting from the ground up? Su Wenzong asked. Chen Ping shook his head, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. During the interview, he was unaware that this company belonged to the Su family. Moreover, he had no intention of remaining in this job long-term. His sole aim was to provide temporary stability for his parents. Observing Chen Ping's silence, Su Wenzong continued. I have already arranged for it. When Monday arrives, I will transfer the chairmanship of Yuqi to you. After all, Yuqi has seen any activity for a month or two, relying solely on Xingjun for management, which does not instill confidence in me. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal. Mr. Su, I cannot accept this. I truly lack the time to oversee a company. My role as a salesperson is merely to ensure my parents' peace of mind. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Chen Ping was unwilling to be encumbered by trivial affairs. He needed to dedicate his time to cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be able to ascend to Wuming Island on the 15th of July. Do not decline. This matter is settled. It does not require your daily presence at the company. Simply focus on your own endeavors. Su Wenzong assumed Chen Ping was merely being modest, and therefore, insisted firmly that he accept the role. Seeing this determination, Chen Ping felt it futile to argue further. The meal was ready, and the group began to eat while chatting. Gu Lao, did you seek me out regarding the matter of the Ling Bai? Chen Ping agreed to dine with Gu Wentian solely because Su Yuqi mentioned that Gu had matters to discuss with him. Gu Wentian, feeling quite awkward, stated, Mr. Chen, I have already spoken with the venerable Taoist Bu Su. He is on his way back and should arrive in a few days. I appreciate your concern. Chen Ping was eagerly intent on curing his mother's eyesight. That is of no consequence. However, there is a favor I wish to ask of you, Mr. Chen. Gu Wentian continued. Please, do not hesitate to share your request, old Gu. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall not refuse, Chen Ping replied with a nod. Mr. Chen, I am aware of your remarkable powers. I have an old friend whose wife, after visiting a grave, has become quite deranged. Despite seeking various treatments, none have proven effective. I believe you might be able to help her, Gu Wentian explained. Ever since witnessing Chen Ping's prowess in compelling the vengeful dragon from the dragon chair, Gu Wentian held him in the highest regard. Chapter 167. A simple favor. Chen Ping replied calmly. If you believe I can assist, please inform your friend to bring his wife to meet me. Gu Wentian, delighted, took out his phone to make the call. However, Chen Ping raised a hand to stop him, saying, Old Gu, there is no rush. Such matters are best addressed in the evening. Please provide me with the address, and I shall visit after work. I am truly grateful for your assistance, Mr. Chen. Gu Wentian expressed repeatedly. It is merely a small favor. I have also troubled you in my search for the spiritual brush. Chen Ping smiled as he spoke. Mutual assistance is paramount. Let us dispense with formalities, lest the dishes grow cold. Su Wenzong spoke up, otherwise. It remained uncertain how long the two would continue in their courteous exchange. Chen Ping, I shall pick you up this evening, and we shall go together to investigate. I have never encountered the phenomenon of possession before. Su Yuqi remarked, her excitement evident as she accompanied Chen Ping. Aren't you afraid? Chen Ping inquired playfully, noting her enthusiasm. Afraid of what? You are with me, are you not? I am well aware that those of your medical prowess can summon spirits and pacify restless souls. Some children, frightened into night terrors, are soothed by a few incantations from certain doctors. No injections or medications required, Su Yuqi replied nonchalantly. Chen Ping chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. For he understood that once Su Yuqi encountered the supernatural, she might be thoroughly terrified. Yet, this time she failed to discern anything clearly, only catching sight of Chen Ping's smiling face as he alighted from the vehicle. It's nothing. Wang Hanhai averted her gaze from Chen Ping, mustering a faint smile before departing. Chen Ping, unperturbed, settled into his workstation to resume his tasks. In the afternoon, a document was issued from the headquarters of the Su Corporation, placed directly upon General Manager Xingjun's desk. Upon reviewing its contents, Xingjun's countenance twisted into a grotesque expression of discontent. The document detailed a personnel adjustment, Chen Ping was to assume the role of chairman at Sinew Daily Chemicals, effective next Monday. Thus, Chen Ping would become Xing Jun's superior. Why what? Xing Jun gazed at the contents of the document, his anguished roar erupting as he tore it to shreds. Xingzong, what happened? The secretary, hearing the commotion, rushed in hastily. Get out, just get out. Xing Jun bellowed at the secretary, effectively driving her away with his tirade. At that moment, Xing Jun appeared almost deranged, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Chen Ping, it is all because of you. All because of you. I swear I will kill you. Xing Jun gritted his teeth, a once promising scholar. Having spent years in the Su family, reduced to being bested by a mere convict, his indignation morphed into a twisted turmoil within his heart. After a considerable pause, his emotions gradually calmed, and he gazed at the remnants of the document he had shredded, slowly opening his drawer. Inside, a handgun lay prominently displayed. As he beheld the firearm before him, it seemed he was grappling with a momentous decision. He gently lifted the gun, caressing its cold surface, having already resolved within himself. Chapter 168. By what right, Chui Ziyuan, have Chen Ping come to my office? Xing Jun picked up the internal phone and called Chui Ziyuan. Chui Ziyuan, who had been seething in his office, was taken aback upon receiving Xing Jun's call. Ziyuan, what does Xing Zong want with Chen Ping? Sun Xiaoming inquired. How would I know? Chui Ziyuan frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Could it be that Xing Zong is planning to hand the commission over to that guy Chen Ping? I had long suspected a connection between Chen Ping and General Xing. Otherwise, such a favorable opportunity would not have been entrusted to him. Sun Xiaoming, visibly infuriated, expressed her discontent. Enough of the chatter. I am currently quite troubled. Chui Ziyuan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Sun Xiaoming before exiting the office. He approached Chen Ping's workstation and said, Chen Ping, General Xing requests your presence in his office. It is likely regarding the contract. You should know how to conduct yourself once you arrive. If it weren't for the arrangements made by Xiaoming and me, would you have been able to secure the contract so effortlessly? Chen Ping glanced at Chui Ziyuan, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, but he remained silent and simply stood up to leave. Witnessing Chen Ping's demeanor, Chui Ziyuan's fury ignited. What an audacious individual! Were it not for Xiaoming's introduction, would you even be here? Dare to oppose me, and I will ensure you come to regret it. Upon arriving at General Xing's office, Chen Ping found the secretary attempting to announce him. However, he boldly pushed the door open and entered, leaving the secretary helpless in her attempts to stop him. General Xing, he barged in. The secretary stammered, visibly alarmed. General Xing regarded Chen Ping and waved his hand dismissively at the secretary. Xing, you may leave. No one is permitted to enter without my consent. The secretary complied, nodding as she exited and closed the door behind her. Please, have a seat. General Xing gestured toward the chair before him. Chen Ping, unceremoniously, took a seat directly opposite General Xing. The two men locked eyes, remaining in silence for a full minute, neither willing to break the stillness. What brings you here? Speak quickly, for I am quite busy, Chen Ping remarked, noticing that Xing Jun remained silent. Chen Ping, I have investigated your background. You are nothing but an ordinary individual, and you have even been incarcerated. What gives you the right to win Su Yuqi's affection? What qualifies you to be the chairman of the company? What right do you possess? Xing Jun's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Ping, struggling to comprehend why, despite being an esteemed overseas student, Su Yuqi favored Chen Ping over him. If Chen Ping were a scion of a wealthy family or a privileged offspring of an official, Xing Jun might have found some solace. Yet, Chen Ping was merely an unremarkable person with a criminal record. Even so, Su Yuqi chose to adore Chen Ping rather than him, leaving Xing Jun utterly perplexed. Why must there be a reason to love someone? Yuqi simply favors me. What can you do about it? Chen Ping said, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Chen Ping's expression and tone provoked a reaction in Xing Jun. The calm he had worked to maintain evaporated in an instant, giving way to fury. Xing Jun trembled slightly, his eyes wide as he shouted at Chen Ping with fervor. Regret? Chen Ping scoffed. I have never felt regret, and someone like you has no right to command or threaten me. I shall see if I possess the authority to command you, Xing Jun retorted, suddenly producing a handgun from his drawer and pointing it directly at Chen Ping. This was his first time aiming a gun at another person, and his hands trembled violently. Chapter 169. Barehanded against bullets. Upon witnessing Xing Jun brandishing a gun in his direction, the derision on Chen Ping's face became even more pronounced. Seeing that Chen Ping exhibited no trace of fear, Xing Jun bellowed, I am fully capable of pulling the trigger. The moment I do, your blood will stain the ground. Then go ahead and shoot, Chen Ping retorted, noticing the tremor in Xing Jun's hands. You seem rather unsteady. I doubt you can hit your mark. Allow me to move a bit closer to aid your aim. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Ping actually shifted his body nearer to Xing Jun, deliberately placing himself in closer proximity to the gun. Witnessing Chen Ping's audacious reaction, Xing Jun's face flushed with rage. Chen Ping, I truly will shoot. Leave Hongqing at once. And I may spare your life, otherwise, I will end yours. Although Xing Jun harbored a penchant for firearms, he had never actually shot anyone, let alone taken a life. He struggled to maintain composure, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. Observing Xing Jun's demeanor, a smirk spread across Chen Ping's face. With your cowardice, you likely wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. How could you possibly contemplate murder? Do not provoke me. I genuinely will pull the trigger. Xing Jun, drenched in sweat, had made his decision, but at this critical moment, anxiety consumed him. If you lower the gun now, I might just spare your life. Should you fire, the one who will meet their demise will assuredly be you. Chen Ping's expression turned frigid. What are you blustering about? If I were to shoot you right now, I could simply flee the country. Who could possibly stop me? Xing Jun, however, remained unconvinced by Chen Ping's bravado. With the weapon firmly in his grasp, he believed he wielded absolute authority. If you do not believe, then go ahead and pull the trigger. Chen Ping suddenly raised his voice, startling Xing Jun. However, that very fright caused Xing Jun's finger to inadvertently squeeze the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot. A spark erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet spiraled forth from the chamber. This unexpected turn of events shocked Xing Jun. He was utterly unprepared for the tension that led to his finger's involuntary action. Chen Ping's hand reached out into the void, and astonishingly, he caught the bullet in his grasp, his hand enveloped in a protective aura that rendered the bullet harmless. Slowly, he opened his palm, revealing the glimmering golden bullet. Catching a bullet with bare hands? This left Xing Jun in a state of utter disbelief, causing the handgun he held to clatter to the floor. As I mentioned, should you fire, it is you who will meet your demise, Chen Ping declared, emanating a terrifying aura of death. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped Xing Jun, and as he sensed the murderous intent radiating from Chen Ping, he felt a chilling dread, as if he had plunged into the depths of hell. No. No. This cannot be. It is impossible. How could you possibly catch a bullet? Fear etched across Xing Jun's face as he vehemently shook his head, unable to reconcile the reality before him. It was beyond his comprehension. Xing Jun was merely an ordinary person, not even a martial artist, and thus lacked any understanding of the mystique of martial prowess. There is nothing impossible. If you doubt, you may fire again and see for yourself. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, the cold glint within them causing Xing Jun to tumble from his chair in terror. Xing Jun dared not fire again. He lacked the courage even to retrieve his weapon. To catch a bullet with bare hands? Although Xing Jun found it hard to believe, this undeniable reality lay before him. At that moment, he seemed to comprehend why Chen Ping, an ostensibly ordinary man who had even served time in prison, could capture Su Yuqi's affection. Chapter 170, A Permanent Departure. Could a person capable of catching bullets with bare hands be merely an ordinary individual? Xing Jun understood that Chen Ping must possess another identity, one that eluded his investigation. He recalled the incident at Xina Manor, where Liao Feixiong had not harmed Chen Ping, but had instead berated Xing Jun. In hindsight, it was evident that Liao Feixiong harbored a fear of Chen Ping's true identity. It dawned on Xing Jun that he and Chen Ping inhabited entirely different worlds. Previously, he had taken pride in being a returnee, believing himself to be vastly superior to Chen Ping. Yet, at this moment, he realized the shallowness of his own perspective. I beg you, please do not kill me. Xing Jun had succumbed to fear. He feared for his life and lacked the resolve to take another's life. He had merely pulled the trigger in a moment of panic. Despite having mentally prepared himself, when faced with the reality of taking a life, he found himself unable to pull the trigger. Observing Xing Jun's demeanor, Chen Ping lost interest in ending his life. He casually tossed the bullet onto the ground and coldly stated, "From today onward, leave Hong City and do not let me see you again." After delivering his words, Chen Ping turned and exited the office. As the office door swung open, the secretary stood at the threshold. And upon glimpsing Xing Jun kneeling on the floor through the gap, she was left utterly astonished. Chen Ping cast a glance at the secretary, startling him. However, Chen Ping uttered no words nor closed the door, allowing the secretary to witness Xing Jun, who was kneeling on the ground. Get lost, just get lost. Xing Jun bellowed at the secretary. Terrified, the secretary hastily fled, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing dismissal for having witnessed Xing Jun's disgraceful demeanor. Unbeknownst to the secretary. At that moment, Xing Jun slowly retrieved his gun and ammunition, glanced around his office, and departed. From that point onward, Xing Jun never reappeared in the company or in Hongqing. Cui Ziyuan, did General Xing summon you regarding the commission? How did you come to speak with him? Despite his aversion to engaging with Chen Ping, Cui Ziyuan sought him out for the sake of the commission. Without uttering a word, Chen Ping regarded Cui Ziyuan with a cold stare. Chen Ping, I see you wish to monopolize the commission, don't you? Let me remind you. Company policy dictates that any contract signed by the sales department entitles the manager to a portion of the commission. Moreover, we have long since pursued Tianmei Company for several months. You consider yourself fortunate to have secured a contract without effort. Do not presume yourself to be exceptional. Without my introduction, would you have even entered the company? Sun Xiaoming, witnessing Chen Ping's demeanor, angrily interjected, I would never covet such a meager commission, if there is any. I shall take not a single cent. Chen Ping observed Sun Xiaoming for a moment before responding indifferently. Chen Ping, you have made this declaration. Everyone has heard you. You shall take nothing. Do not come to regret it. Cui Ziyuan, upon hearing this, quickly exclaimed, anxious that Chen Ping might reconsider. Regret shall not be entertained. Chen Ping chuckled coldly. Cui Ziyuan, elated by this turn of events, realized that if Chen Ping relinquished his commission, it would all revert to him. Soon, purchasing a residence at Panlong Bay with a mere down payment would pose no challenge. The other members of the sales department gazed at Chen Ping in astonishment, each one mocking him for his apparent folly. With such a substantial contract, the commission must be considerable, yet Chen Ping declared he would forego it. Han Han, you are in the same team as Chen Ping. If he is eschewing his commission, you must not follow suit. Do not act so foolishly. Wang Lanlan whispered to Wang Han Han. Wang Han Han glanced at Chen Ping from a distance, then shook her head, saying, I shall not accept it either. This contract was not signed by her, and Wang Han Han had no desire for any commission. As for Chen Ping's motives for declining the commission, she chose not to inquire. Perhaps he had found a wealthy girlfriend and no longer valued such a trifling sum. What a peculiar pair they were, seemingly at odds with money. Wang Lanlan scoffed and walked away. Chapter 171. Seeking a wealthy lady, what is the matter with this girl today? Chen Ping muttered softly. Sensing that Wang Han Han had been rather listless throughout the afternoon and had scarcely spoken to him, upon returning home, he quickly changed his attire. And soon Su Yuqi arrived to pick him up in her car. In this dilapidated neighborhood, the sight of a luxury vehicle parked at the entrance immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. Who could this wealthy young lady be, arriving at our humble abode? Surely, she must be taken with one of the young men residing here. One could easily discern the affluence of the visitor. How could they possibly be interested in the young men of our neighborhood? At the entrance of the community, a group of elderly women sat idly, engaging in casual conversation. Among them was Wang Chanfeng, who, filled with curiosity, wondered whom this car was destined to pick up. However, when she witnessed Chen Ping emerge from the community and enter the vehicle, she was utterly taken aback. Chanfeng, that young man must be Chen Ping from the Bao family. Right? He has found himself a wealthy girlfriend. Today's youth are so enamored with materialism. As Chen Ping settled into Su Yuqi's car, they followed the address provided by Gu Wenyang, navigating to an undeveloped area on the outskirts of Hongqing. The surroundings were characterized by modest single-story homes, and the roads were far from ideal. After a journey exceeding an hour, Chen Ping finally arrived, only to find Gu Wenyang already awaiting him. Surveying the locale, Chen Ping struggled to reconcile the humble setting with Gu Wenyang's esteemed status, astonished that a person of such caliber could have acquaintances in such a place. Mr. Chen. Upon Chen Ping's arrival, Gu Wenyang cordially approached him. Beside Gu Wenyang stood an elderly man with graying hair, yet his demeanor and attire starkly contrasted with Gu Wenyang's. Old Song, this is the Mr. Chen I mentioned to you, a practitioner of remarkable medical skill. Gu Wenyang introduced Chen Ping to the elder. Old Song, upon seeing Chen Ping, was momentarily stunned, his face a canvas of disbelief. In his mind, someone revered by Gu Wenyang as Mr. and possessing exceptional medical expertise would undoubtedly be an elderly professor or a seasoned expert. He was taken aback to discover that Chen Ping was, in fact, so remarkably youthful, essentially a mere child. Old Song, Old Song. Gu Wentian called out to the dazed Old Song once more. Oh. Old Song finally came to his senses and hurriedly extended his somewhat dry and wrinkled hand to greet Chen Ping. Hello, Mr. Chen. Chen Ping reciprocated with a handshake and a slight nod, acknowledging the introduction. Mr. Chen, Old Song's wife is inside. Could you please check on her? Gu Wentian said, gesturing for Old Song to lead the way. Following closely behind, Gu Wentian walked alongside Chen Ping, simultaneously elucidating the nature of his relationship with Old Song. It turned out that Gu Wentian and Old Song were childhood friends, having grown up in this humble neighborhood of low-rise houses, a bond that had endured for several decades. Eventually, Gu Wentian pursued his studies and ventured into the political arena, gradually losing touch with many of his old friends. The two would often share tea and engage in conversations. Despite Old Song's modest means, he led a fulfilling life and had never sought assistance from Gu Wentian. However, just a few days prior, Old Song had approached Gu Wentian, requesting help in finding a renowned physician to treat his ailing wife. Chapter 172, The Loss of a Child in Old Age. After all, Gu Wentian possessed extensive connections and a considerable reputation, making it relatively easy to locate an accomplished doctor. Yet, upon learning of Old Song's wife's condition, Gu Wentian immediately suspected that her ailment was more complex than mere illness, which led him to seek out Chen Ping. Soon enough, under Old Song's guidance, Chen Ping and his companions arrived at a modest courtyard, comprised of merely 3 brick and tile houses. In one corner of the yard, chickens and ducks were kept, and a pungent odor lingered in the air. As soon as Su Yuqi stepped into the courtyard, she slightly furrowed her brow and covered her nose and mouth. Unaccustomed to such an environment, she found the odor quite unbearable. In contrast, Chen Ping remained unfazed, having lived in the countryside for over a decade before moving to the city with his mother. Upon entering the room, they were startled by the piercing cries of a woman emanating from the adjacent chamber. Her voice was hauntingly chilling, echoing through the air. "Ah, I will kill you all. I am now the Queen Mother, and I shall sentence you to death." The frantic wailing sent a wave of fear through Su Yuqi, leaving her pale as she clutched Chen Ping's sleeve, beginning to regret her decision to accompany him. Old Song opened the left door, revealing a woman in her 60s. Her hair completely white and her face a tapestry of wrinkles, frantically shouting. The room contained only a bed, devoid of any other furnishings. Upon noticing their presence, the elderly woman leapt onto the bed. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my palace? I shall have you imprisoned," she bellowed, her eyes wide with fury. "Dear, I've brought someone to help you. Please stop this commotion," her husband implored, attempting to soothe her. However, to his surprise, the old woman lunged forward and bit Old Song fiercely before retreating to a corner. Sighing in resignation, Old Song lamented, "How long has your wife been like this? Has she been in this state for long?" Chen Ping inquired, turning to Old Song. "For the past 7 or 8 days, the situation has not been consistent. There are moments of clarity interspersed with periods of despair, yet the intervals of solace are dwindling." Old Song confessed with a countenance heavy with worry. Chen Ping continued to inquire. Old Song nodded. "Indeed, just a few days ago, my wife expressed her longing for our son. So I took her to the cemetery for a visit. But who could have anticipated that this would transpire that very night? Mr. Chen, Old Song's son tragically perished in an accident several years ago," Ancient hurriedly explained to Chen Ping, gazing at Old Song and his wife. Chen Ping felt a surge of compassion. The loss of a child in one's twilight years is a profound sorrow. "After your visit to the cemetery, did anything unusual occur?" Chen Ping inquired. Old Song pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, everything seemed quite normal. Nothing extraordinary happened." "Mr. Chen, could it be that Old Song's wife is possessed?" Ancient whispered. "Let me assess the situation first," Chen Ping replied, retrieving a cloth pouch from his person, within which lay a row of silver needles. Swiftly, he extracted one silver needle and approached the elderly woman in the corner. Observing this, Old Song hurriedly interposed himself before Chen Ping. "Please be cautious. Do not provoke my wife. She no longer recognizes anyone. Rest assured, all will be well." Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile. As Chen Ping reached the elderly woman, she suddenly lunged at him, attempting to bite. In an instant, the silver needle pierced her neck, rendering her motionless, and she collapsed onto the bed with a soft thud. Upon witnessing the scene, Lao Song hurriedly rushed forward, vigorously shaking his wife. When he realized she remained unresponsive, panic gripped him. He immediately shouted at Chen Ping, "What have you done to my wife? Is she dead?" Chapter 173. Poison. Lao Song's agitation was palpable, and it seemed he was on the verge of confronting Chen Ping. Observing this, Gu Wentian swiftly stepped in to restrain Lao Song. "Lao Song, Mr. Chen is treating your wife. What are you doing? Rest assured, she has merely fainted and will be fine." Having said this, Chen Ping settled onto the bed, placing one hand on the elderly woman's pulse. Subsequently, A pure stream of spiritual energy flowed from him into her body. If the woman were possessed, Chen Ping's energy would surely expel the malevolent spirit. However, despite his attempts to intensify the flow of energy, she remained utterly still, showing no sign of reaction. A slight frown creased Chen Ping's brow. Could it be that he was mistaken? Initially, he had presumed the woman was possessed by an evil spirit, believing he could simply force it out and subsequently absorb and refine it. Yet, it now appeared that she was not afflicted in such a manner. "Mr. Chen?" Gu Wentian softly called out, sensing the prolonged silence and noting the unusual expression on Chen Ping's face. At the same time, Su Yuqi mustered her courage to stand behind Chen Ping. Though fear coursed through her, her curiosity drove her to glimpse the nature of the spirit. However, after an extended period of inactivity, the atmosphere in the room grew rather awkward. Chen Ping, having expended considerable spiritual energy, began to feel a sense of fatigue. "This is not hysteria. I will examine other aspects," Chen Ping remarked, as he took up a silver needle and gently inserted it into the elderly woman's wrist, gradually twisting it. Soon, the needle was nearly fully embedded in her wrist. Moments later, Chen Ping withdrew the needle, and at that instant, a drop of black blood oozed from the woman's wrist. The sight of such black blood startled everyone, especially Old Song, whose face was etched with anxiety. He wanted to speak, but feared interrupting Chen Ping. "This is indicative of poisoning, leading to a state of neurological confusion, which explains her erratic behavior," Chen Ping elucidated. "Poisoning?" Gu Lao was taken aback, then turned to Old Song, inquiring, "Old Song, what did your wife consume before this episode? How could she be poisoned?" At this point, Gu Wentian was at a loss for words and could only look to Chen Ping for guidance. Chen Ping solemnly addressed Old Song, asking, Did she eat anything?" Old Song stammered, "No, nothing at all." Observing Old Song's demeanor, Chen Ping discerned that he was certainly being deceitful. Given that the man was unwilling to disclose the truth, Chen Ping, despite feeling pity for them, could no longer proceed with the treatment. "In that case, you may seek another expert. I cannot treat this illness," Chen Ping stated as he began to pack away his needles. At this, Old Song grew flustered, and Gu Wentian perceived that Old Song was concealing something. He then shouted at Old Song, "Old Song, I summoned Mr. Chen to help your wife. Yet you still refuse to speak the truth. Are you intent on letting your wife perish?" Old Song wore an expression of distress as he gazed upon his wife lying on the bed. Finally, with a determined resolve, he confessed, "Indeed. We stumbled upon an unusual object in the graveyard, which my wife subsequently brought home." Chapter 174, The Flesh Ganoderma. What sort of object? Both Gu Wentian and Chen Ping inquired in unison. Old Song, visibly awkward, replied, "Where is it? Bring it to me for inspection," Chen Ping urged. Nodding in agreement, Old Song exited the room and shortly returned, holding a large glass jar. Inside the jar was indeed something resembling Ganoderma, albeit it bore an uncanny resemblance to a decayed piece of flesh rather than a plant. "What kind of Ganoderma is this? It clearly resembles a lump of rotten meat," Su Yuqi exclaimed, nearly retching at the sight within the jar. "This isn't rotten meat. It is indeed a plant, just that it appears akin to meat products." As he spoke, Old Song unscrewed the glass jar and retrieved the peculiar object. "Be cautious, it might be toxic," Gu Wentian warned as he witnessed Old Song preparing to handle the object with his bare hands. "It's fine. I've handled it before. If it were poisonous, I would have suffered the effects long ago," Old Song retorted dismissively, unceremoniously extracting the object that resembled Ganoderma. "Thus, it stands to reason that your wife could not have succumbed to the poison of this object," Gu Wentian deduced. "Given that Old Song is unharmed, it is unlikely that his wife could have been affected by merely touching it. A mere touch poses no harm, yet a single bite could lead to poisoning," Chen Ping remarked as he took the object resembling a Ganoderma from Lao Song's hand, gently flipping it over. To his astonishment, he discovered a diminutive bite mark on its underside, unmistakably indicating it had been nibbled upon. Upon witnessing this imperfection, Lao Song exclaimed in disbelief. I had warned her time and again that such an enigmatic entity should not be consumed lightly. I never anticipated she would surreptitiously take a bite. Had I known, I would have never allowed her to keep it. Lao Song berated himself in regret. "Do not chastise yourself any further, Lao Song. Mr. Chen will find a solution," Gu Wentian interjected, restraining Lao Song before turning to Chen Ping, inquiring, "Mr. Chen, what exactly is this object? It does not resemble Ganoderma at all." Chen Ping took the object from Lao Song's grasp, gently squeezing it, and noted that it seemed to respond, as if sensing something. This is called aconite meat Ganoderma, also known as flesh Ganoderma. It typically thrives in areas where the balance of yin and yang is disrupted, although it is classified as a plant. It possesses sensory capabilities akin to those of animals, being able to perceive its surroundings. This flesh Ganoderma is often referred to as Tai Sui, and upon developing a complete set of features, it transforms into aconite meat Ganoderma. Such specimens are exceedingly rare, as they are often mistakenly harvested while still small or consumed by other creatures, making the likelihood of reaching maturity exceptionally slim. The toxicity of this substance is exceedingly potent, deriving its nourishment from decayed flesh beneath the ground. Consequently, its likelihood of flourishing in graveyards is significantly high. Fortunately, it merely inflicted a small bite. Otherwise, not even a celestial being could have rendered assistance. Despite its rarity, it bears no medicinal value. Steeping it in medicinal liquor could very well lead to a fatal outcome. Chen Ping articulated this with great care. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Old Song trembled in fear, relieved that his wife's illness had prevented him from concocting the medicinal liquor, or else his fate would have been dire as well. Mr. Chen, does this mean there is hope for Old Song's wife? Yu Wentian inquired softly. There is hope, Chen Ping affirmed, returning the flesh spirit mushroom to Old Song before swiftly taking out silver needles and commencing his treatment on Old Song's wife. Moments later, she awoke, promptly expelling a stream of dark blood from her mouth. Chapter 175. Gratitude and Appreciation. All right, a few days of quiet rest, and all will be well. Chen Ping reassured Old Song. Wife. Old Song urgently called out to his spouse. The elderly woman gradually opened her eyes, and upon seeing several unfamiliar faces in the room, she appeared bewildered. Old Song, why are there so many people in our home? Oh, it's nothing. They are here to help you recover. You are fine now, so please rest well. Old Song joyfully exclaimed, relieved that his wife was truly safe. After Chen Ping and the others exited the room and stepped into the courtyard, Old Song immediately knelt before Chen Ping in profound gratitude. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback, swiftly extending a hand to lift Old Song, preventing him from kneeling. Benefactor, thank you for your immense kindness. Our family possesses little wealth and is at a loss as to how to repay your generosity. Old Song continuously expressed his gratitude towards Chen Ping. From his initial skepticism, Old Song's feelings had transformed into heartfelt appreciation. Old Song, Mr. Chun is not here for monetary gain, so there is no need for such formality. Gu Wentian advised Old Song. If it were about money, Mr. Chun would not have come. Indeed, he clearly lacks for nothing. Old Song nodded vigorously. Having witnessed Chen Ping and Su Yuqi arriving in a luxury vehicle, making it evident that they were not in want of riches, Chen Ping hastily interjected, Uncle Song, please do not feel obliged. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, might I request that you give me the meat spirit mushroom? I am willing to purchase it. Old Song was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chen Ping with a look of confusion. Mr. Chen, did you not say that this substance holds no medicinal value and is, in fact, toxic? What purpose do you have for it? While it may indeed be useless in the hands of ordinary individuals, I find it essential for my cultivation. Chen Ping practiced a form of discipline that could greatly benefit from such a substance. He was confident that absorbing the essence of the meat spirit mushroom would significantly enhance his prowess. Since Mr. Chun finds it useful, I shall give it to you without hesitation. It is of no use to me, and I dare not keep it in my home. Old Song promptly handed the meat spirit mushroom to Chen Ping without a moment's doubt. Although Chen Ping intended to offer Old Song some money, he was firmly declined, with Old Song showing no interest in receiving anything in return. After departing from the Old Song family, Su Yuqi expressed her disappointment, saying, I initially thought I would encounter something novel, yet it appears there is nothing at all. Observing Su Yuqi's disheartened expression, Chen Ping offered a faint smile, replying, There aren't so many supernatural beings. However, should you happen to encounter one, do try not to faint from fright. With you to protect me, I shan't faint at all. Su Yuqi beamed at Chen Ping. She had been secretly waiting for him here for quite some time, eager to discover who this woman truly was. But the darkness of the night prevented her from exiting the vehicle. Wang Hanhang was still left unfulfilled. Wang Changfeng gently patted Wang Hanhang's shoulder and said, Wang Hanhang nodded, her eyes already brimming with tears. Chapter 176. Displaying authority simultaneously. In the office of the general manager at Xiana Manor, Xiao Lei, cradling his injured arm, sat face to face with Liao Feixiong. Young Master Xiao, you reached out through contacts. What brings you here? Liao Feixiong personally poured a cup of tea for Xiao Lei. The Xiao family, being a prominent clan in Hongqing, held considerable influence. While the Red Dragon Gang might not fear the Xiao family, these affluent families were akin to benefactors. And Liao Feixiong understood that Xiao Lei's visit was essentially to deliver financial assistance. Brother Xiong, I have long heard of your remarkable prowess, and upon meeting you today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest. With your physique, not even 3 or 5 brawny men could hope to match you. Xiao Lei lavished praise upon Liao Feixiong. Haha. Young Master Xiao, there is no need for such flattery. Please, speak your mind. If there is anything within my capabilities, I shall certainly oblige. Liao Feixiong laughed heartily. Brother Xiong, to be candid, I have an adversary for whom I seek your assistance and revenge. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall generously reward you with 10 million, and I present here 5 million as a deposit. As Xiao Lei spoke, he slid a bank card across the table towards Liao Feixiong. Ah, indeed, he is a scion of a wealthy family, displaying such extravagance. Liao Feixiong, somewhat taken aback, noted the magnitude of Xiao Lei's offer. However, after a brief chuckle, his expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Xiao Lei and inquired, I am aware of the Xiao family's gratitude towards Lin Tianhu. If you seek vengeance, why not approach Lin Tianhu himself? Furthermore, does your family not employ numerous bodyguards? Why resort to my Red Dragon Gang? Our Red Dragon Gang and the Gathering Hall have always been at odds. Young Master Xiao, abandoning the Gathering Hall to seek out my gang seems rather counterproductive. Liao Feixiong was well aware of the animosities between the Xiao family and Lin Tianhu, as this was hardly a secret. Humph, do not mention that ungrateful wretch, Lin Tianhu. Were it not for my Xiao family, he would have long since met his demise. Now, he has become a mere pawn for the Su family, severing all ties with us. Upon hearing Lin Tianhu's name, Xiao Lei's face flushed with anger. He continued, The issue is that I cannot mobilize any of my family's bodyguards. They eat only my father's commands, and he currently believes I am recuperating in the hospital. Ah, I see. Liao Feixiong nodded in understanding. Recently, Lin Tianhu has indeed been quite close to the Su family. Might your foe be the offspring of an official? I can tell you that our Red Dragon Gang has never engaged with the officials. Brother Xiong, rest assured, he is merely an ordinary person with some skills. He is not some second-generation official. Xiao Lei quickly shook his head. That's good. Tomorrow, I will have a Shui take a dozen or so brothers to find young Master Xiao. As for how to deal with the enemy, young Master Xiao, you may decide for yourself. Liao Feixiong said indifferently. Brother Xiong, could you possibly send more people? Upon hearing that Liao Feixiong was only dispatching a dozen men, Xiao Lei uneasily inquired. After all, Chen Ping's strength is formidable. He had witnessed Chen Ping effortlessly take down several individuals in mere moments. What? Is your enemy that powerful? Is a dozen insufficient? Liao Feixiong was slightly taken aback. No, he isn't that strong. I merely wish to bring along more people for a show of strength. Xiao Lei remained cautious, refraining from mentioning Chen Ping's considerable prowess, fearing that Liao Feixiong might withdraw or demand additional payment. Very well. Since young Master Xiao has said so, I shall send 30 individuals to bolster your presence, and I hope we can collaborate frequently in the future. Liao Feixiong stood up and shook hands with Xiao Lei. Thank you very much, Brother Xiong. Xiao Lei replied with great delight. After exiting Xinhe Manor, Xiao Lei got into the car, where Geng Shanshan was waiting for him. Brother Lei, how did it go? Geng Shanshan asked anxiously. With a disdainful huff. One could anticipate the sight of Chen Ping kneeling before us, begging for mercy by tomorrow. I shall trample him underfoot, ensuring he comprehends my formidable prowess. Xiao Lei declared with a glint of cold pride illuminating his gaze. Chapter 177. House viewing at the break of dawn the following day. Chen Ping informed his parents before heading to the Panlong Bay Villa with the precious meat Ganoderma. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Panlong Bay Villa area, Cui Ziyuan, Sun Xiaoming, and Wang Lanlan were embroiled in a heated argument with the security personnel stationed at the gate. Why are you preventing us from entering? We are here to purchase a property. Is this how you treat your clients? Sun Xiaoming shouted vehemently at the guard. Their spirits had been high as they came to view the residences in Panlong Bay, envisioning the possibility of making a down payment once the commission was settled. While acquiring a villa on the mountain might be out of reach, a residence at the foot of the hill could certainly be financed with a loan. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the unexpected refusal of entry by the security, which incensed Sun Xiaoming. You may visit the sales office next door if you wish to buy a house. You cannot enter before becoming a property owner, the guard replied impassively. How can we make a purchase without viewing the house layouts? Sun Xiaoming continued to argue. You may enter with the guidance of a sales representative. Individual entry is against our regulations. The guard steadfastly maintained his position at the gate. Xiao Ming, let it go. Let us first visit the sales office. And then we can have a representative escort us inside, Cui Ziyuan suggested, gently pulling Sun Xiaoming away. Although Cui Ziyuan felt a surge of anger within, he refrained from causing a commotion, for this was Panlong Bay, the most prestigious community in Hongqing, inhabited by influential figures. As a mere department manager, he dared not create a disturbance here. Sun Xiaoming, witnessing the scene, shot a fierce glare at the security guard and declared, "Just wait. Once I become a property owner, I will ensure you are dismissed by the management." After Cui Ziyuan and his companions departed for the sales office, the security guard sneered, dismissing them as inconsequential. Shortly after they left, Chen Ping arrived in his second-hand Chang'an, and upon spotting Chen's vehicle from a distance, the security guard swiftly gestured for him to halt. Chen complied, and the guard hurried over to inquire about Chen's purpose. However, when Chen rolled down his window, the guard was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he finally recognized Chen and stammered an apology. "My apologies, Mr. Chen." "Not at all," Chen replied with a faint smile. The guard then animatedly waved his hand, urging, "Quickly, open the gate, it's Mr. Chen." Upon hearing this, the gate security hurriedly swung the entrance open, saluting as Chen's vehicle passed through. Just as Chen was about to enter the premises, a red Maserati suddenly surged in front of him, attempting to overtake and enter the community. Chen, unable to brake in time, collided with the rear of the Maserati, leaving the security guards momentarily stunned. None had anticipated such an abrupt appearance of another vehicle, resulting in an accident. At the entrance of the community, such an incident has occurred, and the security personnel bear a responsibility. Thus, they cast furious glances at the crimson Maserati. "How dare you drive like that? A mere Chaman dares to collide with my vehicle? Do you have any idea how much this car is worth?" A woman, adorned with sunglasses and a stylish straw hat, emerged from her car, witnessing the damage inflicted upon her beloved vehicle, and immediately unleashed a torrent of invectives at Chen Ping. Chapter 178. Ruin and Despair. Initially, Chen Ping intended to address the matter calmly, acknowledging it was the other party's fault for overtaking in such a location. However, the woman's immediate onslaught of insults ignited his temper. "You suddenly cut in front of me. How can you blame me for the collision?" Chen Ping retorted, confronting the woman. "What is a dilapidated Chang'an doing blocking the entrance? Is this place even suitable for you?" The woman regarded Chen Ping with disdain and then directed her ire towards the security guards, exclaiming, "What sort of gatekeeping is this? How could such a vehicle be allowed into the community? You are disgraceful, tarnishing the reputation of our neighborhood and bringing shame upon its homeowners." The security guards, faced with the woman's audacity, felt a mix of anger and helplessness, recognizing their position as mere guardians unable to confront such an imposing figure. Chen Ping observed the woman's arrogant demeanor and felt an overwhelming urge to slap her twice. However, considering the urgency of his training, he was reluctant to squander time. Thus, he addressed the woman, "Name your price. How much do you want? I have no time to indulge in this discussion." The woman, noticing Chen Ping's impatience, raised her voice. "Do you have any idea how much this car is worth?" "Over 2 million. After your collision, it will cost at least 100 to 200,000 to repair. Even compensating me for your vehicle won't suffice. Enough with the idle chatter. Just state your figure." Chen Ping replied, his brow slightly furrowed. "Do you dare to accuse me of rambling?" "Believe me, the woman began, raising her hand to slap Chen Ping. However, he swiftly seized her wrist and, in a decisive motion, delivered a resounding slap to her face. The woman, clad in sunglasses, was sent flying, her straw hat soaring into the air, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Chen Ping would dare to lay a hand on her. A mere driver of a dilapidated vehicle, what audacity! "You little brat, how dare you strike me? If I don't make you pay for this today, I shall not rest," she bellowed, pulling out her phone to make a call. Several security guards, witnessing Chen Ping's retaliation, felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, they were acutely aware that this altercation would escalate matters. One guard hastily sprinted to summon the property manager. After finishing her phone call, the woman glared at Chen Ping with her captivating almond-shaped eyes. "You better watch out, young man. My husband will be here shortly to deal with you. I have no time for your nonsense. If you don't move your car, I'll run you over." "You dare to hit my car? Go ahead. If you have the audacity, I will ensure you lose everything," the woman shouted, her disbelief evident in her tone. She did not believe Chen Ping would actually dare to collide with her luxurious vehicle, worth millions, a sum he could never afford to compensate. Recognizing the futility of further words, Chen Ping got into his car, preparing to ram the Maserati ahead. Just then, Cui Ziyuan and his companions approached, escorted by a real estate agent, ready to view properties. Chen Ping? Upon spotting him, Sun Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. After all, this location was not frequented by just anyone. Individuals like Chen Ping, without wealth or influence, rarely ventured here. Observing Sun Xiaoming and Cui Ziyuan, Chen Ping casually inquired, "What brings you here?" "You should be asking us that. We came to buy a house. What about you?" Cui Ziyuan replied, looking at Chen Ping with disdain. He then glanced at Chen Ping's vehicle, which had just collided with the Maserati, and gleefully remarked, "Chen Ping, your driving skills seem rather lacking. How did you manage to crash? Were you trying to tailgate and force your way in?" Chapter 179, not particularly bad at this moment. Wang Lanlan noticed that Chen Ping's vehicle had collided with another car, a Maserati, prompting her to exclaim, "Chen Ping, you've hit the jackpot. Of all the cars to crash into, you had to choose a Maserati, which costs several million. I doubt your insurance can cover this." "Whether it can be covered is none of your concern. That is my own matter," Chen Ping replied coldly. "Chen Ping, let me inform you that the company will not allow you to withdraw your salary in advance. What are you doing driving that piece of junk around? You might end up losing everything," Cui Ziyuan remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, barely concealing his excitement. Sun Xiaoming furrowed her brows and asked Chen Ping, "Is it really nothing serious? It's just a minor collision, right?" Chen Ping smiled faintly. To him, it was hardly a significant issue. Minor collision? Open your eyes and take a good look at what you've crashed into. This is a Maserati, worth millions. Do you even comprehend that? Wang Lanlan sneered. Chen Ping, I suggest you stick to riding an electric bike. Driving is not for you. Today it's a Maserati. Tomorrow it could be a Porsche. Even if you were sold, you wouldn't be able to cover the costs, Cui Ziyuan advised earnestly, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. Meanwhile, the woman beside them, observing their mockery of Chen Ping, became even more convinced that he was just a pathetic loser, utterly devoid of any capability, and shouted, "Hey kid, weren't you boasting earlier?" The woman provocatively taunted Chen Ping, continuously provoking him. Chen Ping, weary of further discourse, resolved to get into his vehicle and ram the Maserati. "Chen Ping, are you out of your mind? Get down." Sun Xiaoming grasped his arm, urgently warning him. "Do you have any idea how much that car costs? If you impulsively crash into it, even selling your house wouldn't suffice to cover the damages." Although Sun Xiaoming had no desire to interfere with Chen Ping's affairs, the gravity of such a potential collision with a Maserati compelled her to intervene. If Chen Ping were unable to pay, he would inevitably turn to his family for assistance. "Xiaoming, why do you care? Isn't he so tough? Let him crash. If he can't afford it, he can just return to prison." "As if he has been there before," Cui Ziyuan coldly remarked, displeased with Sun Xiaoming's efforts to restrain Chen Ping. The consequences of a collision would entail hundreds of thousands in damages, no trifling matter. Even if Chen Ping's family sold their house, they would still be unable to afford the expenses. What would that mean for his parents? Sun Xiaoming shot a glare at Cui Ziyuan. Despite her disdain for Chen Ping and his family, believing they only sought to curry favor due to her family's wealth, she did not wish for them to face ruin. If Chen Ping impulsively crashed, it could lead to the disintegration of his family. Cui Ziyuan, furious at Sun Xiaoming's defense of Chen Ping, could hardly contain his anger. Chen Ping, glancing at Sun Xiaoming, began to reassess his opinion of her. Perhaps she wasn't entirely unkind. At that moment, two vans sped into view, followed by a dozen fierce-looking men armed with clubs. "Darling." A woman rushed toward a man clad in athletic attire. Pouting as she said, "Honey, someone just hit me. Look at my face." The man glanced at the woman's face, his rage igniting instantly. With a chilling glare, he demanded, "Who the hell hit my wife? Step forward." Chapter 180. It was I who struck her. Chen Ping took 2 steps forward and declared, "It was I." The man sized up Chen Ping and then looked at Cui Ziyuan and the others behind him. With a fierce tone, he warned, "Kid, if you kneel before my wife and apologize now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, not one of you will escape." Upon hearing this, Cui Ziyuan, terrified, waved his hands in frantic denial. Brother, you've misunderstood. We're not together. Although we know each other, we had no idea about his actions." The man turned to his wife, who nodded in agreement, saying, "It was just this brat. Not only did he crash into my car, but he also slapped me. Kid, we will deal with the car accident separately. As for the slap to my wife, If you kneel now, you might just live. The man glared menacingly at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, with a calm smile, replied, "Do you all particularly enjoy seeing others kneel? Let me make this clear. Aside from my parents, I kneel to no one. You are not worthy of my submission." "What did you just say?" the man retorted. The man was momentarily taken aback, but then he erupted in fury. He could hardly believe that Chen Ping, standing alone against such a multitude, had the audacity to utter such words. "Chen Ping, have you lost your mind? Are you courting death?" Sun Xiaoming reprimanded him loudly. Meanwhile, Cui Zhuan wore a mocking smile and said, "Chen Ping, at this juncture, there is no need for pretense. Even if you kneel, we would not ridicule you, nor would we inform the company. Indeed, we will remain silent. Just kneel down. Otherwise, when you are beaten, you will still end up kneeling." Wang Lanlan added with a sneer, "You all seem to take pleasure in kneeling. Feel free to do so," Chen Ping replied, glancing at Cui Zhuan and Wang Lanlan. "Humph. If you possess any skill, continue your bravado. We shall see who ends up begging for mercy," Cui Zhuan retorted with a cold snort. The man, noticing Chen Ping's defiance and refusal to kneel, grew serious and declared, "You've got some spirit, kid, but today, even the toughest of bones shall soften before me." With that, he waved his hand and commanded, "Get him. Disable him." In an instant, a dozen individuals surged toward Chen Ping. Cui Ziyuan and his companions, upon witnessing this, hurriedly distanced themselves in fear. Sun Xiaoming felt anxious, yet there was little she could do at that moment. "Stop!" A furious shout rang out, followed by the sight of a property manager in a suit, accompanied by several security guards, rushing over. "Manager Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to prevent me from taking action?" the man questioned, visibly displeased at the arrival of the property manager. "Brother Dong, please do me this favor. Let today's incident pass. Whatever losses incurred, I shall bear them," the property manager said with a playful smile directed at the man. It was evident that the two were acquainted. After all, one was a property owner while the other was the property manager. It was not surprising to know each other. "Manager Zhang, have you taken leave of your senses today? Or is this fellow a relative of yours? Why are you interceding on his behalf?" the man asked, his expression one of confusion. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback. Isn't that the villa of the Su family? Indeed, since he can reside there, he must have some connection to the Su family, Manager Zhang affirmed with a nod. The man scrutinized Chen Ping with skepticism, his eyes brimming with disbelief. "I cannot accept that this fellow has any ties to the Su family. With his appearance and that dilapidated Chang'an car, how could he possibly be related to the wealthiest Su family? Manager Zhang, do not deceive me. I cannot grant you this favor today." The man was resolute in his disbelief. Chen Ping's attire and his shabby vehicle made it implausible for him to be associated with the affluent Su family. Chapter 181. Are you threatening me? Brother Dong, I assure you I am not deceiving you, Mr. Chen. But before Manager Zhang could finish his sentence, the man forcefully shoved him aside. "If he does not kneel today, even the King of Heaven's intervention would be futile. I owe no favors to anyone." With that declaration, he signaled the subordinates to take action. Upon witnessing the scene, Manager Zhang hastily signaled to the salesperson, urging her to swiftly escort Cui Ziyuan and his companions away. The fewer the witnesses to this incident, the better. Should word get out or be captured on film, the reputation of Panlong Bay would plummet. The salesperson, recognizing the urgency, promptly called for Cui Ziyuan and the others to leave. Cui Ziyuan, albeit reluctant, expressed his desire to witness the spectacle of Chen Ping being assaulted. It was a most riveting scene, and to be denied the opportunity to witness it was indeed a pity, he lamented. Indeed, letting that Chen Ping flaunt his arrogance day after day, and now encountering a formidable opponent, he's bound to face dire consequences, Wang Lanlan remarked with a smirk. Only Sun Xiaoming furrowed her brow, harboring a sense of unease. If this escalated to a fatality, it would spell trouble. "Xiaoming, you aren't still worried about Chen Ping, are you? Haven't you always despised him?" Wang Lanlan inquired, observing Sun Xiaoming's demeanor. "Dislike him I may, yet I cannot stand idly by and watch him lose his life," Sun Xiaoming replied, her expression clouded with concern. "Perhaps we should call the police." "Call the police? Have you seen how menacing that individual is? If he discovers we notified the authorities, our families might be in grave danger," Cui Ziyuan threatened Sun Xiaoming. Indeed, his words left her quite frightened, and she dared not mention the idea of contacting the police again. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Panlong Bay, all of Dong Ji's henchmen had been dispatched by Chen Ping in mere seconds, as they were merely a band of petty thugs. Observing Chen Ping's formidable skills, Dong Ji's expression shifted with trepidation, while the woman accompanying him appeared increasingly alarmed. Must I still kneel and apologize? Chen Ping coldly inquired, casting a frosty glance at Dong Ge. The muscles at the corners of Dong Ji's eyes twitched uncontrollably, and finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "Kid, you think you're tough, don't you? Let me tell you, I've noted down your license plate number. I can uncover your name and where you live. You may be skilled in fighting, but I refuse to believe your family possesses the same abilities." Threatening Chen Ping through his family was a grave miscalculation, for it struck at the very core of Chen Ping's fury. "Are you threatening me?" Chen Ping's eyes ignited with a murderous glint, an ominous aura enveloping Dong Ge. The latter trembled involuntarily, feeling a chilling breeze seep down his collar. "Kid, you needn't look at me that way. Do you dare to kill me in front of so many witnesses?" Dong Ge gritted his teeth, his face etched with malice. "If you don't kill me today, I will seize the opportunity to annihilate your entire family." Dong Ge had the audacity to engage in such shamelessness, wearing a countenance of defiance as if impervious to danger. "You are courting death." The aura of menace surrounding Chen Ping intensified. Observing this, Manager Zhang swiftly positioned himself in front of Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, let it go. It's not worth escalating to violence over such trivial matters." Manager Zhang was concerned about a potential incident occurring right outside his residential complex. As he dared not offend either of these individuals, Chen Ping remained silent, merely retrieving his phone to contact Lin Tianhu. "In 10 minutes, meet me at the entrance of Panlong Bay Community." He uttered a single phrase before hanging up the call. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's unexpected ability to rally people, Dong Ji's lips curled into a smirk. "I never would have guessed that you could gather a crowd. I am quite curious to see who you managed to summon."